001 Sheath Female Warrior King. A violent electrocurrent surged through Thiron chains binding Theslender girl, causing her delicate body to convulse uncontrollably. Yether beautiful, dual hazel eyes remained defiant. Yin Qiao, the female warrior king of Huaxia Empire. Hadat Theman standing before Yin Qiao, clad in desert camouflage, cold lie seized her petitikin, compelling her to meet this gaze. She had been captured for nearly a week, with Nuna coming to her rescue. Thiaven presumed she had perished on the battlefield. Yinkiaskazi turnet frigidas hecklin chet her fists, bound bithicanes. Doyana think it would have been better had you obedient lyre remained in the entertainment industrious a little star. Instead, you insisted in entering the military foreman, striving to ascend to the position of warrior king for his sake. Doy outrily believe he would be moved by such sacrifices. Theman scoffed in his eyes you are nothing beautiful. At this, Yin Qiao's gaza groovin colder. Upon learning hein tended to hoint him military, she disregarded her from subjections and followed him, enduring 3 years so frigorous to transform her from Adelicate flower into a formidable soldier capable of undertaking highly classy. Time and again, she had shielded Fang from the bullets in the battlefield. Hugh tenderly grasped her hand saying just thisens, think of it as helping. After all, you are the female warrior king. I am different, Qiao Qiao swear attire, Weshelmary. And yet, Harry repeatedly brazenly seized the accolades they trifle belong to her. However, what Shabeliev Tobity perfection was merely sweet talk. The promise of retiring and marrying after their final battle turned into her becoming upon in Fangzika negotiations with the enemy. Missing in action on the battlefield would justify a bad excuse. Thus, Yin Qiao became a tragic captive, known to noon, her fatigue complete mystery. For a full week, she endured an ACA of boundless hatred. I am aware I thought both the our Mother father are remarkable individuals. Imagine worn out tenor estetosy reactions upon learning go fio your death in the battlefield. Themons near a dash turned on the television, Wiki displayed live broadcast from the imperial capital of Huaxia Empire. Asa Lord Atek Verdine having an indomitable warrior fourth Huaxia Empire however, Asa father, me heartshudder saddle us off me beloved daughter. The esteemed lord of Huaxia Empire, Qiao Bai, wept openly while delivering his eulogy. Beside him, Thela Diof to Lord Hadra eyes, tears brimming. Witnessing this scene, Yankia Shazalias trembled involuntarily. Father. Mother. Was he to wanna evitobelli evathelia so fast scoundrel, exploited be him, ultimately leading to that disappointment and heartbreak of Hosu Holovit hermost? Yin Qiao bit their lip fiercely, refusing to let the tears fall. Until Fangzaiking appeared on the screen lord. Lady, Ida Sai will fail to protect Tian Xiao. Had she not been beside in the military, he would never have had the courage to become a warrior king in film Pararoth Huaxia Empire. As Fang Xiaoqing spoke, his voice broke even wipe it away terse with the baccofish and his performance at Pereginu in La heartfelt, truly deserving of a slight leaseful emperor, convinced in obvious words. 002, Rebirth and Return only Yin Qiao, with her chestnut-colored eyes ablaze with rage, had bitten her lower lip until it bled that he deceived her, and now he was deceiving her parents and everyone in the Huaxia Empire. He was basking in the glory earned at the cost of her life. Fang Xiuqing. If the world could be reset, she would ensure this man met a fate worse than death, as the high-voltage current surged through her. Qiao Qiao's beautiful brown eyes gradually lost their focus. Qiao Qiao, wake up. The shoot is about to commence. Her manager Li Qing adjusted her glasses while gently nudging Yin Qiao, wary of offending this little diva. Huh? Yin Qiao's eyes snapped open, her chestnut gaze clearer than ever. Infused with a hint of murderous intent, she surveyed the studio, surrounded by equipment, blinding lights, and her manager Li Qing who looked at her with concern. Yin Qiao glanced down at her hands. They were delicate and fair, reminiscent of her past, a stark contrast to the calloused hands formed through rigorous training in the military. She had truly been reborn. Yin Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly pulled Li Qing closer and inquired, "Where is Fang Xiuqing?" Upon hearing his name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Li Qing's face. Where else could he be? Sucking up to the director. Trust me that Fang Xiuqing is no good. He is taking advantage of the fact that you like him to act so brazenly. Yin Qiao's gaze darkened, her tone laced with a hint of malice. Indeed, I was blind. Now that she had truly been reborn Fang Xiuqing, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death, with no place to rest. I shall repay those agonies 1,000-fold. The intensity of her hatred sent a shiver down Li Qing's spine. She had expected Yin Qiao to dismiss it lightly, saying, "He is not that kind of person." But seeing Yan Xiao's reaction, Li Qing felt an unexpected sense of relief. While most artists in the industry clawed their way in for fame, this little diva had come to experience life. After all, Yan Xiao's father was the current lord of the Huaxia Empire, and her mother was a globally renowned marshal, the first female war god of Huaxia. They resided in a mansion worth billions, with an endless supply of pocket money. Any member of her family could shake the entertainment circle with a mere gesture. Yet, despite her impressive lineage, this young lady wished only to dabble in stardom. If her identity weren't concealed, none in the industry, let alone a fledgling like Fang Xiuqing, would dare cross her. After all, on the day she signed with Yan Xiao, a lord had personally checked in on her, leaving Li Qing nearly breathless at in the entire entertainment industry, who could boast a lineage as illustrious as hers. Fortunately, Yan Xiao, despite her princess-like existence, bore no princess syndrome. She had never made things difficult for Li Qing and maintained a remarkably low profile, leaving Li Qing grateful for her remarkable fortune. Alright, we're about to start filming. Please go change into your outfit while I check on the arrangements. Li Qing finished speaking and left, reminding Yan Xiao not to dawdle and to change her clothes promptly. 003. Do you know your mother has passed away? Yan Xiao turned and walked into the changing room, swiftly donning a set of women's military attire. Although it was merely a costume for filming, it felt profoundly familiar to Yan Xiao, a former female soldier. As she fastened the camouflage belt, she searched through her memories. This was a military film, emphasizing the valiant spirit of the male and female soldiers of the Huaxia Empire, and Yan Xiao was the leading lady. Today marked the first day of shooting. Fang Xiuqing, the male second lead, had been bound to the project as a condition of her participation, and due to his role being relegated to a mid-story demise, he often cast disdainful glances at Yan Xiao, occasionally nudging her to negotiate with the director for more favorable terms, securing her belt and gazing at her reflection in the mirror, dressed in the military uniform with an air of confidence. Her soft, delicate features appeared to gain an edge of intensity. Only Yan Xiao herself understood that this was proof of her rebirth. After changing, she stepped onto the set where the director and crew were already in position. Bustling about with preparations from a distance, Fang Xiuqing spotted Yan Xiao emerging and immediately approached her with a smile. Qiao, I apologize for my earlier outburst, it was uncalled for. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he reached out to take her hand. However, Yan Xiao merely glanced at his outstretched hand, furrowing her brow as she retorted, Do you know your mother has passed away? Fang Xiuqing's expression froze, his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Qiao, are you still upset with me? Hadn't she liked him? A slight hint of discontent would usually have her clinging to him. So why did she suddenly seem like a different person? Yet in the next moment, Yan Xiao's brow relaxed as she flashed a radiant smile, akin to a blooming rose. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong for losing my temper. Will you forgive me? Fang Xiuqing, you aspire to be an acclaimed actor? Then I shall first shatter your lofty dreams before reducing you to ashes. Just wait and see. Yan Xiao's abrupt change in demeanor startled Fang Xiuqing, especially when she had just hurled that insult at him. The fleeting glint of malice in her eyes sent chills down his spine. Yet, confronted with Yan Xiao's cheerful smile, he began to doubt his interpretation. All departments, take your positions, with the director's voice booming through the loudspeaker. Yan Xiao didn't spare him a glance and turned to leave. Fang Xiuqing stood rooted in place, his fists clenched in indignation. He had initially intended to play the victim in front of Yan Xiao, hoping she would intercede with the director on his behalf for more screen time and exposure. Instead, clenching his teeth, Fang Xiuqing could only follow Yan Xiao into the set. A loud commotion erupted nearby as two rusted old tanks rolled in. This scene depicted the female lead attacking the enemy camp in a tank, a passionate display meant to showcase the female soldiers of the Huaxia Empire, creating a grand spectacle. The director raised his megaphone. Everyone prepare, we're starting. Wait a moment. Yan Xiao furrowed her brow, her delicate, fair fingers gesturing towards the two tanks. Are we truly to film with these soon-to-be obsolete relics? Are we not concerned about becoming the subject of ridicule? During her years of rigorous training in the military district, she had encountered and even operated various modern tanks. These two, however, were antiquated models long since retired by the military, utterly incomparable to the contemporary armored vehicles in service. Hello. I would like to borrow a tank, she continued. Using these rusty, discarded pieces for filming will not only fail to elevate our military's prestige but will instead lead to an excruciating embarrassment. The director's expression grew awkward, prompting Fang Xiuqing to step in and smooth things over. Having something to film with is already a blessing. I trust that even acquiring these relics was no easy feat for the director, right? We've contributed enough. Fang Xiuqing discreetly observed the director's somewhat eased expression and added, everyone here hopes to produce a remarkable film, but surely we cannot expect you to provide authentic tanks. Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy as she turned to Fang Xiuqing. This film is aimed at the entire Huaxia Empire, even the world at large. Especially a military film, it represents the might of our Huaxia Empire and showcases its grandeur. Since you are so keen on contributions, why not offer your tongue to clean off the rust? It could serve as a mere backdrop. Yan Qiao's tone was decidedly harsh, leaving Fang Xiuqing blushing and mortified. Li Qing stood nearby, dumbfounded by the formidable aura emanating from Yan Qiao. Had her little ancestor finally awakened? The director awkwardly adjusted his glasses. Well, Qiao, it's not that we don't want to, but the budget is insufficient. Authentic tanks are simply not so easily procured. Yan Qiao merely shrugged at that's easily resolved, leave it to me. With a swift motion she raised her hand and Li Qing understood, promptly handing Yan Qiao her phone. Hello? Uncle, I need to borrow a tank. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, plunged the entire film set into silence. Borrowed a tank? Surely their ears were deceiving them. No need for so many, just 10 will suffice. Yes, we need it immediately. I'm in the midst of filming to showcase our military might. We must utilize the best. Alright, thank you, Uncle. Mua. When Yan Qiao hung up the phone, every staff member on set, from the director to the logistics assistants, halted their tasks, staring at her in astonishment. Had she genuinely secured a tank? Was the military district truly under her family's control, exuding such audacity? Fang Xiuqing could hardly believe his eyes at Yan Qiao's sudden display of authority. Initially, he had assumed she was merely a privileged rich girl hoping to ride on her family's coattails, but now it seemed there might be formidable relatives backing her. Yet, could even the most powerful connections facilitate the borrowing of tanks? Doubt lingered among all regarding the authenticity of Yan Qiao's phone call. Except for Li Qing, who proudly lifted her chin. It had to be true. The familial background of their little ancestor was unfathomably impressive. Her father was the Lord Qi Mabai, her mother the legendary female war god Marshal Yan Yu, and this uncle was none other than a current 5-star general in the military district. Unbelievably impressive, indeed. The director, utterly ignorant of the situation, mistakenly believed that Yan Qiao was merely jesting about the production crew, chuckling skeptically as he attempted to change the subject. Let us shoot something else for now. We shall film this scene once Qiao's tank arrives. Come, Fang Xiuqing, let us begin with your scene. With that, the director orchestrated the setting and camera placements, initiating the first shoot. The crew instantly became a hive of activity. Yan Qiao handed her phone to Li Qing, casually found a folding chair to sit on, crossed her legs and watched as Fang Xiuqing desperately showcased his skills before the camera, transforming a potentially dashing introduction of the second male lead into a display of ostentatious flamboyance. Yan Qiao couldn't help but click her tongue. She had truly been blind to think of him as a dashing prince descended from the heavens. If he were a prince, even the steed would hesitate to bear him. Stunning. Truly borrowed. Only Li Qing, seated beside Yan Qiao, chuckled as she offered her a bottle of mineral water. You've finally come to your senses. She referred to Yan Qiao's newfound indifference towards Fang Xiuqing as Yan Qiao twisted open the bottle. She earnestly nodded. I've finally drained the water that had muddled my mind. Li Qing chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. From the outset, she had seen through Fang Xiuqing's true nature. Unfortunately, her attempts to dissuade Yan Qiao had been in vain. Yan Qiao had been headstrong, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, and Li Qing had been powerless to intervene. Now, however, it mattered not the reason. As long as Yan Qiao had come to a realization, that was sufficient. Her path to stardom was broad and expansive, and there was no need to jeopardize it for such refuse. However, it wasn't long before a cacophony erupted outside the set. The ground began to tremble, causing the mounted cameras to sway uncontrollably. Fang Xiuqing's expression shifted suddenly. Is there an earthquake? The director, too, grew anxious, waving his hands to signal the crew. Quickly! An earthquake! Everyone evacuate. This set had been hastily constructed. Should an earthquake strike and cause a collapse, the heavy lights and equipment would surely be fatal. Once the director and crew fled the set, they soon realized there was no earthquake at all. Instead, 10 brand new tanks were slowly rolling in, complete with cutting-edge equipment. Cannons, tracks, sighting scopes, majestic, awe-inspiring. They dazzled the eyes. Yan Qiao had indeed managed to procure tanks. The director gulped, incredulity etched across his face as he beheld these authentic treasures. If any damage were to occur, he would be financially ruined. Heavens! Am I dreaming? The crew stood in a daze, clutching their heads and staring wide-eyed at the approaching tanks. Particularly stunned was Fang Xiuqing. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. Bewildered, he found it hard to believe even the trembling earth beneath his feet. Yet the scene before him served as a stark reminder of reality. These were genuine tanks, indeed borrowed by Qiao. What other identities did she possess that he was unaware of? She could even summon tanks. As Fang Xiuqing remained in a state of shock, Qiao calmly stepped past him, positioning herself at the forefront to greet the tank's sister Qiao. The brothers rushed over as soon as they received the orders. Men clad in military uniforms leaped down from the tanks, respectfully saluting Qiao with military decorum. Qiao, in turn, smiled and raised her right hand to return a standard salute. Whether in her previous life or this one, her connection with the military district has always been inseparable. Qiao set down her hand and turned to the director, who was still in a daze. Director, these 10 tanks are all new models from the military district. Is it too extravagant to use them for our film? The director's mouth nearly stretched to his ears as he gazed at the 10 tanks while rubbing his hands together. Absolutely. In the current film market of the Huaxiao Empire, all military-themed films rely heavily on special effects, and it's nearly impossible to find a production team with genuine equipment. However, this film not only features new tanks, but 10 of them. No matter how remarkable the special effects, nothing can compare to the awe-inspiring impact of real, tangible assets. Before the director could respond, a man in military uniform smiled at Qiao. Sister Qiao, the general has sent us to convey a message to you. If you need anything, the entire military district will offer full support. A slightly shorter soldier behind him also chimed in with a smile. Yes. Sister Qiao, just let us know what you need. If necessary, we can also come to bolster your scene. Qiao merely nodded with a smile. 006. No need for wires, I can manage myself. However, this time, the entire crew including Fang Xiuqing was completely frozen in place. Borrowing tanks was not enough, the military district personnel were also willing to support her. Sister Qiao is impressive. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon the entire crew joined in. Sister Qiao is amazing. Sister Qiao, we want to cling to your coattails. All eyes turned to Qiao with fervent admiration, as if she were a radiant beacon of brilliance. Only Fang Xiuqing looked at her with a complicated expression. Had he known that she held such sway in the military district, he wouldn't have dared to show her any disrespect, even if he had hundreds of boldness. No wonder she had such confidence to reprimand him earlier. Fang Xiuqing was filled with regret, profound regret. Why hadn't he firmly grasped Qiao's affections before leveraging her connections with the military district? He wished he could slap himself twice. Now he was nothing. All right. All departments prepare. We are commencing the shoot for the leading lady's entrance. The director's voice trembled with excitement at the thought of the grand scene about to be filmed. Props team, hurry and help Sister Qiao into the harness. Sister Qiao, in a moment, you will jump onto the tank from here and then dive into the driver's seat to portray driving the tank. The director, script rolled into a tube, gestured as he explained the camera movements to Qiao. Since witnessing Qiao acquire the tanks firsthand, the entire crew had started to respectfully address her as Sister Qiao. Yet Qiao merely focused on the tank that was about to be filmed, stretching her hand to adjust her neck, producing a clear cracking sound. And no need for wires, I can manage myself. Qiao's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, causing the props team, busy preparing the harness, to freeze in disbelief. Holding the cumbersome harness, they stared at Qiao in disbelief, wondering if their hearing had failed them. The tank stood nearly 2 meters high. Executing a graceful jump without the aid of harnesses was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Qiao simply cast them a nonchalant glance. Let us begin. The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gesturing to commence filming while subtly signaling the props team to have medical personnel on standby, lest Sister Qiao sustain any injuries. Fang Xiuqing, seated in a folding chair, sipped water while casting a menacing glance at Qiao's silhouette. The moment she fell from the tank, he would be the first to rush over and embrace her, demonstrating his concern and affection. Regardless of the reason behind her anger towards him, he was determined to make Qiao fall head over heels for him. Action. With the director's command, the camera focused on Qiao. At that moment, she leaped, landing deftly on the tank's tread, executing a graceful turn in midair before firmly alighting atop the vehicle. Her movements were crisp and agile, so striking that one could hardly suppress a scream. Ideally, this shot could have been paused here, allowing professionals to open the tank's hatch for a subsequent scene of Qiao entering. However, before the director could call cut, Qiao swiftly opened the tank door and elegantly settled into the driver's seat. The fluidity of her actions was astonishing, as if she had performed them countless times before, leaving the director and cameraman utterly astounded. This shot was perfection itself, absolutely flawless. 007 Want to get blown up? Feng Xiuqing crushed the water bottle in his hand, frustration coursing through him. How could this happen? Perfect. Alright, Sister Qiao, you can dismount now. We will film a wide shot of the tank in motion. Just act like you are driving the tank. As the director finished speaking, several soldiers sitting nearby erupted in laughter, one cupping his hands around his mouth to shout at Yan Qiao in the tank. Sister Qiao, what will you do if someone looks down on you? Yet, Yan Qiao seemed oblivious, calmly reaching for the tank's ignition knob. With a hum, the tank roared to life. The entire crew was on the verge of chaos. Oh no! Sister Qiao, don't mess around, this is the real deal. If you press the wrong button, we're all finished. The director was nearly frantic. Had he the courage, he would have knelt to plead with Yan Qiao to cease her actions. However, she merely sat composedly in the tank, calmly directing through the mini intercom, follow the tracking shot, aerial shot, get in position immediately. The crew, including the cameraman, were paralyzed with shock while Yan Qiao furrowed her brow. Want to get blown up? Her icy tone pierced through the intercom, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Quickly, quickly! Get the camera in position. Cameraman, bring the equipment over. We are filming for real. At this moment, the director finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yan Qiao had not uttered a single word in jest. As all cameras were set and rolling, Yan Qiao pushed the control stick forward, simultaneously pressing the clutch and flooring the accelerator. The tank surged forward with a commanding presence. To enhance the visual effect, a blower was even added, kicking up a cloud of dust that made the scene appear even more grandiose. Yan Qiao, focused and determined, skillfully maneuvered the tank to the designated spot before halting it. And in accordance with the script, detonated numerous smoke-producing, non-lethal explosives around them. It appears to be an authentic battlefield bombardment, yet Yan Qiao is acutely aware that this pales in comparison to the true battleground she witnessed in her previous life. A guaranteed success. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Which leading actress can operate a tank on set without a stunt double? Look, our Yan Qiao can. As she dismounted the tank and approached him, the director felt tears welling in his eyes. Oh, little ancestor, how many more surprises does she possess that he remains oblivious to? Feng Xiuqing quickly approached with a bottle of pristine mineral water. Qiao Qiao. You've worked hard. Have some water. You are truly remarkable. Why didn't you inform me of this talent? Observing Feng Xiuqing's obsequious demeanor, Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow, her tone growing more frigid. I also possess the skill to twist your head off directly. Yet I haven't disclosed that to you either. Yan Qiao disregarded the water and turned to leave. Today's first scene allotted to the leading lady consisted of only this much. Having completed her work, she was free to depart. Even the director had not anticipated that what he thought would take at least a day would be wrapped up in under an hour. The smile adorning the director's face instantly vanished upon seeing Feng Xiuqing. Stop staring. Her shots are completed, what about yours? Although today was merely an introductory scene, you can't keep dropping the ball on me. 008. Worthless aside from his knack for flattery, he is utterly inconsequential. It remains a mystery why Yan Qiao insisted on tethering such a burden to the production. It is nothing short of torment. Upon noticing the director's displeasure, Feng Xiuqing quickly plastered a smile on his face and extended the bottle of water to the director. Rest assured. Director, I was merely out of sorts earlier. I assure you I will perform splendidly now. You must believe in me. The director disdainfully regarded the bottle of water. Believe? Nonsense. The introductory scenes for this second male lead had already been filmed several times, none of which were remotely usable. As Yan Qiao took a few steps away, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, director, I am canceling the binding agreement with the crew. As her words hung in the air, the director's eyes sparkled with hope, while Feng Xiuqing's expression darkened. What on earth did Yan Qiao mean? Although he had indeed entered the crew thanks to her talent, why was she so bluntly dismissing him now? With a scowl, Feng Xiuqing growled, Yan Qiao. Don't go too far. Yan Qiao paused mid-step, turning to face him with an incredulous expression. When your mother urged you to be independent and not rely on your family, did you speak to her in this manner? Feng Xiuqing furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his retort. This is an entirely different matter. How can you use my mother as an example? With a mocking gleam in her beautiful chestnut-hued eyes, Yan Qiao replied, not the same matter. I had thought your shadowing my every move and clinging to every opportunity was indicative of a motherless child. Turns out that is not the case. You always seize the best resources first. This time, not a chance. Her tone turned icy. Since you are not an orphan, I am under no obligation to assist you in joining this production. Instead of pondering how to leech off others, you would do better to hone your acting skills. With a single, succinct remark, Yan Qiao left Feng Xiuqing's face flushed as red as a tomato. his embarrassment and anger nearly causing him to explode. Yet he dared not utter a word. Observing Yan Qiao's retreating figure, the director struggled to suppress his laughter, his cheeks reddening. Sister Qiao, with your eloquence, when will you publish a book? I will be the first to buy it. It's a blessing that we've been spared from that worthless actor who wasted so much of our time. The sooner he leaves, the better. Fang Xiuqing's face was ablaze with humiliation. The entire film set buzzing with hushed whispers and stifled giggles from the crew, making him wish for a hole in the ground to disappear into. With a huff he stormed off, casting a venomous glare at Yan Qiao's back. Yan Qiao, I never expected you would treat me this way. Don't blame me for being rude now. You have forced my hand. With a bang, the car door slammed shut, and Fang Xiuqing's vehicle sped away, leaving a trail of dust. Observing his furious reaction, Yan Qiao needed not to ponder. It was evident he would seek help. Casually glancing in the direction of his departure, she calmly picked up her phone and began typing furiously in a chat group. Brothers, it's time to get to work. His car looks like this. With but one request, beat him to a pulp. If he dies, it's his own fault, and if he survives, he's just fortunate. Fang Xiuqing's car and license plate .009. I initiated the request. She even tagged all the members, and in an instant the previously silent chat erupted with activity. Who is it? Sister Qiao hasn't called on us for this sort of task in years. Wow, isn't this the pretty boy Sister Qiao has her eye on? I always said he was no good, always flirting with big directors like some lovesick fool. I've never liked him. Same here. Remember that photo I accidentally snapped of him? This scoundrel has been involved with a debuting girl group idol, yet he still tries to flirt with our Sister Qiao. How shameless. Let us discuss the gossip later. Right now I want to know what made Sister Qiao think this way. I truly want to celebrate her newfound clarity. Who cares about her clarity? We will always be Sister Qiao's loyal soldiers. I'll make sure this scoundrel won't recognize his own mother. Yan Qiao remained silent, merely observing the rapidly scrolling messages in the group. The group's name gleamed brightly at the top, Beijing's Covert Stability Team. The members residing in the imperial capital of Huaxia all possessed at least one remarkable skill, talents that Yan Qiao had inadvertently discovered. Though many faced financial hardships, they often accompanied Yan Qiao in undertaking jobs that were deemed undesirable by the official standards of the Huaxia Empire. She was their leader. It was thanks to Yan Qiao that they could maintain a stable life in the high-cost environment of the capital. Thus, each member held her in utter respect and obedience. Yan Qiao ceased to read the chat, switched off her phone, tucked it into her pocket, and boarded her chauffeur-driven vehicle to Yan Qiao's private villa. As the meal concluded, she received a new message from the group. Sister Qiao, we didn't actually cause any fatalities. The brothers took care to bandage him up. Looking at the photograph of Fang Xiuqing, who was wrapped like a mummy and had fainted, Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly as a sudden idea struck her. Understood. Everyone has worked hard. As soon as the message was sent, Yan Qiao promptly distributed 20 red envelopes in the group, each containing 200 yuan. Instantly the group was flooded with messages. Sister Qiao is so generous. Thank you, Sister Qiao. Call me for the next job. Today is yet another day to adore Sister Qiao. Before Yan Qiao could finish reading the messages in the group, her phone rang. The caller ID read, Li Qing. Qiao Qiao. Fang Xiuqing has been beaten up and some reporters are trying to tarnish your name, claiming it's a case of love turning to hate. I've managed to suppress the press release, otherwise this would be front-page news by tomorrow. Li Qing's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. If the Lord finds out you've been slandered in the headlines, our company will likely be doomed. My dear, tell me honestly, did you have a hand in this? There was a hint of probing in Li Qing's tone. Yes, I did. I had someone teach him a lesson. Yan Qiao's tone was remarkably calm and nonchalant, as if she were merely discussing an inconsequential matter. On the other end, Li Qing couldn't help but gasp. All right then, as long as I managed to suppress the press release, this matter is known to us in the heavens. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, she had not helped Fang Xiuqing secure the leading male role, instead opting to fawn over the newly crowned actress Yuan, which led to her being beaten up by Yuan's sugar daddy. She had spent half a month bedridden, during which Fang Xiuqing and Yuan had somehow developed a romantic connection and maintained a clandestine relationship for over 6 months. Thus, Fang Xiuqing was bound to face a beating. It was merely a matter of shifting the individual and the rationale. After hanging up the phone, Yan Qiao stretched lazily, awaiting the recording scheduled for the following day. Actors, aside from shooting with their respective crews, often had the opportunity to participate in variety shows during their spare time. Due to the unique nature of military films, the variety show featuring Yan Qiao and Fang Xiuqing was purely intended for the promotion of their movie. Titled Bloodthirsty Soldiers, the reality show required participants to be under constant camera surveillance from the moment they embarked on the journey. Engaging in a week-long military camp experience, this innovative format had garnered immense popularity since its airing. Despite being ousted from the film crew, Fang Xiuqing would still participate in this show, as he was already a designated guest. Early the next morning, Yan Qiao was dragged out of bed by the hurried Li Qing. Qiao, we have a variety show to attend, why are you still sleeping? There are reporters waiting outside before the gathering. Have you thought about what to say? While helping Yan Qiao get dressed, Li Qing fussed like a mother hen. Although she was only 30 years old, her long-standing care for Yan Qiao had led her to instinctively treat her as a beloved younger sister. Don't worry, it will be flawless. Yan Qiao signaled an okay with her hand. Her smile radiant at Li Qing observed her unwavering confidence and could only nod in agreement, placing a large pair of sunglasses that obscured half of her face upon her. She then firmly grasped Yan Qiao's hand, leading her towards the nanny van that was bound for the filming studio. The gathering point was at the Beijing television station, not too far away. However, a throng of reporters had already congregated outside. Upon sighting Yan Qiao's arrival in the van, they hastily surrounded it with their cameras and microphones. Miss Yan, what is your perspective on Fang Xiuqing's injury? It has been reported that he was expelled from the film crew yesterday by the director. Will this incident create any discord between you and the production team? Miss Yan, you have always maintained a close relationship with Fang Xiuqing. Does this situation imply a rift between the two of you? As the reporters thrust their microphones towards the recently disembarked Yan Qiao, their varied camera lenses were fixated on her face. Eager not to miss even the slightest change in her expression in response to their inquiries, Yan Qiao calmly removed her sunglasses and, with a barely perceptible frown at the cameras, replied, "Why are you asking me about Fang Xiuqing? Shouldn't you be addressing him instead?" Her tone conveyed a profound sense of bewilderment, while her expression radiated innocence, causing the gathered reporters to momentarily pause. Previously, Yan Qiao had always been seen in the company of Fang Xiuqing, and their relationship had been taken for granted, which is why they were particularly focused on him. However, Yan Qiao's statement served as a stark reminder that they had neither publicly announced their relationship nor confirmed any specifics. Thus, the connection between Fang Xiuqing's situation and Yan Qiao was tenuous at best. As the reporters exchanged glances, Fang Xiuqing's van arrived precisely on schedule. He emerged, bearing faint bruises at the corners of his eyes, in a state of extreme weakness yet attempting to maintain a facade of strength, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Yan Qiao watched as the reporters surged towards Fang Xiuqing. Mr. Fang, could you clarify what transpired yesterday? Is it true that your injuries are related to Miss Yan? It has been said that you were kicked out of the crew on your first day. What are your thoughts on this? The reporters, eager to extract their narratives, appeared almost frantic in their attempts to thrust their microphones into Fang Xiuqing's face. Nevertheless, he first glanced at Yan Qiao, clenching his fists. Yet, he donned an expression of feigned difficulty and even stole a glance at her. I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything regarding my relationship with Miss Yan. He was deliberately seeking to irritate Yan Qiao, brazenly misleading the media to imply that they were involved in a clandestine romance. Yan Qiao, don't expect to easily rid yourself of me until I've drained every ounce of your worth. Fang Xiuqing maintained a smiling facade in front of the cameras, his gaze toward Yan Qiao imbued with a semblance of tenderness. However, only Yan Qiao understood the insidious malice concealed behind what appeared to be affectionate eyes. Her sole reaction was a dismissive click of her tongue, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Xiuqing before turning on her heel and striding into the television station. Unperturbed, Fang Xiuqing straightened his clothes and followed her into the building with purposeful strides. Appearing nonchalant, though a keen observer would notice a slight limp in his right leg as he walked, the journalists exchanged astonished glances as they observed the reactions of Yan Qiao and Fang Xiuqing. Sensing that the atmosphere was decidedly off, something significant was afoot. Within the television station, apart from Fang Xiuqing, Yan Qiao also noticed several other guests who had already arrived. A woman clad in a black dress was the first to speak. Yi Wan? You may call me Wan Wan. With her flowing wavy hair and graceful demeanor, she had just completed her self-introduction when her captivating gaze turned towards the newly arrived Fang Xiuqing, her smile deepening. A newly minted Best Actress? Casting a sidelong glance at Fang Xiuqing, who was exchanging covert glances with Wan Wan, Yan Qiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It seemed that those who were meant to connect would inevitably do so. The scent of Wan Wan's perfume overwhelmed Yan Qiao, causing her a mild headache, prompting her to turn towards two young men nearby who were waving. Hello, I am Lu Ning. Qing.1 was a fresh-faced idol, while the other had shot to fame overnight as a pop singer, both roughly of the same age. Yan Qiao nodded at each in acknowledgement. With 5 individuals now gathered, they proceeded to sign in at the television station before changing into military uniforms and boarding a bus to the military camp. As Yan Qiao settled into her seat on the bus, she gazed at the flickering camera on the ceiling, stifling a yawn in her ennui. Thus, the event had officially commenced. In stark contrast to Yan Qiao's boredom, Fang Xiuqing was engaged in lively conversation with Wan Wan in the back row, their flirtatious exchanges making Yan Qiao's stomach churn with distaste. "All right, we've arrived. Everyone please disembark." At the director's call, Fang Xiuqing was the first to spring into action. "Wan Wan, Qiao, since you are both ladies, allow me to handle your things. Just get off the bus." Yan Qiao feigned ignorance, slinging her backpack over her shoulder and stepping off as she stood before the solemn and imposing gates of the military camp. A moment of disorientation washed over her. It was still morning. The early sunlight bathed the gates, casting a resilient silhouette. Tall, robust soldiers donned in military attire marched in formation, brandishing their weapons and chanting slogans in the morning light. Exuding an air of formidable authority. "Wow!" exclaimed Lu Ning, his expression exaggerated as he surveyed the surroundings with wide eyes. His awe resonated as he moved from the entrance to the training grounds. "Look over there, so many people are still training. It's so impressive." Yet for Yan Qiao, this scene felt intimately familiar. Turning her gaze, she spotted a young second lieutenant with 2 golden stars on his epaulets approaching the chattering guests. This must be their instructor for this session. Yan Qiao appraised him briefly. He possessed a square jaw and an austere demeanor, not particularly old, radiating an innate sense of righteousness. Wan Wan's eyes sparkled as she smiled and playfully tossed her hair, attempting to present her most charming smile to him. "Hello." Yan Qiao shot a glance at Wan Wan, knowing that such tactics would not sway a seasoned instructor. As expected, the second lieutenant ignored Wan Wan's overture. He raised his hand in a precise military salute and declared in a resonant voice, "I am surnamed Xia, and from today onward, I will be responsible for your daily life and training. You may call me Instructor Xia." The group immediately straightened their posture, responding in unison, "Hello, Instructor Xia. Your luggage will be handled by designated personnel. Now you will undergo an entrance ranking assessment and a training march." After Instructor Xia finished speaking, he promptly produced 5 maps and distributed them directly to the 5 individuals. "This is a training camp, not a dormitory camp. The distance is a total of 5 kilometers. You must carry food and water and trek over that small hill to reach the dormitory camp in order to succeed. The ranking will be based on the order of arrival, with a reward for the first place." Instructor Xia's words were remarkably succinct as he gestured vaguely towards a tall, prominent hill behind the barracks, concluding with a terse instruction, "Just follow the map." Yi Wan was the first to crack. "What? Today is only our first day. 5 kilometers. My feet are going to be ruined." She even pouted and moved closer to Instructor Xia, attempting to coax him. "Take it slow. We are still getting used to this." Fang Xiuqing awkwardly pointed at his feet. "Yes, Instructor Xia, it's only our first day in the camp. There's no need to be so harsh, right? Look, I still have injuries on my feet." The other 2 young men exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Only Yan Qiao, after briefly glancing at the map in her hand, immediately slung on her backpack filled with food and water and set off at a run. Instructor Xia's brow furrowed as he deftly avoided Yi Wan's hand. "Every new batch follows the same protocol. If you don't run, you will be eliminated." He was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Wan and Fang Xiuqing's attempt to undermine the rules, and seeing Yan Qiao's immediate compliance only heightened his irritation towards the pair. Back when he was training new recruits, who had not immediately commenced with a 10-kilometer weighted march upon entry, who had complained. Not only were they not given food and water, but they hadn't even received a single map. He had already been quite accommodating towards these pampered stars. What more did they want? They were all spoiled. Upon sensing Instructor Xia's displeasure, Yi Wan and Fang Xiuqing exchanged a glance and reluctantly accepted the backpacks handed to them by the production team, setting off with a sense of reluctance. Lu Ning and Qin Qing had no choice but to follow suit, running behind them, while the drone camera soared above, diligently capturing the scene. Instructor Xia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching as they ran farther away, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the leading Yan Qiao. Her agile form in motion was captivating, making it difficult to look away. With a nod of appreciation, Instructor Xia sighed regretfully. What a promising soldier she could have been, yet she has become a star. How wonderful it would be if she could remain in the army. Flipping through the guest list, Instructor Xia's eyes settled on one name, momentarily taken aback. Yan Qiao. What a coincidence, sharing the surname Yan. One might mistakenly think she was a relative of a general from their military district. Instructor Xia chuckled softly and closed the list. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao had already ascended the hill. This was a small slope that had been transformed from an ecological forest. While it could not compare to genuine mountain wilderness, it was commendable in terms of environmental beautification. The dense foliage cast a thick shadow, allowing only dappled sunlight to filter through. Though the drone cameras followed closely, the production team lacked Yan Qiao's extraordinary stamina, and by the time they had covered less than half the distance, they had nearly all fallen behind at that moment. Only one drone camera remained in continuous pursuit with great difficulty. Fang Xiuqing finally reached the slope, incredulously supporting his knees as he gasped for breath. His eyes fixed on Yan Qiao, who continued to sprint ahead. Was she not fatigued at all? Merely traversing these few steps had nearly exhausted him. Yan Qiao must be some sort of monster. He thought that I can't go on, that I won't run anymore. Arriving late, Yuan tossed her backpack aside and collapsed beneath a tree, leaning against its trunk, wiping the sweat from her brow while fanning herself. She had joined this variety show solely due to its immense popularity, hoping to boost her own fame in the entertainment industry, only to encounter such a grueling challenge that it nearly drained her. The two young men behind her, supporting each other, stood beside Yuan, panting as well, yet they appeared far less disheveled than she did. Yu Ning twisted the cap off his water bottle and took a sip. Noticing Yan Qiao was missing, his eyes widening in surprise. Where's Sister Qiao? She's already a significant distance ahead of us. She'll probably reach the destination shortly. Although Fang Xiuqing's tone was lighthearted, the underlying implication was that Yan Qiao was solely focused on herself. Disregarding the others, the two young men's expressions immediately soured at this remark. Yuan, already fatigued and unwilling to continue running, eagerly nodded in agreement upon hearing Fang Xiuqing's suggestion. I concur. Since we likely won't secure first place, we might as well enjoy ourselves and treat it as a leisurely outing. Qin Qing's brows furrowed slightly. That may not be advisable. Lu Ning glanced at the map, his expression reflecting disapproval. Indeed, the map only outlines the route from the training camp to the dormitory camp. What if we stray and become lost? Fang Xiuqing merely chuckled, draping an arm over Lu Ning and Qin Qing's shoulders. This is a military camp, not a wilderness. We're merely taking a stroll. Is there really any danger to our lives? How much could one be compensated for that? He maintained a level of confidence in this regard. Surely not. Surely not. A cold voice interrupted, causing everyone to instinctively turn towards the source, only to find Yan Qiao, clad in military attire and carrying a backpack, standing nearby, arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. Her calm demeanor starkly contrasted with the disheveled state of the four of them, as if the exertion of running had not drained her energy in the slightest. Fang Xiuqing furrowed his brow. Qiao. You don't think I'm the kind of person who only cares about winning first place and neglects my companions, do you? Surely not, surely not. Yan Qiao's amber eyes shifted to meet Fang Xiuqing's awkward expression, while Lu Ning and Qin Qing stifled their laughter. Yan Qiao's gaze then settled on Yuan's face, and with a radiant smile she remarked, so that's what a rhetorical question implies, an air of hostility. The newly crowned Best Actress possesses a unique understanding. I must learn from you more in the future. Stung by Yan Qiao's words, Yuan bit her lip in frustration. With this thought, her expression softened considerably. Regardless, we should all consider this an outing. What's wrong with taking a stroll before we run again? Fang Xiuqing, help me up. I want to explore. As if intentionally opposing Yan Qiao, Fang Xiuqing assisted Yuan to her feet, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and headed into the forest in the opposite direction of their intended path. The drone camera followed closely behind Yuan. Lu Ning and Qin Qing exchanged awkward glances at Yan Qiao. Sister Qiao, this. Yan Qiao merely shrugged her shoulders, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. It's all right, I'm the Best Actress. That if she says it's fine, then it's fine. If she says it's not fine, then it's not fine. That I will follow you. I will also follow Sister Qiao. Yan Qiao nodded and cast a glance at the receding figures of Fang Xiuqing and Yuan. Let's go. Yan Qiao, as expected, was the first to arrive at the designated spot. By the time Fang Xiuqing and Yuan leisurely strolled into the dormitory camp, over an hour had already passed. Yuan's expression instantly stiffened. Instructor Xia. She was nearly exhausted, and doing sit-ups any further might just leave her incapacitated right there. However, Fang Xiuqing with a beaming smile interjected. Instructor Xia, we aren't in good shape. I have an injury on my foot. Yet, Instructor Xia did not even spare them a glance and simply turned to leave. Yan Qiao shot him a sidelong look and spoke coolly. Are you planning to do sit-ups with your feet? If you don't want to do them properly, just admit it. You have plenty of excuses. Fang Xiuqing glanced at Yan Qiao, his expression darkening. Did I ever say I didn't want to do them? Yan Qiao lifted her chin defiantly. Then go ahead and do it. Fang Xiuqing had no choice but to fall silent once more, resigned to lie on the mat and do sit-ups under instructor Xia's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, Yuan bit her lip, casting a displeased glare at Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao caught a glimpse of her expression and raised an eyebrow. What are you dawdling for? Waiting to scrub yourself clean? Lie down. Yuan and Fang Xiuqing both clenched their fists. Why did it feel as though Yan Qiao was the one in charge? Yuan furrowed her brows. We're all here to experience this. What right do you have to order us around? Yan Qiao, with her hands behind her back, stepped out of the line, a smile playing on her lips. Because I am the first. Fang Xiuqing frowned as well. But you're not an instructor. What gives you the authority to command us? Yan Qiao shot him a look of disbelief. Because I am the first. Fang Xiuqing, both exhausted and infuriated, was now thoroughly at his wits' end. Ignoring the recording, he charged at Yan Qiao, shoving her. Are you done yet? What's so great about being first? Yan Qiao glanced down at the spot where Fang Xiuqing had touched her, disdainfully brushing off her clothes. It is indeed impressive. At least more so than you. Fang Xiuqing's face flushed red with anger. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, he grabbed Yuan and turned to leave. We're not recording anymore. Even if he might not be popular, Yuan was at least a rising best actress. The production team would surely take notice. Fang Xiuqing's tactic of throwing a tantrum was intended to provoke the production team into intervening. Hoping to pressure Yan Qiao, however, the entire production crew stood behind the camera, with no one willing to step forward to mediate. Fang Xiuqing hesitated, the air thick with embarrassment under the watchful eyes of Luning and Qin Qing. Even Yuan felt so awkward that she wished to sink into the ground. Who said we're not recording? Fang Xiuqing, stop being difficult. Fang Xiuqing's eyes darted as he prepared to descend the steps, apologetically saying, I'm sorry Qiao, I was a bit too hasty just now. I didn't mean it that way. Yan Qiao, with her hands tucked into her pockets and a radiant smile illuminating her face, nodded in agreement. Well, being first isn't such a big deal anyway. I'm not worthy of instructor Xia calling my name to keep an eye on you all during punishment. After all, the first place is merely a spicy fish dish. No matter how fragrant or spicy, it remains superfluous. Before Fang Xiuqing could respond, Yan Qiao, still smiling, turned on her heel to leave, adding, if the first place is a spicy fish, then the last must surely be a sour fish. Both sour and unnecessary. It was apparent to everyone that Yan Qiao was mocking the two tardy individuals, Lu Ning and Qin Qing, who were receiving punishment yet remained unrepentant. They were stifling their laughter, nearly causing themselves internal injuries. The production team behind the cameras was also stifling their laughter, covering their mouths. Only Fang Xiuqing, glaring at Yan Qiao with a fiery gaze, exclaimed, Yan Qiao. Alas, he considered it his misfortune to have fallen prey to her once more. This time, he chose to endure it. Yuan stood awkwardly by, glancing between Fang Xiuqing and Yan Qiao. Having just witnessed Yan Qiao's prowess, she was reluctant to become her target. The slightest frown from Yan Qiao, she obediently lay down beside Fang Xiuqing to join in the sit-ups. 20 minutes later, beads of sweat adorned Fang Xiuqing's forehead as he grimaced, clutching his head in a struggle to sit up. 99 Yuan, on the verge of shattering her teeth from exertion, gasped, 100. Upon completing the last sit-up, she collapsed onto the mat, panting heavily. Forget any grand image of elegance. She felt as though she was on the verge of ascension. Yan Qiao, seated across from the two, listened to the rising and falling of their labored breaths, wrinkling her nose in disdain. What a struggle. Doing sit-ups feels akin to childbirth. Just as Fang Xiuqing clenched his teeth to prepare for his final sit-up, Yan Qiao's remark caused him to falter and collapse onto the mat. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to appear, he simply lacked the strength to continue. With a melodious chime, the training rows on the playground disbanded almost instantaneously, all marching toward the dining hall. Yan Qiao rose, declaring, all right, let us call it a day. It's time for lunch. The meals in the military were far from those outside. Arriving early ensured a meal, while arriving late could mean missing even the soup. There was no way Yan Qiao would allow herself to miss a meal for someone like Fang Xiuqing. As Fang Xiuqing watched her retreating figure, a flicker of malice and ruthlessness danced in his eyes. Yan Qiao, you shall soon learn the consequences of trifling with me. During the respite after lunch, he expressed, thank you Teacher Fang. Thanks a lot. The atmosphere appeared harmonious as Fang Xiuqing held the last bottle of beverage, extending it toward Yan Qiao who sat nearby. Qiao, I was wrong this morning, I apologize. Please don't be angry with me, alright? Upon raising her gaze, Yan Qiao was met with what seemed to be Fang Xiuqing's gentle smile. In that moment, all eyes turned to Yan Qiao. Accepting the drink would signify moving on, yet refusing could brand her as petty and unforgiving. To onlookers, whether to accept or decline was indeed a dilemma. This was Fang Xiuqing's subtle ploy, however. Yan Qiao merely cast a brief glance at the icy beverage in his hand, her tone unremarkable. I apologize, it's that time of the month. I appreciate your kind gesture, but you may as well drink it yourself. Feng Xiuqing's hand hovered in midair, caught in a dilemma of whether to offer the drink or retract it. He had to concede that he had added a little something extra to the beverage, yet he was taken aback by Yan Qiao's swift refusal, which was faultless in its reasoning. Observing Feng Xiuqing's expression, Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you drinking? Are you also on your period? Feng Xiuqing, aware of the scrutinizing gazes around him, tugged at the corner of his mouth while holding the bottle. I'm not thirsty at the moment. Yan Qiao nodded. I see, then let us leave it for someone who needs it. Is there anyone else who would like a drink? There's plenty to go around. Upon her inquiry, Lu Ning, who had just finished a bottle, eagerly raised his hand. I do. Feng Xiuqing's face darkened, yet he could not publicly disclose the beverage's issues. I'll go buy you something else. Lu Ning beamed, directly snatching the drink from Feng Xiuqing's hand, twisting off the cap and guzzling it down. Watching him drink, Feng Xiuqing's heart raced with anxiety, though he maintained an indifferent facade. Qiao, come here for a moment. Yan Qiao's manager Li Qing beckoned from a distance, taking advantage of the break to call her over. Brushing off the dust, Yan Qiao regarded Li Qing with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Li Qing pinched the bridge of his nose. Qiao, here's the situation. After Feng Xiuqing was removed from the cast, the director is now seeking an actor who perfectly embodies the role. Yan Qiao nodded. That's quite normal. What's next? It's Fu Ting's Li Qing's expression was one of deep exasperation. Fu Ting's. Yan Qiao paused momentarily, then it dawned on her. Fu Ting's was a globally renowned actor of unparalleled popularity. Most significantly, he was the first individual from the Huaxia Empire to ever receive an international acting award. His emergence marked a monumental milestone in the cinematic history of the Huaxia Empire. What made him particularly captivating was that this actor, who had received no negative reviews, only accepted roles he deemed worthy, and aside from his on-screen appearances, he had never been linked to any scandalous headlines. The paparazzi found it exceedingly vexing, for not only were there no rumors, but any information regarding his off-screen life remained elusive. It was as if he led no life outside of his craft. Speculation ran rampant online, yet he refrained from clarifying anything, allowing the public to ponder and debate. The enigma surrounding such a figure. Qiao stooped to play a secondary role in a military-themed film? Yan Qiao nearly exclaimed. Has the director lost his mind? How could Fu Ting's possibly agree? Li Qing offered a wry smile. I can't speak to the director's sanity, but I do know that Fu Ting's might be the one losing it if he actually consents. Very well, but what do you require of me? Yan Qiao's brow furrowed slightly. With such a prominent figure involved, the film's publicity would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Li Qing inhaled deeply. Fu Ting's condition for agreeing to participate is that he must meet you in person. Yan Qiao was left utterly perplexed. Meet me? She recalled no significant interaction with this esteemed individual. In truth, Li Qing's perspective was that meeting in person was hardly a significant matter. However, if Fu Ting's, this formidable figure, were to intentionally impose upon her family's cherished one, she, Li Qing, would be the first to object. After all, Fu Ting's, despite his prominence as a film emperor, was merely that, a celebrity within the entertainment industry. Yet, Yan Qiao's parents that they were genuine powerhouses capable of commanding storms within the realm of the Huaxia Empire. Offending Fu Ting's might result in a mere loss of income, but to cross Yan Qiao's parents could very well cost one their life. The distinction between wealth and life was one that Li Qing could discern with clarity. Nevertheless, Yan Qiao nodded earnestly. All right, I shall meet him. Li Qing promptly dialed the director's number while rushing to coordinate a suitable time with the variety show crew. She could assert with utmost certainty that, in both her past life and this one, she had never crossed paths with Fu Ting's. The meeting was merely born out of curiosity regarding his motivations for agreeing to take on the role of the second male lead under such conditions. After changing clothes, Yan Qiao bid farewell to instructor Xie before departing. Feng Xiuqing, observing Yan Qiao's exit, was inexplicably seized by a sense of foreboding. He turned to glance at Yuan beside him, and with a glint of inspiration in his eye, a new idea formed. 018. Just a brief embrace. One that I heard that the production team you are currently filming with is in need of a supporting character. Correct? Yuan nodded. Indeed, a psychopathic killer. The director has been searching high and low for a satisfactory actor. Would you like to give it a try? Feng Xiuqing chuckled, leaning closer to Yuan in a conspiratorial whisper. The role is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I wish to be closer to such a remarkable actress as yourself. Yuan initially blushed and playfully nudged Feng Xiuqing, then feigned composure as she adjusted her hair. Then, You should approach the director tomorrow at no need for auditions. Simply mention that I referred you and I shall extend my gratitude to you, Wan, Feng Xiuqing responded, his smile growing softer, though a calculating glimmer flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yan Xiao sat in the vehicle specially arranged by Fu Ting's, gazing at the imminent arrival of the Imperial Capital Hotel. Meeting at a hotel? What exactly were Fu Ting's intentions? Yan Xiao's tea-colored eyes scrutinized the dress and high heels adorning her, her expression darkening in disbelief at the revelation that Fu Ting's was indeed such a person. Grasping her small handbag, Yan Xiao formulated a plan. Should Fu Ting's attempt any predatory behavior, she would unleash a flurry of punches and a kick. Miss Yan, we have arrived. The driver politely exited the vehicle to open the door for her, producing a palm-sized room card from his pocket and handing it to her. Miss Yan, room 6002. Yan Xiao's captivating tea-colored eyes fixated on the card, her brows furrowing slightly. What was the meaning of this? What did he take her for? With a scowl, Yan Xiao accepted the room card and strode into the Imperial Capital Hotel, her high heels clicking assertively against the floor. She had arrived, and she was determined to rid the world of evil today. Clack, clack, clack. Yan Xiao advanced toward room 6002, her hand clutching the room card, exuding an aura of confidence upon swiping the door open. As she stepped inside, a long pale hand grasped her wrist, pulling her forcibly into the room. In the next instant, Yan Xiao found herself pinned against the wall. Before her stood an exceptionally handsome visage, a fair face adorned with a pair of chilling peach blossom eyes that pierced through to Yan Xiao like frost. That countenance was striking enough to rival any idol in the current entertainment industry. With a physique that epitomized the perfect golden ratio, his long slender legs were encased in impeccably tailored trousers, exuding an overwhelming aura of virility. It would not be an exaggeration to say that merely gazing upon Fu Ting's appearance could send fangirls into a swoon. Yet, Yan Xiao furrowed her brows, lifting her leg to deliver a swift kick aimed at his vital points. Rogue, let go. Fu Ting's expression remained unperturbed as he grasped her calf and pulled, causing Yan Xiao to lose her balance and land squarely in his embrace. Her nostrils were filled with a faint, refreshing scent that, while pleasant, rendered her utterly uncomfortable. Fu Ting, before Yan Xiao could finish her protest, she was interrupted by Fu Ting's deep, magnetic voice. Just hold on for a moment. His voice carried an indescribable allure, and within his warm embrace, Yan Xiao felt a surge of grievances rise within her, those from her past life, where she had been deceived, and those from her current life, where no one seemed to understand her plight. All of it flooded forth, and she found herself inexplicably yearning for the comfort of his arms. Fu Ting's held her tightly, affectionately nuzzling her hair as if soothing a small kitten, gently caressing her back. I thought you had ulterior motives, he said. In his cold peach blossom eyes, a fleeting warmth and tenderness flickered, his tone deepening. I have found you. Yan Xiao was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Found her? For what purpose? Her tea-colored eyes were filled with wariness as she shoved Fu Ting's away, her sharp gaze fixed upon his handsome face. What do you mean by that? Sensing her resistance, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Fu Ting's features, quickly masked by a faint smile. You only need to know that I harbor no malice towards you. Yan Xiao frowned. Is that the reason you had to see me? Fu Ting's regarded her as one might a beloved pet. What other reason could there be? Under Yan Xiao's scrutiny, Fu Ting's leaned in once more, propping himself against the wall beside her, their proximity so close that she could discern her own reflection in his striking peach blossom eyes. Suppressing her impulse to strike him, Yan Xiao tightened her grip on her small bag. What exactly do you want? Fu Ting's merely chuckled lightly. There's no need to be anxious. I simply wish to discuss a transaction with you. Indeed, all men are driven by desires. Yan Xiao's tea-colored eyes flashed with defiance as she met Fu Ting's gaze. What kind of transaction? You don't think I'm the sort to trade my beauty for resources, do you? Although Yan Xiao might not yet be an A-list star, she had climbed the ranks solely through her own talent. Those who had attempted to exploit her had long since learned the consequences of their actions. As for Fu Ting's, he posed no threat as she had imagined. Instead, he smirked slightly. In half a month, Feng Xiuqing will secure this year's Best Actor award. Yan Xiao couldn't help but frown. How do you know that? But as the thought crossed her mind, she began to comprehend. It seems that Feng Xiuqing has offended Fu Ting's in the past, which is why Fu Ting's, aware of the current discord between her and Feng Xiuqing, has deliberately sought to win her over, perhaps intending to collaborate in bringing down Feng Xiuqing. The renowned actor is indeed astute. His thoughts are more intricate than those of an ordinary person. In truth, Yan Xiao possesses the capability to handle this matter independently, yet having an additional ally can only be beneficial. It is certainly not a disadvantage to lighten her burden. One can only blame Fang Xiuqing for having accumulated too many enemies. With this thought, Yin Qiao could not help but relax her tense nerves. Understanding Fu Ting's intentions makes everything clearer. Should Fang Xiuqing secure the title of Best Actor, and with director Li, who exclusively casts leading actors, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a top-tier star. A result she would hardly wish to witness. Fu Ting's voice remained deep and magnetic, each word resonating within Yin Qiao's heart. His amber eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. An actor of his caliber truly. Yet what occupied Yin Qiao's mind more was Fu Ting's terms of engagement. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a principle that Yin Qiao fully comprehends. With a smile in her amber eyes, she stated, if you also wish to target Fang Xiuqing, then our relationship should be one of collaboration rather than mere transaction. The distinction between transaction and collaboration is indeed substantial. Fu Ting's did not contest her assertion. He simply smiled faintly. Very well, collaboration it is. Relieved by his swift agreement, Yin Qiao exhaled. Mr. Fu, next time you wish to discuss a collaboration, there's no need to cloak it in mystery. I was beginning to think you had ulterior motives. Fu Ting's maintained his expression, though a subtle tenderness surfaced in his gaze directed at Yin Qiao. Understood. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Capital Hotel, in the waiting car, Li Qing was anxiously peering out, observing the commotion at the hotel entrance. After waiting for a considerable time without sight of their little ancestor, Li Qing's palms began to sweat with worry. Could it be that she's encountered some troublesome situation? If anything were to happen to her little ancestor, the responsibility would be unbearable. Li Jia, you needn't fret. After all, it is the esteemed actor Fu Ting's. Even if some scandal were to arise, our Qiao Qiao would not come out at a loss. Being linked with such a star would certainly generate significant buzz. A makeup artist, yawning while clutching a makeup case, appeared unconcerned. Even the stylist engrossed in their phone nodded in agreement. Indeed. If the international actor were to have a scandal with our Qiao Qiao, it would be unprecedented, and her popularity would surely soar like a rocket. Li Qing furrowed her brows, casting a glance at the two, unaware of Yin Qiao's background. Yet, she could not voice her concerns. All she could do was fret internally. What do you know? Qiao Qiao has yet to emerge, and my blood pressure is already skyrocketing. She certainly did not wish to become the first agent in the industry to face dire consequences. Hey Li Jia, she's coming out. I see her too. At their urging, just as Li Qing prepared to exit the vehicle, she witnessed her little ancestor getting into the same luxurious car as Fu Ting and Li Qing. In the next moment, Li Qing received a text from Yin Qiao. I'm taking Fu Ting's to the set to sign the contract. I'll send you a confirmation photo shortly. Li Qing held her phone, momentarily at a loss for how to react. However, as Fu Ting's vehicle arrived at the set, the entire crew erupted in a frenzied rush, converging around the luxurious car to welcome this hard-won cinematic titan. The director beamed with joy, exclaiming, Teacher Fu. Oh, we are immensely grateful for your willingness to take on this role. With the tank borrowed from Yin Qiao adding luster to this military film, and now with this immensely popular leading man to bolster its presence, it would be utterly unscientific for this film not to achieve explosive sales. As Fu Ting's descended from the car, he found himself encircled by the enthusiastic director and crew. Yet, his handsome visage bore no trace of a smile. His gaze as frigid as ice as he surveyed the chattering staff, stating coolly, I prefer a tranquil environment. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier interaction with Yin Qiao, exuding an icy indifference. The director promptly fell silent, and the entire crew quickly followed suit, exchanging apprehensive glances, fearful of inadvertently offending this international film star. Only Yin Qiao, arms crossed, observed Fu Ting's with an air of calmness. Speaking in a tone reminiscent of addressing a prisoner, please sign regardless of how resolute their verbal agreements may have been. It was only upon signing the filming contract that matters would be conclusively settled. The crew, not lacking in intelligence, promptly guided Fu Ting's and Yin Qiao to sign the agreement, expressing their apologies for interrupting his busy schedule. The director's face was adorned with a smile that had never graced it in Yin Qiao's presence, a display of obsequiousness. Indeed, Teacher Fu is a rare sight. Our production team feels elevated all at once. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely. We hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with Teacher Fu again in the future. Fu Ting's composed and handsome face revealed no hint of emotion as he received the filming contract amidst the flurry of praise from the crew. Without even glancing at it, he took the pen and inscribed his name, Fu Ting's. His signature was remarkably commanding, the strokes sharp, decisive, and elegant. Yin Qiao cast a sidelong glance, inwardly scoffing, what does this signify? A reflection of his character 021. Allow Yuan to teach Yin Qiao combat skills? Yin Qiao regarded the radiant international film star beside her, smiling, no need. I fear it would be too dazzling. Fu Ting's made no objection, merely watching as Yan Qiao turned to leave. His cool peach blossom eyes momentarily clouded with disappointment before swiftly reverting to their customary chill. With a deliberate turn, he departed, leaving behind a silhouette steeped in frost on the other side. After exchanging pleasantries with the director, Yan Qiao took a seat in Li Qing's car. Li Qing, driving, adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of gossip in his tone. Little ancestor, you just scared me to death. Are you all right? Yan Qiao merely shook her head, changing her clothes while chuckling. What could possibly be wrong? Are you worried he might consume me? Li Qing chuckled. Little ancestor, given your status, if you don't devour him, I consider it a blessing from the heavens. Now tell me, why did he want to see you? Yan Qiao, smoothing her long hair, replied with a drawn-out hum. Well, it wasn't anything particularly special, we just hugged. Li Qing's expression shifted in astonishment, his voice soaring. Hugged? What do you mean just hugged? That is Fu Ting's, the international film emperor. Embracing a man of such caliber, how many young girls must dream of that? Were it not for the remarkable background of her family's little ancestor, she would undoubtedly suspect that Yan Qiao was intentionally flaunting her status. However, it now appears. Could it be that Fu Ting's truly harbors feelings for Qiao Qiao? Li Qing gazed at Yan Qiao with a complex expression, fearing that she might inadvertently spark a scandal with the film emperor, which would be difficult to explain to the Lord Qiao Qiao. While Fu Ting's is undeniably handsome, you must also prepare yourself mentally. One cannot merely judge by appearances. Who knows what kind of sordid soul might lurk beneath a man's exterior? What if he turns out to be a pervert in private? Li Qing adjusted her glasses and earnestly cautioned Yan Qiao. To that moment, Yan Qiao, who was fastening her military uniform, responded with a radiant smile. That sounds wonderful. To Li Qing, is her little ancestor's nerve somehow misfiring? At the entrance of the military camp, Li Qing's vehicle came to a steady halt, and as soon as Yan Qiao disembarked, she rushed straight to the training ground. The variety show had not yet concluded, and filming would not pause for her brief absence. Reporting in, Instructor Xia, Yan Qiao has returned. Standing at attention, Yan Qiao saluted. At that moment, Instructor Xia, arms crossed, was observing the four individuals performing push-ups. Upon seeing Yan Qiao, he merely nodded. Welcome back. Feng Xiuqing was practically grinding his teeth as he spoke. Recording a variety show had left him aching all over, not to mention that he had been beaten just the day before. Now, the pain was compounded. The sight of Yan Qiao appearing so carefree ignited his frustration, yet he dared not show it too overtly. Yuan looked at the exhausted Feng Xiuqing, then at the pristine and composed Yan Qiao, and frowned. Instructor Xia, what about the lessons this afternoon? Yan Qiao was absent. Won't she fall behind? Upon hearing Yuan's insinuation, Feng Xiuqing understood her intent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled. Instructor, Wan performed the best today. Perhaps she could teach Qiao Qiao. This afternoon's lesson focused on basic combat techniques, punches and kicks. Should an injury occur during the teaching, who would be to blame? As she pondered this, Yuan flexed her fists, casting a triumphant glance at Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao, who had embarrassed her on the first day of filming, had better not blame her for being merciless later. Instructor Xia noticed that Yuan was already preparing her moves, his gaze shifting to Yan Qiao. Then you should start by learning from Yuan. It's not too difficult. Although he sensed an underlying tension among the group, he was powerless to intervene. Given the situation of filming a variety show, nevertheless, he could not hide the concern in his eyes. Meanwhile, the object of his concern, Yan Qiao, was leisurely rolling up her sleeves, wearing a smile laden with meaning. With the film queen personally instructing me, I must learn diligently. But first, what if I get injured? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Feng Xiuqing with a look that said, watch how I handle her. Feng Xiuqing smirked, momentarily forgetting his aches, and settled down to watch Yan Qiao make a fool of herself. Yuan also rolled up her sleeves. Injury is self-inflicted. It has nothing to do with the opponent. Just watch how I do it and learn well. First move. During the instruction, Instructor Xia remarked that this martial art was originally created by the first female warrior of the Huaxia Empire, asserting that a woman's punch possesses greater power than that of a man. As Yuan threw her punch at Yan Qiao, a gleam of triumph flickered in her eyes, as if she could already envision Yan Qiao reduced to tears from her blow. Merely contemplating it brought her immense satisfaction. With no mercy, she unleashed a direct strike aimed at Yan Qiao's nose. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao remained stationary, observing Yuan's attack. Her slender, fair hand formed into a fist, and a cold glint flashed in her beautiful brown eyes. As she deftly evaded Yuan's punch, she retaliated without hesitation, landing a solid blow squarely on Yuan's nose. Bang! After an afternoon of rigorous training, Yuan was unequivocally knocked down by Yan Qiao's punch. landing squarely on the ground, momentarily forgetting to cry out in pain. Her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Yan Qiao. Onlookers, including Feng Xiucheng, were equally stunned. Yan Qiao had actually struck Yuan? In an instant, all eyes converged on Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao merely shook her fist, glanced at the seated Yuan, and with an air of nonchalance remarked, "Director, your nose is crooked." Yuan, taken aback, raised her hand to touch the deformed silicone of her nose, her scream echoing like an air raid siren. My newly done nose." The entire directing team was astounded. Yuan had undergone cosmetic surgery? Wasn't she always proclaiming herself a natural beauty? What a scoop! Feng Xiucheng, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, wore an expression full of astonishment. His eyes darted and he rushed over to shield Yuan, using his jacket to conceal her face. "Yan Qiao, even if you dislike Yuan, you cannot strike her like that. Was it intentional?" Observing Feng Xiucheng's earnest and protective demeanor towards Yuan, Yan Qiao nearly felt as if she were in the midst of a melodramatic film set. With a slight furrow of her brow, she disdainfully cast a glance at Feng Xiucheng. "If your ears are of no use, consider donating them to someone in need." Amidst her wails, Yuan glared at Yan Qiao, a mix of urgency and fury flashing in her eyes, yet refraining from publicly reprimanding her. After all, she had just claimed that any injury was unrelated to the opponent, and the machine had recorded it all. Now, to use that as an excuse to pick a fight would indeed be quite embarrassing. However, how could Yan Qiao, who had clearly been absent all afternoon, possibly avoid the martial art taught by the instructor, renowned for its effectiveness? "Stop filming. Pause the recording. We need a doctor for 11023. The astonishing thickness of her skin. Yan Qiao's brown eyes displayed no sign of disturbance. "Are we discussing the issue of the actress having undergone cosmetic procedures, and now her nose is crooked?" "Yes, I concede, it is indeed a significant matter." Her voice, neither loud nor soft, was sufficiently audible for the entire directing team to hear clearly. The revelation of the newly acclaimed actress Yuan's cosmetic surgery was bound to be a sensational piece of gossip. Yuan's agent, with a face drained of color from anger, feigned calm as she directed the scene. "Quickly, take Wan to the hospital." The ensuing chaos was palpable. Feng Xiucheng, with a complex expression, gazed at Yan Qiao, his fists clenched. Although her delicate and exquisite face bore no visible changes, the emotion that once filled her gaze towards him had utterly vanished. Feng Xiucheng glanced at the departing Yuan, then at Yan Qiao, and after much hesitation, ultimately chose to accompany Yuan. "Thank you, Instructor Xiet, I will accompany Wan to the hospital." Observing Feng Xiucheng's solemn demeanor, Yan Qiao spoke up, "You should accompany Lu Ning to the hospital." The staff, having just endured a chaotic scene, instinctively turned their gazes toward Lu Ning. Typically a vibrant young idol, now appeared pallid, clinging to Qin Qing, barely able to stand. "I'm fine, just a bit of diarrhea." Lu Ning's voice was weak, as he repeatedly waved his hands in denial while leaning against Qin Qing. Curiously, he had always boasted robust health, yet this afternoon he had been plagued by relentless gastrointestinal distress. Unable to recover, he had merely managed to endure thus far due to his inherent resilience. Feng Xiucheng's heart sank, apprehensive that the blame might fall upon his beverage, and he quickly reached out to support Lu Ning. Lu Ning is still quite young. It's entirely possible he simply ate something that didn't agree with him. Yan Qiao shot a glance at Feng Xiucheng, signaling the director's team to take Lu Ning to the hospital. "Director, Lu Ning's condition appears rather serious. We are unaware of the cause." Her words caused beads of cold sweat to form on the director's brow. She was absolutely correct. Unlike Yuan, if Lu Ning encountered any issues within the military district, they would undoubtedly be held responsible. Furthermore, if a single incident involving Lu Ning were to jeopardize their relationship, regardless of whether it stemmed from poor dietary choices, the accountability would lie with the military district, making future collaborations for this variety show virtually impossible. Without hesitation, Instructor Xia hoisted Lu Ning onto his back and dashed towards the military hospital. The entire crew dispersed, with those associated with Yuan and Lu Ning scattering in every direction, leaving only Yan Qiao and Feng Xiucheng standing their ground. Feng Xiucheng's complexion paled, and he advanced swiftly, grasping Yan Qiao's wrist and demanding in a harsh tone, "What exactly do you intend to do? Must you resort to such tactics to force me into a relationship with you?" Yan Qiao cast a glance at his hand, unceremoniously executing a shoulder throw that sent Feng Xiucheng crashing to the ground. Twisting his arm behind his back, her voice was as cold as ice. "Do you believe you are worthy?" Yan Qiao had truly changed. Had his attempts at feigned indifference gone too far? Feng Xiucheng's eyes darted, and his tone softened. "You. Qiao, can we talk calmly? I will give you anything you want. I can even announce our relationship on Weibo right now." Yan Qiao frowned, astounded by the thickness of Fang Xiuqing's skin. TSK, what bad luck. Qiao, to be honest, I have always harbored feelings for you. I just haven't been ready to fully embrace it. How about this? Let us maintain a private understanding for now. And when the time is right, we can announce it, alright? Listening to Fang Xiuqing's incessant, almost self-indulgent rambling, Yan Qiao suddenly felt a wave of concern, worried that his foolishness might somehow infect her. She disdainfully released her grip on him and hastily retrieved her trusty wet wipes from her pocket. Diligently cleaning her hands, Fang Xiuqing, misinterpreting her actions as acquiescence, approached her with a smile. Qiao, did I promise to cherish you well from now on? Yan Qiao has an incredibly impressive relative who can lend tanks. If she can leverage this connection through Yan Qiao, coupled with her close association with the award-winning actress Yuan, her future in the entertainment industry would be limitless. With this thought in mind, Fang Xiuqing's smile bore a hint of sycophancy as he reached out to embrace Yan Qiao's shoulders. However, Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes caught his movement, and with a frown, she swiftly lifted her leg and kicked Fang Xiuqing squarely in the chest, exclaiming, "Get lost!" Before Fang Xiuqing could even register what had happened, he was propelled several meters away by the force of her kick. Clutching his chest, he collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Cough? Cough, cough. Had he been kicked because Yan Qiao was shy? Rubbing his painfully bruised chest and watching Yan Qiao turn away, Fang Xiuqing was filled with disbelief. Yan Qiao was indeed a peculiar individual. Her shyness was unlike that of an ordinary girl. Recalling the sensation of Yuan blushing and pounding her fist against her chest when shy, Fang Xiuqing pulled open his collar to inspect his injury. To his dismay, his chest was already marked with a distinct bruise in the shape of a foot, one that would take at least 10 days to fade. Meanwhile, a distance away, Yan Qiao was walking while scrubbing the soles of her shoes, fearful that Fang Xiuqing's grease might soil them. Disdain was evident in her tea-colored eyes as she muttered, "Ugh, what bad luck." After wiping her hands with a moist towelette and cleaning her shoes, she unceremoniously tossed the towelette into the trash. As she did, she was greeted by Li Qing, who was laughing so hard she could barely stand upright. With a thumbs up, she exclaimed, "Little ancestor, you are simply amazing. That was a well-deserved kick. I almost want to give him a few more myself." Li Qing had rushed over as soon as she learned of Yuan's incident, secretly observing the encounter between Yan Qiao and Fang Xiuqing. Initially, she worried that her little ancestor might be deceived by Fang Xiuqing's flowery words, but witnessing that solid kick put her mind at ease. "Alright, I've laughed enough, now let's get to business. I need to inform you that Lu Ning just found out he mistakenly ingested a large quantity of laxatives, and will need to be observed in the hospital for 3 days. Yan Qiao nodded in understanding, her tone calm. "What about public relations?" Li Qing pulled out a palm-sized notebook from her pocket, detailing the key points from an urgent meeting. "The production team hopes you can shoot a poster with Fu Ting's and promote it on Weibo." Shooting a poster with Fu Ting's? Indeed, with such a high-profile figure, it would be odd if he didn't promote it globally. Yan Qiao nodded. "I understand." Li Qing looked at Yan Qiao, her tone turning serious. "By the way, a friend of mine who manages operations mentioned that Yuan's team is starting to target you. You'd best be cautious. 0.025. Ignorance is bliss, your blessings are boundless as the East Sea." Yan Qiao adjusted her neck and smiled slightly. "Target me? I'm ready for them." That if Yan Qiao were to fear Yuan, she might as well change her surname. Li Qing, observing Yan Qiao's expression, felt a sense of relief. Given Yan Qiao's status, there was indeed little to fear. As she towel-dried her hair with one hand, Yan Qiao opened her phone, only to be bombarded by a barrage of new message notifications that nearly overwhelmed her screen. With her slender fingers tapping the display, she opened Weibo, only to find the trending headlines refreshing rapidly, creating a sensation akin to an explosion. The esteemed actress Yuan has withdrawn from the variety show due to injury. Yan Qiao and Yuan's discord. The fervent military drama has been suspended. A moment of nostalgia. Fu Ting's condescends to play the second male lead. Yan Qiao, the scheming vixen, should exit the entertainment industry. In this string of trending topics, Yan Qiao's name appears twice. Is this the strategy of Yuan's team? Yan Qiao scoffed as she clicked on the hashtag Yan Qiao, the scheming vixen, should exit the entertainment industry. Previously, I hadn't thought much of Yan Qiao. In fact, I found her quite appealing at first glance. However, I was taken aback to discover her true nature. Out of jealousy, she sought to mar Yuan's beauty. Indeed, it shocked me as well. Yuan is a newly crowned Best Actress, and Yan Qiao actually broke her nose, forcing her to undergo plastic surgery. Truly, she is the epitome of a scheming vixen. If such individuals existed in reality, I would certainly steer clear of them. This is nothing short of the behavior of a venomous femme fatale. I am resolutely turning against her. I care not for others' opinions. My sole concern is whether Yi Wan's face can ever return to its former glory. Are people really so thoughtless in their criticisms? Is everyone so one-sidedly supporting Yi Wan? The overwhelming tide of vitriol directed at Qiao makes me suspect that Yi Wan has hired an army of online trolls. Lacking the full picture, I shall refrain from commenting. As a supporter of Qiao, I await the reversal of fortunes. Qiao propped her forehead with one hand, scrolling through Weibo while perusing comments from her fans defending her. Unsurprisingly, she was met with a barrage of attacks from Yi Wan's supporters. An array of offensive language inundated her feed. Once regarded favorably, Qiao now found herself besieged by an avalanche of detractors, a truly pitiful sight. Qiao carefully scrolled through a few key posts. One claimed that Yi Wan was playing the victim to garner Weibo traffic. Another was from the official account of the variety show Fervent Military, announcing Yi Wan's injury and the show's suspension, yet it omitted any mention of the reason behind her injury, subtly insinuating blame towards Qiao. They cast all the blame onto Qiao, attempting to salvage a modicum of value and buzz for the suspended show. Qiao's chestnut-colored eyes narrowed slightly, her fingertips dancing across the screen as she posted, "Ignorance is bliss, you may enjoy boundless fortune, but please do not flaunt it before me." Mere seconds later, her freshly posted tweet skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics. Qiao's blessing. Meanwhile, Fu Ting's observed this sudden surge in trending topics, and the typically icy facade of his countenance briefly softened with a hint of affection. His striking eyes cast downward as he deleted an unpublished Weibo post. Perhaps this time, he should choose to gradually draw closer to his Qiao. 026. A reversal of reputation. Just as Qiao's tweet went live, the Beijing's undercover stability team sprang into action. "Sister Qiao, we cannot let this slide." Qiao. "Exactly. I can tell with my toes that it was that scoundrel who deliberately smeared our sister Qiao. Just say the word and we will blacken her Weibo account immediately." Qiao. "Are you foolish? If you blacken her account, it would only tarnish Sister Qiao's reputation. In my opinion, we should directly expose her plastic surgery information. Right now, our goal is to counter the smear against Sister Qiao. Does simply exposing her secrets suffice? Will that teach Yi Wan a lesson?" In the entertainment industry, fans often engage in such tactics, competing over whose scandals are more scandalous. Our dear Qiao Jia is as pure as a pearl, but that Yi Wan may not be so fortunate. Rest assured, once we make our move, she will undoubtedly falter. The only concern is that Qiao Jia might show mercy and refrain from going all out against her. Qiao observed the earnest discussions among her peers, a playful smile gracing her delicate features as she swiftly typed, "You're overthinking it. Just take action." "Got it. Just watch. Let them witness the prowess of our Beijing stability team." The group fell silent. However, on Weibo, an explosion ensued once more. Yi Wan plastic surgery. Not only were there images providing irrefutable evidence, but surveillance screenshots of Yi Wan entering cosmetic surgery clinics were meticulously arranged in chronological order. Alongside a plethora of before and after photos, there were even clear images of Yi Wan entering and exiting hotels with her financial backer, her distinct features unmistakably confirming her identity. This trending topic surged to the top, accumulating comments at a staggering rate of 400 to 500 per second, detonating like a bomb and awakening all those who had merely been spectators. What? Yi Wan underwent plastic surgery? And not just once but 6 or 7 times. Didn't she claim to be naturally endowed with such looks? Have I been deceived? My beloved actress Wan actually has a financial backer. My world is crumbling. Impossible. This must be Qiao's cunning scheme. Fans of Wan, do not be fooled. We must stand united. Are Yi Wan's fans still prancing about? I told you this situation would certainly have a twist. You deserve to see your world crumble. Victory for Qiao's supporters. The members of Yi Wan's team were on the verge of frantic despair. Was this a coordinated effort by Qiao's team? How did they obtain such information? Li Qing remained unperturbed. This was not the handiwork of Qiao's team but rather other female celebrities attempting to fish in troubled waters, seizing the opportunity to tarnish Wan's reputation. They decided to issue a clarifying statement from Yi Wan's account, regardless of whether anyone believed it. Better to release it and stabilize Yi Wan's fanbase while attempting to win over bystanders. Regardless of whether it was orchestrated by Qiao's team, they needed to cast aspersions on them. Yi Wan's agent furrowed her brow tightly, gripping her phone with a fierce intensity. Additionally, inform President Lin about this matter and have him intervene to have all the trending topics removed. President Lin was Yi Wan's financial backer, a prominent figure in the empire of Huaxia. Genuinely invested in Yi Wan's success, it was with his support that she ascended to the status of a rising actress. Indeed, President Lin promptly invested a substantial sum, successfully removing the related trending topics. Like a farcical spectacle that arrived and departed, Weibo returned to its tranquil state overnight. However, the revelation of Yi Wan's plastic surgery had irrevocably surfaced, and Yan Qiao instantly became the benchmark against which Yi Wan was compared, her reputation experiencing a dramatic reversal as the once celebrated actress became the subject of ridicule. Lying in bed, Yi Wan, her face swathed in bandages, bore an expression filled with hatred and malice. Yan Qiao, I will not let you escape my wrath. The following day, Yan Qiao proceeded to the film set as usual. Clad in military attire, she was met with a salute from the entire crew upon her arrival. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on Yan Qiao, and the director approached with a beaming smile, solemnly grasping her hand. Sister Qiao, you truly are the lucky star of our production team. Yan Qiao, bewildered, replied, Huh? The director, still smiling broadly, handed her the script. Thanks to you, our promotional budget has doubled overnight. And even before the film's release, it's already buzzing with excitement. It was then that Yan Qiao recalled that her affair with Yi Wan had trended on social media, inadvertently stirring up interest in the film. Coupled with Fu Ting's decision to play the second male lead, many netizens were already eagerly anticipating the movie. As Yan Qiao flipped through the script, she noted that today they would be filming the scene where the female and male leads join forces to infiltrate the enemy's camp. Where's Yi Hua? Yan Qiao closed the script and glanced around. Yi Hua was relatively seasoned in the entertainment industry, with commendable acting skills that left little room for criticism, after gaining some fame from a similarly themed film years ago. However, he had plateaued, relying on his past successes to navigate the present. His notoriety had not escalated, but his temperament had certainly soured. Just days ago, he had boycotted the opening ceremony due to his displeasure at having less screen time than Yan Qiao, and on the first day of filming, he had not even made an appearance. Thus, the entire crew held a dismissive attitude toward Yi Hua. The director's expression shifted as he rubbed his nose and gestured toward Yi Hua, who was seated in the shade, donning sunglasses and nonchalantly sipping coffee, surrounded by several attractive female assistants who were fanning him and massaging his legs. Yi Hua had noticed Yan Qiao's gaze and, removing his sunglasses, smirked at her with a feigned smile. Isn't this the leading lady who nearly caused a stir on Weibo yesterday? You actually came to shoot. Truly admirable. Despite being his cousin, Yi Wan, albeit distantly related, had certainly instilled a dislike for Yan Qiao in him. Yi Hua's tone sharpened. Why don't you teach me how to maintain such a thick skin even after having been humiliated? The director's expression froze as he instinctively looked at Yan Qiao. However, contrary to the director's expectations of discomfort, Yan Qiao remained unfazed. With her delicate, fair hands, she rolled the script and confidently approached Yi Hua. As she advanced, his female assistant stood up, and Yi Hua raised an eyebrow, about to speak but in the next moment, Yan Qiao kicked his chair away, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Infuriated, Yi Hua exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Yan Qiao cast a cool glance his way. One might think you were here to play the emperor. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to act well while being pampered? Yi Hua stood up, glaring at Yan Qiao while clenching his fists. If it weren't for the presence of so many crew members, he would have relished the opportunity to strike her at that moment. He understood why Yi Wan had repeatedly warned him against provoking Yan Qiao. The director, suppressing his hidden amusement, stepped in to mediate. Come, since this competitive spirit has emerged, let's focus on filming. Quickly 028. What color of roses do you prefer? With the director's prompt, Yi Hua, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to earnestly commence filming. This moment, Fu Ting's had yet to arrive, and Yi Hua clenched his fists, determined to captivate the entire crew with his acting prowess. However, the reality was from the start of shooting until now, only Yan Qiao had astonished the entire crew. Dressed in military attire, her poised demeanor showcased an air of fierce elegance, and the subtle intensity on her delicate, soft face drew viewers into her character. Particularly striking was the scene of her charging into enemy territory with a gun slung over her shoulder, portraying the valiant female soldiers of the Huaxia Empire with breathtaking clarity. The director, watching Yan Qiao's performance, nodded in satisfaction and gave her a thumbs up. The crew members echoed their praises in unison. Yet, only Yan Qiao herself understood that this was not mere acting. It was precisely because she had lived through such experiences that those close-up shots of her charge felt extraordinarily authentic and moving. The filming had yet to cease. As she observed the advancing enemy, Yan Qiao experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if she were not on a film set, but rather in a genuine battlefield. Steadying her emotions, she loaded her weapon while reciting her lines. We shall continue to charge. Even if it costs my life, we must prevail. But your life, I shall decide. A deep, resonant voice broke through the scene, momentarily stunning the entire crew. Clad in military garb, Fu Ting's emerged from behind a pillar. His stature accentuated by the uniform, appearing as if he had stepped out from the pages of a comic book, with an unmatched aura of gallantry. His cold peach blossom eyes locked onto Yan Qiao, exuding a warmth and tenderness unlike his usual icy demeanor. Even Yi Hua, gun in hand, found himself momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that his line? Yet the director did not call for a stop. The scene must continue. Yi Hua could only grit his teeth and endure. Yan Qiao furrowed her brow slightly, continuing with her lines. You decide. This is a battlefield, not an amusement park. Fu Ting smiled, striding closer to Yan Qiao in his military boots. What color of roses do you fancy? Yan Qiao was momentarily stunned. Neither the male lead nor the second male lead had this line in the script. Yi Hua, holding his gun, stood nearby, feeling like a fool, and turned to glare at the director. His eyes nearly popping out, but the director paid him no mind. Instead, he wore an expression of excitement, signaling for Yi Hua to remain silent. A film emperor is indeed a film emperor. Without a call for cut, let him continue. Compared to Yi Hua, the male lead, anyone would gravitate towards Fu Ting's. Thus, the director, far from finding fault with this impromptu alteration of the script, even tacitly approved it. Yan Qiao's character was a warrior whose heart was solely devoted to her country and its people, akin to her previous life. Fu Ting's gazed at Yan Qiao, his eyes brimming with affection. Then let us wait until the war concludes, and we shall choose a place to delve deeper into our discussion. Another line not found in the script. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes remained unfazed as she regarded the tender expression of Fu Ting's. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed that Fu Ting's truly harbored feelings for her. 029. I am here to support her, the director exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he intently focused on the monitor. Rubbing his hands together. It's simply perfect. This script has been revised brilliantly. The entire crew gathered around, captivated by the effects just captured on film. Yet, only Yi Hua seethed with indignation, glaring at Fu Ting's with a look that conveyed his suppressed fury. Teacher Ingdi, shouldn't you have informed me before stealing my lines? Fu Ting's didn't spare him a glance. Instead he gazed gently at Yan Qiao. Are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Yan Qiao casually set down her gun, stretching her neck with a sweet smile. Not at all. Yi Hua. He shouldn't be here. He should be under the car. Frustrated, Yi Hua pressed his lips together and strode forward, positioning himself directly in front of Yan Qiao. Lacking the courage to confront Fu Ting's, he unleashed his frustration upon Yan Qiao, furrowing his brow. Yan Qiao, aren't you afraid I'll expose a major scoop about you? Yan Qiao lifted her tea-colored eyes slightly, casting a faint glance his way. Even if you spill the beans, no one would care. Yi Hua felt a pang of distress in his chest. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly sensed a chill radiating from behind him. Turning around, he found Fu Ting's coldly regarding him, his icy peach blossom eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Locking onto Yi Hua like a predator poised to strike. Yi Hua's bravado instantly diminished, and he took a step back, awkwardly saying, Teacher Ingdi, even if you wish to assist Yan Qiao, you should at least be reasonable. Right? Fu Ting's tone was frigid. I have no intention of reasoning with Yan Qiao. Just as Yi Hua exhaled in relief, he witnessed Fu Ting's take a decisive step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yan Qiao. I am here to support her. Yan Qiao was momentarily taken aback, but from her angle, she could only see Fu Ting's cool and handsome profile. Conversely, Yi Hua's eyes nearly bulged from his head in disbelief as he glanced between Fu Ting's and Yan Qiao. When did their relationship become so intimate? Could this be considered his first-hand scoop about the Ingdi? Yi Hua's mind raced. So, Teacher Ingdi and Yan Qiao share this connection. They've really kept it well hidden. A hint of menace laced Yi Hua's smile, provoking Yan Qiao to roll her eyes. I haven't yet exposed your connection with Yuan. If you're willing, I could certainly unveil that for everyone to gossip about. No sooner had Yan Qiao's words left her lips than Yi Hua's expression shifted dramatically. Although Yuan had just emerged as a new leading actress, her reputation was already in decline on social media. Should it be revealed that he and Yuan were cousins, his own reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Yi Hua clenched his fists, preparing to glare at Yan Qiao, but under Fu Ting's icy stare, he nervously rubbed the back of his neck. The crew remained preoccupied with the monitor, oblivious to the tension unfolding. The only peculiarity was the way this esteemed Ingdi seemed utterly fixated on Yan Qiao, his gaze following her every movement without a hint of discretion. Even Fu Ting's manager, Han Yi, could no longer contain himself. Ancestor, could you please be mindful of your status? What happened to your impeccable virtue of being immune to temptation? Han Yi was clad in a floral shirt, one hand gracefully holding a cup of coffee intended for Fu Ting's, while the other hand helplessly adjusted the large framed glasses perched on his nose. His tone exaggerated to the extreme. Fu Ting's cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Han Yi to shrug. I was worried you might be suffering, but it seems you're rather enjoying yourself here. 030. Keep your distance from me. Fu Ting's turned to glance at Qiao, who was seated in the corner, engrossed in her script, a gentle warmth radiating from his eyes that could almost be seen dripping. Han Yi tilted his head, scrutinizing the notably different, aloof demeanor of Fu Ting's, and clicked his tongue. Don't deny it. You are indeed taken with that young lady, aren't you? Han Yi exclaimed. Well, well. No wonder Fu Ting's insisted on taking the role of the male lead second in this film. It was all for Qiao. He even insisted on meeting her at the hotel in the capital. I initially thought there was some kind of entanglement or grievance, but who would have guessed that this esteemed individual had developed a soft spot? Han Ye's face was alight with the expression of a bystander eager to witness the unfolding drama, elbowing Fu Ting's arm. Hey, so you two at the hotel in the capital. It was only when he noticed Fu Ting's frowning that Han Yi quickly covered his mouth. I understand. What is seen is not spoken of. Although we are colleagues, we are good brothers at heart. Leave this matter to me. I assure you I will keep this under wraps. At that moment, Qiao was surrounded by makeup artists retouching her look. Yet even during the breaks, she remained focused on her script. Her delicate, soft features, enhanced by the makeup artist's artistry, appeared both exquisite and spirited, particularly her rosy, supple lips which moved gracefully as she recited her lines, captivating Fu Ting's gaze regardless of her state. In Fu Ting's eyes, Qiao shone with an almost ethereal brilliance. Qiao's tea-colored eyes swiftly scanned the script, her face reflecting utmost seriousness, until a piercing scream disrupted her concentration, causing her to frown and look towards the source of the noise. A woman, clad in sunglasses, a mask and a baseball cap, was shouting at Fu Ting's, her empty coffee cup in hand. The liquid that should have been contained within now splashed across Fu Ting's chest. Ah! I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to check on the production. It's all my clumsiness. Let me help you clean that up. Yuan's tone was frantic as she hurriedly pulled out a tissue from her pocket, attempting to reach Fu Ting's. Yet, the glimmer of triumph in her eyes beneath the sunglasses betrayed her intentions, having heard in the hospital about Fu Ting's decision to take on the role of the male second lead. She seized the opportunity to visit Yihua's production, hoping to make an impression. After all, he was an internationally acclaimed actor, and if she could somehow win his favor, it would be far more advantageous than any wealthy benefactor. Particularly since Yuan viewed Fu Ting's as a cool and handsome figure, resembling a real-life domineering CEO, she concocted a scheme reminiscent of the melodramatic encounters found in romantic novels. By spilling coffee. She hoped this would garner Fu Ting's attention and affection. However, just as her hand neared him, he disdainfully recoiled. Fu Ting's coldly regarded her, his expression replete with displeasure. Keep your distance from me. Yuan mused, this isn't how the plot unfolds in those domineering CEO stories. In theory, shouldn't Fu Ting's be gazing at her with a devilishly charming expression, his voice low and resonant as he utters something like, my dear, you possess quite the audacity. Given the current circumstances, how should she respond? Yuan's hand froze mid-air, and an awkward tension immediately enveloped the atmosphere. Even Yihua averted his gaze, instinctively concealing his face behind the script in embarrassment. Are you truly yourself? Yuan, sensing the uncomfortable ambience, suddenly recalled the domineering CEO novel she had once devoured, realizing that the more awkward the situation, the deeper the impression it would leave on a man. With this thought in mind, she gathered her courage. Yuan lifted her chin defiantly and exclaimed, can't you speak properly? Why are you being so fierce? Fu Ting's furrowed his brows slightly, and an uncanny silence fell over the gathering as all eyes turned towards her. Even Qiao rested her delicate chin in her hand, thoroughly entertained. Was Yuan so engrossed in novels that she fancied herself the heroine? Yet, the scene was undeniably amusing. The humor was laced with a hint of the bizarre. Not only was Fu Ting's encountering such a woman for the first time, but even Han Yi stared at Yuan in bewilderment. Surely, she hadn't escaped from a mental institution. Yihua, too, felt that his face was being thoroughly embarrassed by his cousin and secretly clutched his script, contemplating a discreet exit. Yuan steeled herself and, gritting her teeth, declared, it's just a piece of clothing. I could always wash it for you. Surely, such words would establish a connection with Fu Ting's, right? In the eerily silent set, one could hear a pin drop, but suddenly, a chuckle erupted from a corner. All eyes pivoted towards the source of the sound. Qiao was partially concealing her face with the script, stifling her laughter. Don't look at me, I'm not the heroine. An award-winning actress is still an award-winning actress, effortlessly embodying the trope of a domineering CEO falling for me. Quite impressive, I must say. Yan Qiao's tone was dripping with sarcasm, prompting laughter from the crew, including the director. Even Fu Ting's eyes glimmered with amusement. Yet Yi Wan found herself blushing furiously. Initially masked, only Yi Hua recognized her, but now with Yan Qiao's exclamation, the entire set was aware of her folly. The empty coffee cup in Yi Wan's hand was on the verge of being crushed as she glared at Yan Qiao. But under the circumstances she had no choice but to raise her voice in denial. Who says I am Yi Wan? Yan Qiao rose to her feet, dramatically scrutinizing Yi Wan from head to toe. I merely remarked that your earlier performance rivaled that of an award-winning actress. I never claimed you were Yi Wan Dado, so the thespian we just witnessed was indeed the real Yi Wan? With that, she deliberately concealed her face with the script, feigning embarrassment. I sincerely apologize. If I mistook you, it must be due to the distance. Would you kindly remove your mask so I can see? Yi Wan's expression stiffened, her gaze darting towards Fu Ting's, attempting to feign ignorance of Yan Qiao's taunts and a pitiful tone. She implored, Teacher Fu, I truly did not mean to. Yan Qiao, observing Yi Wan's vulnerable demeanor, let a cold glint pass through her amber eyes, rolling her script into a cone and like a makeshift megaphone, directed it towards Yi Wan, calling out loudly, Are you really Yi Wan herself? Our crew does not permit unauthorized individuals to enter. Yan Qiao's voice drew the attention of every crew member, and even a few security guards responsible for maintaining order were lured into the scene. The burly guards, upon hearing her words, hastily approached wielding their rubber batons, their expressions fierce. Miss, we kindly request that you remove your mask. Yi Wan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yearning for assistance from Fu Ting's, but Fu Ting's tactfully turned his face away. Discreetly coughing into his fist to stifle his amusement, the more flustered and evasive Yi Wan became, the more suspicious the diligent security guards appeared. In a fleeting moment, she genuinely contemplated removing her mask and sunglasses to boldly admit her identity. However, she knew that such a candid admission would only provide Yan Qiao an opportunity to mock her further. Yi Wan bit her lip, raising her eyes to the guards before her, and repeatedly gestured. You misunderstand, I am actually. As she spoke, she gently pushed her sunglasses up, hoping the guards would recognize her eyes and let the matter rest. The guards had already begun to regard Yi Wan as a misguided fan who had infiltrated the crew through connections, and their expressions grew increasingly menacing. Miss, if you cannot prove your identity, we will have no choice but to ask you to leave the premises. Yi Wan felt as though her teeth might shatter from frustration as she glared at Yan Qiao. Yet she could not afford to admit her true identity in this situation. Stammering for words, she finally stamped her foot in determination, resolutely denying that she was Yi Wan. I am not Yi Wan. I am merely a fan seeking an autograph. Yan Qiao, observing Yi Wan's reaction, was entirely unfazed. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Yi Wan with her script, she declared, Do not flatter yourself. Someone who disregards the rules to sneak into the crew has no right to call herself a fan. Yan Qiao's gaze sharpened. You even spilled coffee on the leading actor. If all fans behaved like you, would the crew even be able to film? Have you lost all sense of decency in your obsession? You even attempted to impersonate Yi Wan to evade detection. Do you realize the tremendous damage your actions could inflict on teacher Yi Wan's reputation? With her script tapping against her palm, her delicate features bore an expression of seriousness, yet to Fu Ting's, she appeared undeniably charming. From the perspective of the crew, Yan Qiao was simply delivering a stern lesson to a misguided fan attempting to impersonate Yi Wan. In the entertainment industry, it was not uncommon for crews to encounter disruptive fans, yet few celebrities possessed the audacity to confront them as openly as Yan Qiao did. After all, fans were the lifeblood of an actor's career, and most stars preferred to turn a blind eye. Rarely did someone like Yan Qiao take a firm stance. In that moment, the entire crew, including the director, instinctively felt that Yan Qiao's stature had been elevated significantly. Some even discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the scene. Only Fu Ting, standing a short distance away, watched Yan Qiao, who was fervently admonishing Yi Wan, with eyes brimming with affection. The pair of cool, peach blossom eyes shimmered with tenderness, rendering Han Yi somewhat unable to avert his gaze. It was a disaster. The film emperor had indeed fallen into the abyss of love. Only Yi Wan, reprimanded by Yan Qiao until her hands trembled, forced herself to feign comprehension, nodding incessantly in acknowledgement of her mistakes. I am truly sorry. Internally, she was seething with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless against Yan Qiao. After all, she had willingly embraced the identity of an illegitimate fan, and thus deserved the scorn. Once Yan Qiao had vented her frustrations, she pointed towards the exit of the set. This is your only warning. You may leave now. Yuan thought to herself that it was finally over, just as she was about to bow and make her escape, when a security guard unceremoniously grabbed her arm and dragged her away. The stark contrast of the situation caused Yuan to internally scream, "Yin Qiao, you wretched woman! Just wait and see!" In an effort to regain her composure, Yin Qiao, script in hand, tapped it against her palm. Watching with a smirk as Yuan was escorted out, she had it coming. Not far off, the director, having witnessed the commotion, began searching for someone. "Where is Yi Hua? I need to make some adjustments to the script. Where is he?" Yin Qiao surveyed the area but did not find Yi Hua, nor did she dwell on it, as encountering script changes during filming was quite commonplace. However, with the script altered, the timeline for completing the shoot became uncertain. Unable to locate the already absent Yi Hua, the director stood at the center of the set, hands on his hips, shouting, "Listen up, Teacher Fu's costume has been ruined. We need to pause filming for a moment and have the screenwriter revise the script, while preserving as many existing shots as possible." Yin Qiao, wearing an expression that suggested she had anticipated this turn of events, shrugged her shoulders, gathered her belongings and departed. Such was Yin Qiao's work ethic. If one was not proactive at the end of the day, there was something amiss. As a result, by the time Fu Ting's emerged from changing, there was no trace of Yin Qiao left on set. Seated in Li Qing's car, Yin Qiao fanned herself, her tone unruffled. "Am I trending again? So be it." A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. "Are they talking about me? I shall see what they have to say." She retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened Weibo's trending headlines. Bold letters proclaimed, "Yin Qiao reprimands fans," followed by the fiery hot tag, indicating this topic was rapidly ascending the trending charts. Upon clicking it open, she found the comments section flooded with laughter from various fan groups. "Sister Qiao is amazing. I love her fierce attitude. I admire Sister Qiao's character. Illegitimate fans should not be coddled. They deserve to be reprimanded, so they understand that celebrities have their own lives. I'm just worried Sister Qiao might attract unwanted attention and face retaliation. Is she being too straightforward? Protect our Qiao Qiao. Anyone who dares to touch her will have to reckon with me. I'm rather curious about that woman. Which fanbase does she belong to? This has made it to trending. How embarrassing. Is there anyone brave enough to claim her? She must be a fervent admirer of the film Emperor. I heard she was pretending to be Yuan before Yin Qiao put her in her place." Pretending to be Yuan. Surprisingly, she does resemble her quite a bit. The more I look, the more it seems like she could be Yuan's stand-in. If Yuan finds out, she will be furious enough to go through another makeover. Ha 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 ha, you are truly ruthless. I am nearly in stitches. Others may be oblivious, but can Yin Qiao possibly be unaware? Li Qing, chuckling, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Qiao Qiao, how did I not notice your sharp tongue before? I fear Yuan can only weep in silence now." Yin Qiao merely smiled faintly, idly toying with her phone, choosing not to elaborate further. Compared to Yuan, her thoughts were more preoccupied with that Fu Ting's. Although she had left the set, the tender and lingering gaze of Fu Ting's occasionally resurfaced in her mind, accompanied by his words, "What color of rose do you like?" How had she succumbed to such brainwashing? She was no lovesick fool. No more thoughts of him. Yin Qiao rubbed her temples, attempting to banish Fu Ting's face from her mind. The author has something to say. 034. Is it not feasible to simply bombard them directly? Meanwhile, having already seen the trending topic, Yuan was so enraged that her freshly done nose was on the verge of becoming crooked again. She slammed her phone down in front of her, crossed her arms and sat on the chair, her chest heaving with anger. That vile woman Yin Qiao, I must make her pay. In the future, the entertainment industry will have her without me, or me without her. In stark contrast to Yuan's fury, Feng Xiucheng appeared remarkably composed. He peeled a segment of orange for Yuan, glanced at the content on her phone and smiled gently. Wan, do not be upset. Anger will only give you wrinkles. We still have scenes to shoot, right? Be good. Why Yuan took a bite of the orange from Feng Xiucheng's hand, her expression still brimming with indignation. Did you not say you had a way to deal with her? Speak up. Despite Yuan's outburst, Feng Xiucheng maintained his smile. If she wishes to build a persona, let her do so. Public opinion on Weibo is ever-changing, yet a person's instinctive reactions remain constant. In stark contrast to his demeanor before Yin Qiao, Feng Xiucheng was excessively flattering and gentle in Yuan's presence, and the two had now firmly aligned themselves on the same side. Feng Xiucheng nodded with a smile. Wan, how astute you are. A person as coarse and uncouth as her will inevitably tarnish her own reputation. I believe no fan would admire her in such a state. Yuan's mind was already envisioning Yin Qiao's downfall, her smile growing ever more triumphant. Meanwhile, Feng Xiucheng embraced Yuan, contemplating how to leverage her connections for his own ascent. though both wore expressions of affection. They each harbored their own ulterior motives. At this juncture, Li Qing received a phone call while in the car. Yan Qiao was engrossed in a game on her phone, occasionally glancing at Li Qing, whose expression was growing increasingly grave. Yan Qiao absent-mindedly nodded. Li Qing furrowed his brow in concern. It was Yiwan who recommended you after she declined the offer. I worry there may be a trap involved. Yan Qiao continued to nod, still appearing distracted. Li Qing sighed. Never mind, she has always been headstrong. If she does not wish to go, she will simply decline later. Qiao, what are you thinking about? Only then did Yan Qiao lift her head to look at Li Qing, her tone earnest. I was contemplating how to swat away that bothersome fly most efficiently. Li Qing swallowed hard. All right, she was well aware of her family's little prodigy's prowess. If she set her mind to it, there was nothing beyond her reach. Yan Qiao casually exited the game, stretching her neck. Isn't it just a live reality show? After all, it's all for the show. I'll dazzle them. Li Qing chuckled at Yan Qiao's remark, nodding helplessly. Just be careful. I fear you might inadvertently land a stray punch on the master. If you happen to injure him, who will I turn to for an explanation to the Lord? What era is this, still relying on fists? Why not just bombard them with artillery? Yan Qiao smiled faintly, her hazel eyes sparkling with amusement, sending shivers down Li Qing's spine. Truly, the daughter trained by the goddess of war from the Huaxia Empire exuded a bravado unmatched by ordinary girls. 3 men and 3 women. 6 guests settled into a house, designated as a love observation room to undertake various tasks, with communal areas like the living room and dining room under 24-hour live broadcast. The audience could also interact with the guests through bullet comments. Besides Feng Xiuqing, there were familiar faces like Lu Ning and Qin Qing. The rest were strangers to Yan Qiao, but it mattered little, since Feng Xiuqing and Yiwan had joined forces to thrust themselves before her. She was indifferent. Even if they were 2 strands of rope, Yan Qiao could effortlessly toss them into a heap of refuse. What nonsense! The next day, a bus adorned with the emblem of romantic effects arrived punctually at Yan Qiao's villa. Feng Xiuqing disembarked with a broad smile, eagerly offering to carry Yan Qiao's luggage. Qiao, we truly hit it off. As he spoke, he climbed aboard the vehicle, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. The atmosphere thick with tension. A bullet comment from one of Feng Xiuqing's fans broke the silence, lamenting, Yan Qiao's emotional intelligence is so low. My heart aches for our Changgu. Yet, in an instant, this comment was drowned out by others marveling at Yan Qiao's beauty, hardly anyone paying heed to the earlier incident. Nevertheless, Sister Qiao is simply too stunning. Any pose she strikes could grace a wallpaper. I hereby declare myself a fan of Yan Qiao's beauty. As long as she remains youthful, I shall not waver. My heart goes out to the female guests sharing the frame with Yan Qiao. Their looks utterly pale in comparison, haha. Gazing at the interactive screen at the front of the bus, vibrant bullet comments floated by, mostly praising Yan Qiao's looks. As soon as Yan Qiao settled in and glanced at the comments, she offered a mild smile. Hello, everyone. Lu Ning and Qin Qing greeted her warmly, but the other 2 female guests pursed their lips in displeasure. Though they themselves boasted considerable beauty before Yan Qiao, they felt as if they were being thoroughly overshadowed. How could this not breed jealousy? Only Feng Xiuqing, though displeased internally, maintained a smile on his face. Qiao, I'm the head of the observation room this time. If you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me. Without raising her head, Yan Qiao replied, if Lu Ning has another bout of diarrhea, can you take him directly to the hospital? As the words left her lips, Lu Ning chuckled in agreement. As Feng Xiuqing found himself entangled in the underlying implications, he discerned a hint of menace in Yan Qiao's tone. A chill surged through his spine, and the bruises on his chest, remnants of previous encounters, throbbed anew. It was evident that Yan Qiao was not someone to be trifled with. With a forced smile that barely touched his lips, Feng Xiuqing awkwardly settled into his seat. His gaze fixed intently on the interactive screen, desperately seeking a few disparaging comments directed at Yan Qiao. 036. Are you here to assist or to cause trouble? Yet none appeared. Ideally, he wished for comments that would render her irreparably tarnished. The moment Yan Qiao spoke, Feng Xiuqing sensed an opportunity. He quickly donned a facade of feigned cheerfulness. That wasn't my intention. I merely observed that you seemed to be suddenly. The screeching sound of the bus coming to an abrupt halt interrupted Feng Xiuqing's words. The unexpected jolt, coupled with inertia, caused the other passengers to collide painfully with one another, resulting in a chorus of cries within the bus. Help! Someone save us! With a bus full of celebrities, who could bear the repercussions of a mishap? The driver, flustered and at a loss, pounded the dashboard in despair. I don't know what happened, everything just stopped functioning. The only recourse was to call for a tow truck. In stark contrast, Yan Qiao remained composed in her seat, not a single strand of hair out of place, a striking difference from the two female guests beside her, who winced in pain with a slight lift of her tea-colored gaze. Yan Qiao assessed the eager Feng Xiuqing and spoke without hesitation. The screeching sound was merely a distraction. The issue lies within the engine. Instantly, a flurry of admiration flooded the comments section. Does Qiao also know how to fix cars? The other guests on the bus were taken aback. Feng Xiuqing was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that Yan Qiao would actually solicit his assistance. With a quiet scoff in his heart, he maintained his smile and disembarked after her. The production team hastily adjusted the live camera. Quickly, follow them. Capture their interaction. This unforeseen circumstance caught everyone off guard. No one had anticipated the bus would encounter problems mid-journey. Yet, it was equally surprising that Yan Qiao would proactively request Feng Xiuqing's help. The comment section erupted in a way. Didn't they just have a falling out a few days ago? I heard Feng Xiuqing even got beaten up and stopped filming. Now they seem just fine? You all shouldn't just focus on appearances. I sense something amiss. I heard after Feng Xiuqing left the crew, he seamlessly transitioned to Yuan's, and then Yuan had a falling out with Qiao. Think about it. I see it now. Is Feng Xiuqing a kept man? What nonsense. My Changgu is not that kind of person. As the discussion escalated, the number of comments surged dramatically with an undercurrent of argumentative tension brewing. Yan Qiao, unfazed by the commotion, rolled up her sleeves and directly opened the bus's engine compartment, scrutinizing the dust-laden engine system with earnest diligence, commencing her troubleshooting. Meanwhile, Feng Xiuqing stole a glance at the comments on the interactive screen, cleared his throat, and wrench in hand approached Yan Qiao with his back to the camera. Qiao, allow me to assist you. In that moment, from the audience's perspective, the proximity between Feng Xiuqing and Yan Qiao appeared to suggest a certain intimacy, reminiscent of a clandestine connection hidden beneath the engine cover. Yan Qiao held the recently detached carbon canister, casting a fleeting glance at the imposing face before her, and with a cold smirk remarked, "Are you here to assist or to create chaos?" With a sudden burst, Feng Xiuqing, caught off guard, found his face doused in the residual gasoline vapors from the canister. "Indeed, I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it?" Yan Qiao shook the canister in her hand, her expression unruffled. "You were too close, making it easy to get sprayed. Gasoline is not easy to wash off." Feng Xiuqing was momentarily stunned, reaching up to touch his face. In disbelief, he stared at the sticky black substance smeared on his hand, and his anger flared up instantly. "Yan Qiao, what do you mean by this?" His furious shout shattered the myriad speculations in the comments section, which erupted in laughter. "This is hilarious. Earlier, someone called him a pretty boy, and now he has a little black face. Ha 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 ha, how cruel. It's tragic. Yet I can't help but laugh. I feel the same. I even want to donate a towel for him to wipe his face. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who thinks it's rather low class for him to be so angry at Qiao? You are not alone. I share that sentiment. Qiao kindly offered to help with the car, and he just stood there, unable to contribute, yet he still yells at her? Exactly. Who heard Qiao's remark? If you're not helping, why create trouble? Indeed, after causing chaos, he still blames Qiao as Feng Xiuqing out of his mind. Feng Xiuqing shot a glance at the interaction screen, his chest nearly bursting with rage as he glared fiercely at Yan Qiao. Are you doing this on purpose? Yan Qiao, engrossed in inspecting the engine and nearly burrowing into the motor cover, finally emerged at the sound of his voice, her delicate and soft face adorned with confusion. Huh. With her tea-colored eyes fixed on Feng Xiuqing, her brows slightly furrowing, she revealed a look of incredulity. Yes, I did it on purpose. I deliberately sabotaged the bus just to spray you. What are you going to do about it? Feng Xiuqing's fury intensified. The comment section erupted with even more laughter. Can you be any more foolish? Can't you see our Qiao Jie is already speechless? Exactly, I saw the behind-the-scenes footage from the official Weibo of the passionate soldier. This Feng Xiuqing seems utterly useless. One wonders what he is even doing. That I saw that footage too. He is probably just there to make pickled fish. Ha ha ha. Did the sister see how Qiao retorted to him? It's both sour and unnecessary. It cracks me up. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere in the comments, Feng Xiuqing was on the verge of an explosion, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Yan Qiao. If it were possible, he would love to strangle her on the spot. But sadly, he could hardly even win a fight against Yan Qiao. Accepting a wet towel from the props team, he silently wiped his face. Enduring the humiliation, he would never believe that Yan Qiao wasn't doing it intentionally. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao, under the watchful eye of the camera, skillfully and efficiently disassembled the faulty components, Her soft and delicate face was etched with seriousness, and even while engaging in such thankless tasks, she displayed no sign of complaint, earning the admiration of both the production team and the audience. 10 minutes later, Qiao closed the mechanical lid. All right, the bus can function normally now. The barrage of comments erupted into a chorus of praise. Sister Qiao is amazing. I love Sister Qiao. Who knows which lucky fellow has benefited from Qiao Qiao's prowess? I hope Qiao Qiao's gender isn't too strictly defined. I also want to strive for a chance. Sob. 038. Let us go to hell with it. The other two female guests exchanged glances as they observed the comments on the interactive screen, their expressions immediately shifting to something less than favorable. This Qiao certainly knows how to steal the limelight. More importantly, the two of them, alongside Yuan, were artists from the same agency, and Yuan has recently ascended to the status of a new leading actress. Who wouldn't want to cling to such a significant figure? The two female guests exchanged a knowing smile. Just as Qiao settled into her seat, one of them approached and sat beside her. Wearing a radiant smile, "Hello Qiao, I'm Bai Yuyu. Since we're not in the same company, you might not have seen me before." Bai Yuyu endeavored to appear as amiable as possible. However, Qiao merely lifted her tea-colored eyes and glanced at her indifferently. Hello, she remembered this woman. Although she shared the same agency as Yuan, she initially started as a third-tier star but ultimately surpassed Yuan in her career trajectory. How she managed to climb the ranks remains a mystery. Yet, one thing was certain. This Bai Yuyu was akin to a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, harboring ulterior motives. Noticing that Qiao showed no inclination to engage her in conversation, Bai Yuyu remained unfazed by the apparent awkwardness and casually settled beside Qiao, initiating dialogue. Qiao, I heard that the house we're staying in is a renowned haunted mansion in the capital, selected by online votes, and it seems rather frightening. What was it called again? As Bai Yuyu spoke, she exaggeratedly inched closer to Qiao, as if they were long-lost sisters from a previous life. Qiao cast a sidelong glance at her and coldly shifted away. Simultaneously, she took out her phone and opened Baidu, Tolstoy Manor. As she perused the information that popped up on her screen, Qiao couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. The Tolstoy Manor, once a famous tourist attraction, had become infamous as a haunted house due to a series of semi-authentic supernatural events. It was quite puzzling that online voters would choose such a place for the guests to reside. The bus continued its journey towards Tolstoy Manor. Already, the scenery outside the window was captivating. The endless fields, overgrown with wildflowers and a chaotic melange of reds and yellows due to neglect, created a picturesque European pastoral landscape that was uniquely charming. The guests hadn't even entered the manor yet, but they were already marveling from the bus. Wow, it's so beautiful! Bai Yuyu chimed in. If it weren't for the haunted house label, I would have considered buying this place. Qiao gazed at the building enveloped by shrubs, discreetly assessing her surroundings. It was a quintessential European villa, adorned with white walls and a red roof, featuring a once grand but now rusted wrought iron gate. Scattered around were several cameras, evidently arranged by the production team in advance. If all goes as expected, the interior of the house should also be equipped with cameras prior to their arrival. Overall, Qiao felt quite content with her living environment. With a creak, the bus finally came to a halt. Qiao stretched languidly and, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, expressionless, was the first to disembark, carrying her belongings. Let us go to hell with it. 039. Did you come from Dunhuang? Bai Yuyu and another female guest turned pale at the question. Qiao, you certainly have a way with words. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, Qiao doesn't seem scared at all. Perhaps she is pretending. Generally, the stronger individuals are. The more they tend to feign indifference. I'm quite curious whether this manor is truly haunted. I wish to know that too. I once contemplated visiting here but was deterred by the horrifying tales online. I'm even more eager to find out who would choose to reside here. It's utterly reckless, yet I adore it. So do I. I don't plan to sleep tonight. Who wouldn't want to see beautiful women scream in a haunted house? You're quite the pervert, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Lu Ning and Qin Qing were engrossed in lively conversation, only responding with a cheerful coming bro. When called by Fang Xiuqing, upon opening the grand doors of the Tolstoy Manor, they realized they had overestimated the production team. Out of the 6, 5 were utterly astonished. The swirling dust and thick layers of grime prompted Bai Yuyu to wave her hand dismissively. My goodness. This is exceptionally filthy. Fang Xiuqing frowned deeply and coughed twice while surveying the surroundings. It must be due to its abandonment. Although the furniture is intact. Cough, it's far too dirty. Qiao glanced at the cameras affixed to the ceiling and the interactive screens mounted on the walls. then surveyed the soiled furniture. Fortunately, despite the dirtiness, the place was well equipped. Although the production team hadn't tidied up the house for them, they had set up brand new kitchenware in the kitchen for their use. Under the piercing gaze of Bai Yuyu, Feng Xiuqing addressed the director in a conciliatory tone. Director, this place is truly too filthy. Could we perhaps call in a cleaning lady before moving in? Feng Xiuqing's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He certainly did not wish to clean this place. The Tolstoy manor was vast, and in such a filthy state, it was uncomfortable to even stand in the living room. Gritting his teeth, he decided to view this as an opportunity to establish his persona. Turning around, he feigned a look of regret and raised his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we must clean up ourselves. Another female guest let out a playful ah, while Bai Yuyu quickly donned a smile. No worries, we must rely on ourselves in all matters. Feng Xiuqing pretended to be in a quandary, casting a probing glance at Yan Qiao. So, Qiao, do you have any objections? Although it was merely a slight gesture, it was sufficient to give the audience the impression that Yan Qiao was entirely unaccustomed to manual labor. In truth, Yan Qiao had silently rolled up her sleeves, casting a cold glance in his direction, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Are you from Dunhuang, given the plethora of murals? Feng Xiuqing was utterly unprepared for Yan Qiao to speak so candidly before the camera. A lump lodged in his throat, neither swallowable nor spit out able, leaving him to stew in his own frustration. You Yan Qiao, just wait for the backlash. Suppressing his irritation, Feng Xiuqing turned his gaze towards the interactive screen. 040. You certainly know how to take things personally. Wow, did Qiao Jie just throw shade at Feng Xiuqing? It's not just shade, she might as well have directly berated him. Though I also think Feng Xiuqing tends to ramble. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for Yan Qiao to say that on camera? Who says Chenggu rambles? Chenggu is such a gentle and considerate person, why should he be subjected to scorn? The comments in the barrage hinted at brewing discord, yet they lacked the vitriol Feng Xiuqing had anticipated. Was Yan Qiao's reputation truly that impeccable? Feng Xiuqing felt a surge of indignation, suppressing his ire. He donned the cleaning gloves that the props team had prepared, a reluctant smile directed at the production crew. No wonder you wouldn't let us call for cleaning staff. It seems this was all part of your meticulously plotted scheme. You delightful rascals, however. His smile came across as excessively oily, making Yan Qiao feel as though she had consumed several pounds of grease and then been tossed into an oil drum. Not only Yan Qiao, but the barrage was also filled with a chorus of incredulous ellipses. Someone even nicknamed Feng Xiuqing greasy person with a furrowed brow. Yan Qiao forcefully sprayed dish soap onto her gloves. This is exceedingly greasy. One might think it had been soaked in a tank of oil. Feng Xiuqing's expression darkened, and he addressed Yan Qiao in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. Yan Qiao, isn't this a bit excessive? I was merely joking to amuse everyone. His countenance grew even more grim. Must you speak in such a manner? Does causing others harm bring you such delight? Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly, her gaze resembling that of someone observing a fool, as she pointed toward the brass window lock in the living room. Following her gesture, Feng Xiuqing's eyes fell upon the lock, which was encrusted with a thick layer of grease, seemingly applied by the props team to ensure smooth operation. Yan Qiao furrowed her brow, her amber-hued eyes glancing at Feng Xiuqing with a hint of disdain. Who would have thought? You seem rather adept at taking things to heart. The barrage erupted in laughter. Oh my, not only is he greasy, but he's also so confident. Where does this comedic genius Feng Xiuqing come from? I can hardly contain my laughter. Does causing others distress truly bring you such joy? Ha 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 ha, yet again, another bizarre point of humor. Faced with the mocking comments, Feng Xiuqing could only channel his indignation into determination, exerting every ounce of strength to tackle the task at hand. Yan Qiao, meanwhile, acted as if he were invisible, diligently attending to her own responsibilities with methodical precision. Only Bai Yuyu, her gaze flitting between Yan Qiao and Feng Xiuqing, recalled the incident involving Yan Qiao and Yuan on Weibo. Pursing her lips as an idea formed in her mind, seizing the opportunity while Feng Xiuqing stepped away from the camera's view, Bai Yuyu boldly approached him. Changgu, I noticed that Qiao seems quite exhausted from cleaning the windows by herself. Perhaps you should lend her a hand. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance towards the window. Feng Xiuqing followed her gaze, observing Yan Qiao perched on a ladder, diligently wiping the windows. The height of the building was considerable, and the living room windows were elevated as well. A fall from such a height could certainly result in serious injury. This new tactic is utterly pathetic, he mused. However, this time Feng Xiuqing was not foolish enough to offer his assistance. After all, he found it hard to believe that Bai Yuyu, who had approached him so readily, harbored no ill intentions towards Yan Qiao. With a slight smile, he feigned weakness, steadying himself against the wall. Yuyu, it's not that I don't wish to help, but the numerous tasks along the way have left me quite fatigued, and I simply cannot climb the ladder. He then gestured towards Bai Yu. Why not the two of you work together on this? I can remain below to ensure your safety. Bai Yu smiled, waving her hands dismissively. Oh no, you see how well Qiao is doing. It would be inappropriate for me to steal her thunder. The two engaged in a verbal spar, each harboring ulterior motives while vying for the other to assist Yan Qiao, fully aware of each other's intentions. Eventually, their exchange culminated in a mutual knowing smile. As Bai Yu turned to leave, she did not forget to add with a hint of significance. Changgu, Sister Wanwan's affections are not easily won. She has many eyes watching her. Watching Bai Yu depart. Fang Xiuqing's gaze flickered with calculation, a disdainful smile gracing his lips before he reverted to his usual demeanor, resuming his tasks. Just as Yan Qiao finished wiping one window and was about to change the water, Bai Yu, with a broom and dustpan in hand, casually approached the ladder. She glanced at the camera, feigned sweeping the floor, and subtly shifted the ladder. Seizing the moment to bend down, she stealthily loosened a screw. Then, with an air of nonchalance, she departed, carrying a dustpan filled with debris. Although this all transpired in a blind spot, sharp-eyed viewers in the comments section still detected something amiss. The ladder's position has changed. I suspect a conspiracy. Could Bai Yu have tampered with it? Perhaps she wants us to think that. Goodness, must we always assume the worst of others? Is this a palace intrigue? Qiao, don't climb the ladder. Check it first. Yes. One must remain vigilant. Qiao, please inspect the ladder for any modifications. Qiao, don't go up. Hurry, check it out. However, with Yan Qiao's capabilities, she would easily discern any irregularities in the ladder's stability, even without glancing at the interaction screen. Is this truly the new strategy? How utterly feeble, she thought, a subtle smirk gracing her lips as she disregarded the loosened screw. Unfazed, she ascended the ladder with her water basin, while the comments section underwent a shift in tone. Where were those who had previously presumed ill intent? Who claimed Yan Qiao's ladder had been tampered with? It seems perfectly fine. Why must one always project their own darkness onto others? The once anxious fans of Yan Qiao now fell silent, hesitant to voice their worries. Fang Xiuqing covertly observed Yan Qiao, eagerly anticipating the moment she would fall. Meanwhile, Bai Yu gazed in astonishment at Yan Qiao, who remained remarkably steady while internally questioning, was the screw not loosened enough? Surely not. Yet witnessing Yan Qiao's unwavering stance, Bai Yu began to doubt whether she had executed her scheme correctly. Almost instinctively, she moved closer to Yan Qiao, intent on discerning whether her ladder was indeed faulty. However, upon noticing Bai Yu approaching, Yan Qiao's amber eyes glinted with a hint of coldness that in the next instant. Without hesitation, she doused Bai Yu with an entire basin of soapy water. Splash! Standing beneath the ladder, Bai Yu was thoroughly drenched by the deluge. She shrieked, retreating as her formerly voluminous, curly hair clung to her face and body, rendering her a veritable drenched chicken. A smirk tugged at Yan Qiao's lips as she prepared to speak, only to see Bai Yu instinctively reach out to steady the ladder. There was no need for force. The screw fell away effortlessly, and with a mournful creak, the ladder began to collapse. The very ladder Yan Qiao was standing on was on the verge of disintegration. The audience was so taken aback that they barely had time to comment. They collectively held their breath, anxiously watching Yan Qiao perched precariously above such a height. A fall could easily result in grave injury. Even Fang Xiuqing, who had been intently monitoring the situation, had his eyes light up, ready to rush forth in a show of concern. In that fleeting moment, Yan Qiao astonishingly leapt down from the ladder. A remarkably swift and graceful descent, she landed firmly on the ground behind her. The ladder crumbled under the absence of a screw. Those in the living room were momentarily stunned by the scene. Yet, the comments erupted. Holy moly! Did Qiao just jump down from up there? Incredible! It was like a scene from a movie. No exaggeration, Sister Qiao could do action scenes without a stunt double, right? Her reflexes were astonishing. That leap was too cool. Everyone, let us not focus solely on Yan Qiao. Can we spare a thought for our innocent Yu who got splashed? If you hadn't mentioned Bai Yu, I would have forgotten. Wasn't it her doing that caused the ladder to collapse? Exactly. Some even accused us of conspiracy theories. Now that the ladder is genuinely broken, isn't that a slap in the face? If it weren't for Qiao's skills, who knows what kind of injuries we might be dealing with now? Yet there are still people who think this is trivial. Just getting close to the ladder is called foul play. Indeed, those who suspect conspiracy will see plots everywhere. The whole world should steer clear of your Qiao to avoid being framed. The number of comments on the interactive screen surged once more. However, those in the living room were too preoccupied to glance at the screen, surrounding Yan Qiao and Bai Yu with concern. especially Feng Xiuqing. Qiao, are you alright? You scared me to death. If something had happened to you, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Yan Qiao brushed off her hands and raised her amber gaze to meet Feng Xiuqing's gentle expression. The insincerity in his eyes was glaringly evident in that moment. Yan Qiao recalled the face of Feng Xiuqing she had seen in her previous life during a livestream guilt. Feng Xiuqing likely does not even know how to write the word guilt. With a furrowed brow, Yan Qiao suddenly felt a wave of nausea. You feel guilty? Did you not break the ladder? Feng Xiuqing was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Bai Yuyu, who was drying her hair and also met his gaze. Their eyes locked, and they shared a tacit yet awkward smile. Bai Yuyu took the initiative to ease the tension. Qiao, no one wishes for such incidents to occur. Let's not engage in this game of words. Yan Qiao shot a glance at Bai Yuyu, a cold sneer forming in her heart. So, they are in cahoots now. With an expressionless face, Yan Qiao replied coldly, normal people do not wish for such things to happen. But the person who deliberately loosened the screws likely has a different perspective. Simultaneously, she picked up the screw that had fallen into the water stain. Yan Qiao surveyed the others around her, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Or should we say that this screw simply fell on its own? The expressions of everyone present grew serious at once. Bai Yuyu, sensing Yan Qiao's intent to pursue the matter, feigned a look of terror while drying her hair. Everyone, we are currently in a famously haunted house, the Tolstoy Manor. Could it be that no sooner had Bai Yu spoken than another female guest screamed in unison, there must be a ghost. Seeing the terrifying atmosphere escalate, Bai Yuyu's expression flickered with satisfaction as she continued to feign panic, looking at Yan Qiao. Qiao, you must be careful. Bai Yuyu felt a chill as Yan Qiao's gaze bore into her. Unable to suppress a gulp, that look in Yan Qiao's eyes was indeed somewhat intimidating. Yan Qiao's lips curled slightly, a trace of an elusive smile flickering in her eyes. If there are indeed ghosts causing trouble, then it is not just I who should be cautious. Everyone ought to exercise caution. Emphasizing the words exercise caution, Yan Qiao's tone carried an icy bite, akin to the chill of midwinter, sending a shiver down Bai Yuyu's spine. Is Yan Qiao threatening her? Yet that aura was truly terrifying, making Bai Yuyu reluctant to meet Yan Qiao's gaze any longer. Yan Qiao flexed her wrist. Has everyone finished their tasks? It's time to select our bedrooms. Is it not? As her words fell, it seemed everyone suddenly remembered. Oh yes, we have finished cleaning the living room, but we still have the bedrooms to attend to. Feng Xiuqing stepped forward with a smile. Essentially, everything is completed. Fortunately, the Tolstoy Manor was originally intended for tourism, so there are plenty of vacant rooms. After saying this, he adjusted the cheat sheet he had just received from the production team, pretending to be knowledgeable as he continued his introduction. There are 6 rooms on the second floor, all quite similar, but room 1 has a small balcony. Upon hearing this, anticipation glimmered in everyone's eyes. After all, the Tolstoy Manor is a renowned haunted house, and with the peculiar screw incident that just transpired, everyone hoped to stay in a room with a balcony to the very least. It would provide a semblance of positive energy, serving as a psychological comfort. Even Feng Xiuqing himself wished to claim the room with the small balcony for himself. Thus, Feng Xiuqing extended his other hand, holding 6 matches tightly. Feng Xiuqing smiled faintly and proposed, in the spirit of fairness, let us draw lots. Whoever draws the shortest stick shall occupy room 1. What do you think? Lu Ning and Qin Qing expressed their agreement, stating, I see no issue with that. Drawing lots is the most equitable approach. Bai Yuyu nodded in assent, and another female guest voiced her concurrence. I also believe that's acceptable. Let us proceed with the drawing. However, Yan Qiao remained silent. Just by observing Feng Xiuqing's countenance, she could discern his ulterior motives. He intended to wait until everyone else had drawn, leaving himself the final stick, which he would discreetly break, leading everyone to believe his was the shortest. Such tricks. Yan Qiao couldn't even muster the energy to roll her eyes. Noting Yan Qiao's silence, Feng Xiuqing wondered if she was preparing to thwart his little scheme, and his heart raced with apprehension. Nevertheless, the show must go on, and Feng Xiuqing feigned innocence, asking Qiao, what are your thoughts? Without hesitation, she directly reached out and snatched the 6 sticks of matches from Feng Xiuqing's hand. Under the gaze of all present, those 6 uniformly sized matches lay in Yan Qiao's fair and delicate palm, resembling 6 resounding slaps, silently and mercilessly striking Feng Xiuqing's face. Everyone was rendered speechless, particularly Feng Xiuqing, who could only awkwardly force a smile in his defense. I merely sought to gauge everyone's opinions. If everyone agrees, I would proceed with the drawing. Yan Qiao glanced at him dismissively, her chestnut-hued eyes brimming with disdain. To Feng Xiuqing were not to engage in such underhanded tactics. Even a dog could gain admission to university. Even the comments on the screen were rife with mockery. I previously criticized Feng Xiucheng, but now I realize I was mistaken. He is truly a source of my amusement. Before meeting Feng Xiucheng, I never imagined humanity could repeatedly surpass the limits of embarrassment. Each time I thought the situation had reached peak awkwardness, he managed to escalate it further. This must be some form of superpower. How cruelly amusing their remarks were. Could they not offer a modicum of encouragement? After all, Feng Xiucheng was sacrificing his dignity merely to entertain us. A myriad of taunts floated across the interaction screen, and Feng Xiucheng could no longer bear to look if others chose to ignore it. He might have continued to feign ignorance of their mockery, however. The very purpose of the interaction screen was to facilitate real-time engagement between guests and the audience. At last, Lu Ning was caught off guard by the delightfully witty comments and burst into laughter. Puffed, ha 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 ha. The lively and cheerful Lu Ning's laughter echoed, causing Feng Xiucheng's expression to darken. As he shot a sharp glare in her direction, Lu Ning quickly covered her mouth, and a hush fell over the surroundings, intensifying the already palpable awkwardness. Ultimately, it was Yan Qiao who broke the tension, stating, Feng Xiucheng, if you wish to stay, just say so. There's no need to fuss over the matches. Feng Xiucheng's face flushed. Then surely everyone would want to stay. Right. Do you possess a better alternative than drawing lots? Yan Qiao regarded Feng Xiucheng with sincerity, inquiring, do you know the difference between you and the stars in the sky? Feng Xiucheng was momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend why Yan Qiao had suddenly posed such a question, she had mistakenly believed that she was mediating for him, her face blooming with a radiant smile. What was the distinction? Yan Qiao's gaze turned icy. Your presence adds nothing, and your absence detracts nothing. Feng Xiucheng felt a lump in his chest, angered. He prepared to turn and leave. Yet, perceiving that no one wished to retain him, he feigned a casual spin, scratching his head awkwardly as he stood rooted in place. Yan Qiao, uninterested in Feng Xiucheng, casually tore a piece of paper into 6 equal parts, inscribing each with a room number. Whichever one is drawn will determine the assigned room. The 6 identical slips, shuffled, were placed on the table for everyone to choose from. Bai Yuyu cast a meaningful glance at Yan Qiao before selecting the one in the center. Number 4. Upon seeing this number, Bai Yuyu's expression soured significantly. Once everyone had drawn, numbers 2 through 6 had been claimed, leaving only Yan Qiao's hand extended towards the remaining option. All eyes converged upon her. As anticipated, Yan Qiao drew room number 1 up. Bai Yuyu glanced at her slip for room 4, then at Yan Qiao's room 1, her eyes brimming with envy. No need to thank me. It was only right. She remarked, however, since it was the outcome of a random draw, how could she contest it? Bai Yuyu then looked at Feng Xiucheng, her eyes glinting with mischief. As everyone resignedly ascended to find their rooms, she stealthily grasped Yan Qiao's arm. Qiao Qiao, might I switch with you? Bai Yuyu pleaded, clutching her slip with a pitiable expression. Given that I was just splashed with water, as a fellow victim, I beg you. Yan Qiao regarded Bai Yuyu's demeanor in silence. It must be said, Bai Yuyu was quite adept at playing the part. She was not the type of girl who would strike one as conventionally beautiful at first glance, but rather possessed a pure, demure charm reminiscent of a refined maiden, evoking a protective instinct in men. Bai Yuyu was evidently aware of her advantages. Upon presenting such a demeanor to Yan Qiao, comments in the chat began to emerge in her favor. After all, Yan Qiao appeared unfazed by anything. It's merely a room. Why not let you have it? What is the big deal? I too see no issue. Did we not agree they are all similar? It's merely a difference in balconies. Swapping wouldn't be the end of the world. Did you all forget your eyes or your ears? Did you not witness the drawing process? Room 1 was drawn by our Qiao Qiao herself. Why should she relinquish it to Bai Yuyu? We are all novices in this life. Who is more precious than whom? Could Yan Qiao's fans exhibit some decorum? Solidarity and assistance are fundamental virtues. Would helping another truly be a burden? As the comments on the interactive screen threatened to erupt into chaos, Bai Yuyu, emboldened by her determination, seized the slip for room 1 from Yan Qiao's hand without hesitation. With a sweet smile, she said, "Thank you, Yan Qiao." Now holding the slip for room 4 that Bai Yuyu had forcibly thrust upon her. Wordlessly turned and departed, Bai Yuyu, concealing her triumph behind a mask of gratitude, ascended the stairs with her head held high, all the while expressing her thanks. However, just as Bai Yuyu was about to reach for the door of room 1, Yan Qiao appeared to be completely oblivious to her presence, directly pushing the door open and stepping inside. Subsequently, the door was slammed shut, leaving Bai Yuyu locked outside. Bai Yuyu's nose nearly suffered a painful encounter with the door. With a slight furrow of her brow, she unhappily called out, "Qiao Qiao, what are you doing in my room?" Yan Qiao, reclining on the bed, stretched lazily, her long hair cascading like a waterfall across the bed. She glanced at Bai Yuyu at the doorway with a languid expression. Since when has room 1 belonged to you? Bai Yuyu paused for a moment. Just now. Didn't we switch rooms? Only then did Yan Qiao sit up, stretching her shoulders with a hint of confusion in her eyes. When did we switch rooms? Didn't you just ask me to exchange a note? Bai Yuyu was taken aback. What? Looking down at the note for room 1 in her hand, she felt a surge of frustration. She had been ensnared in Yan Qiao's wordplay. Qiao, you misunderstood. It wasn't just a note exchanged. I wanted to swap rooms because I'm timid. Bai Yuyu pouted her lips, adopting a look of feigned grievance. Please, let us switch. Observing Yan Qiao sitting silently on the bed, Bai Yuyu assumed Yan Qiao was contemplating how to argue with her once more. Little did she expect. Yan Qiao abruptly stood up and exited room 1, striding directly into room 4. Bai Yuyu's heart leaped with joy. Did this mean she had acquiesced? Yan Qiao spread the bedding on the floor beside the bed in room 1, then smiled as she patted Bai Yuyu's shoulder. No need to thank me. It's only proper that I'll sleep in the room. You can take the balcony. Bai Yuyu clenched the note tightly in her palm. She was certain this was intentional. As Yan Qiao noticed Bai Yuyu's silence, she yawned slowly. Aren't you going to rest? Bai Yuyu gritted her teeth inwardly, yet maintained an expression of helplessness. I'm not used to sleeping on the floor. Yan Qiao nodded thoughtfully. I see. Her tone had a slight upward inflection, suggesting there might be a turn of events. However, Bai Yuyu was not so naive. She eyed Yan Qiao warily. Indeed, my back isn't great. I can't sleep on the floor. Even if they didn't switch rooms, she had to at least secure a bed, right? Yet, Yan Qiao simply shrugged, her delicate fingers pointing to the coffee table on the balcony. Then you can sleep on the table. Bai Yuyu's expression genuinely fell this time. Qiao, I truly need that bed. Can't you be a little more generous and let me have it? Her tone sounded pitiful, easily invoking sympathy. Unfortunately, she was dealing with Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes fixed intently on Bai Yuyu. I really need money. Can't you be a bit more generous and share your bank card password with me? Bai Yuyu? Was Yan Qiao out of her mind? Bai Yuyu adopted an expression that conveyed disbelief. Stop joking around. I really need a bed. Yan Qiao shrugged once more. And I'm not joking. I genuinely need money. Bai Yuyu bit her lip, yet still managed to present a bright smile. Who doesn't need money? Qiao, please don't make such jokes. At this moment, Bai Yuyu finally comprehended that Yan Qiao was essentially silencing her with her own words. Yan Qiao raised her tea-colored eyes slightly, her gaze brimming with earnestness as she suggested, if you truly wish to sleep in a bed, there is one in room 4. Bai Yuyu felt a surge of frustration. Had she not come all this way precisely to avoid room 4? With a wry smile, she adopted a look of feigned innocence and replied, but I am too afraid to sleep in room 4. I desire a room with a balcony. Yan Qiao, suddenly enlightened, nodded and swiftly leaped off the bed, deftly dragging the bedding from the floor onto the balcony. This will suffice. We shall each have our needs met. I will sleep in the room and you shall sleep on the balcony. Yan Qiao clapped her hands and gestured toward the makeshift bedding on the balcony. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have prepared the balcony for you right away. Bai Yuyu gazed at the bedding on the balcony, momentarily stunned, her pent-up anger threatening to erupt yet restrained by her desire to maintain her gentle persona. With a calculated glance, she reluctantly nodded, her expression one of pitiful resignation as she approached the balcony to tidy up the bedding. Thank you, Qiao, then I shall sleep here tonight. Such a straightforward tone and action incited the ire of certain male viewers in the comments. Yan Qiao had truly overstepped. After all, how could a girl possibly sleep on the balcony? Indeed, what was the harm in simply vacating the bed? Were they speaking from a position of privilege? Personally, I believe Qiao is in the right. Is it only the women who defend Yan Qiao? Is their jealousy so intense? I too feel that Yan Qiao's manner of speaking and acting is somewhat too brash, not to mention her cutting remarks. It is evident she lacks proper upbringing. What on earth were her parents teaching her? 047. Shall we cook together? While others may have shrugged it off, Li Qing, who was privy to the underlying circumstances, felt her heart leap into her throat upon reading that comment, implicitly referring to the lord and lady of the manor. Such audacity! Li Qing promptly reported the comment while the other guests, having completed their tasks, began to gather for dinner. Night had fallen, and the streetlights around the Tolstoy manor flickered on, casting a ghastly pallor over the road, where the surrounding shrubs appeared merely as shadowy silhouettes. Even the wildflowers, which had seemed so enchanting in daylight, now resembled fearsome phantoms with their claw-like petals. Liu Ning and Qin Qing huddled by the window, discussing which contours resembled what. Qin Qing clicked her tongue. To be honest, this is my first time here. It seemed fine during the day, but at night it's genuinely frightening. Liu Ning concurred. Indeed, if I were here alone, I would certainly be terrified. Another female guest rubbed her arms for warmth. If I were by myself, I wouldn't come here for anything. Fang Xiuqing emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Everyone, enough chatting. Let us eat. Although he merely transferred the takeout into plates, this marked the first dinner at Tolstoy Manor. Despite the ghost stories being mere rumors, the unsettling atmosphere of the manor left everyone feeling a bit on edge. The guests expressed their astonishment. 6 people with just 100? How could that possibly suffice? Only Yan Qiao, with a napkin in hand, gently dabbed the corner of her mouth and remarked, "Cooking for ourselves is sufficient." A few individuals exchanged glances, each silent however. They were not adept at cooking. Fang Xiuqing observed everyone's reactions keenly, cleared his throat, and was about to speak, only to be preempted by Yan Qiao. "I will take charge of the cooking." "Really? I never imagined that Qiao Qiao could cook," someone exclaimed. "That's splendid. In that case the budget should suffice, right? After all, we likely have no other expenses apart from meals." Each person expressed their opinions, oblivious to Fang Xiuqing's displeasure at being overshadowed. Yan Qiao cast a glance at Fang Xiuqing. "Holding back your words won't yield results. If you have something to say, speak up." It was only then that Fang Xiuqing, somewhat begrudgingly, coughed twice. "I was going to say, I can also assist in cooking." Bai Yu, quick to react, feigned surprise and chimed in, "Oh, doesn't that mean you can cook alongside Qiao Qiao?" Her gaze flitted between Yan Qiao and Fang Xiuqing, as if this were the most perfect arrangement. As though nothing had transpired earlier that day, Fang Xiuqing pretended to be bashful, scratching his neck, casting an embarrassed look at Yan Qiao. "Then Qiao Qiao, let us cook together for the next few days." As soon as he finished speaking, all the guests turned their attention to Yan Qiao's face. Fang Xiuqing felt a surge of satisfaction. Even if Yan Qiao was reluctant, she had little choice but to acquiesce now, didn't she? Fang Xiuqing's thoughts were rather straightforward. Why cooking with Yan Qiao? He could either enhance his favorability and maintain a romantic relationship with her until he leveraged the connection she had, only to cast her aside later, or that he wouldn't shy away from exacting revenge, returning the favor regarding the earlier incident with the laxative, allowing Yan Qiao to experience the taste of being investigated. Fang Xiuqing calculated his strategy meticulously, his expression remaining unaffected. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes scanned him coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. "But I am unwilling." Fang Xiuqing was taken aback by Yan Qiao's decisive rejection, awkwardly twitching his lips. "Why?" Yan Qiao raised her gaze to meet his. "Do you know why my mother did not have any more children after me?" She furrowed her brow slightly. "Because I am unwilling." "Indeed." Fang Xiuqing, feeling disgruntled, promptly fell silent however. "Oofed. Ha 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 ha." Lu Ning and Qin Qing erupted into laughter in unison. Sister Qiao's words are simply too amusing. Bai Yu, unhurried, shot a sidelong glance at Fang Xiuqing, a smile returning to her face. "It seems it will be a laborious task for the two of you. Since Qiao Qiao is unwilling, it falls upon Changge to bear the burden." Fang Xiuqing nodded, choosing to remain silent, wary of Yan Qiao seizing another opportunity to retort. He had already lost face enough throughout the day. Not only was he unhappy, but even Yi Wan, who had been watching the live stream, was fuming with anger. Despicable, despicable, despicable. Yi Wan, clutching her tablet, glared at Yan Qiao on the live broadcast with gritted teeth. She had not anticipated that Fang Xiuqing would prove to be so ineffectual, especially after claiming he would ruin Yan Qiao's reputation. Now Fang Xiuqing was nearly the subject of ridicule across the entire internet. This simply wouldn't do. She had to devise a plan to assist him. Without hesitation, Yi Wan reached out to her operations team. "Draft a damaging article about Yan Qiao. Focus solely on the incident regarding the room takeover, and do not hold back in disparaging her." After all, as a newly crowned Best Actress, Yi Wan's team had already harbored resentment towards Yan Qiao since the last time she had outmaneuvered them. With Yi Wan's directive, everyone rallied their efforts to tarnish Yan Qiao's image. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, currently live streaming, received a text from Yi Wan. "Go all out against Yan Qiao. I'll take responsibility for any fallout." Surprised, Bai Yu glanced at the message and instinctively looked over at Yan Qiao. She had previously witnessed the silent feud between Yan Qiao and Yi Wan on Weibo, but she had not expected their relationship to deteriorate to such an extent. However, since someone was willing to take the heat, Bai Yu felt no qualms about proceeding with her plans. With a glint of mischief in her smile, she cast a sidelong glance at Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao, however, feigned ignorance of Bai Yu's expression, focusing instead on the director's team, who were frantically signaling to cue the guests. Fang Xiuqing, fearing Yan Qiao would steal his thunder, hastily suggested, "Since it's still early before bedtime, why don't we play a game?" The director's team breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to explain the rules to the audience. They would play a game akin to a whispering gallery. The guests would line up, don noise-canceling headphones, and pass on a word described by the person before them. The last person would guess how many words they got right, determining how much living expenses they could earn. The rules were straightforward, and both the guests and the audience comprehended them. Although it was an old game, the presence of Qiao Jie promised to make it entertaining. I believe it would be amusing with Feng Xiuchang involved. I wonder what new twists they'll bring. Perhaps due to the end of the workday, the average number of comments on the interactive screen surged, with many expressing their anticipation for the game. Yan Qiao had no objections, stretching lazily and casually selecting a spot to stand. Yet, Feng Xiuchang, like an inescapable piece of chewing gum, positioned himself directly in front of Yan Qiao. He smiled at her and said, "We need to cooperate well. Our living expenses depend on this." Yan Qiao shot him a look as if to say, "Did you consume the other 4 guests?" Feng Xiuchang maintained his smile, but inwardly berated himself for the blunder. He should never have uttered that line. As all the guests donned their noise-canceling headphones, the director's team handed Feng Xiuchang the first word. Nu Wa mends the sky. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiuchang exaggeratedly shouted at Yan Qiao using exaggerated mouth movements. Nu mends the sky. To ensure she understood, he also gestured a hand signal for mending the sky. Yan Qiao's delicate and soft features displayed no emotion, her hazel eyes remaining as tranquil as a still lake. Observing Feng Xiuchang's fervent performance, Yan Qiao mimicked his mouth movements and enunciated with precision, "Your mother repairs the sky?" Feng Xiuchang, perplexed, questioned, "Is she scolding me?" The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. "What a gaming genius Yan Qiao is. Your mother repairs the sky, ha 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 ha." I'm dying of laughter. What on earth is your mother repairs the sky? Feng Xiuchang, gazing at Yan Qiao's earnest expression, found himself momentarily unable to discern whether her actions were deliberate or accidental. However, the game pressed on, compelling him to purse his lips and continue gesturing. "Enhua, the creator of humanity." Yan Qiao nodded. "Your mother. The one in the elevator." Feng Xiuchang, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, "It's not my mother. It's Enhua." Yan Qiao, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Your mother isn't your mother." Infuriated by Yan Qiao's response, Feng Xiuchang muttered under his breath, "Damn." Yet, Yan Qiao furrowed her brows and sternly instructed, "Keep your language clean and focus on the game." Feng Xiuchang wondered, can she hear me or not? Is she deliberately messing with me? Staring at Yan Qiao, his frustration mounted, but the game continued, forcing him to disregard the already doubled-over laughter of the production team and the screen filled with ha-ha-ha-ha comments. He persisted in gesturing before Yan Qiao. "Enhua repairs the sky." Yan Qiao's amber eyes were fixed on Feng Xiuchang, and she furrowed her brow slightly. "Your mother sacrifices to heaven. Doesn't seem appropriate." Feng Xiuchang completely broke down, clutching his hair and squatting on the floor, embodying despair. "What's the point of this game? My mother has been invoked for both repairing and sacrificing to the sky, and now there's a twist that she's not even my mother. This is utterly absurd." His forehead pulsed with veins in anger, while the guests standing behind Yan Qiao were left dumbfounded. What word were they even guessing? Was this all just a game? Feng Xiuchang took a deep breath and extended 4 fingers to indicate a 4-character phrase. However, Yan Qiao, expressionless, placed her hands on her noise-canceling headphones and began to frantically recite, "Your mother repairs the sky, your mother sacrifices to the heavens, your mother flies, your mother exploded. 050. Erdinger's mother." The other guests, wearing noise-canceling headphones, were oblivious to Yan Qiao's utterances, but Feng Xiuchang. His face turned dark. Yan Qiao must be doing this on purpose. The barrage of comments erupted into laughter. "Lying on my dormitory bed with my phone. I laughed so hard the bed shook, prompting a comrade from the lower bunk to toss a roll of tissue my way. Ha 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 ha. Did the guy in front of me intend to kill me with laughter?" Feng Xiuchang was on the verge of exploding with rage and was about to gesture again when time was up. Yan Qiao could only pass the turn to the next person. She adjusted her noise-canceling headphones and disdainfully shot a glance at Feng Xiuchang, saying, "You can't even express a word clearly. You're nothing." Feng Xiuchang's face turned a deep shade of liver. His mother had been insulted left and right by Yan Qiao, and somehow this was his fault? Without acknowledging Feng Xiuchang's exasperation, Yan Qiao turned to Bai Yuyu, confidently enunciating, "Your mother exploded." Bai Yuyu squinted, intently observing Yan Qiao's mouth movements. Upon seeing those 4 characters, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a portrait of incredulity. Was the vocabulary prepared by the production team truly this aggressive? Bai Yuyu gently touched her cheek, blinking in astonishment as she gestured for Yan Qiao to repeat herself. "What?" Yan Qiao, drawing upon her inner strength, shouted with several times the volume of before, "Your mother! It exploded." Bai Yuyu was taken aback. "Is she insulting me?" With incredulity, Bai Yuyu glanced once more at Feng Xiuchang, who was crouched on the ground with a face full of despair. covering his face in frustration. At this sight, Bai Yu was convinced that this phrase could not have originated from Yan Qiao. Your mother exploded. It had to be that Yan Qiao was deliberately using a homophone to insult her. Thus, the question arose. Which word could phonetically resemble your mother exploded? Bai Yu's mind raced as she frantically searched her mental lexicon, for this was indeed critical to their living expenses. Yan Qiao, undeterred by Bai Yu's mental turmoil, continued to assertively relay. It could also be something else, such as your mother mending the heavens, your mother offering sacrifices, your mother soaring through the skies. Bai Yu squinted her eyes, trying to distinguish Yan Qiao's lip movements. With every word she deciphered, her certainty grew. Yan Qiao was exacting personal revenge. You think I want to retaliate? Bai Yu steeled herself, feigning an innocent demeanor as she prepared to echo Yan Qiao. Your mother. Yet before she could finish, Yan Qiao seized the moment, pointing earnestly at Bai Yu. Yes, your mother. Bai Yu gritted her teeth internally, her face still maintaining a facade of innocence as she tilted her head in confusion. What on earth was that wretched word? Unfortunately, time was once again running out. Bai Yu could not deduce what it was, yet she still had to comply and pass on the phrase your mother exploded, which ultimately transformed into a new phrase. Tail exploded. When Lu Ning removed his noise-canceling headphones, he wore a look of utter bewilderment. Was that incorrect? Each staff member was doubled over with laughter, including the barrage of comments on the interactive screen, which was inundated with ha ha ha. The first round ended in failure. Yan Qiao took a moment to address the camera. Dear audience, the mother mentioned in our game is not a real mother, but rather is Ferdinger's mother. Please do not misconstrue. Fang Xiuqing wished to complain to Yan Qiao, but as soon as he opened his mouth, she shot him a cold glance. Yan Qiao had already seen through his thoughts, her tone indifferent. Furthermore, can you be more reliable standing in the first position? Fang Xiuqing. Am I not reliable enough? 051. Are you a fortune teller? What do you think you are? Bai Yu clenched her teeth in frustration yet maintained a smile to smooth things over. Qiao Qiao. Don't blame Changgu. He has his own pressures too. Yan Qiao shot a glance at Bai Yu. Then why don't you share his burden and stand in the first position? Bai Yu looked at Fang Xiuqing and then back at Yan Qiao, biting her lip. All right then, I shall stand first. Fang Xiuqing, seeing Bai Yu's pitiful expression, smiled enigmatically. Qiao Qiao, no one wants to lose in the first round. You shouldn't take it out on others. Yan Qiao stretched her neck, her tone icy. Take it out. Who do you think you are? Fang Xiuqing could only suspend his irritation once more. Forcing a smile upon his face, after adjusting their positions, the second round of the game commenced. This time, Bai Yu stood first. Having gleaned insights from the initial round, she resolved to act out the words directly, determined not to grant Yan Qiao any opportunity to berate her. Her mind raced as she gestured with her hands, pretending there was an imaginary wall beside her, then leaped over it. Yan Qiao, adjusting her noise-canceling headphones, nodded slightly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Bai Yu, puzzled, thought, is that even applicable? She gestured again, then recalled that she had yet to inform Yan Qiao how many characters the word had. Hastily forming A3 with her fingers, Yan Qiao, realizing, responded with a matching gesture. Okay. It dawned on Bai Yu that her 3 gesture had been misinterpreted by Yan Qiao as an okay. However, Yan Qiao had already turned away, leaving Bai Yu desperate to yank off her headphones. Wrong. But Yan Qiao, encased in her headphones, remained oblivious. Turning back, Yan Qiao's amber eyes met the alert expression of Fang Xiuqing, as she calmly pointed at him. What is it that is so desperate as to leap over a wall? Fang Xiuqing wondered, is she insulting me again? Yan Qiao raised her hand and made an okay gesture. Fang Xiuqing thought, I should have lowered my expectations. Bai Yu finally understood. Yan Qiao was resolutely intent on making things difficult for them. The second round concluded in failure. Although they lost, the interactive screen was alive with laughter and cheer. I wish there were more of these games. I am eager to see what else the word-guessing genius Qiao Qiao could conjure. Was Yan Qiao just subtly mocking Changgu? Pointing at him while saying something was desperate enough to leap over a wall, wasn't that a bit excessive? What's excessive about it? It's merely a game, I assent to it? I assent to it. A bit ridiculous to take it so seriously. If someone were to point at Yan Qiao and insult her like that, would you still say the same? Yes. The comments were filled with laughter and chatter, and in this relatively harmonious atmosphere, the third round of the game began. This time, Bai Yu, convinced of her cleverness, rearranged the lineup once more. Qiao Qiao. You take the first spot. The pressure must be immense, or would you like to try standing first yourself? Lest you accuse us of being unreliable again. Yan Qiao glanced up. Are we consulting a fortune teller? Bai Yu was taken aback by this unexpected remark. Huh? Yin Qiao smirked as she shoved Bai Yu's shoulder. What are you even worth? 052. Do any of these words pertain to you? Bai Yu, feeling indignant, pursed her lips. Then I'll guess last. Changgu stands in the middle. She was determined to prove that if she couldn't do it, Yin Qiao certainly couldn't either. Bai Yu simmered with frustration, as did Feng Xiuqing. After all, having been toyed with by Yin Qiao for 2 rounds, they were both contemplating how to make Yin Qiao falter this time for the sake of balance. However, before the director's team could present the vocabulary, Yin Qiao turned to them. If we play too much, it loses its charm. Let us decide the winner in 1 round. If we guess correctly this time, just hand over our living expenses. The director's team, surprisingly generous, agreed. All right, but those two at Feng Xiuqing? Bai Yu. The two exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they discerned a hint of reluctance. Initially, they intended to create some chaos to embarrass Yin Qiao. However, Yin Qiao had fortuitously reached an understanding with the production team. If they deliberately failed to guess correctly, it would result in all the guests losing their living allowance. The blame would rest squarely on their shoulders. Yin Qiao's intentions ran deep. Feng Xiuqing was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration but could only endure. The guests once again donned their soundproof headphones, eagerly preparing for this final round of the game. Upon seeing the words prepared by the production team, Yin Qiao nodded, signaling that they could commence. Standing directly behind Yin Qiao, Lu Ning wore a serious expression, his hands firmly on the headphones, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yin Qiao's lips. Sister Qiao, please speak. That he had mentally prepared himself to tackle a complex term. However, Yin Qiao simply uttered a seemingly trivial question. What is Feng Xiuqing's nickname? Lu Ning was taken aback. Human oil? This was something he had seen on the interaction screen's comments earlier, and it had struck him as particularly amusing, hence he remembered it vividly. Surely the production team wouldn't present such a pointed term. Would they? Lu Ning's face was etched with confusion, but Yin Qiao confidently signaled an okay and gestured for him to relay it. Just like that. Lu Ning's bewildered and incredulous expression, tinged with self-doubt, not only amused the audience but also elicited hearty laughter from the production team. Glancing at Feng Xiuqing, who stood just behind him, Lu Ning nervously ran his fingers through his hair and sheepishly spoke. Changgu? Your nickname? Feng Xiuqing, clad in soundproof headphones, squinted as he strained to decipher Lu Ning's lip movements. Once he understood, he pointed to his own nose. My nickname? Yet, Feng Xiuqing was somewhat unclear and mistakenly believed Lu Ning was about to praise him. His face lighting up with sudden realization. Elegant as a jade tree, dashing and debonair, unmatched in beauty. As these words tumbled forth, the comments on the interaction screen erupted in a frenzy. I've been oiled. Even though I had a light dinner, is it fair to treat me this way? Goodness, instead of calling him human oil, let's call him human oil field. The oil extracted from Feng Xiuqing could sustain an entire village. No. I'm afraid of food poisoning from all this oil. Fortunately, during the game, to prevent cheating, the interaction screen was temporarily obscured, so none of the guests could see the ridicule being hurled on the screen. Only Feng Xiuqing remained blissfully unaware, introspectively mulling over idioms that might flatter his looks. As handsome as Pan An, a paragon of talent and appearance, possessing both beauty and intelligence, Lu Ning listened with an awkward expression, unsure whether to interrupt. Meanwhile, Yin Qiao, arms crossed, regarded Feng Xiuqing with a smirk. You seem to know quite a bit. Do any of those terms relate to you? Aren't you afraid of offending anyone? Feng Xiuqing, unable to hear due to the headphones, earnestly blurted out a few more terms, glancing at Lu Ning for a response, growing increasingly anxious. Am I right? Say something. Furrowing his brow, Feng Xiuqing observed the staff members who were laughing uncontrollably. Feeling inexplicably flustered. Had he misused any of those terms? Lu Ning scratched his head and gestured an error to Feng Xiuqing. Changgu, none of those are correct, the direction is wrong. It's your nickname. After speaking, he did not forget to point at Feng Xiuqing. Upon witnessing this gesture, he was reminded of how Yin Qiao had done the same to him in the previous round. It seemed that the production team was playing tricks, recycling the same word once more. This time, Feng Xiuqing, understanding the implication, let out a knowing "oh," his finger gesturing towards the production team with an expression that conveyed, "You are truly wicked. A corner dog will jump over the wall. Am I correct this time?" Lu Ning, in a state of urgency, was sweating profusely as he shouted, "Your nickname." Feng Xiuqing confidently nodded, "I know. A corner dog will jump over the wall." At this point, there was no need for Yin Qiao to glare at him. Lu Ning, exasperated, grasped his shoulders and shook him. What on earth are you misunderstanding about yourself, brother? After being jolted a couple of times, Fang Xiuqing finally discerned Lu Ning's lip movements, and upon realizing, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn! What a disgrace! Fortunately, the word was successfully conveyed in its entirety, and the living expenses were ultimately handed to Fang Xiuqing. As he gazed at the banknotes, a wave of humiliation washed over him, making him grit his teeth even while uttering a simple thank you nonetheless. He consoled himself with the thought that he had sacrificed for the greater good. However, Yan Qiao observed Fang Xiuqing's expression of indignation. Her delicate features remaining unruffled, she directly extended her hand towards him, her slender, fair palm laid out before him, fingers slightly curled with a glance at the cash in his hand. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes flickered as she said, "Hand it over." Fang Xiuqing furrowed his brow. Why? Yan Qiao raised her gaze, her tone matter-of-fact, because I'm responsible for cooking. If you don't pay for groceries, shall I stew you? Fang Xiuqing hesitated. Qiao, how about this? I'll cook tomorrow, and when it's your turn the day after, I'll give you the money then. Yan Qiao, uninterested in further debate, nodded in agreement. Fine, you cook. Upon returning to room 1, which featured a small balcony, Yan Qiao found Bai Yuyu bent over, dragging the bedding from the balcony into the room. Leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, she regarded the scene as if it were a curiosity, wiping the floor with bedding. You are far too courteous. My room isn't that dirty. Yan Qiao raised her eyes. If I were truly angry, I would simply throw you and the bedding out together. Her tone was decidedly blunt, causing Bai Yuyu to smile awkwardly, unable to counter her forthrightness. Regardless, Yan Qiao's lack of courtesy was striking. Did she not fear offending anyone in the entertainment industry? The night passed relatively peacefully. The audience, eager to witness whether anything would transpire in the rumored haunted Tolstoy manor, had many staying up all night to watch the live stream, only to be left disappointed. Nothing occurred. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a brilliant golden hue across the room. Undoubtedly, it was a splendidly sunny day. Most of the guests had yet to rise, and the interactive screen displayed sparse comments, primarily exchanging morning greetings. Only Fang Xiuqing stared perplexedly at the kitchen utensils. Preparing breakfast for 6 was not particularly troublesome. Toast, eggs, and a warm cup of milk would suffice. However, yesterday, after a full day of cleaning upon checking in, we had to resort to takeout for dinner, and the kitchen is utterly devoid of any vegetables, let alone eggs. Surely, we cannot order takeout first thing in the morning. Can we? It's utterly exasperating. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have never volunteered for the cooking duties. It's a laborious task that brings no reward. Let Yan Qiao handle it herself. Fang Xiuqing irritably ran his fingers through the back of his hair, yet the guests had evidently already risen. Changgu, aren't you in charge of breakfast? Is it not ready yet? Do you need any assistance? Lu Ning cheerfully rolled up his sleeves, his smile brighter than the sun. Upon peering into the kitchen, he discovered the countertop before Fang Xiuqing was barren, lacking any ingredients. Lu Ning's expression froze. Changgu, then what shall we have for breakfast? A smile lingered on Fang Xiuqing's face, yet internally he couldn't help but curse. How the hell should I know what we are having? Simultaneously, the other guests who had awoken gathered around. Changgu, what's going on? At this point, Fang Xiuqing could only awkwardly scratch his cheek. There are no ingredients, so I can't prepare breakfast. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Meanwhile, Fang Xiuqing's stomach audibly growled in agreement. No one spoke, yet all eyes were drawn to the sound emanating from his belly growl. Another sound echoed, causing Fang Xiuqing's face to flush with embarrassment. Yan Qiao leisurely descended the staircase. Practicing your frog stance so diligently so early in the morning? Fang Xiuqing clutched his stomach. To soothe Yuan, he had barely slept the previous night, and since waking up, he hadn't even managed to drink a drop of water, feeling as if his front was glued to his back from hunger. Bai Yuyu, noticing Yan Xiao's descent, forced a smile that failed to reach her eyes, pulling at her lips. Qiao, breakfast cannot be made now. Didn't you say yesterday that you could take charge? What can you do now? Yan Qiao, with her amber-hued gaze, glanced at Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu. I can take charge, but I need money to buy ingredients. Otherwise, shall I stew you? Yan Qiao shrugged. Then whoever brought the money should take responsibility. At last, Fang Xiuqing slowly extracted the money from his pocket. I have a total of 300 yuan. Bai Yuyu snatched the money and handed it to Yan Qiao. Here is the money. You take charge. Yan Qiao merely cast a downward glance at the 300 yuan in Bai Yuyu's hand. Who do you think you are, issuing commands to me? And you, what are you? Bai Yuyu retorted, momentarily taken aback, her hand frozen in the air, unsure whether to withdraw or extend it. The other guests exchanged glances, hastily averting their eyes as if they had witnessed nothing. Only Fang Xiuqing stepped forward. Qiao. There's no need to be so irritable so early in the day. We all have to coexist for several days. After all, let's not spoil the harmony. Yan Qiao looked up at Feng Xiuqing. And who do you think you are? Feng Xiuqing fell silent once more while his stomach audibly protested again. Qiao Qiao, everyone is fretting over breakfast. If you have a solution, please share it. He glanced around at the others, signaling for them to join in. Hoping to gather a few voices to admonish Yan Qiao from a moral high ground, Feng Xiuqing didn't forget to adopt a posture of humble pleading. Consider this my request. I can forego eating, but there are still ladies present, right? You must also take care of yourself. How can you be so selfish? Yan Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Feng Xiuqing, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, I am exceedingly selfish, hoarding all the living expenses for myself while failing to even prepare a single breakfast. A room full of people with grumbling stomachs, yet no one has the slightest idea, and I still have the audacity to impose moral obligations on others. How selfish of me. Unlike certain individuals who lack even a shred of morality, let alone the notion of being bound by it. Upon finishing her statement, Feng Xiuqing's expression darkened significantly. Yan Qiao, what exactly do you intend to do? Yet, Yan Qiao appeared to be oblivious, nodding along while muttering, Yan Qiao, the strongest housekeeper. They have an umbrella, and you have Yan Qiao. Feng Xiuqing felt a lump in his throat, struggling to unleash his frustration, which ultimately morphed into an awkward gurgle. Bai Yu, also feeling hungry, rubbed her belly and with a twinkle in her eye approached. Qiao Changgu is a straightforward guy who struggles with words. Don't take it to heart. He has given you the living expenses, so why not take charge, alright? The other guests quickly recognized Feng Xiuqing's unreliability and gathered around Yan Qiao, urging, yes, Sister Qiao, we can only rely on you. It was then that Yan Qiao shot a glance at Feng Xiuqing. Raising her delicate, fair hand, her fingertips slightly curling, handed over. Seeing this as a concession from Yan Qiao, Bai Yu promptly placed the 300 yuan into her palm. I knew Qiao wasn't he the type to hold grudges. This effectively transferred the responsibility to Yan Qiao. She swiftly tucked the money into her pocket. Just wait. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the guests behind. Feng Xiuqing watched Yan Qiao depart. Unable to contain his frustration, what does she truly wish to achieve? Has she taken all the money and now abandoned us? The other guests scratched their faces and tugged at their hair. None daring to utter a word. Perhaps they all felt Yan Qiao was more dependable than Feng Xiuqing, leading to a collective silence in support of her. Feng Xiuqing sensed the discontent among the guests and reluctantly closed his mouth. Moments later, Yan Qiao descended with a backpack in TOW in front of everyone. She unzipped it and emptied its contents onto the dining table with a clatter. Several small bread rolls and multiple packets of soy milk powder tumbled onto the surface. Though the display appeared chaotic, it instinctively made everyone swallow hard. There was undoubtedly enough food for 6 people. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to Yan Qiao, the sunlight casting a gentle golden hue upon her. Bestowing upon her an almost ethereal beauty, Yan Qiao zipped up the empty bag and casually surveyed the crowd with her amber eyes. These are the emergency provisions I prepared beforehand. We can manage with this until noon when I'll cook with the groceries I bought. Lu Ning was the first to smile and respond. Sister Qiao is indeed Sister Qiao. Her attention to detail is remarkable, having even prepared emergency food. Qin Qing nodded in agreement. Thank you. Even Bai Yu, at a loss for words, glanced at Feng Xiuqing and discreetly poked his arm with her finger. Feng Xiuqing inhaled deeply and forced a smile. It's fortunate you prepared these provisions. Yan Qiao, however, did not even lift her head. Who made me selfish? Feng Xiuqing's expression froze on his face, as he never anticipated that Yan Qiao would hold such a grudge. This time, he dared not confront her directly. Instead, he dejectedly pulled out a chair, preparing to sit down and eat. Yet, Yan Qiao glanced up, her voice icy as she commanded, stand up. Feng Xiuqing, perplexed, glanced at the other guests who had already seated themselves for breakfast, unsure of Yan Qiao's intentions, and stood up in confusion. What's wrong? Without hesitation, Yan Qiao kicked Feng Xiuqing's chair. With a loud crack, the chair, perhaps due to years of neglect, collapsed entirely. Feng Xiuqing stared at the fallen chair. Then at the other guests who pretended to be oblivious. Feeling nothing but misfortune in his heart, he managed an awkward smile, only to find himself standing awkwardly beside the dining table, consuming his breakfast. This meal was undoubtedly the longest he had ever endured in his life. Everyone else sat comfortably, while he resembled a child who had committed a wrongdoing, forced to eat while standing. Moreover, the dining table was unusually silent, with no one engaging him in conversation. Even Bai Yu, who had initially seemed to stand in solidarity with him, did not spare him a glance. Yet, the comments on the interactive screen began to proliferate. Did anyone else think Yan Qiao has gone too far? I came from Weibo too, and honestly as a fan of Yan Qiao I find it hard to believe. Since yesterday I've noticed Yan Qiao has been acting all high and mighty. What does she have to be so proud of? I feel the same, but I was too intimidated to speak up because she had so many fans yesterday. Now I finally have the courage to voice my thoughts. Great minds think alike. I simply cannot tolerate Yan Qiao's behavior. Just woke up. Can someone tell me what's wrong with Yan Qiao? I'm just a casual observer, only drawn to her looks. I suggest you check Weibo. All the dirt has been exposed. The comments on the interactive screen began to delve into the trending topics on Weibo. Yan Qiao observed the sudden influx of comments with an unhurried demeanor as she opened the Weibo trending list. The top-ranked topic was unmistakably her name, Yan Qiao Scandals Collection. Upon clicking, she found a meticulously arranged 9-grid layout containing a plethora of fabricated scandals, accusations of her amassing wealth, undergoing plastic surgery, and behaving arrogantly behind the scenes. There were even claims that her chaotic personal life led her to secure her current roles through dubious means. The commentators seemed to take these accusations at face value. Wow, I've always suspected Yan Qiao wasn't a good person. If she were my daughter, I would have disciplined her severely for such behavior. I was merely a neutral fan, but now I'm turning against her that I cannot accept that she is such a person. Did Yan Qiao's parents pass away? How could they let her go astray like this? Hey upstairs, have you ever heard the saying, some people live without guidance? Otherwise, how could Yan Qiao have fallen so low? 057. To support my Qiao, Yan Qiao, gazing at the slanderous remarks, displayed no signs of disturbance on her delicate, refined face. She casually exited Weibo and resumed her breakfast. Her concern was not for herself, but for those who spoke so recklessly. Meanwhile, Fu Ting's, observing the scandalous allegations, wore an expression as cold as ice. Seated beside him, Han Yi crossed her legs, glancing at the screen with a disdainful pout. This is clearly fabricated dirt released by a professional operations team. It's all a lie, wasting several seconds of my reading time on this nonsense. Fu Ting's pair of cool, peach blossom eyes held a hint of irritation as he spoke coldly. Suppress it. Fu Ting's cast a frosty glance at Han Yi, rendering her speechless. A mere look compelled her to relent. Fine. This girl must have burned incense in her past life to have such an international film emperor protecting her. TSK, that is, Han Yi lamented. She activated Fu Ting's dedicated public relations team, initiating behind-the-scenes maneuvers immediately. Within 10 minutes, the trending topic on Weibo was retracted, and related discussion accounts were gradually banned. Simultaneously, the trending keywords that vindicated Yan Qiao swiftly dominated the top ranks. Public opinion turned around once more in a mere half-hour. Han Yi watched the netizens apologizing to Yan Qiao and clicked her tongue. How can those chasing stars be rational? Look at them, being led by the nose by operations and thinking they've seen the truth. Fu Ting's remained silent, his beautiful cool peach blossom eyes gently fixed on the screen displaying Yan Qiao. Han Yi flipped through her work schedule. Want to do a live stream? But during the next live session you have to shoot that film where you play the second male lead. Han Yi mused. Is Fu Ting's mad, or am I chasing a girl to this extent? She licked her lips and stammered. Are you saying you want to cut in? Are you serious? Just to pursue a girl? Fu Ting's thin lips curved into a faint smile. To support my Qiao, Han Yi retorted. Ancestor, does she even need anyone's support? She is practically capable of conquering everything on her own. However, since Fu Ting's had made the request, she as his manager could not refuse. Alright, I'll arrange it for you, but let us set some ground rules first. You need to be a bit more restrained. Don't let it be like last time when you booked a hotel room just to meet her. As Han Yi held her phone to contact the necessary parties, she grumbled. Even if the hotels in the capital are yours, you can't put me through this. Is it easy for me to guard against paparazzi? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Qing was urgently convening a meeting over the scandal involving Yan Qiao. Before the meeting could conclude, she noticed that all the negative rumors surrounding Yan Qiao had fallen silent. Sister Li, should we continue with our actions? A sudden question caught Li Qing off guard, prompting her to rub her temples. While others breathed a sigh of relief at the retraction of the trending topic, she remained on edge. Who knew if the Lord or the Lady of the Lord had noticed and intervened behind the scenes? If the Lady of the Lord saw people slandering Qiao, it would be disastrous. Li Qing couldn't help but shudder. But apart from the hidden identity of her little ancestor, Li Qing couldn't fathom who else would proactively step in to suppress this matter. 058. As if it were for her. Additional update. This phrase instinctively straightened everyone's spines. Surely, nothing else had gone awry, right? Especially for Li Qing, who dared not breathe. What arrangement? Upon realizing it wasn't news from the Lord or the Lady of the Lord, Li Qing finally exhaled. I thought it was something serious. As it just Fu Ting's. Suddenly, a realization struck her that Li Qing adjusted her glasses and meticulously reviewed the documents several times from top to bottom before confirming her suspicions. Recalling that day when Fu Ting's had agreed to participate in the film on the condition of meeting Yan Qiao, Li Qing was suddenly seized by a bold conjecture. Could it be that this illustrious international film emperor harbors feelings for her little ancestor? Doubtful yet hesitant to affirm, Li Qing simply pushed up her glasses, her expression grave. Investigate who suppressed Qiao Qiao's trending topic. Her brow furrowed slightly. It's nothing serious, just assign more people to keep a close watch. No matter what happens, ensure Qiao Qiao's safety. With that, she concluded the meeting. Everything else could be negotiated, but her little ancestor must not suffer the slightest harm. As the meeting adjourned, Li Qing sighed, picked up the newly revised script from the screenwriter, and tucked it into her bag, heading to deliver the new script to Yan Qiao while inquiring about her well-being. At the Tolstoy manor, Bai Yu sat beside Yan Qiao, glancing at the barrage of comments with feigned disinterest, then deliberately initiated a conversation by reading them aloud to Yan Qiao. Qiao Qiao, being an artist nowadays is incredibly challenging. One can easily face criticism without even knowing what went wrong, and sometimes it feels like you're being mercilessly attacked. However, we must be magnanimous. After all, we are public figures. After finishing her sentence, Bai Yu shot Yan Qiao a teasing glance. Yan Qiao, with her legs crossed and reclining on the sofa, kept her brown eyes fixed on the television. Keep your distance from me. Yan Qiao's delicate and soft face bore no expression. Lest you be struck by lightning and drag me down with you, Bai Yu. Qiao Qiao, how can you say that? Bai Yu could only attempt to smooth things over herself. Yan Qiao coldly retorted, if you can be magnanimous after being mercilessly criticized, why can't you extend the same courtesy to my words? Bai Yu, utterly defeated, fell silent. Just as the atmosphere settled, a crescendo of astonished gasps erupted at the entrance of the Tolstoy manor. In the next moment, Fu Ting's, with his long legs and a physique that made one drool, strode into the living room, casually holding a suitcase. Yan Qiao lifted her gaze to Fu Ting's, her brown eyes reflecting surprise. It must be said, Fu Ting's was undeniably striking. Even clad in a hoodie and jeans, he outshone the guests in the living room by several streets. Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's exchanged glances, captivated by the warmth and seriousness in his cool peach blossom eyes. It felt as though Fu Ting's had come solely for her. Author's note. 059. Driven to madness, the guests were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the barrage went wild. Oh my gosh, am I still dreaming? Is that really Fu Ting's? It truly is Fu Ting's. Hubby. To the ones in front, did you drink too much? That's clearly my husband. Doesn't he never participate in these variety shows? Oh my goodness, my life is complete. I even have to take my phone to the restroom to watch the live stream. The barrage flooded in layers, rendering the content nearly invisible. Checkpoint achieved. I'm here to see my husband. No one is allowed to obstruct my husband's face. The staff on site observed the barrage of comments on the interactive screen, especially the members of the directing team, who exchanged an awkward glance. Investing heavily? That was out of the question. He had come of his own accord. When the entire directing team received the scheduling message from Fu Ting's agent Han Yi, they erupted with excitement, more jubilant than winning a lottery worth $1 billion. The director's smile bloomed like a flower on his face. The entire living room was enveloped in an unprecedented state of joy. Only Yan Qiao exchanged a glance with Fu Ting's, nodded as a form of greeting, and then returned to watching her television. Fu Ting's, instantly surrounded by other guests, saw his expression cool down the moment Yan Qiao diverted her gaze. His icy peach blossom eyes swept coldly over Bai Yu, who seemed to want to cling to him. The look in his eyes carried an unambiguous warning, prompting Bai Yu to awkwardly take a step back. Teacher Fu, let me help you with your things. However, before her hand could touch the box, Fu Ting skillfully evaded her. Who is in charge? It was then that Yan Qiao tossed aside the remote and stood up. Let us go. I'll take you upstairs. Her expression remained unchanged throughout, showing no sign of elevating her regard for him due to Fu Ting's status as a film emperor. Under the gaze of all the guests and staff, Fu Ting surprisingly followed Yan Qiao willingly. In contrast to their earlier excessive enthusiasm, everyone felt a sudden awkwardness and instinctively rubbed their necks. Only Feng Xiuqing, standing in the corner, watched Fu Ting's back with a frown of displeasure. From the moment Fu Ting stepped through the door, he sensed a potent feeling of threat, akin to a heavy stone pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Maintaining a stoic expression, Feng Xiuqing clenched his fists discreetly. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yan Qiao led Fu Ting's directly into room 4. As she closed the door, she explained, "This room hasn't been selected by anyone before, so there are no cameras installed yet. If you stay here." But before she could finish her sentence, Fu Ting's had pinned her against the door. "Let us stick to business. No touching. Yan Qiao furrowed her brow, gazing at the handsome face mere inches away. Yet she resisted the impulse to slap him. After all, her current relationship with Fu Ting's was that of cooperative partners on the same side. She couldn't recklessly jeopardize their internal unity. However, did this guy have to perform a wall slam every time he wanted to discuss something? Feeling uneasy, Yan Qiao turned her face away. Mr. Fu, let us keep it professional. If there's nothing urgent, please don't stand so close. I fear I might lose control and touch your exquisite cheek. Fu Ting's remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to the delicate face before him, the very visage he had longed for day and night. The beautiful hazel eyes, the elegantly petite nose, the full, soft lips, each feature captivated him endlessly. Fu Ting's cold peach blossom eyes softened with a warmth he reserved solely for Yan Qiao, and his thin lips curled into a slight smile. Aren't you curious why I came? Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly. What else could it be? My good ally. Fu Ting's chuckled softly, reaching out to wrap his arm around Yan Qiao's waist. But this time, Yan Qiao had learned from her experience. The last time they met at the hotel in the capital, she had not anticipated being embraced so tightly. However, at this moment, she remained on guard. Thus, Yan Qiao swiftly slipped out from beneath Fu Ting's arm. Adjusting her slightly wrinkled clothing, Yan Qiao smiled and said, in the future, let us keep discussions to words, and refrain from any unnecessary physical contact. Otherwise, I fear I might inadvertently break a bone or two, and I cannot afford to compensate for that with my meager income. With her skills, it would be trivial for her to subdue one person, or even 10, without breaking a sweat. However, she certainly could not afford to damage the person before her. It was not that she genuinely could not afford it. Given her family background, she could comfortably support 100 Fu Ting's for the remainder of her life without a care. Fu Ting's gazed at Yan Qiao's resistance, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes before being quickly concealed. He constantly reminded himself to approach her gradually, yet he found it difficult to restrain himself when she stood right before him. The color of Fu Ting's eyes reflected a touch of regret as he cautiously observed Yan Qiao, fearful that his actions might frighten her. Upon hearing Fu Ting's words, Yan Qiao arched an eyebrow. What noteworthy accomplishments does he have to present? Fu Ting's, however, merely smiled slightly. Thus we still have a chance. Upon hearing this, Yan Qiao understood, letting out a soft "oh," her delicate face adorned with a smile. I see you intend to sabotage his evaluation before everything settles? With a snap of her fingers, Yan Qiao declared with certainty, I have a plan. Fu Ting's offered a tender smile. Very well. Before they could finish their conversation, a knock echoed at the door. As the door swung open, Bai Yu's pitiable face appeared. Qiao, it's nearly noon. Changgu mentioned he could drive to the city to buy groceries. I thought it would be best if we went together, allowing teacher Fu to familiarize himself with us. Yan Qiao instantly discerned Bai Yu's hidden intentions, her amber eyes narrowing slightly. Sounds good. Since the car could only accommodate 4 passengers, the other guests had to remain at the Tolstoy Manor, allowing Yan Qiao and Fang Xiuqing to take Bai Yu and Fu Ting's to the city for grocery shopping. Seated in the car, Bai Yu strained to strike up a conversation with Fu Ting's, elegantly smoothing her hair in an attempt to appear gentle and sweet. With a shy demeanor, Bai Yu began, Teacher Fu, would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat? 061. So secretive, are you being targeted for assassination? Bai Yu could only purse her lips, blinking as she conjured another topic. Teacher Fu, you maintain such an impressive physique. May I ask what dishes you enjoy? At this point, Bai Yu seemed to have found her footing. Disregarding Fu Ting's expression as she began to chatter incessantly, I have a bit of experience in this area. If Teacher Fu ever needs assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I'm particularly cautious about gaining weight. I pay close attention to what I eat, and I weigh myself daily for peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Yan Qiao cast a cold glance at Bai Yu. Well, I possess considerable experience as well. The moment her words fell, both Bai Yu and Fu Ting's turned their gazes toward her. Bai Yu was displeased that Yan Qiao was stealing her spotlight in front of Fu Ting's. However, Yan Qiao's amber eyes merely swept over Bai Yu. You could refrain from eating altogether, and I guarantee that in a month, you'll weigh no more than 2 pounds, box included. Bai Yu fell silent. Fu Ting's, with a single hand clenched into a fist at his lips, coughed lightly before turning to gaze out the window, concealing the mirth glimmering in his eyes. Fang Xiuqing, seated in the driver's seat, discreetly rolled his eyes at Bai Yu. It seemed that was all she was capable of. The journey continued in silence until they reached the city center, perhaps due to the approaching noon hour. The streets were bustling with people, exuding an air of vibrancy and prosperity. Bai Yu promptly donned her hat, sunglasses and mask, pointing towards a nearby large supermarket. Let us stop right at the entrance of the supermarket. We'll buy what we need and leave swiftly, she suggested. Just as Fang Xiuqing was about to turn the steering wheel, Yan Qiao interjected, are you still planning to manage in the coming days? Bai Yu furrowed her brows slightly, it shouldn't be a problem. We have 300 after all. Yan Qiao coldly raised her gaze. Do you have any idea how much vegetables and meat cost per pound? Are you aware of what is fresh and what is not in the supermarket? Fang Xiuqing attempted to interject, but was swiftly cut off by Yan Qiao. 6 people sharing merely 300 yuan is hardly sufficient. If you spend it all today, will you extend your face to the vendor for a slap in exchange for groceries tomorrow? Then where do you suggest we purchase the groceries? Bai Yu's tone had begun to brim with irritation. After all, apart from the supermarket, she was oblivious to any other places where one could procure food. Yan Qiao pointed delicately to the nearby community vegetable market, over there. Upon seeing a throng of elderly individuals, laden with bags and pushing carts, Bai Yu's expression immediately soured. What? I'm a celebrity. Mingling with a crowd of grannies and grandpas at the market is rather demeaning, don't you think? Fang Xiuqing also scrunched his nose in distaste but soon devised a plan. Qiao, we still have teacher Fu with us. It's rather inappropriate for such a renowned actor to stroll through a vegetable market, isn't it? However, he had yet to secure Fu Ting's consent for this line of reasoning. Calmly producing a black mask from his pocket and donning it nonchalantly, Fu Ting's replied, I have no objections. At that moment, Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yu were utterly at a loss for words. With Fang Xiuqing hesitatingly retrieving his mask and sunglasses to prepare himself, Yan Qiao observed Fang Xiuqing's demeanor, noting that he resembled an international superstar even more than Fu Ting's himself. Unable to suppress her disdain, she remarked, why the excessive disguise? Are you expecting an assassination attempt? Your concern for me is touching, as if you were my mother. Fang Xiuqing stammered. Momentarily pausing in his task, he was left with no choice but to grit his teeth and park the car. Stepping out first, the 4 of them exited the vehicle in succession, promptly drawing attention in a bustling market predominantly filled with elderly patrons. The presence of 4 elegantly dressed young men and women was simply irresistible to behold. Yan Qiao retrieved the pre-prepared shopping bags from the car and boldly led the way into the market. With Fu Ting's closely following, Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yu exchanged a glance of resignation before trailing behind. This community market, being the largest in the city, was indeed a cacophony of voices, with numerous elderly individuals haggling with vendors. Occasionally, a few middle-aged men in suits could be seen hurrying through, simultaneously on their phones while purchasing groceries. The atmosphere was imbued with a robust sense of daily life. Bai Yu surveyed her surroundings with a sense of curiosity, glancing left and right, while Fang Xiuqing walked gingerly, step by step, as if navigating a minefield, cautious not to tread upon the discarded vegetable leaves on the ground. In contrast, Yan Qiao moved through the market with practiced ease, expertly haggling with the vendors, her actions fluid and seamless. Both Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yu were taken aback, particularly Fang Xiuqing, who furrowed his brow beneath his sunglasses at Yan Qiao's adeptness. Initially, he had presumed that her ability to borrow a tank from the military indicated she was a wealthy and influential heiress, but witnessing her proficiency in this humble market made him question whether her home circumstances were truly affluent. Those tanks, perhaps, were arranged through some benefactor behind her. Yet, despite knowing Yan Qiao for quite some time, he had never observed her in association with any prominent figures. As confusion swirled within him, his gaze towards Yan Qiao grew tinged with disdain. Yan Qiao, do you take us for fools? You've received all the money. At least procure some meat. Fang Xiuqing's tone was somewhat brusque, leaving Bai Yu momentarily stunned. Fu Ting's expression turned suddenly frosty, but before he could speak, Yan Qiao shot him a glance while holding her bag. A rabbit? Once skinned, can be braised, steamed, or stir-fried. What can you do once skinned except be sent to medical school as a specimen? Fang Xiuqing's expression darkened. Yan Qiao, you have gone too far. Yan Qiao tossed the heavy bag of vegetables to Fu Ting's, brushed her hands off and extracted a tissue from her pocket to wipe her hands, rolling her eyes in the process. You call others a sewer while you yourself wallow in filth? Go revel in your own waste. I know you. With a plethora of dark secrets, how heartbroken do you think your parents would be if they found out? The entertainment industry is a cauldron of vice. How can you justify this? She continued, I just saw you buying vegetables for another celebrity. You can concern yourself with others yet neglect your own parents? Yan Qiao met his disdainful gaze with a calm smile. So, your concern for me means you wish to claim that I am your mother? Who caused this commotion? The tall, slender man's expression shifted instantly, his voice rising in pitch. How dare you speak to me like that? Spittle flew from his mouth, carrying the foul stench of a sewer. Fu Ting's immediately frowned and shielded Yan Qiao behind him. Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yu exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Yet, Yan Qiao's amber eyes displayed no trace of fear as she stepped forward, scrutinizing the tall man who was spewing vitriol. After drawing the attention of several onlookers, she inquired who caused this commotion. The man was momentarily taken aback, his brows shooting up in confusion. What do you mean, who caused the commotion? Yan Qiao coldly pointed to the keychain hanging at his waist, adorned with an expensive metallic tag from Yuan's fan club. Her gaze was frosty as she remarked, "You flaunt your dog tags and still wish to play coy." The tall man turned pale, hastily covering the keychain at his waist. "Don't you dare pin labels on Wanwan. I just can't stand you." Yan Qiao crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. "Regardless of whether you were sent by Yuan to stir up trouble, I advise you to apologize sincerely before my patience runs out." Otherwise, upon hearing what was almost a threat from Yan Qiao, the man's expression immediately darkened. When the chairman of the fan club approached him, he merely suggested that he embarrass Yan Qiao publicly in exchange for a private meeting with Yuan. However, it now appeared that Yan Qiao was not one to be trifled with. The man swallowed hard, acutely aware that if his identity as a fan of Yuan were to be exposed, escalating the situation would only tarnish her reputation. Frowning and gritting his teeth, he met Yan Qiao's frigid gaze, consumed by an urgent desire to escape, abandoning his meal as he flung the bag aside and turned to flee. Yet, no matter how swift his reaction, it could not match Yan Qiao's speed. With a sharp glint in her eyes, she raised her leg and delivered a direct kick to his back, and as he fell, she swiftly twisted his arm and pinned him to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong, I apologize." The tall, slender man grimaced in pain, kneeling on the ground and fervently pleading for mercy. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yan Qiao coldly remarked, "If your mouth is filthy, go eat some soap to spare us the offense." "Now scram with that," she merely acknowledged with a hum and turned to leave, followed closely by Fu Ting's. Neither of them spared a glance at Feng Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu, who were exchanging bewildered looks. By the time they returned to the Tolstoy manor, it was already 11 in the morning. Yan Qiao simply smiled faintly. "It will be ready soon." Perhaps due to the presence of the camera, Feng Xiuqing immediately adopted a different demeanor, stating with Qiao Qiao around, "We certainly won't go hungry. You have no idea how adept she is at shopping. We owe it all to her." Yan Qiao cast a cold glance at the smiling Feng Xiuqing, her expression indifferent as she carried the groceries directly into the kitchen. Feng Xiuqing took a step forward, eager to assist. "Qiao Qiao, let me help you." However, he was outpaced by Fu Ting's, whose icy peach blossom eyes were fixed coldly on Feng Xiuqing, his tone laced with a hint of severity. "No need, I'll handle it." Feng Xiuqing hesitated, his eyes narrowing as he dared not advance further. He could only watch helplessly as Fu Ting's followed Yan Qiao into the kitchen, clenching his fists in frustration. For some inexplicable reason, whenever Fu Ting's and Yan Qiao were together, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and anxiety. Feng Xiuqing cast a venomous glance towards the kitchen, carefully concealing his emotions from the camera. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Yuyu appeared before him, her allure captivating as she playfully poked his arm. "Brother Chang, you want Qiao Qiao and I want Teacher Fu. Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement?" Feng Xiuqing regarded Bai Yuyu, recognizing that while they had previously been on the same side, nothing had been officially declared. However, if they were to lay their cards on the table now, it would truly become an alliance. Yet, upon reflection, she was merely a woman. What difference would it make if they fell out? Feng Xiuqing offered a faint smile. "You feel free to speak your mind." Bai Yuyu then lowered her voice, speaking in a tone only the two of them could discern. "I have a way to make Yan Qiao take the initiative and throw herself at you tonight." Feng Xiuqing, quick to grasp her meaning, responded immediately, "Then I must thank you in advance. When you marry into a wealthy family, don't forget about your brother." A glimmer of pride flashed in Bai Yuyu's eyes as she retorted, "And when Changgu embraces the beauty, don't forget about me either." The two exchanged a knowing smile before turning back to their respective tasks, both harboring 120% of scheming thoughts as they cast furtive glances toward the kitchen. In stark contrast to the intrigue outside, the kitchen at that moment radiated warmth. Yan Qiao, donned in an apron, skillfully washed and chopped vegetables while Fu Ting's rolled up his sleeves to assist her. Observing Yan Qiao's deft movements, Fu Ting's initiated a conversation. "How did you become so skilled?" As he admired her delicate profile, he added, "Your father must have taken great care in teaching you." Yan Qiao smiled lightly. "That's nothing. My mother taught me even more." Fu Ting's wiped his hands and leaned against the countertop, his gaze tenderly fixed on Yan Qiao. "In what way?" Yan Qiao pondered for a moment. For instance, when I was younger, teachers would assign holiday projects requiring everyone to learn a skill during the break. While other children chose embroidery or cooking, guess what my mother taught me?" Fu Ting's lips curled slightly. "What?" As she reminisced about her childhood, Laughter sparkled in Yan Xiao's tea-colored eyes. My mother taught me how to fly a helicopter. Even Fu Ting's found himself at a loss for words to describe Yan Xiao's unconventional upbringing. Continuing her chores, she elaborated, later my father, concerned about my exhaustion, sent me to spend the holidays at my aunt's house. However, I ended up training with my uncle, who had my cousin practice swordsmanship, and I was dragged into it for an entire holiday, far more exhausting than flying a helicopter. Fu Ting's smile gradually faded. What kind of family environment had Yan Xiao grown up in? It seemed her relatives were rather formidable. It was remarkable how she thrived in such a setting. Fu Ting's alluring eyes lowered slightly as he shifted the topic. What about the 10 tanks from the film crew? Yan Xiao, pouring oil into the pot, replied casually, I borrowed them from my uncle. He has always spoiled me, even more than my parents do. Fu Ting's expression grew increasingly complex. The notion of borrowing tanks seemed far beyond mere affection. One would need to hold a rank of at least Major General to borrow 10 tanks from the military district in one go. He decided against pressing further. Clearly, the comments on the interactive screen were spiraling out of control. Wow, how many mines does Yan Xiao's family have? They can even lend out tanks? Incredible! Their family connections must be extraordinary. No wonder the trending topic was swiftly retracted. Does anyone know who Yan Xiao's uncle is? I'd like to pay my respects. Cease your adoration. Should her uncle discover her ostentation here, it may well jeopardize his position within the military district. Ha ha ha, am I the only one concerned about the conditions of Qiao Qiao's family? She can learn to pilot a helicopter in elementary school. While you all obsess over Yan Xiao's familial background, I am consumed by envy and jealousy that she can share a room with my husband, engaging in conversation and cooking together. And me. Cooking alongside Teacher Fu is my lifelong aspiration. I unilaterally declare him to be my husband. To those before me, had there been even a single peanut, you would not be in such a state of inebriation. That is indisputably my husband. The comments on the screen are about to erupt into arguments over Fu Ting's affiliations, but they gradually subside amidst a flurry of envious and resentful remarks. How I long to inhabit Yan Xiao's existence. Even for a mere second, that I too would gladly sacrifice anything to witness Fu Ting's up close. Woo-woo, to be gazed upon so intently by Teacher Fu, I would truly turn into a lemon of envy on the spot. Do these two perhaps have a collaborative film in the works? I am utterly consumed by envy that Qiao Qiao can spend such an extensive time in Fu's company. The barrage of comments on the interactive screen, due to Fu Ting's, cascades thickly, rendering it nearly impossible to discern any individual remark. In the living room, Fang Xiuqing fixates intently on the content of the interactive screen, occasionally glancing through the kitchen window. Merely observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two, especially Yan Xiao's smile directed at Fu Ting's, ignites an almost primal urge within Fang Xiuqing to storm in and tear Fu Ting's to shreds. He is baffled by the source of his own ire. Yet whenever he witnesses Yan Xiao's indifference towards him, contrasted with her gentle demeanor towards Fu Ting's, an intense frustration wells up within him. It is as if something that belongs to him is being coveted by another, provoking an extreme discomfort. Fang Xiuqing stands at the kitchen doorway, watching the two in their joyful exchange, grinding his teeth before turning away. Now, he can only hope that Bai Yu's scheme proves effective. When lunch is prepared, observing the exquisite array of dishes, the mere aroma brings tears of joy to Lu Ning's eyes. Sister Qiao, your culinary skills are fit for a restaurant. Yan Xiao merely smiles non-committally, placing the final dish on the table, as long as everyone enjoys it. Fu Ting's graciously extends his hand to pull out a chair for Yan Xiao. His movements elegant and gentlemanly, inciting envy in Bai Yu and another female guest to the point of reddening their eyes. Fang Xiuqing, taking a bite of the dish with his chopsticks, coughs lightly, inadvertently reminding Bai Yu. Fu Ting's whine. I shall block it. Bai Yu immediately dons an innocuous smile. Since we are gathered together for a rare meal, how could we forego some beverages? Simultaneously, she discreetly signals Fang Xiuqing. Receiving Bai Yu's cue, Fang Xiuqing also smiles in agreement. Indeed, we are all busy with work. It is a rarity to sit together. So let us indulge in some wine. Yan Xiao merely glances at the bottle of white liquor. Such occurrences are commonplace, and thus she refrains from commenting. When the pale wine was finally poured before Fu Ting's, he coldly pushed the glass away, stating, I do not drink. Bai Yu's hand, poised to pour, faltered momentarily, and her smile quickly faded at an WeChat. And he refuses to drink? Was Fu Ting's truly living a century in the past? Nevertheless, being an international film emperor, Bai Yu forced a smile, saying, Teacher Fu, everyone is waiting to toast to you. Isn't it rather inappropriate for you not to drink? Even if you've never partaken before. One must try everything at least once. Bai Yuyu believed her words were eloquent enough to silence any further objections from Fu Ting's. With a bright smile, she lifted her glass and presented it to him, her demeanor suggesting that she would be more than eager to pour it down his throat should he refuse. As he gazed at the wine before him, Fu Ting's brows knitted together in displeasure. Yan Qiao, observing his reaction, raised an eyebrow. Are you certain that one should try everything at least once? Bai Yuyu, still smiling, replied, of course. After toasting Teacher Fu, I must raise a glass to you as well. Qiao. Initially taken aback, she quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor and extended the glass toward Fu Ting's, dismissing Yan Qiao's jest. Yet, Yan Qiao's gaze remained fixed on the cup, her eyes sharpening. In the next instant, Bai Yuyu's glass was snatched from her hand, and Yan Qiao tilted her head back, downing its contents in one swift motion. The guests at the table were left in stunned silence. After placing the empty glass down, Yan Qiao's gaze remained icy as she fixed her eyes on Bai Yuyu, even going so far as to seize the bottle of baijiu from the table, uncorking it and draining it entirely in one breath. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Seeing Yan Qiao consume the liquor, Fu Ting's expression shifted to one of distress as he immediately rose to wrest the bottle from her grasp. Fang Xiuqing also stood up, exclaiming, Qiao, have you lost your mind? This is baijiu. He looked at Yan Qiao and the hand supporting her, his eyes filled with discontent, yet he felt utterly helpless, expressing his emotions in another way. Are you all right? Yan Qiao emptied the drink, her full red lips glistening with the liquid, and after licking her tongue over them, she slammed the bottle onto the table. Her tea-colored eyes showed no trace of inebriation, remaining calm and indifferent as she glared at Bai Yuyu, her tone frigid. I stood in for Fu Ting's drink. Is that sufficient? Yet Fang Xiuqing's expression was a tumult of conflicting emotions, his gaze flitting between Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's, his heart twisting with discomfort. Yan Qiao had actually downed an entire bottle of baijiu for Fu Ting's. At that moment, Fang Xiuqing felt more anguish than if Yan Qiao had publicly slapped him. Suppressing his rising fury, he glanced at Yan Qiao, then at the stunned Bai Yuyu. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao did not allow Fu Ting's to continue supporting her. She pushed his hand away and turned to ascend the stairs. At that moment, as she turned, a frown of discomfort crossed her delicate features. Her fair hand pressed against her chest. She sensed a searing heat coursing through her veins, making her head spin. Was she intoxicated? That was impossible. Her tolerance had been honed since childhood. However, it could be attributed to the speed at which she had just drunk. Her mind began to cloud, and she felt her eyelids growing heavy. Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly, prompting her to quicken her pace. However, this haste rendered her somewhat unsteady, as if she were stumbling. Bai Yuyu exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Xiuqing and discreetly kicked him under the table. The implication unmistakable. He should go and seek out Yan Qiao. Fang Xiuqing nodded in understanding, preparing to rise, but just as he stood, he was preempted by Fu Ting's. Enraged, Fang Xiuqing nearly overturned the table. The production team attempted to follow but was intercepted by Fu Ting's. Without uttering a single word, he stood up and supported Yan Qiao as they ascended the stairs, leaving the others at the table staring blankly at the array of dishes before them. Exchanging bewildered glances, Sister Qiao had downed an entire bottle of white liquor in one go. She surely needed to rest. Indeed, consuming such a full bottle would have sent me to the hospital. The group engaged in light banter, yet with Fu Ting's presence, none dared to speak too freely. Settling back to continue their meal in silence, Bai Yuyu glared at the retreating figures, the food in her mouth now tasteless. And now, Yan Qiao had taken advantage of the situation. Frustrated, Bai Yuyu poked at the rice in her bowl and shot a glare at Fang Xiuqing. What a useless fellow! Her only hope now rested on Fu Ting's maintaining his integrity, lest Yan Qiao ensnare him. In room 1, as soon as Yan Qiao entered, she collapsed onto the bed. Her head spun, and a feverish heat coursed through her body, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, the remnants of her reason cautioned her that her current state was undoubtedly more than just the effects of alcohol. Gripping the bed sheets tightly, Yan Qiao gritted her teeth, striving to quell the overwhelming heat that threatened to expose her. However, through her hazy vision, she beheld Fu Ting standing at the bedside. The gentle, indulgent gaze in his enchanting eyes mirrored the images that had incessantly replayed in her mind over the past few days, intensifying her thirst. Licking her dry lips, Yan Qiao gazed at Fu Ting's with dazed eyes. Unaware that such a look was utterly lethal to him, Fu Ting's inhaled deeply, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Yan Qiao, his tone softening. Drink some water. Yan Qiao, captivated by the handsome figure before her, found her mind plagued by a plethora of inappropriate thoughts. Fortunately, her reason still clung to her, and she abruptly shook her head, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear off her clothing in the stifling heat. Observing the glass of water in Fu Ting's hand, Yan Qiao made a decisive move, snatching it and splashing it onto her face. The water dampened the wisps of hair framing her forehead and clung to her attire. Beads of water cascading down her delicate visage. Her cheeks, now tinged with an unnatural blush, appeared even more enchanting. Her luscious lips glistened with moisture, enticing anyone to take a bite. Fu Ting's Adam's apple bobbed, his cool, almond-shaped eyes darkening slightly, though his expression remained unchanged. His ears visibly reddened. This was a predicament, turning into a test for him. Only then did Yan Qiao glance up at Fu Ting's, who had his eyes tightly shut. In her muddled state, she couldn't help but murmur a compliment. Quite the gentleman. He knows that calling a doctor now would tarnish her reputation. However, given the current circumstances, the tarnishing of one's reputation seems to be precisely what some individuals desire. Yan Qiao exhaled deeply, the strong scent of alcohol enveloping her as she desperately fought against the discomfort within her. No need, I shall take a cold shower. You may leave. Perhaps it was the combination of alcohol and that cursed medication. Yan Qiao's originally melodious voice now carried a seductive rasp, causing Fu Ting's, who was tending to her, to momentarily falter. Are you certain you can manage? Yan Qiao herself could not guarantee what might transpire if she remained with Fu Ting's, and with a furrowed brow she pushed his hand away, preparing to rise. I can, you go. Yet, after downing that bottle of liquor, she could barely stand. As she attempted to rise from the bed, she stumbled directly into Fu Ting's embrace. Instantly, she was enveloped by a refreshing, cool fragrance that jolted her senses awake. However, the comfort of his embrace was intoxicating, making it all too easy for her to become entranced, leaving Yan Qiao momentarily dazed. The sudden surge of her heartbeat felt electric, prompting her to spring away from him, unable to even glance at Fu Ting's, and she staggered into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against the door, Yan Qiao took a deep breath, but her mind was filled entirely with thoughts of Fu Ting's face, his gaze, his voice. Gritting her teeth, she turned on the cold shower, standing fully clothed beneath the icy stream. She continued until she could no longer suppress the shivers, yet every inch of her skin remained alarmingly warm. Her mind was still clouded. Her eyelids felt as if they were glued together. Yan Qiao turned off the tap, drenched and ready to open the door, but she could no longer hold herself up and collapsed with a thud. Fu Ting's, who had been waiting outside, heard the commotion and decisively burst through the bathroom door. Downstairs, Feng Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu occasionally glanced up, hoping to catch any unusual sounds from above. However, there were none. It was only when Fu Ting's descended the stairs that an unusual tension rose within Feng Xiuqing, who hurriedly approached. How is Qiao Qiao? Fu Ting's cast a cold glance with his icy peach blossom eyes. She's drunk and asleep. Bai Yuyu frowned. Asleep? Which one is asleep? That was an entire bottle of liquor. And the dosage of medication should have driven Yan Qiao into a frenzy for several hours. It shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Where is our Qiao Qiao? Bai Yuyu feigned concern. She should be all right. Shouldn't she? Fu Ting's icy gaze scrutinized Bai Yuyu's face, his tone indifferent. Then you should drink a bottle of liquor and see for yourself. Bai Yuyu, avoiding his gaze, turned and sat down on the sofa. Only Feng Xiuqing continued to observe Fu Ting's discreetly dressed impeccably, his hair neatly styled, and with no suspicious marks on his neck. He appeared to have had no incidents. Yet there was an inexplicable sense of something being amiss. Fu Ting silently poured himself a glass of ice water, his long fair hand raising the glass to his lips in one swift motion. The online comments were in a frenzy. What on earth were they doing upstairs? Can we refrain from wild speculation every single day? Didn't we hear he went to take care of someone? What else could he be doing? Given Fu Ting's temperament, what else could we expect? It is not I who speaks, but rather the duration of this care seems excessively prolonged. Who can predict what may transpire? The affairs of the entertainment industry are notoriously unpredictable. In any case, I remain unconvinced. Our esteemed actor, Teacher Fu, conducts himself with utmost propriety. Then why, pray tell, are there so many women present yet none tending to him? Why must this man insist on providing care? Have the fans donned a filter that renders their vision myopic? Fu Ting's, while sipping water, cast a glance at the barrage of comments on the interactive screen. Recalling Yan Qiao's earlier antics upstairs, he pressed his lips together. Emerging from the restroom, Yan Qiao appeared to have completely lost her rationality. Resembling a person intoxicated, not only did she undress herself, but she also insisted on undressing him, forcibly tugging at him to compare sizes. Fu Ting's employed an uncountable amount of persuasion to liberate his zipper from her grasp. Ultimately, after successfully coaxing Yan Qiao to lie down on the bed and covering her with a blanket, he descended from upstairs simultaneously. Li Qing, clutching a script, arrived. She surveyed the room, noting that while everyone was present, her little ancestor was conspicuously absent. The expressions on each face were decidedly peculiar, and no one dared to meet her gaze after all. Those who had interacted with Yan Qiao were well aware of just how fiercely protective her manager was and how formidable she could be. None dared to provoke her. Observing their reactions, Li Qing's heart raced with alarm. Her immediate thought was whether her little ancestor had encountered trouble. Adjusting her glasses, she gravely seized the director by the collar, her tone laced with a frenzied intensity. "Where is our Qiao Qiao? If anything has happened to her," Li Qing could scarcely fathom the consequences. The director's team was taken aback by her reaction, quickly surrounding her. "Sister Li, please calm down." Her furious roar could even be heard by the sound crew. "Calm down, my foot. I ask you, where is our Qiao Qiao?" Li Qing glanced upstairs, releasing her grip on the director, swinging her backpack, which struck him squarely in the face. "I am going to check now. If anything has happened to our Qiao Qiao." The fury etched upon her face was palpable, and her eyes, concealed behind her glasses, seemed to blaze with fire. "No one shall escape unscathed. 070. What do you intend to do?" This was indeed audacious. One might think Yan Qiao was a princess. As for why Li Qing dared utter such words, it was simply because she recognized that Yan Qiao was, without a doubt, a genuine princess. A little princess raised in the palms of the lord and lady of the manor. Other guests regarded Li Qing's retreating figure with eyes filled with confusion, envy, and disdain. Only Fu Ting's remained unperturbed, sitting in his place, his cold, peach blossom eyes fixating on Bai Yuyu, who was gazing towards the upstairs. He was no fool. He could certainly discern this woman's ulterior motives. Qiao dare lay a hand on Yan Qiao. Very well. She possessed audacity. A fleeting glimmer of savage intensity passed through Fu Ting's eyes. Bai Yuyu suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping down her back, her neck growing cold as well. She could not help but touch it, glancing around nervously. A sense of being watched suddenly enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine. Upon ascending the stairs, Li Qing entered the room to find Yan Qiao lying under the covers on the bed. Cold. Cold? A singular thought raced through Li Qing's mind. How could her little ancestor be cold? In that instant, tears streamed down her face. "Qiao Qiao? My little ancestor, what has happened to you?" Abandoning her bag without a second thought, she cast it aside and sat at the edge of the bed, shaking Yan Qiao in anguish. "Qiao Qiao. Wake up, please look at me. What have these people done to you? What am I to do from now on? How can I explain this to your parents? Qiao Qiao, you might as well take me with you." Awoken from her slumber by the sound of muffled sobs, Yan Qiao furrowed her brow and lazily murmured, "Where are you taking me?" In that moment, Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, adjusting her glasses as she scrutinized Yan Qiao from head to toe, even reaching out multiple times to confirm her breathing before she finally relaxed. A tear plopped onto Yan Qiao's hand, and sensing its warm temperature, Yan Qiao stretched and asked, "Is there hot water?" Li Qing promptly poured a steaming cup of water and handed it to Yan Qiao. "Qiao Qiao, what on earth happened to you? Have you seen a doctor?" After sipping the hot water to regain her composure, Yan Qiao's mind began to function again, and her hazel eyes suddenly sharpened. "I've been drugged." Li Qing's breath caught in her throat. "Drugged?" Her brows furrowed in concern. "Who? They dared to lay a hand on her little ancestor." Yan Qiao raised her gaze, her tone eerily calm as if she were not the one who had been drugged. "Fang Xiuchang and Bai Yuyu." Li Qing was momentarily stunned, then adjusting her glasses gritted her teeth. "That scoundrel Fang Xiuchang. Qiao Qiao, tell me, what do you plan to do?" "Gather evidence to have them arrested." Yan Qiao shook her head. Reaching for her phone on the bedside table, she opened the group chat for the Beijing Undercover Stability Team. The messages in the group were flooding in at such a rapid pace that they nearly overwhelmed Yan Qiao's phone screen. That wine definitely had issues. A bunch of fools are rambling on in the comments. 071. Male lead becomes male support. Extra update. Qiao Jia is just too honest. She actually drank the wine. If it were me, I'd have splashed it in her face on the spot. You're still too polite. If it were me, I'd have smashed the bottle over her head. Why are we wasting time discussing this? Qiao Jia has already drunk it. We should think about how to resolve this. I'm puzzled. Someone as capable as Qiao Jia couldn't possibly not notice the wine was off. Why did she drink it anyway? Qiao Jia, are you there? Are you feeling any better? Yan Qiao perused the endless stream of similar messages. Her fingers danced over the keyboard as she typed. If I don't drink, how can I have a legitimate reason to eliminate his Best Actor nomination? As soon as Yan Qiao's message was sent, the group fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a frenzy of replies. What? Qiao Jia has spoken. Is Qiao Jia all right? As long as Qiao Jia gives the word, whatever you need me to do, I will do it. Qiao Jia, what's the plan? Li Qing stared in bewilderment at Yan Qiao's phone. The rapid refresh of the chat content on the screen was overwhelming, and she had barely managed to read a single sentence before it vanished. However, one thing was certain. Her little ancestor was more than capable of handling the situation independently, without any assistance from her. Nor did there exist a need to inform the lord and lady of the manor. Qiao offered a faint smile and continued typing. First, find out what kind of medicine it is, then get me a copy as well. No problem, Qiao Jia. I'll take care of it right now, I promise it will be plentiful. Qiao glanced at the group chat, sent a few red envelopes, and then turned off her phone, exhaling in relief. Li Qing looked at Qiao with concern. Qiao, are you truly all right? Qiao shook her head. Although her memory was largely blank, the reaction of her body indicated that she was indeed fine. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm perfectly fine, nothing has happened to me, so don't worry. Only then did Li Qing, feeling reassured, push up her glasses and retrieve the revised script from her bag. Handing it to Qiao, here is the newly revised script for your movie. Please take a look. Qiao nodded, accepted the script and flipped through it. This was the military film in which Fu Ting's had graciously taken on the role of the second male lead. Shooting had been paused due to the script revisions, but now that the script was complete, resuming filming should not be far off. Qiao's tea-colored eyes scanned the script with an emotionless gaze, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. The second male lead has become the first. Is this the power of an international film emperor? Li Qing chuckled. Perhaps so, that Yihua is likely seething with anger. The current direction of the script aligns with the impromptu changes made by Fu Ting's that day. Although Yihua's role remains unchanged, his ranking has been demoted from first male lead to second. The character remains the same, but the significance has shifted. Fu Ting's has ascended to the role of the first male lead, while Yihua has been relegated to the second. One cannot deny that the revised script has become grander and more magnificent, showcasing the martial spirit of the Huaxia Empire soldiers in vivid detail, with the characters rendered with greater depth. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Qiao and Li Qing were engaged in a discussion about the new script. On the lower floor, Fu Ting's had received his copy of the revised script from Han Yi, still clad in his flamboyant shirt, crossed his arms and fanned himself while casting a sidelong glance at Fu Ting's, who was diligently reading the script. Ancestor, the kind of scene-stealing and script-changing antics you indulge in are things only you can get away with. Had you done this with another actor, you would have been mercilessly criticized. Fu Ting's did not lift his head. That's because my changes are justified, Han Yi. Alright then, you're the international film emperor. Whatever you say goes. Clearing his throat, Han Yi scanned the surrounding people, ensuring no one was paying attention, and then leaned closer to Fu Ting's with a face full of gossip. What were you and that little girl doing upstairs just now? You can't hide anything from me. His eyes slyly darted toward Fu Ting's lower half, a smile gracing his face. Just in case something happens later, I'll have time to help you smooth things over. Fu Ting's frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Han Yi with his frigid eyes. Without hesitation, he brought the script down sharply on Han Yi's head. Have you been reading too many novels? Han Yi merely chuckled as he brushed his hair aside after receiving a light shove. No matter how much I observe, I can never match the keen insight of Yuan. That coffee spill was more audacious than a domineering CEO, do you not recall? Suddenly mentioning Yuan, Fu Ting's eyes narrowed with intensity. There is something I need you to handle. Upon hearing Fu Ting's request, Han Yi's interest was piqued. What is it? As long as it's your esteemed demand, I have always managed it splendidly. Fu Ting's lips curled slightly. An eye for an eye, we shall return the favor. Following Fu Ting's gaze towards Bai Yuyu, who was seated on the sofa, Han Yi understood immediately and replied. Got it. Leave this matter to me. As preparations for dinner commenced, twilight had nearly enveloped the sky. Qiao cast a glance at the freshly washed cups, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her tea-colored eyes. She pinched 2 cups and, with the medicine hastily delivered to her hands, evenly spread a thin layer along the cup's rim. Fang Xiuqing, Bai Yu, since you both delight in this concoction so much, it would be remiss not to sample it yourselves, Qiao remarked with a cold smile as she poured the beverage, ensuring she remembered the placement of the cups as she exited. Meanwhile, Fu Ting's observed Qiao's retreating figure, then glanced at Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu, who sat in a state of apprehension, reluctant to drink the offered beverage. His cold, peach blossom eyes lowered slightly as he deftly tapped the pouch of powdered medicine in his pocket, smoothly offering it to Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu at the rim of their cups. With the international film emperor personally serving them drinks, neither Fang Xiuqing nor Bai Yuyu dared to decline, quickly accepting with gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Fu. Bai Yuyu's gaze remained fixed on Fu Ting's, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she sipped the drink, while Fang Xiuqing beside her, feeling disgruntled, downed his drink in one go. What's the big deal about being a film emperor? In just a few days Fang Xiuqing will also be an emperor. Upon finishing his drink, Fang Xiuqing felt his frustration intensify. Rubbing his temples, he frowned and staggered towards the restroom, with Bai Yuyu trailing closely behind. No one found anything amiss. Even the comments on the interactive screen continued to chatter away. I also want to drink the beverage handed to me by the film emperor, woo-woo. Dream on, the only person my husband will serve drinks to is me. And he won't just serve me drinks, he'll even feed me. How could they drink so much? A grand scene of delusion unfolded. It wasn't until Yan Qiao had finished preparing the dishes and set the table that she noticed the absence of Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu. Her delicate face maintaining an air of calm. 2 people are missing. Who will go fetch them for dinner? Lu Ning was the first to raise his hand. They were just here. I will go call them. Qin Qing also stood up. I shall go as well. However, the upstairs rooms revealed no sign of the two. Just then, a series of unusual noises emanated from the ground floor restroom, capturing everyone's attention as they turned towards the tightly shut door. This is quite explosive, isn't it? The muffled sounds of suppressed moans accompanied by peculiar rustling echoed from within, causing everyone to frown. Lu Ning leaned in to listen. Changgu, are you in there? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing. The sound of Fang Xiuqing's panicked exclamations echoed from within the door, accompanied by the distinctive subdued sobs of a girl. Yan Qiao and Fu Ting stood at the back, exchanging glances that hinted at a shared amusement, yet uttering not a single word. Lu Ning was nearly pressed against the door, inquiring Changgu. What's wrong? Another female guest seemed to have realized the situation, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Qin Qing immediately sensed something awry and, without hesitation, forcefully flung open the bathroom door. Inside, the disheveled Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu remained locked in an embrace, oblivious to the camera capturing their exposed state in full view. It appeared their passion had yet to subside. Not only were their faces flushed, but their eyes also glimmered with fervor, as they leaned against the wall, engrossed in their antics, entirely disregarding their exposure to the lens. All the guests were left astounded by the outrageous scene unfolding before them. The barrage of comments surged exponentially. What the hell? This is too explosive. Incredible. They really went for it? How thrilling. I may lack sophistication, but one phrase encapsulates my shock. This is absolutely insane. Fingers raced over keyboards in a frantic attempt to express innocence, while others resorted to typing with their feet to convey their guilt. My hands instinctively opened the browser. The immediate concern was how to minimize the fallout. The director was overwhelmed, his gaze directed at the 2 individuals in the restroom as if he wished to rend them apart. Had glances the power to kill, Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu would have already been dispatched to the underworld. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's appeared as if they had prearranged their stance, arms crossed and leaning against the side, their expressions strikingly similar as they silently observed the farce. Yan Qiao retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened Weibo. As anticipated, the affair of these two had skyrocketed to trending status, glaringly displayed at the top, generating immense buzz. Who are these two? Had they been obscure until now, resorting to this scandal to gain notoriety? Seeking attention by engaging in self-sabotage? Is this man desperate for fame? Such discussions proliferated endlessly. 074. Whose fault is it? Yan Qiao cast a languid glance at the forcibly separated Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Internally, she felt a sense of satisfaction. They deserved it. Fu Ting's cool, peach blossom eyes merely flicked toward the pair, his expression unperturbed. They deserved it too. Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's mirrored each other perfectly, their expressions and demeanor identical, almost synchronously turning and then pausing. Their gazes met. Yan Qiao looked deep into Fu Ting's eyes. She couldn't deny her heart raced a little faster. The production team was busy managing the ensuing chaos. The live broadcast had undoubtedly been halted. Yet the guests could not simply disperse. The remaining guests reluctantly turned to ascend the stairs. Yan Qiao felt as if she had been granted reprieve, pivoting to follow a few others upstairs. Sitting on the bed, her gaze fixed on the makeshift bedding beside her, she retrieved her phone. The Beijing Stability Maintenance team was engaged in conversation. Did you all see the trending topic on Weibo? This drug is truly remarkable. Wait a minute, something feels off. Is the dosage too high? Did Qiao Jie use too much? Could it harm her health? Regardless of the circumstances, those who dare to harm Sister Qiao must be made aware of the repercussions they will face. They deserve to be utterly disgraced. I refuse to believe that Fang Xiuqing can continue to flounder in the entertainment industry after such a scandal. I share your skepticism, yet we must await Sister Qiao's next course of action. Yan Qiao observed their discussion and quietly typed a line. Prepare to bring snacks and drinks as we await the delightful news of Fang Xiuqing's impending loss of the Best Actor award. Upon this statement, the group chat was instantly inundated with a flurry of emoticons. Definitely a cat.jpg. Hear us a big thumbs up.jpg. Outrageous.jp. I believe this is feasible.jpg. In response to these emoticons, Yan Qiao could only silently collect the images. Fang Xiuqing's complexion turned ashen as he mentally pieced together the sequence of events. However, the only person he could think of who possessed such a drug was Bai Yuyu. If it were not an accidental misfire, it could only mean that Bai Yuyu had intentionally drugged him to cause him to err. Contemplating this, Fang Xiuqing cast a hostile glance at Bai Yuyu, only to find her glaring back at him. In Bai Yuyu's perspective, only Fang Xiuqing was privy to their plan, so it must be that he was displeased with her for not successfully drugging Yan Qiao and was thus seeking revenge. The two exchanged fierce glares, tension palpable, yet neither spoke a word. The director, however, continued to berate them. It's already on Weibo. We can no longer suppress this. You two provide me with a resolution. How shall we proceed? Bai Yu took a deep breath and slowly responded, Director, have you not considered asking Yan Qiao? The director paused in confusion. What does it have to do with her? 075, or do you consider her one of us? The director was momentarily taken aback by Bai Yuyu's words, which implied that the fault lay with Yan Qiao. But before he could respond, Han Yi entered through the door as Fu Ting's manager. Han Yi essentially acted as Fu Ting's voice. Upon his arrival, all the staff in the room immediately stood up. Han Yi, what brings you here? Observing the staff's beaming faces, Han Yi merely adjusted his flamboyant shirt collar and casually pulled out a chair to sit. Had it not been for Fu Ting's request, he would have never graced such a lowly meeting with his presence. His ancestor was genuinely invested in that little girl, Yan Qiao, and was resolutely committed to protecting her. What could he, as a manager, do but assist? The director could only force a smile. However, the next moment, the door swung open once more, and Li Qing stormed in, her high heels clacking with purpose as she pulled out a chair and sat down decisively. Representing Yan Qiao, coupled with her notorious reputation as a fierce protector, the staff dared not provoke her. Han Yi glanced at Li Qing, his mind racing as Yan Qiao's manager. Fostering a good relationship with her would undoubtedly benefit Fu Ting's pursuits. An idea formed in Han Ye's mind as he maintained a stoic expression, glancing at the director before coldly remarking, What arrangements? Did someone not just say that wherever Fang Xiuqing is, Yan Qiao is sure to follow, and that as long as Yan Qiao appears on a variety show, issues will arise? Upon hearing this, Li Qing's gaze snapped to Han Yi, her eyes brimming with visible fury. Who said that? Han Yi slightly pursed his lips, directly exposing Bai Yuyu to Li Qing. When Bai Yuyu met Li Qing's gaze, she inexplicably felt a fleeting moment of guilt. However, Li Qing had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. She exuded the aura of a top-notch agent and confronted Bai Yuyu with an almost overwhelming demeanor. Miss Bai, your scandal hasn't yet subsided, and you wish to receive a defamation lawsuit? Bai Yuyu frowned. What do you mean by defamation? Isn't that the truth? Han Yi cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yuyu. Or perhaps you actually consider yourself one of us. Li Qing shot a surprised look at Han Yi. The mention of us implied that Han Yi was on the same side as her. This was not part of the script dictated by her little ancestor. Should she trust Han Yi? Doubt clouded Li Qing's mind, but her expression remained unchanged as she observed Bai Yuyu retracting her neck, choosing to chime in. How can you claim it's the truth when you can't even produce evidence? The director watched in awe as the two prominent agents volleyed words at Bai Yuyu, feeling as though he were witnessing a celestial battle, too intimidated to utter a single word. Especially Fang Xiuqing, who felt a profound sense of frustration watching Han Yi and Li Qing work in concert. In the entertainment industry, it was widely understood that agents represented their artists. The closeness of these two agents implied a similar intimacy between Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's. Fang Xiuqing clenched his teeth, his annoyance and agitation reaching a peak. Is that so? Then I wish for death. Fang Xiuqing couldn't quite pinpoint the source of his current vexation. Yet he knew that every time he saw Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's together, it filled him with unease, perhaps due to his excessive interactions with women. Fang Xiuqing was particularly slow to react to his own feelings. Nevertheless, there came a time when he could no longer ignore them. He recalled how Yan Qiao used to smile sweetly at him, always presenting him with the best resources without hesitation. However, he had taken advantage of her affection, ruthlessly trampling on her kindness and trying to exploit her. But eventually, that wonderful Yan Qiao was lost to him. Lost due to his own actions. The mere thought of the change in Yan Qiao's expression, especially her beautiful hazel eyes no longer offering him the sweet smiles of yore, left Fang Xiuqing feeling suffocated. He must have liked Yan Qiao, didn't he? Yet he had always believed her affection was unwavering, never truly considering that she might leave him, but now Fang Xiuqing found himself at a loss for his own feelings. He still aspired to climb higher. Was that wrong? Wasn't everyone in the entertainment industry like that? What had he done wrong? Clenching his jaw, even after realizing his feelings for Yan Qiao, he felt no guilt for his actions. Now that Yi Wan might not protect him, and Bai Yuyu was of no use, Fang Xiuqing glanced at Li Qing, his expression laden with resentment. What if I have evidence? Yan Qiao has exploited her connections in the military to misappropriate tanks. Wouldn't that be a significant scandal? His gaze carried the reckless determination of one resigned to a grim fate. If I fall, Yan Qiao won't escape unscathed either. Li Qing's eyes were filled with exasperation. You are utterly oblivious to the familial background of her little ancestor, and yet you dare to speak so boldly here? Li Qing rolled her eyes, exclaiming, such grand claims. Perhaps you should throw in some star anise and cinnamon to stew your meat. This was a lesson she had learned from Yan Qiao. Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Did this fool not realize that Fu Ting's had firmly resolved to protect Yan Qiao? With Fu Ting's status as an internationally renowned actor, as long as he stood by her, Yan Qiao would remain unscathed, even if the entertainment industry crumbled around her. Han Yi sighed. Brother, in the future, when you make grand threats, perhaps you should first familiarize yourself with the situation. Otherwise you come off as a mere comedic act, provoking laughter instead. Fang Xiuqing interjected. He was clearly making a serious threat, yet these two seem utterly unconcerned. Do they not respect the military district? Are they dismissing my earnest strategy? Enraged and flustered, he raised his chin defiantly and shouted, let me tell you, I have relatives holding positions in the military district. It would be wise for you to tread carefully, or I will ensure Yan Qiao pays dearly for this. My my relatives' positions would terrify you. Li Qing and Han Yi nearly burst into laughter. Just then, the door swung open and Yan Qiao strode in, arms crossed, perching herself directly across from Fang Xiuqing, her captivating amber eyes narrowing slightly. Is that so? Then I suppose I must seek death. As Yan Qiao regarded the hysterical Fang Xiuqing, memories of his deceitful face from her past life surged forth, igniting a desire to tear his mouth apart. You are envious of those superior to you, and when others earn money, you lash out. Li Qing remarked, arms crossed, relishing the spectacle. Fang Xiuqing squirmed under their gazes, unwilling to lose face. I assure you, even if my Weibo were to explode today, there would be someone to back me. Yan Qiao feigned surprise. Did you not claim that would frighten me? Go on, scare me, I beg you. Fang Xiuqing tightened his lips. Are you aware of the military district's major general? He could easily uncover the truth behind this matter. In the face of Fang Xiuqing's arrogance, Yan Qiao merely smirked and nodded. Sure, go ahead and investigate. A major general? Quite a lofty position indeed. But what of it? Noticing Yan Qiao's complete lack of fear, Fang Xiuqing furrowed his brow. Yan Qiao, are you not concerned that an investigation from the military district could implicate your family? Can your parents withstand such a blow? Listening to Fang Xiuqing's futile threats, Yan Qiao suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and shifted her legs. I must say, you are not as broad-minded as you appear. Yet you seem to meddle quite freely. Fang Xiuqing's expression darkened. Yan Qiao, even if you wish to take advantage of my misfortune, you should at least consider the timing. Yan Qiao responded with an amused tone. Oh, indeed, that makes sense. After all, that when the Suona plays, it heralds a joyous farewell. Your jealousy only reveals your inadequacies while others thrived. Li Qing and Han Yi were nearly in stitches, yet Fang Xiuqing's countenance grew even darker. This Yan Qiao. At that moment, Bai Yuyu stepped forward, gritting her teeth to utter a single phrase. Yan Qiao, stop with the nonsense. You brought the drinks, didn't you? If you lie, may your family perish. Yan Qiao cast a fleeting glance at her. Just because I served the drink, does that mean I am responsible for it? And you drank it yourself, why don't you claim it was your doing? Bai Yuyu was infuriated, disregarding all semblance of composure, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Dare you swear on your parents that you did not administer the poison? Huh! Are you bold enough to take that oath? Li Qing could no longer bear the scene, about to intervene when Yan Qiao gestured for calm. Yan Qiao regarded Bai Yuyu with an air of indifference, her tea-colored eyes brimming with disdain. Your agitation suggests that my parents' misfortune means you have no ancestors left. Bai Yuyu's eyes widened with rage, lunging forward with the intent to choke Yan Qiao. Her entire acting career, her aspirations, her future, her very existence all lay in ruins due to today's incident. I'll strangle you. Bai Yuyu's roar was deafening. Yan Qiao's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly delivered a kick to Bai Yuyu's abdomen. Thud! All eyes followed the arc of Bai Yuyu as she was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Bai Yuyu, racked with pain, lay on the floor, her eyes rolling as she began to weep pitifully. Yan Qiao flexed her wrist, casting a cold glance at Bai Yuyu. Crying is futile. You initiated the attack and I acted in legitimate self-defense. This statement effectively silenced any potential attempts by Bai Yuyu to extort Yan Qiao. Han Yi discreetly gave Yan Qiao a thumbs up, and upon noticing Li Qing was about to speak, he cleared his throat. Together, they exerted pressure on the flustered director. If you cannot ensure the safety of our company's artists, do not blame us for seeking rightful redress. As Han Yi was the exclusive agent of an international film emperor. His words visibly unsettled the director. Within 2 days, ensure your relatives leave. The director hastily stood, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This incident was not our intent." Just as the director was about to elaborate, his phone began to ring incessantly. I apologize, I must take this call. With a forced smile, the director hurried to a corner, covering the phone as he answered, "Hello? It's me. Who are you? Oh my, it's Major General Lin. What an honor. This is rather inappropriate, considering the implications at hand." Understood. I will ensure Mr. Fang's matters are handled properly. Please rest assured, and I hope to count on your continued support. Very well, goodbye. After hanging up, the director let out a long sigh. Both sides were formidable figures, not to be trifled with. However, Fang Xiuqing was directly under the Major General's scrutiny. Li Qing and Han Yi exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in unison at the director's sudden change in demeanor due to a single phone call. Only Yan Qiao cast a faint glance at Fang Xiuqing. A relative of the Major General? His influence had reached this far. After Fang Xiuqing finished speaking, he contemptuously eyed Han Yi. What did it matter that he was an international film emperor? He was still overshadowed by the Major General. Although this relative was but a distant connection, as long as he had affairs to attend to, it was still a form of protection. As for Yan Qiao, one could only surmise that her so-called military connections would not even be worthy of carrying the Major General's shoes. As he contemplated this, Fang Xiuqing smugly lifted the corners of his mouth. What do you think, Qiao Qiao? Just as he reached out to wrap his arm around Yan Qiao's shoulders, Li Qing and Han Yi instinctively stepped forward, shielding Yan Qiao behind them. Not much. The two esteemed agents spoke in unison, exchanging a glance before reiterating, our esteemed ancestor did not come here to be insulted. Standing behind the two, Yan Qiao crossed her arms and glanced to the left, then to the right, clicking her tongue. One could not deny that this united front bore a striking resemblance to a married couple. However, when it came to dealing with Fang Xiuqing, it was best left to the professionals. After all, Yan Qiao was no ordinary person. In this second life, dealing with adversaries was her profession. If your Major General relative does not leave within 2 days, I, Yan Qiao, shall write my name backward. Her tone was calm, her expression resolute, tinged with a hint of disdain. The aura she exuded caused Fang Xiuqing to feel a flicker of unease. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed it as mere bravado born of her current predicament. How could a mere girl possibly influence a dignified Major General? Fang Xiuqing smiled, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Yan Qiao's cold scoff. Fang Xiuqing, who wants to be related to you? How unfortunate. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Xiuqing clenched his fists, while Bai Yuyu's eyes glinted with a cunning idea. 079. Is there a problem with what I borrowed? Changgu. Although your connections are vast, this matter requires public relations to quell. Bai Yuyu wrapped her arm around Fang Xiuqing's, her smile obsequious. How about we announce our underground relationship? This way it will merely become a topic of conversation, minimizing the impact on our careers. Fang Xiuqing cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yuyu, his expression growing serious. Indeed, this was the only feasible public relations strategy available at present. He turned to the director. Director, I will have my team handle the PR copy. I hope you will cooperate. Due to the Major General's involvement, the director could only respond with utmost respect. Yes, I will certainly cooperate. Yet, as Fang Xiuqing gazed at Yan Qiao's departing silhouette, his heart brimmed with reluctance. Leave? Let's see who leaves first. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao wasted no time packing her belongings, preparing to depart. Exiting room 1 with her suitcase in hand, she was met by Fu Ting's, who seemed to have been ready for her arrival, standing at the door. Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow. What's up? Fu Ting's pressed his lips together slightly. What are you planning to do? Yan Qiao shrugged. If I'm hungry, I'll eat. If I'm tired, I'll sleep. I'll live each day joyfully. Fu Ting's cold, almond-shaped eyes reflected a mix of helplessness and affection. She clearly knew that his inquiry was far more profound than that. Yan Qiao offered no further explanation, striding past the onlookers with her suitcase in hand. Of course, there are more important matters to attend to. Fu Ting's remained silent, trailing behind Yan Qiao, disregarding the gazes of others. His piercing eyes were solely fixed on her as they exited the Tolstoy-mannered Lu Ning. Left in a state of bewilderment, murmured, Sister Qiao is just leaving like that. Does this not imply that such delicious meals will no longer be within his reach? Lu Ning collapsed entirely onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of despair. Meanwhile, within the military district of the Huaxia Empire, after navigating through several convoluted connections with relatives, Major General Lin discovered that someone had abused their authority to lend tanks to a film crew. Major General Lin pounded the table in indignation. This is utterly preposterous. The presence of such individuals in the military district is nothing short of a disgrace. They are scoundrels. His subordinates hurriedly poured him tea in an attempt to placate him. Major General, please do not be so furious. Is this not the prevailing trend in the entertainment industry nowadays? There is no need to be so incensed, Major General Lin glared. My niece is a newly acclaimed actress, and I have yet to hear her express any desire to engage in such improprieties. What else could this be if not a disgrace? His subordinates fell silent, yet inwardly they scoffed. If it weren't for this connection, do you really think Yuan's abilities alone could have secured her the title of a newly acclaimed actress? Dream on. But they dared not voice their thoughts. Major General Lin's eyes widened in determination. No, I must report this matter and thoroughly investigate this improper conduct. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled out a sheet of paper and began to swiftly compose a letter of complaint. Once completed, he handed it to his subordinate. Make certain to deliver this personally to General Yan, so that he may address this prevailing attitude appropriately. His subordinate could only comply and take his leave. 30 minutes later, a widespread reprimand echoed throughout the entire military district. Upon reading those 6 words, before Major General Lin could process the information, the loudspeaker had already begun to announce the news in a loop. 080. Yan Xiao's maternal uncle Major General Lin was taken aback. He shouted, What is the meaning of this? How can you treat me this way? I demand to see the general. The sound of military boots echoed as a clean-cut and handsome face appeared at the doorway. With a pair of clear and captivating eyes calmly observing the shouting Major General Lin. Neatly inscribed were his name and position, General Yan Xing of the Huaxia Empire. He is currently the youngest and most capable officer in the military district, and moreover he is Yan Xiao's maternal uncle. Yan Xing stood at the office entrance, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Major General Lin. You wish to see me? Major General Lin's expression faltered. General Yan. It was you who lent the tanks, you who violated regulations. Why do you treat me in this manner? Yan Xing's face, pristine and handsome, bore no expression. What regulations have I violated? Lending tanks to a military-themed film to enhance our national prestige is an act that bolsters cultural confidence, and it falls under the military district's vigorous support for cultural activities. Immediately thereafter, his clear eyes sharpened. However, you leveraging your status as a major general to flaunt and exert pressure externally, tarnishing the image of the military district, can it be regarded in the same light? Yan Xing's words pierced deeply, transforming Major General Lin's astonishment into trepidation. No, General Yan, that is not the case. I had no such intentions. Please allow me to explain. I was coerced into this action. Yan Xing merely waved his hand. Major General, can you not exhibit some dignity? Take him away and handle it according to regulations. Ignoring Major General Lin's cries for mercy, Yan Xing watched as he was led away, unyielding. Attempting to trouble Qiao. He must first pass through him. Yan Xiao glanced at the trending topics on Weibo, letting out a disdainful scoff. Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu reveal their secret relationship. Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu truly share a peculiar affinity, resorting to such measures for the sake of crisis management. A clandestine romance. How absurd! Yan Xiao casually scrolled through the comments below, noting that most were filled with scorn, yet some self-proclaimed astute individuals urged others not to rush to condemnation, while analyzing the potential marketing strategy behind it all. Listen to me, don't be too quick to criticize Fang Xiuqing and Bai Yuyu. I suspect this is a conspiracy. Wasn't Fang Xiuqing often linked with Yan Xiao in the past? Now suddenly announcing a secret relationship with Bai Yuyu, doesn't that strike you as odd? Indeed, however, seeing their relationship exposed, I breathed a sigh of relief for our Qiao. As long as they don't provoke her, they can frolic as they please. After all, he is just a scoundrel. Who isn't really? Perhaps fearing a backlash from the entire internet, they impulsively declared it a secret romance. Given their previous entanglement, it's implausible to say there was no connection. Right. Do you think Yan Xiao, disheartened from a breakup, voluntarily withdrew? Observing such nonsensical speculation, Yan Xiao's only reaction was to lament why she wasted a precious minute reading these comments. 081. Fu Ting's response ignited the internet. Additional update. Yet, in the next moment, Another trending topic surged onto Weibo's headlines with astonishing speed. Military district declares, "Uphold our prestige, provide strong support." Yin Qiao clicked on this trending topic and was immediately greeted by the glaring emblem of the Huaxia Empire's military district. In essence, the military district publicly expressed their support for Yin Qiao's military-themed film, aiming to showcase the spirit of determination and progress of the Huaxia Empire, even lending 10 tanks for the filming. Once this declaration emerged, netizens were astounded. Wow, it seems this film crew has hit the jackpot. With military backing, this film is bound to be remarkable. My anticipation is already building. Could it be that Fu Ting's involvement is due to the film's potential influence, prompting the military district to seize the opportunity? How do you know it wasn't the military's prestige that persuaded Fu Ting's to join? Regardless, I'm set on watching this film. The lineup is simply exceptional. Netizens engaged in speculation about the film's grandeur, the discussion skyrocketing, elevating a project that had just begun filming to the top of a film review website. This is the first film in the history of the Huaxia Empire to garner such attention even before completion. Everyone was guessing about whose connections were at play, yet no one realized that this prestige was entirely due to Yin Qiao. Nevertheless, Yin Qiao couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. Resting her delicate chin on her hand, she casually typed out a Weibo post. "Thank you for your attention. Please look forward to it." She even tagged Fu Ting's. Instantly, likes, comments, and shares surpassed tens of thousands. Staring at the overwhelming popularity, Yin Qiao clicked her tongue in surprise, and on a whim was about to check Fu Ting's Weibo, only to find her little fans forming a group in the comments, laughing uproariously. "Sister Qiao, you tagged the wrong account. This is a fake account. The real film Emperor's Weibo is this one. I am indeed Fu Ting's himself. Jojo, please delete and resend it. It's utterly hilarious. Who could possibly imitate him so accurately that even Jojo was deceived? Ha ha ha. This is the first time I have seen a promotional Weibo post that tagged the wrong person. But seriously, why are there so many high-quality imitations of Fu Ting's?" Yin Qiao's tea-colored eyes held a hint of surprise as she checked the search bar. The moment she typed in the 3 characters for Fu Ting's, dozens of similar accounts appeared. All with identical profile pictures and bios. Even the follower counts were in the millions. Strangely enough, the most understated account, "I am Fu Ting's himself," was at the very bottom. Yin Qiao casually brushed her hair and calmly deleted the Weibo post, reposting it. "My apologies, I almost fell for the shadow clone technique of the film Emperor. I hope everyone will pay attention to our collaborative movie." The instant the Weibo post went live, Fu Ting's almost immediately commented, "I would never deceive you." This time Yin Qiao's Weibo account truly exploded. What on earth did I just see? They are precisely the male and female leads of the film. Oh my goodness. Am I falling for them? Surely not. Have I just experienced heartbreak? Everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. Perhaps the film Emperor's account was hacked? 082. Fang Xiuqing's film Emperor aspirations have gone down the drain. Additional chapter. Taking a deep breath, Yin Qiao turned off her phone and tossed it aside. Perhaps due to the potent aftereffects of that bottle of white wine, she could hardly recall what transpired afterward, only remembering waking up to find Li Qing beside her, crying with a face full of snot and tears. What had she done before she fell asleep? "Fu Ting's, you possess what I have. And what you lack I still possess. Don't believe me? If you dare, let us compare sizes. Mine will undoubtedly be larger than yours." The incident of tugging at Fu Ting's pants zipper, insisting on comparing sizes, echoed in her mind. Boom! Yin Qiao's delicate and soft face flushed crimson in an instant. She yanked a pillow over and buried her face into it. Oh no, how am I supposed to face Fu Ting's visage after this? Just the thought of his cool peach blossom eyes, along with the gentle and affectionate warmth that always seemed to linger in his gaze, made Yin Qiao feel her blood rush to her face in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Ting's was lost in thought, seriously scrutinizing the trending topics on Weibo. The military district statement was indeed too coincidental. Not only coincidental, but it also seemed particularly targeted. It appeared that the background of his Jojo was not to be underestimated. On the other hand, compared to Fu Ting's and Yin Qiao, Fang Xiuqing had just learned of Major General Lin's dismissal, and the phone he held clattered to the ground. Fang Xiuqing's pupils trembled incessantly, his fingers shaking as well. Major General Lin dismissed? How could that happen? Wasn't he formidable? Who would he rely on now? A barrage of questions flooded Fang Xiuqing's mind, intertwining and becoming a tangled mess, leaving his thoughts in utter disarray. Fang Xiuqing inhaled sharply, glancing at the perplexed Bai Yuyu with a hesitant tone. "My support is gone." Bai Yuyu furrowed her brow and raised her hand to cover Fang Xiuqing's mouth, exclaiming, "No. You still have Yuan, don't you?" Meeting by Yu's gaze, a shrewd calculation flickered in Feng Xiuqing's eyes. Indeed, I still have Yuan. Given the current state of his relationship with Yuan, coupled with Yan Qiao's actions, it was certain that Yuan would lend her assistance once more. After all, it was Yan Qiao who had been trending on social media repeatedly, not the newly crowned best actress Yuan. How could she possibly endure this humiliation? Just as Feng Xiuqing began to breathe a sigh of relief, his heart sank once more. Not for any other reason but due to the headline that was gradually ascending the trending charts. Feng Xiuqing removed from Best Actor nomination. The comments below were filled with approval. As he even worthy of the Best Actor title? Good riddance. Setting aside Feng Xiuqing's current situation, I've seen his past performances. If he can win Best Actor, then I can too. Just seeing him makes me sick. He deserves to be ousted, and I support this decision. Knowing that the nominations for this year's Best Actor have already commenced, and still pulling this stunt. He brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Indeed, aside from the overwhelming sense of satisfaction, I could hardly find a more fitting descriptor. This is what they call poetic justice, isn't it? The author has something to say. 083, the Best Actor replacement is actually him. Moreover, a small wave of Feng Xiuqing's loyal fans were diligently attempting to defend him against the backlash. Can you people stop nitpicking every little detail? Why not focus on my brother Cheng's works instead? Every day you seize upon his mistakes to criticize him. Do you have any idea how hard Cheng works? He's still young and the future is bright. Must you ruin him? Wah, the light in my brother Cheng's eyes has dimmed. Feng Xiuqing glanced at these comments, merely curling his lips in a sardonic smile. Dimmed my foot. To him, these fans were nothing more than tools for profit. Any semblance of genuine emotion they displayed was merely a fade. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that these fans were still defending him. Otherwise, Feng Xiuqing would undoubtedly be bombarded with criticism from all sides. Regardless, losing the Best Actor title was an undeniable blow to Feng Xiuqing. Now he could only rely on Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan's mother listened to her daughter's shrill voice, her tone tinged with anger. How can you even say that? If it weren't for your antics in the entertainment industry, insisting on having your uncle help others, look where we are now, everything is gone. Yuan's face was a picture of disbelief. Isn't my uncle a major general? How could he be so easily dismissed? Nothing like this ever happened before. That was then, this is now. Do you even know who removed him from his position? Could you please spare your mother some worry? Yuan's mother was on the verge of an outburst over the phone, but she quickly calmed herself. Alright, just forget about your uncle for now. As for that girl who offended you, what was her name? Yan Qiao, was it? Yuan gave a soft hum, recalling the appearance of Yan Qiao from that day. Her face filled with reluctance. Mother, why do you ask this? What else could it be for? Of course it's to help you teach her a lesson. That girl clearly has the appearance of a vixen. You, my child, are too innocent. You undoubtedly cannot compete with that little fox. The way Yuan's mother huffed, her tone brimming with confidence. It was her exceptional skills in dealing with mistresses that had firmly secured her position as Madame Yi. In her eyes, Yan Qiao was merely a child, hardly worth mentioning. Hearing her mother say this, Yuan felt a certain relief. Although her own mother had been brought into the fray, as long as it meant Yan Qiao would suffer, she would be pleased. In Yan Qiao's small villa, she sat before the mirror yawning while reviewing Li Qing's work arrangements. The stylist busily adjusted her hair behind her. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes swiftly scanned the details. Feng Xiuqing's Best Actor nomination had been removed. Who was the substitute? Li Qing glanced at her phone without raising her head and replied, who else could it be? Yihua. Yan Qiao responded, looks like he has struck gold by sheer luck. Effortlessly bagging the Best Actor title, perfectly matched with Yuan as the dynamic duo of the entertainment industry. Li Qing chuckled softly. What does that make Feng Xiuqing? Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Qiao retorted, just a fluke that slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education. A mutant species in the process of human evolution. Has this car out of its mind? Li Qing couldn't help but laugh. Where did you hone that tongue of yours? Yan Qiao, non-committal, lowered her gaze to the work schedule. Once her makeup was complete, she was to rush to the television station for a charity gala. This event, titled Deep Affection for Children, was originally meant to be attended by both Yan Qiao and Feng Xiuqing. As she spotted Feng Xiuqing's name on the guest list, Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes narrowed slightly. Unconsciously radiating a hint of cold hostility, she remembered vividly that in her previous life, during this very charity gala, Feng Xiuqing had donated a staggering 100 million to the left-behind children, the highest amount of the entire event. The media had reported extensively, and he had been hailed as a paragon of charity, trending that night and stealing the limelight. However, unbeknownst to others, Fang Xiuqing, being image-conscious, had casually mentioned the sum, making it seem effortless. But in reality, he could not scrape together that much even if his skin were flayed. Ultimately, through a combination of Fang Xiuqing's soft persuasion and hard pressure, it was Yan Qiao who ended up paying the donation in his name. Yet, all the accolades and honors were solely attributed to Fang Xiuqing. The more Yan Qiao pondered, the more she felt her past self had been utterly foolish to believe Fang Xiuqing's sweet nothings. Love had rendered her intellect to naught. Thus, in this new lease on life, she vowed to steer clear of romance. Setting aside the work schedule, Yan Qiao cast a glance at her reflection in the mirror. Her long cascading hair was elegantly pinned up, presenting a poised yet youthful charm. Her porcelain-like skin required minimal makeup. A light dusting of foundation was all that was necessary to enhance her natural beauty. As the makeup artist meticulously applied lipstick to Yan Qiao, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Our Qiao Qiao's foundation is simply exquisite. I have never experienced such ease while working on numerous female celebrities." With a smile, the makeup artist continued, "In just 3 days, she will be a global sensation, attracting throngs of admirers wherever she goes." Having grown accustomed to their exaggerated banter, Yan Qiao brushed it aside, asking, "What time is it? Shouldn't we be on our way?" Li Qing glanced at her watch and replied, "It's about time. Let's go." Draped in a gown, Yan Qiao stepped into the chauffeur-driven vehicle, which soon set off toward the television station. The night had already fallen. Blending into the long line of cars, Yan Qiao's vehicle did not attract much attention. The atmosphere inside was lively, with the makeup artist sharing amusing anecdotes gleaned from the internet while Li Qing focused intently on her phone. Suddenly, the driver exclaimed, "Goodness, is this car insane?" As he urgently swerved the steering wheel to avoid a black sedan that had careened into their path. In an alarming moment, the black car, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, charged towards them as if determined to collide with the intent of mutual destruction, bearing down with reckless abandon other vehicles on the road. Sensing the imminent danger, hastily pulled over, eager to evade the impending catastrophe. The driver, witnessing the reckless approach of the oncoming vehicle, turned pale with fear, muttering, "Damn it!" Yan Qiao's brows knitted slightly, her tea-colored eyes flashing with determination as she commanded, "Get out of the way, 085. You wish to perish together? Pathetic." The chauffeur's heart raced as the vehicle swayed precariously, on the brink of a collision with the black sedan. Just then, a slender, fair hand firmly grasped the steering wheel. The driver followed the arm upward to find Yan Qiao's delicate face, her tea-colored eyes radiating confidence and authority. "Qiao Qiao, you're still in high heels. Let me drive, that lunatic could." The driver, filled with concern, was cut off by Yan Qiao's resolute response. "I will handle this." If their intention was to meet their end together, then let them try. With a swift motion, Yan Qiao seized the driver by his collar and tossed him into the passenger seat, then deftly slid into the driver's position. She tossed her high heels into Li Qing's lap and, gripping the steering wheel, spoke calmly, "Hold on to these for me." Before Li Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the black sedan lunged toward them once more. As if it were a bumper car intent on finding its target, Yan Qiao smirked, muttering, "Pathetic, do not hit the brakes." Instead, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The seemingly cumbersome chauffeur-driven vehicle surged forward to its limits. Just as a collision with the black sedan seemed inevitable, it astonishingly leaped into the air, soaring over the black car like a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. And the next moment, Yan Qiao's vehicle landed smoothly, while the black sedan collided with the roadside barrier with alarming speed. Those inside Yan Qiao's car barely had time to register the event before a deafening roar erupted from behind them. Bang! They could even feel the searing heat of the sparks. Li Qing swiftly regained her composure. "Qiao Qiao, stay in the car, I will go take a look." Grasping Yan Qiao's high heels, Li Qing opened the car door and alighted, immediately spotting a black sedan precariously tilted against the curb. The front and rear hoods were charred, still emitting sparks. Tendrils of black smoke curled into the air, causing onlookers to cover their noses in discomfort. Would the occupants inside survive? Who could say? Regardless, an accident had occurred. It was time to call for emergency assistance. The driver, perhaps intoxicated, was truly unfortunate. The scene was chaotic, with no one paying attention to Li Qing, nor recognizing which star was in the nanny vehicle. "Qiao Qiao, what are you doing? We are about to attend the gala. Put your shoes on." But ignoring their pleas, Yan Qiao stepped out of the vehicle in her gown, even barefoot. The disarray was overwhelming, and it would take time for ambulances and fire trucks to arrive. Everyone else wanted to help but was at a loss as to how. Yet Yan Qiao was different. She was determined to discover who had orchestrated this attempt on her life. Stepping out of the car, her cream-colored gown stood out starkly against the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She pushed through the bystanders gathered around the black sedan. Attempting to pry open the deformed car door. It was as if it were welded to the vehicle, immovable even for several men working together, let alone capable of rescuing anyone inside. Yan Qiao's brow furrowed slightly as she advanced barefoot. Allowing the debris to soil her gown, her amber eyes gleamed with intensity, and under the curious and perplexed gazes of the crowd, she extended her delicate, fair hand to grasp the warped door handle. With a sudden exertion of strength, bang, the door, which had resisted the efforts of those men, was effortlessly dislodged by Yan Qiao. Gasps of astonishment and exclamations echoed through the crowd. Yan Qiao furrowed her brow and reached for the collar of the man in the driver's seat. She was determined to confront this scoundrel, but just as she extended her hand, she was intercepted by the arriving medical personnel. "Miss, you lack professional training in first aid. It is best not to act recklessly. Allow us to handle it. Yes, we appreciate your willingness to help, but let us professionals take care of the rescue." Doctors hurriedly approached with a stretcher, pushing Yan Qiao aside. "Thank you for your assistance." A throng of reporters had already descended upon the scene, drawn by the scent of a story. Various cameras, large and small, immediately focused on Yan Qiao. Firstly, her attire was strikingly out of place for such an event, making her impossible to overlook. Secondly, the doctor's remarks combined with her soiled gown and lack of shoes painted her as a quintessential Good Samaritan, putting others before herself. If captured perfectly, she could very well feature in a heartwarming segment on national television. And of course it was also due to Yan Qiao's captivating visage. After all, she is a renowned actress. Which journalist present is not familiar with her? If they can latch onto Yan Qiao's fame, this month's bonus would be secured. In an instant, the reporters, disregarding the injured, surged forward, encircling Yan Qiao, who was clad in an elegant gown. "Miss Yan Qiao, what were your thoughts when you acted heroically just now? Could you share your insights with us? Miss Yan Qiao, judging by your attire, were you on your way to a gala when you encountered the accident? How did you find the courage to set aside your career to assist others?" Surrounded by the throng, Yan Qiao pondered. Would it be inappropriate to reveal that she hadn't truly intended to save anyone? Standing beneath the bright lights and cameras, her amber eyes flickered as she cleared her throat gently. The reporters instinctively offered their microphones. Meeting their eager gazes, Yan Qiao smiled softly. As a citizen of the Huaxia Empire, being helpful to others is my guiding principle. Especially in my capacity as an artist, I should lead by example and cultivate a positive public image. Although her off-white gown bore some stains, to the reporters, this was irrefutable proof of Yan Qiao's selfless valor. A female star, who could disregard her own safety in a moment of crisis. What a spirit! This embodied the self-sacrificing ethos of Lei Feng, a contemporary model of civic bravery. The reporters responded with applause, moved by her words. However, standing in the background, Li Qing clutched Yan Qiao's high heels, her expression a mix of disbelief. She had initially worried about being late to the charity gala and how it might tarnish Qiao Qiao's positive image, yet unexpectedly they were now reaping the rewards, with Yan Qiao transformed into a hero of altruism. If this were to be reported, it would be more beneficial than attending 10 charity events. Meanwhile, the driver and the makeup artist appeared still stunned by the sudden turn of events, their jaws nearly dropping. What had they just witnessed? The final frame of the interview lingered on Yan Qiao's smile. This incident swiftly ascended to trending status. Being helpful is my motto. The discussions on Weibo surged to unprecedented heights. I was there. I saw Yan Qiao open the car door. If the ambulance hadn't arrived promptly, she might have had to administer first aid herself. Wow, not only is she beautiful, but she also has a kind heart. This is the kind of star our Huaxia Empire should have. I'm in love. Though her off-white gown got dirty, her soul is impeccably pure. At this moment I've become her fan. Qiao Qiao is truly an amazing girl. As a devoted fan, seeing her praised feels like I'm being praised too. Ha ha ha. I'm with you on that. I'm even a bit jealous. A wave of people is about to share Qiao Jie with us. No way. Qiao Jie is mine. No arguments accepted. Not only did this trend on Weibo, but television stations also hastened to report on Yan Qiao's heroic act. Her delicate and refined visage, devoid of any beautification or filters, was captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Even many who typically do not follow celebrities or the entertainment industry found themselves pointing at the screen, asking their younger family members, what is the name of this young lady? She looked as ethereal as a fairy. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the charity gala at the television station was seething with rage over Yan Qiao's tardiness. Does she possess no sense of professional ethics? Huh. Can't she see what time it is? Does she think she is some big shot? We are here for charity. If she doesn't want to come, she could have simply opted out. What does it mean to keep so many people waiting for her? The director was nearly beside himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Feng Xiuqing, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stood on stage with a cold smirk. Was this fate conspiring to assist him? When Yan Qiao finally arrived, he would take the initiative to intercede on her behalf with the director, perhaps even garnering some advantage from her, such as persuading her to cover his donation amount. With this thought, Feng Xiuqing transformed his demeanor, approaching the director with a gentle smile. Why don't you take a moment to rest? Qiao is not the type to leave others in the lurch. When she arrives, I am sure she will explain herself immediately. The director cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xiuqing, ignoring him entirely, and turned back to coordinate the equipment. If it comes to that, we won't wait for her. We'll start right away. Before Feng Xiuqing could interject, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the studio. Yan Qiao entered, adorned in a cream-colored gown, her graceful steps echoing. I apologize for my tardiness. The moment the director laid eyes on Yan Qiao's face, his fury ignited, nearly erupting from his throat. Yan Qiao, do you really think of yourself as a deity? Have you kept us all waiting for half an hour? Feng Xiuqing cleared his throat, preparing to come to Yan Qiao's defense to garner favor. But in the next moment, Yan Qiao, her amber eyes slightly downcast, waved the certificate she held. I had no choice. The Ministry of Propaganda of the Huaxia Empire insisted that I receive the Heroic Model Award right away. I did not wish to be late either. The director was taken aback. Huaxia Empire. Ministry of Propaganda? All the stars present, including Feng Xiuqing, momentarily froze at the mention of those words. Who was unaware that this was the apex department in the Huaxia Empire's entertainment industry? Not even the director of the capital's television station would dare to act disrespectfully in front of the ministry, not even daring to utter a sound. 088. Donating 1 billion should not be a challenge, right? The director's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the certificate in Yan Qiao's hand. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he was about to speak when Feng Xiuqing interrupted. Qiao, I had no idea you were going to receive an award. The Ministry of Propaganda of the Huaxia Empire is not a connection one can easily forge. That's truly impressive. A smile lingered on Feng Xiuqing's face, but just as he finished speaking, a few impatient female stars strode over in their high heels, brows furrowed. Upon seeing Yan Qiao, they scrutinized her from head to toe. Indeed, the Ministry of Propaganda of the Huaxia Empire is not a connection easily made. I hope that certificate wasn't purchased from a street vendor. To this point, another woman scoffed. If that's the case, it becomes rather amusing to be late and then put on such a show. Seeking to embellish oneself is quite something. Yan Qiao remained silent, merely observing the exchange between them, her delicate and refined face sweeping over the crowd. Finally, her gaze settled on Feng Xiuqing's face. Others might be oblivious, but she was certainly aware of Feng Xiuqing's ulterior motives. At the moment when everyone questioned the authenticity of the certificate in Yan Qiao's hands, a group of tardy reporters burst in, cameras and microphones in tow. Upon entering, they immediately captured the scene, unceremoniously aiming their cameras at the individuals present. The person in charge cleared his throat and said, "All right, no need to linger here. Let us proceed inside. The charity gala has already been delayed for far too long." Feng Xiuqing chimed in, "It's fine. The key is the outcome. As long as those left behind children have access to funds, haven't we achieved our purpose?" He then glanced at Yan Qiao, adding, "As long as Qiao is here, it's bound to be a success." Yan Qiao shot a sidelong glance at Feng Xiuqing, retorting, "So for tonight's charity gala, I handle the charity while you oversee the gala?" In her high heels, Yan Qiao approached Feng Xiuqing, her amber eyes sharp enough to pierce through his every thought, causing him to instinctively step back. Standing in her heels, Yan Qiao was nearly at eye level with Feng Xiuqing, yet her presence far eclipsed his. Feng Xiuqing's brow twitched slightly. "That's not what I meant. We're all here tonight to raise funds for the left-behind children, so you cannot slander me like that." Yan Qiao regarded him with a frosty tone. "Is that so? Since you care so much about the left-behind children, how can you justify not donating some money for their sake?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. 10 billion. For someone like Mr. Feng, who nearly won the Best Actor award, that should be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? Yan Qiao's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. 10 billion? To directly donate 10 billion to the left-behind children. Not only were the reporters taken aback, but even the celebrities present at the charity gala stood in stunned silence. The original goal for the gala was to raise 100 million for the children, and 10 billion was 10 times that amount. Yan Qiao's delicate and soft features bore no expression, merely casting a faint glance his way. Isn't he fond of being in the spotlight? Let him bask in it. The reporters swiftly turned their cameras and microphones towards Feng Xiuqing, inquiring, "Mr. Feng, Will you truly donate 10 billion to those left-behind children? Faced with the media, Fang Xiuqing's expression stiffened considerably, though he dared not show it too overtly, quickly forcing a smile. Yet, that smile appeared painfully awkward. 10 billion, that even if he were to steal, he could never acquire such a sum. Wonderful Mr. Fang, the great philanthropist, however, he could not afford to display his financial embarrassment in front of the media. After all, this charity gala would be broadcasted, garnering a significant viewership. Yan Qiao was clearly setting him up. His dissatisfaction with her brewed silently within, and Fang Xiuqing could only awkwardly tug at his lips. The theme for tonight is caring for left-behind children, and our gala has its own fundraising goals. True compassion should not come from moral coercion. Yan Qiao cast a scrutinizing glance at Fang Xiuqing. Her tone unwavering. I will donate 1 billion. You are free to decide your contribution. This time the reporters collectively inhaled sharply. Cameras and microphones swiftly turned back to Yan Qiao. Miss Yan, are you truly planning to donate 1 billion for the left-behind children tonight? Yan Qiao's lips curled into a slight smile. My morality does not require coercion. Fang Xiuqing could not help but clench his teeth. Yan Qiao was deliberately putting him in a difficult position. Such blatant targeting has piqued the interest of journalists, who can sense the newsworthiness of the situation. However, it is particularly ironic that Yan Qiao has just recently emerged as a paragon of courage in the limelight. Which media outlet would dare to publish gossip about her at this juncture? Instead, all eyes are fixated on Fang Xiuqing, rendering other celebrities as invisible as if they were mere phantoms, with no media outlet paying them any heed. The organizer, with a look of incredulity, surveyed the exquisitely arranged venue. They had not even followed the planned proceedings, yet a staggering 100 million had already been raised. The organizer glanced at Yan Qiao, momentarily reassessing her in a more favorable light, but Fang Xiuqing, under the watchful gaze of all the reporters, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he finally gritted his teeth to declare a figure. I will donate 200 million. Upon uttering those words, Fang Xiuqing inexplicably felt a sense of reckless abandon wash over him. After all, the money had been thrown out there, and now he had outdone Yan Qiao. Let us see how she would respond. A glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes as he turned to Yan Qiao. Yan Qiao, with her delicate, soft features adorned by a radiant smile, was applauding him. Excellent, wonderful Mr. Fang. Her praise seemed genuine, yet bore an undertone of sarcasm that was painfully evident to Fang Xiuqing. Under Yan Qiao's influence, the entire audience joined in applause for him. Although Mr. Fang may have missed out on the Best Actor nomination, with such a noble act, I believe your standing in the hearts of left-behind children must surely exceed that of any film award. Wouldn't you agree? As soon as Yan Qiao finished speaking, the children, who were originally scheduled to express their gratitude at the end of the event, rushed forward. Thank you, Brother Fang. Thank you, brother. The children's faces radiated innocent smiles as they lined up obediently, bowing in gratitude to Fang Xiuqing with a playful glint in her tea-colored eyes. Yan Qiao gave him a thumbs up, provoking a tempest of frustration within Fang Xiuqing. He felt a tumult of emotions he could neither express nor suppress. 200 million, nearly his entire fortune, and all he received in return was the thanks of a bunch of small children. Fang Xiuqing's eyes threatened to brim with tears. Yet, the show must go on. As he embraced each child, the cameras of reporters clicked incessantly, capturing an expression of sorrow on Fang Xiuqing's face, as if he were grieving for the children's plight, but deep down, he knew that it was his 200 million that he mourned. Yan Qiao observed Fang Xiuqing's theatrical display with a glimmer of disdain in her tea-colored gaze. In her previous life, when he had used her money to play the role of a good Samaritan, he had been so hypocritically virtuous. How different from his current behavior. Watching Fang Xiuqing finish embracing the children, other celebrities quickly flocked to join them for photographs, eager to seize the opportunity to enhance their own visibility. Although they were puzzled as to why they had ended up as mere background figures, they were determined to make the most of their moment in the spotlight. Fang Xiuqing seized the chance to retreat backstage, where, out of the spotlight, his facade crumbled instantly. The front stage was still filled with laughter, yet his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Yan Qiao approached in her high heels. Are you lamenting your money? Do you feel that joy is theirs alone, while you are left with only sorrow? Fang Xiuqing gazed at Yan Qiao's face, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. This Yan Qiao. She should have cherished him dearly. So how did it come to this? Fang Xiuqing could not fathom the transformation in Yan Qiao. He merely gazed at her with sorrowful eyes. Qiao, are you attempting to make me realize something through this? Yan Qiao replied, it's not about realization. She merely wished to witness a farce. Fang Xiuqing's brows drooped as he adopted a melancholy expression reminiscent of a leading man in a romantic drama. one hand tucked into his pocket while he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. In truth, I should have known that it was my failure to provide you with a sense of security that led to your hurt. Qiao interjected, are you filming a romantic drama? Ugh. Suppressing her disgust, she furrowed her brow and spoke, could you possibly wash your face? Feng Xiucheng, puzzled, inquired why. Qiao deliberately averted his gaze. The chilly oil on your face is stinging my eyes. Feng Xiucheng raised his hand to touch his face, still bewildered, but there was nothing there. He believed his acting skills were quite commendable. What was so irritating? Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to grasp Qiao's hand. Qiao, please, hear me out. Qiao frowned and retaliated with a resounding slap across Feng Xiucheng's face. Smack! After delivering the blow, she shook her hand dismissively. With a face like that, how dare you attempt to portray the deep affection of a romantic lead? I find your oily complexion repugnant. Caught off guard by the sudden slap, Feng Xiucheng was momentarily stunned. Covering the struck side of his face, he looked at Qiao in disbelief, his eyes betraying a hint of delight. Qiao, your willingness to hit me must mean you still care, that you are willing to give me another chance. Qiao thought, has this slap knocked some sense out of Feng Xiucheng? How else could he fail to comprehend basic conversation? Fearing that remaining in his presence might infect her with an unknown ailment, she lifted her skirt and turned to leave. Yet, Feng Xiucheng was relentless in his pursuit. Reaching out to embrace her from behind, Qiao frowned. While her ivory-colored dress somewhat hindered her agility, it did not prevent her from acting decisively without hesitation. She lifted her skirt and delivered a swift kick to Feng Xiucheng's groin. Ah! He cried out, rolling on the ground in agony. What the hell? Qiao glanced at her pointed stiletto heels with utmost disdain, promptly removing one to hurl it at Feng Xiucheng's head. Take this back. Did your mother forget to install a brain when she gave birth to you? Feng Xiucheng, battered by Qiao's relentless assault with the high heel, felt pain in both his head and his groin, almost curling up like a shrimp. Qiao, did I know that even if I say it now you won't believe me? But struggling to lift his head to meet Qiao's gaze, he confessed, I've realized that I truly like you. As for the proper use of high heels, he was betting on the slightest remnants of affection Qiao might still hold for him. However, in reality, upon hearing Feng Xiucheng's confession, Qiao indeed paused her relentless assault for a moment. Clutching the high heel as she gazed down at the curled-up figure of Feng Xiucheng, Qiao's delicate brows knitted together more tightly. With a swift motion, she lifted her high heel and struck Feng Xiucheng's face with force, exclaiming, get the hell out of here. How disgusting. I was wrong, Qiao. Feng Xiucheng could only cower, clutching his head in surrender as Qiao's blows grew increasingly fierce. How dare you claim to bear your great-grandmother's nickname? Who do you think you are? Feng Xiucheng continued to wail in despair as the charity gala approached its conclusion, where all the celebrities were to take a group photograph. Qiao remained resplendent in her cream-colored gown, exuding both elegance and playfulness. In stark contrast, Feng Xiucheng appeared disheveled in his sharp suit, with traces of dust in his hair and several shoe prints adorning his cheeks. Moreover, his awkward stance, reminiscent of someone in dire need of a restroom, elicited the imagination of every journalist present. After all, the rumors surrounding him and Bai Yuyu had only recently surfaced. Although the public outcry had been quelled, the gazes of most female reporters toward Feng Xiucheng had taken on a distinctly dubious tone. The charity gala concluded successfully, with an excess of funds raised and subsequently donated. Although Feng Xiucheng made headlines, the acclaim he received was far from what he had envisioned. I watched the footage of the gala. It was evident that Feng Xiucheng's donation was not genuinely for the children but rather a reaction to Qiao's provocation. She donated 1 billion, and he countered with 2 billion, clearly attempting to overshadow her through deliberate comparison. How hypocritical. Is it really your place to comment on hypocrisy? My brother Chung donated 2 billion, did you? Goodness, while his motives may be questionable, he did indeed contribute. I propose that when we criticize him in the future, we preface it with, although he donated 2 billion, he is still a scoundrel. I concur. I am merely curious why Feng Xiucheng's gait has changed. Could it be that he has once again failed to manage his waistline? Who knows? Just look at his disheveled attire and unkempt hair. Who can say what unspeakable deeds he has engaged in? Regardless, I change the channel the moment I see him. He is simply repugnant. Qiao chuckled softly as she perused these comments, unable to contain her amusement. The netizens were utterly delightful. After removing her makeup, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on potato chips while scrolling through Weibo. As a designated model of heroism for the Huaxia Empire's publicity department, her reputation stood in stark contrast to that of Feng Xiucheng. After a casual scroll, Yin Qiao opened the group chat of the Beijing Covert Stability Maintenance Team. Has the license plate been traced? Screenshot of the license plate owner's information.jp with the chip held between her teeth. Yin Qiao enlarged the image with her fingers, clearly revealing the photo of the license plate's owner, a young man with a sharp, monkey-like face exuding a distinctly lecherous aura. Qiao Jia Yuan seems intent on eliminating you. Indeed. To orchestrate a car accident, such malice is truly vile. Exactly. If we let her off this time, who knows what kind of mischief she might concoct next. 092. Yuan's nose has become crooked again. Additional update. Can you all use your brains? This Yuan dares to employ such underhanded tactics. She must be intent on dragging Sister Qiao down with her. Are you not provoking her to harm Sister Qiao? We can't let her go unpunished, can we? Exactly. This encapsulates Yin Qiao's thoughts. Moreover, she wagers that even if this car accident fails, Yuan must be seething with rage, because not only did she escape unscathed, but she also became the designated model of bravery by the Ministry of Propaganda of the Huaxia Empire in the entertainment industry. This holds more weight than a golden medal. In truth, Yuan was indeed infuriated to the point where her nose became askew. Sitting before the mirror, she was incessantly adjusting the silicone material of her nose bridge with her hands, grumbling, what level of skill does this doctor possess? Since her rhinoplasty, she had to readjust her nose every night. Otherwise, she would awaken the next morning with a crooked nose. As her frustration mounted, Yuan swept all the expensive cosmetics from the table to the floor in a fit of rage. I'm so furious. I'm so furious. I'm so furious. If she were to lose her beautiful face, not only would her golden opportunities vanish, but she might also struggle to land any roles. In that case, her title of Best Actress would surely be at risk. All of this was due to that damned wretch. Enraged, Yuan kicked the shattered bottles and jars on the floor as if they were Yin Qiao. Wretch! Why didn't she die in the accident? As soon as Yuan's mother entered, she saw her daughter fuming at a pile of broken jars. With a calm smile, she took Yuan's hand and sat her down on the bed. Wan, why must you be so angry? That little wretch, no matter how formidable, is merely a star. You are the best actress. What can she possibly compare to you? Hearing her mother's comforting words, Yuan took a deep breath to calm her emotions and proudly lifted her chin. Of course, I am the newly crowned Best Actress. Who can compete with me? Yuan's mother looked at her with affectionate amusement. Isn't that enough? That Yin Qiao, no matter her abilities, is still just that. What kind of family and background does she have to compare with you? Have you forgotten your father's position in the Yen group? At this, Yuan let out a soft huff. Her father, Yipan, was the financial manager of the financial empire, the Yen group, the most pivotal company in the Huaxia Empire, well known to all. Achieving the position of manager in such a company is no small feat, making one a remarkable figure in any industry. Yuan's confidence largely stemmed from her father. In fact, it was precisely due to Yipan's substantial family background that Yuan soared to become the new Best Actress. And fearing that others might not know who her father was, she nearly considered tattooing his likeness and identity to flaunt daily. Yuan's mother pinched her nose playfully. The reason she dares to challenge you now is that she is unaware of her own insignificance. Once you reveal your true cards, that little wretch will be begging for mercy. Yuan felt elated by her mother's words, her anger dissipating. Humph, that wretch, I will make her kneel and apologize while washing my feet. As she spoke, Yuan pulled out her phone and, under a newly registered account, disguised herself as a bystander to unleash her vitriol on Yin Qiao's Weibo. In truth, her appearance is rather ordinary. I cannot fathom the origin of her multitude of fans. Furthermore, she dares to provoke Yuan, seemingly oblivious to whether she is worthy of such audacity. As a mere bystander and admirer of Yuan, I find it intolerable and advise against crossing her path, for she is not someone to be trifled with. The author remarks, Yuan is currently engaged in a grand display of bravado. The louder she cries when confronted, the more fervently she revels in the limelight. 093. It is acceptable to appear on a variety show, but additional compensation is required. Yin Qiao, upon reading this comment, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. A glance at the profile revealed it to be a newly registered account. Yin Qiao mused. Who do they think they are, using such an account to feign being a bystander? I have only heard that one should consider the master when reprimanding a dog, but I have never heard of one chastising the master while needing to regard the dog. Ha 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 ha, Qiao Jie is still so eloquent. Qiao, are you not the literary genius of our time? When shall you publish a book for us to learn from? The sisters above need not concern themselves. Through the screen I can already sense the atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. What a splendid protector of her master, yet you all dare not speak against her. How unfortunate. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao's fans, likely following in the footsteps of their idol, possess a sharp wit, crafting humorous jabs with remarkable flair. And the comments are imbued with a joyful spirit. Wretched person, what is so remarkable about you? With a resounding crash, Yi Wan's phone shattered upon the floor, instantly rendered to pieces. Yet, her fury unabated, she stomped her foot repeatedly as if she were trampling upon Yan Xiao herself. After venting her wrath, Yi Wan sat on the bed, panting heavily when suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. Meanwhile, Li Qing was engaged in a meeting at the company. According to company policy, each artist must accept no fewer than 2 variety show invitations per month. However, Yan Xiao's 2 shows this month had both encountered unforeseen cancellations. Thus, she had effectively completed none. Li Qing, maintaining his composure, adjusted his glasses and listened as the leader in the conference room spoke with stern authority. Li Qing, for the sake of the company's targets and your artist's performance this month, these new variety shows which no one is willing to accept, allow her to choose 2. The leader presented 2 documents listing 6 or 7 newly produced variety shows, all of which remained unclaimed due to their innovative formats. Established stars were reluctant to participate, and emerging stars lacked the requisite appeal. In this context, Yan Xiao was indeed the most suitable candidate. Other agents stifled their laughter, whispering amongst themselves, "Is this the end? Such minor variety shows cannot possibly generate any buzz." Li Qing shot them a sidelong glance, adjusted his glasses, surveyed the shows and nodded in agreement. Very well. The leader regarded Li Qing with a glimmer of intrigue, and once the meeting concluded and everyone had departed, he approached Li Qing with a smile. So Li Qing, are you quite close with Emperor Fu's agent, Han Yi? Li Qing, bewildered, replied, not particularly, we are merely acquaintances who occasionally like each other's posts on social media. The leader beamed with delight. That is splendid. Here's the situation. Han Yi specifically reached out to me, stating that regardless of which 2 variety shows Yan Xiao selects, a guest spot must be reserved for Fu Ting's Li Qing. Why is Fu Ting's involved again? The illustrious international film emperor seems to cling to her like a stubborn adhesive. Li Qing, with a serious expression, adjusted her glasses and remarked, does this imply that the new variety show managed to secure Fu Ting's participation solely due to Qiao Qiao's influence? The leader, slightly anxious, nodded vigorously. One could say that Li Qing's eyes, hidden behind her glasses, finally revealed a hint of mirth. So it seems our Qiao Qiao has the clout to attract an international film emperor. For this variety show. Wouldn't you need to increase the budget? 094. You actually invaded my dreams. Under Li Qing's logical reasoning coupled with a bit of coercion and persuasion, Yan Xiao ultimately became the first female artist in the company to command a fee comparable to that of an international film emperor. However, the condition was that she must appear alongside Fu Ting's on the show to warrant such a substantial remuneration. Li Qing departed, leaving the finance department utterly disheartened. Qiao Qiao, the company has arranged several new variety shows. I've sent you the list. Please select the ones you prefer. Yan Xiao glanced at the message that popped up on her phone and promptly opened it. Below was a screenshot of the variety show list. In the next moment, she received a Word document that spanned a staggering 20 pages. After casually flipping through it, she discovered her character script, meticulously detailing everything from character identity and relationships to the timeline of actions. What kind of variety show is this? Yan Xiao's brow furrowed as she reopened the screenshot to examine the title of the show. Celebrity Detective. I see a script murder mystery. She noticed 6 words. Fu Ting's will also be present. What business does Fu Ting's have with her company's new variety show? Feng Xiuqing is not even in attendance. Yan Xiao's brow furrowed. Surely it couldn't be to seek her out, could it? Amused by her own thoughts, she pinched her nose and began to earnestly review her character's setup. You are a renowned singer from the vibrant Shanghai era, known as the Little Lark. With a mesmerizing voice and striking beauty that often draws the attention of the city's influential elites. Supporting her chin with one hand, Yan Xiao read through the script, gaining a rough understanding of her character while distilling the key elements of the narrative. Set in the Shanghai of the Republic era, it tells the story of a fallen songstress and her 5 ardent admirers. Undoubtedly, Yan Xiao's character holds the central position in the script. One must commend the scriptwriter's literary prowess. Reading from start to finish felt akin to perusing a personal biography, with an exceptionally strong sense of immersion. Even in her dreams at night, she found herself lost in this tale. In her dream, Yan Xiao donned a ginger-colored qipao, her cascading hair elegantly pinned up, adorned with jewels, and draped in dazzling gemstones around her neck and ears, her figure graceful and alluring. Before her stood 5 men, each gazing at her with deep affection. Qiao Qiao, I love you, more than you can imagine. A man in a black trench coat removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. his cold peach blossom eyes exuding a warmth so tender it seemed they could melt the very air. Yin Qiao was taken aback. Fu Ting's? The moment she recognized his face, she abruptly awakened, sitting up in bed, her heart racing as she surveyed her familiar bedroom decor. What kind of dream was that? Her delicate, refined face flushed slightly as she struggled to comprehend the unusual emotions coursing through her, ultimately resorting to grabbing her pillow and furiously striking it. Damn Fu Tings, how dare you invade my dreams and tease me? 095, Director, you possess two distinct personas. After finishing her performance, Yin Qiao leaned against the headboard, clutching a pillow, and exhaled deeply. Fu Tings. Why does it seem that ever since their brief encounter, he is omnipresent? Yin Qiao covered her cheeks and took a deep breath. Yet, in the next moment, her attention was captured by the intense vibrations of her phone. Upon unlocking it, she found the group chat inundated with messages. Sister Qiao, where are you? Perhaps she hasn't fully awakened yet. Is there something urgent? Of course. Would I be in such a frenzy if there wasn't he? Then do enlighten us. I just saw Yuan and Feng Xiuqing exiting the hotel. Yuan, donning sunglasses and a mask, was hand in hand with Feng Xiuqing as they left the hotel. What the hell? How shameless. If they had any shame, they wouldn't have repeatedly targeted Sister Qiao, would they? That's true, but how dare they brazenly visit a hotel like that? Aren't they afraid of being caught by paparazzi? Bro, think. Aside from us, who else would care about these two nobodies? Oh right. Yin Qiao perused the chat history and opened the photo again, her brows gradually knitting together. There was something unsettling about this picture. Yuan was so thoroughly disguised with sunglasses and a mask, yet Feng Xiuqing bore no disguise at all, his face entirely exposed, hand in hand with Yuan and seemingly glancing at the camera. The more Yin Qiao scrutinized, the tighter her brows became. Something was indeed amiss, however. She had a variety show commitment today and could not afford to dwell on these two scoundrels. Yin Qiao merely glanced at it before swiping away. Allowing the group to continue their discussions after getting up and freshening up, she headed straight to the television station's recording studio. Perhaps due to it being a new variety show, the budget was not as ample as one might expect. Yet, it seemed that with Fu Ting's involvement, the entire props team and logistical staff were fervently preparing an array of top-notch props. The studio might be modest, but they were determined to provide Fu Ting's with the finest experience. Yin Qiao observed the staff transporting genuine leather sofas and another staff member, donned in white gloves, pouring black tea from a European silver teapot. Even the director was bustling about with a megaphone, incessantly directing, "The esteemed actor will arrive this afternoon. We must eliminate all potential hazards." Yin Qiao. Such is the grandeur of an international film emperor. She stepped forward to greet director. Yin Qiao was momentarily taken aback by the address of Sister Qiao. After all, the director before her appeared to be 2 generations her senior. Yet, the director did not share this sentiment. The entire company was abuzz with the news that the international film emperor had consented to participate in this relatively obscure variety show. All for Yin Qiao's sake. Though she was unsure how she had accomplished this feat, in the entertainment industry, as long as one possesses substantial connections, one could easily be addressed as sister, or even held in reverence. The director beamed with a warm smile, adopting a tone akin to a grandfather coaxing a child, and said to Yin Qiao with narrowed eyes, "Didn't the company arrange for you a vehicle? Must we burden Sister Qiao to come all the way here by herself? You must be exhausted from the journey." Yin Qiao. I never would have guessed that the director possessed 2 distinct personas. Before she could utter a word, the director swiftly turned, seized the megaphone and bellowed, "Sister Qiao has arrived." In the blink of an eye, Yin Qiao observed all the staff momentarily frozen as if struck by lightning. Then, upon catching sight of Yin Qiao, they rushed towards her with fervor. Yin Qiao's instinctive reaction was to pivot and flee. However, this group appeared to be well prepared, pushing forth a wheeled single leather sofa. The moment Yin Qiao settled onto it, her body bounced slightly, evidencing its softness before she could speak. A logistics staff member clad in work attire approached with a warm smile, holding a tray of tea and beverages. "Sister Qiao, would you like something to eat or drink?" All around her, smiles beamed from every face. Even the director bowed and nodded, saying, "Sister Qiao, please don't hesitate. Just let us know if you need anything." As Yin Qiao beheld the director's bent posture and beaming face, an inexplicable image of a grand eunuch from a historical drama surfaced in her mind. Were it not for his attire, she would have easily believed him to be an NPC from the script. Yet this treatment was a stark contrast to her previous experiences at the company, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Yin Qiao accepted the teacup, offering a gentle smile. "You are all too kind. There is no need for such formality that I arrived early to avoid delaying the schedule. The director responded with an elongated O, still wearing a bright smile. Sister Qiao is indeed Sister Qiao. Quick, quick. Let us hurry and take Sister Qiao to get her makeup done. Being told to go for makeup sounded oddly as if she were disabled and confined to a wheelchair. Without allowing Yin Qiao a moment to rise, 3 or 5 individuals promptly ushered her into the makeup room. Sister Qiao, today your role is that of a glamorous singer from the Palais de Danse. We have prepared several outfits in your size for you to choose from. A few logistics ladies drew back the curtain, revealing a row of exquisite cheongsams, each meticulously crafted and strikingly beautiful. Yin Qiao stood up, her fingertips gliding over the garments, eventually pausing at a ginger-colored cheongsam. Staring at this unique hue amidst the array of colors, she found herself momentarily taken aback. This cheongsam. Why did it seem somewhat familiar? Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the very one she had worn in her dreams. Such a coincidence? Yin Xiao's heart sank. This one of the logistics lady beamed with a smile that revealed her teeth. Very well, please change into the outfit first, and then we will do your makeup. Yin Xiao entered the changing room with the cheongsam, and the moment she emerged, she spotted Fu Ting's, who had arrived early for his styling. Surrounded by a similar entourage. Although Fu Ting's had just arrived, he still wished to review the script during the makeup session. The fitted ginger cheongsam perfectly accentuated her curves, exuding a bewitching allure reminiscent of a rose blooming in the night. Her long, cascading hair had yet to be styled, cascading casually over her shoulders. Infusing her enchanting presence with a touch of youthful charm. Observing Yin Qiao in this light, even Fu Ting's, accustomed to the beauty of the entertainment industry, could not help but reveal an appreciative smile. You look stunning. His cool, peach blossom eyes softened, appearing as if they could spill forth gentle tears. In the instant their gazes met, an image from Yin Qiao's dream unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Yin Qiao felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Thank you, how strange. Could it be because I almost pulled down his trousers at that time? Why do I react this way upon seeing Fu Ting's? Stealing a glance, Yin Qiao observed Fu Ting selecting an outfit, his hand retrieving a stylish black trench coat from a pile of garments. In that fleeting moment, her hazel eyes widened in astonishment. Did she truly experience a prophetic dream yesterday? If that were the case, could it be that line from her dream? Yin Qiao pondered. Did I just behave that way? Ahem, let us focus on makeup. Sitting up straight, she began her makeup routine. The makeup artist, with a knowing smile, chattered incessantly while applying her makeup. I understand entirely. Who wouldn't steal a few glances at such a dashing man like Teacher Fu? And you, being so young and beautiful, surely there's a chance if you seize the opportunity. If I weren't a man, I'd be tempted to. Hearing this, Yin Qiao slightly raised her gaze. Her enchanting hazel eyes fixed intently on the effeminate makeup artist before her. With a calm tone, she inquired, "What are you thinking?" The makeup artist chuckled playfully. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it is. As he spoke, he cast a flirtatious glance towards the closed dressing room of Fu Ting's. Yin Qiao responded with a hint of sarcasm. Fu Ting's, you seem quite capable. I hadn't realized you were so versatile. Until the makeup was completed, Yin Qiao adjusted the jewelry adorning her head and gazed into the full-length mirror. It was unmistakably the same outfit she wore in her dream. Even the dazzling pearls dangling from her ears were identical. Yin Qiao mused to herself. Indeed, it was a prophetic dream. If that were the case, Fu Ting's, clad in a slate-gray suit with a black trench coat draped over, possessed a remarkably handsome face that could leave countless young girls breathless. His cool, peach blossom eyes met Yin Xiao's gaze, imbued with an unspoken tenderness. Are you ready? Before Yin Qiao could respond, a commotion erupted outside the door. The other male guests had arrived, standing at the entrance with excitement etched across their faces as they looked at Fu Ting's. Teacher Fu, we never expected to see you here while recording a variety show. It's truly thrilling to see you in person. Fu Ting's nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yin Qiao stifled a smile. It was evident that these were articulate individuals. With Feng Xiuqing and Yi Wan absent from today's recording, it seemed unlikely there would be any unpleasant incidents. Half an hour later, everything was in place, and the filming of Celebrity Detective commenced officially. Yin Qiao donned a ginger-colored qipao, gracefully wielding a white feather fan, her entrance ethereal and enchanting, the fan delicately concealing her lips, while her captivating hazel eyes sparkled with allure. All the staff present looked on with eager anticipation at Yin Qiao. After all, this was the inaugural recording, and no one had navigated the nuances yet. So her character-driven entrance garnered unanimous praise. They were thoroughly impressed. Yin Qiao, fanning herself, stepped closer to the crime scene in her high heels. There, on the floor, arranged to resemble a Palais de Danse, lay a life-sized mannequin dressed in a suit. a knife protruding from its chest, and faux blood splattered across its form. Yan Qiao's first instinct was to exclaim a curse. Heavens above! After Yan Qiao's entrance, several individuals surrounded the puppet, mimicking her demeanor as they exchanged exclamations. One male guest, clad in a server's attire, placed a reassuring hand on Yan Qiao's shoulder, his expression brimming with righteous fervor. Qiao Qiao, do not be afraid. He is deserving of his fate. The group could not contain their laughter, bursting forth in unison. The last to arrive, Fu Ting's, cast a glance at Yan Qiao, amusement glimmering in his eyes and a subtle smile gracing his lips. His tone softened considerably. Detective. Yan Qiao responded with a distracted "oh." While preoccupied with her tasks, steamed egg. Fu Ting's was obliged to reiterate, famed detective. Yan Qiao replied, isn't that still a distinguished steamed egg? Fu Ting's. All right, I shall be a distinguished steamed egg. The director observed the footage with palpable excitement, rubbing his hands together. This first episode is bound to be a sensational hit. 098 remarked. Is this her confession? With the striking looks of Fu Ting's and Yan Qiao on display, coupled with Fu Ting's astonishingly high intelligence that left the props team trembling, the atmosphere was electrifying. Yan Qiao's unconventional evidence-gathering methods only added to the props team's distress. Propped up with her legs crossed, fanning herself while gazing at Fu Ting's, Yan Qiao's mind raced. He was undeniably handsome and remarkably astute. She feared that he might already suspect her as the culprit and would ultimately cast her out. Clearing her throat, her delicate and refined countenance turned earnest. Steamed egg. No, detective, I assure you, I am a law-abiding citizen, a truly upstanding one. You must believe me. Fu Ting's paused in his note-taking, lifting his enchanting peach blossom eyes to meet hers. All right. I believe you. Yan Qiao questioned just like that. No interrogation whatsoever. A glimmer of humor danced in Fu Ting's eyes, his gaze as gentle as a spring breeze. Because I love you more than you could possibly imagine. This line was emblematic of Fu Ting's character, well known among all. Yet, in that moment, as it fell from his lips, Yan Qiao found herself unable to discern whether it was scripted or sincere. Her delicate features betrayed her discomfort, and she quickly averted her gaze from Fu Ting's. If you don't suspect me, then I shall take my leave. However, in the next instant Fu Ting's hand grasped her slender, fair wrist. I suspect you of theft, he stated, gazing intently at Yan Qiao. Furrowing her brows, she retorted, what have I stolen? Fu Ting's lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately remained silent, releasing her wrist. Nothing. What was this about? Could he not articulate his thoughts directly? She had prepared a multitude of defenses for herself, yet not a single one had been employed. This was disastrous. Her mind was once again filled with thoughts of him. Yan Qiao fanned herself vigorously, her brow knitted with concern. Once this episode of the variety show concluded, she was determined to have a serious conversation with Fu Ting's. This fellow had a penchant for making nonsensical remarks that left her flustered. As soon as she opened the door, a long fair hand seized her wrist, pulling her inside. Bang! In the instant the door closed, Yan Qiao found herself pressed against the door panel by Fu Ting's. Their eyes locked in the now desolate dressing room. The air surrounding them suddenly became laden with ambiguity. Yan Qiao gazed at the striking visage before her, and in that fleeting moment dreams and reality appeared to intertwine. Fu Ting's gentle and indulgent gaze rested upon Yan Qiao. Is there something you wish to share with me? Yan Qiao herself could not articulate the peculiar emotions that surged within her in an instant. Her brows twitched slightly as she raised her hand to grasp Fu Ting's collar. Simultaneously, rising onto her toes, a delicate kiss alighted upon the corner of Fu Ting's lips, leaving behind a faintly rosy imprint. In that moment, a glimmer of surprise, incredulity, and a joy as vibrant as a blooming garden flickered in Fu Ting's cool, peach blossom eyes. Was this her confession? Fu Ting's gaze darkened. He encircled Yan Qiao's waist, his attention fixated on her petals-like lips. In the confined space, Fu Ting's voice resonated with an alluring timbre. Qiao Qiao. 099. Yan Qiao once again trends on social media. Yan Qiao furrowed her brows slightly. Do not speak. Yet. Something felt amiss. However, she could not pinpoint what that something was. Fu Ting's, having received a kiss, found himself at a loss for words, unable to act, merely observing Yan Qiao deep in thought with her brow knitted. Fu Ting's remarked, if I am guilty, you may subject me to legal repercussions rather than torment me. Yan Qiao lifted her gaze, regarding Fu Ting's slender lips. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a knock resounded on the dressing room door. Qiao Qiao. Are you in there? The voice of Li Qing echoed from outside. Without hesitation, Yan Qiao pushed Fu Ting's away and straightened her ginger-yellow qipao. Fu Ting's. The coolness in his peach blossom eyes betrayed his helplessness. He had hoped for further development with Qiao. Damn it. Fu Ting's handsome countenance turned as cold as frost as he stood by, adjusting his attire, watching Yan Qiao open the door. Outside, upon seeing Fu Ting's and Yan Qiao together, Li Qing froze. Especially when she noticed the slight wrinkling of Yan Qiao's qipao, Fu Ting's adjusting motions, and the kiss mark on Fu Ting's lips. Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. You two. Yan Qiao and Fu Ting spoke in unison. Li Qing swiftly pulled Yan Qiao behind her, resembling a mother hen protecting her chick, placing herself between Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's, with a scrutinizing glare directed at Fu Ting's. Her eyes behind her glasses brimmed with indignation. Fu Ting's, I truly did not perceive you to be this kind of person. For shame, you are an international film emperor. How dare you bully her? Had her hands not been preoccupied with shielding Yan Qiao, Li Qing would have undoubtedly grasped Fu Ting's collar and unleashed a torrent of reproach. Fu Ting's, witnessing Li Qing's explosive fury, found himself at a loss for appropriate words to defend himself. Yan Qiao tugged at Li Qing's arm. It's fine really, I was the one who kissed him. Li Qing? Her expression was filled with confusion. Under Fu Ting's watchful gaze, Li Qing took Yan Qiao by the hand and began to depart. Qiao, I won't concern myself with what transpired between you and Fu Ting's at this moment, but this matter cannot be overlooked. As she spoke, Li Qing retrieved her phone and opened Weibo's trending topics to show Yan Qiao. You are trending once again. Yan Qiao took the phone, her tone indifferent. If it's going to happen, then let it be. It's not the first time. Yan Qiao, the other woman, however, the moment she caught sight of the trending headline, a chilling murderous intent flickered in her tea-colored eyes. It was evident that these two scoundrels had been up to no good. Li Qing's phone was nearly crushed in her grip. That photograph had only appeared in the group chat this morning. It merely depicted Yuan, masked and sunglasses clad, being edited into Yan Qiao. Whether the time was genuine or fabricated mattered little. What was crucial was that the uproar on Weibo was about to reach a fever pitch. Goodness, this was truly a sensational scandal. Hadn't Fang Xiuqing just publicly announced his underground romance with Bai Yuyu? How could he be caught in a hotel room with Yan Qiao? I refuse to believe it. Our Qiao cannot possibly be that kind of person. But with evidence at hand, does disbelief hold any weight? I can't help but wonder, is it possible that Bai Yuyu is the true interloper? Perhaps she was brought out to shield Fang Xiuqing from the backlash. Regardless of who the interloper is, Fang Xiuqing deserves no sympathy. Why is it that only the women are vilified? Has Fang Xiuqing, that scoundrel, escaped unscathed? The discussion escalated visibly, placing Yan Qiao in the eye of the storm. 100. Like an effortless reversal. Li Qing was perplexed. This is clearly fabricated, yet our company's operations team refuses to intervene. Qiao. Yan Qiao's delicate and soft face remained remarkably composed. With such a formidable opposition, it's clear they are intent on destroying me. Naturally, the operations team wishes to avoid trouble. It's likely the higher-ups want to abandon me. Returning the phone to Li Qing, just as Yan Qiao was about to speak, the director of celebrity investigation approached. It seemed he was already aware of the reason for Yan Qiao's resurgence in the limelight. His demeanor towards her was a stark contrast to before. Li Qing frowned, about to speak, but was halted by Yan Qiao's gesture. She cast a glance at him before she had even retaliated. The tide was already turning against her? Observing the director's bulbous nostrils and his previous subservient demeanor, the transformation was astonishing. Yan Qiao's beautiful tea-colored eyes, now tinged with coldness, regarded the director's altered countenance as she gently flexed her wrist. Is that so? Li Qing understood immediately and promptly shut the door. The next moment, the director's wails nearly shook the roof off. The door swung open, and Yan Qiao stepped out gracefully in her high heels, with Li Qing trailing behind, carrying her belongings. Meanwhile, the director, bruised and bloodied, lay on the ground, struggling to raise a finger to point at Yan Qiao's retreating figure. You just wait and see. Inside the chauffeur-driven vehicle, Yan Qiao had already changed her attire. The chat in the Beijing Covert Stability Team group was on the verge of exploding. Wow, I knew those two scoundrels had ill intentions. That edit is so fake. I could produce 100 similar ones, and yet people still believe it. Honestly, I've photoshopped every actress in the entertainment industry. If someone with hacking skills could just steal that Weibo account and repost it, I'll do it. Let those people speculate on their own. Without needing Yan Qiao's instructions, these individuals had rapidly taken care of the matter. Weibo was about to explode once more. Surely not. How many people has Fang Xiuqing actually shared a hotel room with? Is the person upstairs foolish? So many female celebrities sharing one body? It is evident that someone has deliberately altered the photograph using Photoshop. Does that mean the picture was fabricated? It can't be Yan Qiao, can it? Certainly not. Something feels off. To alter a photo one must possess the original, right? Upon comparison, the woman Fang Xiuqing is holding is not edited. Yet her face has been retouched, the traces are identical. So who exactly shared a hotel room with Fang Xiuqing? Altering the image to resemble Yan Qiao to sway public opinion is utterly unethical. Yan Qiao reclined against the car seat, her brown eyes glinting with a hint of disdain, casually scrolling through Yuan's Weibo, and quietly giving a discreet like to the photo of Yuan in the same outfit from her album. Just after Yan Qiao liked the post, Yuan was thoroughly exposed. Goodness! The outfit is identical, the figures are alike. It must be Yuan who shared a room with Fang Xiuqing. Oh my goodness! She is a newly crowned best actress. My world is crumbling. As for Yuan, she has undergone cosmetic surgery, so what if this isn't her first time facing scrutiny? I've long since turned from a fan to a critic. The author has a message, 101. Who doesn't enjoy a vacation funded by public money? The online discourse swiftly turned against Yuan. Meanwhile, Li Qing received new information from the company. The higher-ups have spoken. It's practically set in stone that Li Qing furrowed her brow. What do they mean by taking a break? This is clearly an indication that they find you troublesome and do not wish for you to work. Compared to Yan Qiao, Li Qing's anger flared up, but she managed to remain composed, reassuring Yan Qiao. Qiao, do not worry. This has nothing to do with us, and do not take to heart what others say. At this point, Li Qing grasped Yan Qiao's hand and patted the back of it. At worst, we can consider it a vacation. Let's find a place to relax for a couple of days. Using the company's funds, as the filming for the crew won't resume for several days. Yan Qiao's delicate, soft face showed no reaction, merely nodding nonchalantly. A vacation funded by public money, who wouldn't like that? Li Qing opened a travel website, selecting attractions one by one with Yan Qiao. Should we head south or north? The R district is too cold, but we could have a snowball fight at Qiao. How about we go to the S district instead? Li Qing's eyes sparkled behind her glasses as she looked at the promotional material on the travel site. The S district was originally a moderately sized country, later incorporated into the territory of the Huaxiao Empire by Yan Qiao's mother, Yan Yu. The full name of the S district should now be S district under the Huaxiao Empire. Whenever this place is mentioned, images of the azure sea, sun-kissed beaches, gentle sea breezes, and bikini-clad beauties strolling along the shore inevitably spring to mind. It has evidently become a tourist hotspot within the Huaxiao Empire. Yan Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance at the promotional images on the travel website. I am fine with anything. Although she had visited this place in her childhood, her memories were faint. It seemed that her father had angered her mother for some reason, and they had only stayed in the S district for 2 days before being whisked away by her father's fleet of helicopters. In regard to her memories of Area S, Yan Qiao found no sunlit beaches, only the incessant buzz of helicopters overhead, accompanied by a group of stern-looking guards clad in camouflage and wielding firearms. Li Qing, while booking tickets, conversed with Yan Qiao. Qiao, we can still go out to sea and have some fun. Yan Qiao merely nodded with calm assurance. Anywhere is fine, it's all about having fun. Just as Li Qing finalized their plans with Yan Qiao, she received a message from Han Yi. Does Yan Qiao still need assistance? I have a professional PR team at my disposal. Given the status of her little ancestor, there was no need for outside help, even in the event of trouble. On the contrary, Li Qing's anxious demeanor piqued Yan Qiao's interest. You too. Is there something going on? With a slight raise of her brow, Yan Qiao recalled the tacit cooperation between Li Qing and Han Yi during a previous meeting. However, Li Qing's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly adjusted her glasses, hastily tossing her phone aside as if it were a hot potato. Li Qing averted her gaze from Yan Qiao. What do you mean? How could I possibly have anything with him? He's Fu Ting's agent. I merely added him as a friend to help gather intel on the enemy. I have no intention of switching sides. Don't slander me. I didn't. You two should just be together. Yan Qiao observed Li Qing's flustered state, blushing and stammering, with a glimmer of amusement in her tea-colored eyes. Did she look like she would believe that there was nothing between them? Yet, seeing that Li Qing was unwilling to confess, Yan Qiao refrained from pressing her further, instead elongating her tone as she replied, All right, I trust in your loyalty. Yan Qiao patted Li Qing on the back, her delicate and soft visage adorned with a smile, causing Li Qing to feel a shiver down her spine. Could it be that this little ancestor had seen through something? Heaven knows, she merely sought to inquire whether Fu Tings genuinely liked Qiao. Would Fu Tings be coming? Meanwhile, Han Yi received Li Qing's message, his face blooming with a radiant smile. Hey. Fu Tings, engrossed in his book, glanced sideways at Han Yi, his long fair fingers turning a page. His tone indifferent. Have you been hit by a laughing spell? Han Yi couldn't contain his grin, boasting as he nudged his phone towards Fu Ting's. See this? This is what charm looks like. The screen displayed a message from Li Qing to Han Yi. Qiao's work has been put on hold. She is about to head to Area S for a few days. Fu Ting scrutinized that line of text. Reading it 3 times over as he took out his phone, he confirmed once more. Is this information reliable? Han Yi nodded eagerly. Absolutely reliable. This is information I sacrificed my appearance to obtain. But you must admit that little girl S agent is quite impressive, responsible and capable. Without hesitation, Fu Ting's placed an order while casting a cold glance at Han Yi with his chilling peach blossom eyes. Do you have any thoughts on this? Han Yi's smile faltered, chuckling awkwardly as he brushed back his tousled hair. What thoughts? How could I possibly have any feelings for someone else's agent? Li Qing is the agent of that young girl. I am not sacrificing my appearance merely to assist you in pursuing her. I harbor no thoughts of betrayal whatsoever. Absolutely none. After saying this, Han Yi raised 3 fingers in a vow. Fu Ting's. Do you think I believe you? Fu Ting's, with a single fist pressed to his lips, cleared his throat. Then you should maintain that stance. Observing Han Yi, who was continually chuckling while holding his phone. Fu Ting's paused his reading, exasperatedly glancing at him. Enough already. If one did not know better, they might think you've lost your mind. Only then did Han Yi cover his mouth, offering an embarrassed smile. I'll restrain myself a bit. You wouldn't understand. Although we've only chatted a few times since adding each other as friends, her conversations are truly delightful. The Fu Ting's gazed at Han Yi, whose smile seemed ever present, and suddenly recalled Yan Xiao's tone. Perhaps it was because he had spent so much time with her that even an agent had been influenced to such an extent that if Han Yi were to be with her agent, it might not be a bad thing after all. A flicker of amusement crossed Fu Ting's eyes as he lowered his gaze back to his book. Meanwhile, Yan Xiao and Li Qing had swiftly packed their belongings and boarded the plane bound for Zone S. With her sunglasses on, Yan Xiao sat on the airplane, gazing out at the blue sky and white clouds, supporting her delicate face with one hand. She unconsciously thought of Fu Ting's. She remembered the hasty kiss that left an imprint at the corner of her lips. While she dared not voice many thoughts, one thing was certain. Facing Fu Ting's felt entirely different from her previous life with Feng Xiuqing. However, at that moment, a thunderous shout resonated throughout the cabin. Don't move. This plane has been hijacked. If you wish to live, obey my orders. Yan Xiao? The next second, Li Qing's hand clutched Yan Xiao's thigh. Qiao. Qiao, is someone hijacking the plane? Hearing the tremor in Li Qing's voice, Yan Xiao immediately stood up. She had not forgotten her identity from her previous life, the female soldier king of the Huaxia Empire. Regardless of who you are, little thief, hijacking a plane, that would only spell your misfortune. A serious expression adorned Yan Xiao's delicate and exquisite face as the emergency button was pressed, causing all passengers to huddle in their seats. Covering their heads, the flight attendants, with anxious expressions, searched for the source of the commotion. A burly man with a face full of flesh shouted, his jowls quivering, "None of you are allowed to move." I have. Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Xiao's tea-colored eyes sharpened, and she stepped forward, delivering a swift kick directly to his chest. Bang! Thud! In full view of everyone, the muscular man was sent flying, crashing against the cabin wall, and like a shattered piggy bank, several phones tumbled out of his pockets. The man who had been kicked was immediately subdued by several robust passengers. The young girl has quite a bit of strength. We owe her a debt of gratitude. Indeed, thanks to her, we managed to apprehend this lawbreaker. Let me tell you, don't move. Behave yourself. Dare to hijack a plane. Just wait until we land. You'll be in for it. The muscular man, pinned to the ground, struggled to lift his head and shouted, I hadn't finished speaking. I was just trying to make a joke. Yan Xiao frowned, her tone icy. Making jokes about hijacking a plane? That would indeed be a loss for the comedy world. The muscular man wore a frustrated expression. Honestly, I have nothing on me, just 6 mobile phones. If it weren't for the flight attendant insisting that phones must not be used during the flight, I wouldn't have thought to play it this way. I merely intended to make a joke. The flight attendant beside Yan Xiao widened her eyes in astonishment. What does that have to do with me? The muscular man, firmly restrained, had snot running from his nose. What I actually wanted to shout was, don't move. I have 6 mobile phones, and if you disobey, I'll turn off flight mode. I truly just got carried away and wanted to joke with everyone. Not just Yan Xiao, all the passengers and flight attendants found the situation both amusing and baffling. Whether others felt this way or not, it was Yan Xiao's first encounter with such a person. Shouting about hijacking while holding a phone. If Yan Xiao had exerted a bit more force with that kick earlier, this muscular man would likely be in line for a drink of Mengpo's soup by now. Li Qing tugged at Yan Qiao's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. Qiao, that kick you just executed was absolutely magnificent. Yan Qiao replied. That I actually wish I hadn't kicked him. She had initially thought that going out for a trip would earn her some recognition, but it turned out to be a false alarm. She hadn't even processed the psychological disparity with that muscular man yet. Yan Qiao adjusted her sunglasses. It was just average, ranking third in Asia. All thanks to my righteous spirit. Li Qing burst into laughter. Her little ancestor was simply adorable. Fortunately, she had secretly recorded the moment. After all, with Qiao wearing sunglasses and a mask, no one should recognize her. Once they disembarked the plane, Li Qing promptly uploaded the brief 15-second video to her Weibo. Her account wasn't verified, and she had only a handful of followers. Li Qing merely considered it a record of an amusing accident. The caption was succinct. First time witnessing a hijacking, being kicked away. 104. I want her to be my stand-in. After posting on Weibo, Li Qing turned off her phone and took Yan Qiao to check into the hotel they had booked. The entire process took no more than half an hour. Yan Qiao glanced at the room card and said, Let's rest for a bit and head out later. Li Qing stretched lazily and nodded eagerly. However, at that very moment, Li Qing's Weibo post had already been shared thousands of times within just half an hour. The comments exceeded 10,000. Wow, so fierce. This girl clearly knows her stuff. That kick was too cool. Aw, sister, marry me. Upstairs, you better think carefully. With that muscular strength, one punch could leave you crying for half a day. Just 15 seconds? Who knows if it was staged? You all are praising too excessively. If it were staged, I could kick you out of the atmosphere too. What's the big deal? Any man who marries a woman like this is doomed. Girls should be demure. How dare she show off her strength in public? If she were mine, I would have slapped her senseless. To hell with that. Who says girls must be quiet? I adore the fierce vibe of the sister in the video. Me too. Some people are just jealous. Stop throwing around baseless accusations, or one might think you crawled out of a cesspool. Li Qing's Weibo comments are increasing at a visibly rapid pace. There are praises, doubts, envy, and even those attempting to profit from the comments section, offering various insights. There are even several layers of arguments unfolding. Yuan is frantically managing the tumultuous opinions on Weibo when she suddenly notices this trending post, frowning as she clicks it open. The striking kick depicted instantly elicits a gasp from Yuan. Her eyes sparkle with admiration. How handsome! Such an impressive physique. It would be a pity not to enter the entertainment industry. With a sudden thought, Yuan recalls her own film project, which had been stalled due to the absence of a suitable martial arts stunt double. She replays the brief 15-second video repeatedly. Observing the sharp and decisive kick in the footage, inspiration strikes. The girl in the video, though donned in sunglasses and a mask, possesses an exceptional figure, making her perfectly qualified to be Yuan's stunt double. Overjoyed, Yuan feels as though she has stumbled upon a treasure, momentarily disregarding Weibo as she directly dials her agent's number. Hello? Have you seen that viral video of the kick that sent the hijacker flying? I want that girl to be my stunt double. Her agent's voice, laced with concern, comes through the line. Are you certain you want her as your double? Yuan understands her apprehensions, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. Yes. It would be her honor to serve as my double. If she works diligently, I shall reward her handsomely. If not, I have my ways to handle her. After a brief silence, her agent concedes. All right, I'll help you get in touch with her. With her agent's agreement, Yuan breathes a sigh of relief. The individual in the video appears quite capable. If she can secure her assistance, what does she have to fear from Yan Qiao? That little vixen. It would be immensely satisfying to see her kicked away just like in the video. Holding her phone, Yuan finds herself increasingly enamored with the video, almost yearning to pull the girl out of it. Her eyes gleam with malice. Yan Qiao, who prompted your offense against me? Once her ally is in place, your demise shall be at hand. The author has a message. What does it mean to say no harm? No foul? Today Yuan is also preparing for a day of face-slapping. 105. The beach is fully booked. Not even half an hour available. Yuan furrows her brow, resolutely declaring, yes, I want her. Without hesitation, Yuan asserts. Then let's head to Area S, consider it a fun outing and we can find an ally. How delightful. Her agent responds. All right, I'll book the tickets for you right now. Yuan, filled with self-satisfaction, clutches her phone, convinced that even with the newly crowned Best Actress personally intervening, she can attract someone. Meanwhile, having already arrived at Area S, Yan Qiao and Li Qing are discussing where to go first. Li Qing pulls 2 swimsuits from her suitcase, beaming with excitement. Qiao, shall we go swimming right away? Yan Qiao glances at the swimsuits in Li Qing's hands. Both are exquisitely designed and undeniably expensive. Yan Qiao casually picks up a black one to examine. The combined fabric is hardly more than the material of the tank top she is wearing, however. A swimsuit is indeed an essential for a trip to Area S. Yan Qiao is not the type of person who is overly conservative to the point of severity. Let us go, she said. Li Qing wore a beaming smile. Having removed her glasses, Yan Qiao observed Li Qing changing into her swimsuit. Her tea-colored eyes admired her figure with appreciation. One cannot deny that Li Qing is indeed a stunning beauty, though not in the traditional sense. Rather, she embodies a mature, sophisticated allure that exudes charisma. Removing her glasses seemed to rejuvenate Li Qing by a decade. While she may not rival Yan Qiao's innate delicacy and charm, she possesses an inherent mature intellectual appeal. Standing together, the two resembled a pair of beautiful sisters. As Yan Qiao linked arms with Li Qing and made their way to the beach, they were taken aback to find the once bustling shore surprisingly desolate. Where were the swimsuit-clad beauties and muscular men? Li Qing exclaimed. Yan Qiao echoed her sentiments. The sun still shone brightly, and the sea and sand remained intact. Yet where were the people? Li Qing shielded her eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance with a puzzled expression. There shouldn't be anyone missing at this hour. Where could they have gone? Yan Qiao adjusted her sunglasses, silently observing the cruising fleet on the horizon, with a few lingering muscular men reluctantly returning to shore. This sensation was all too familiar to her. So much so that she could deduce without any need for guessing. No need to look further. They have all been chased away. The beach we are currently on has been cordoned off, likely due to someone paying a substantial sum for its exclusivity. Yan Qiao promptly removed her sunglasses. After all, with no one around, what was the point of wearing them? Her beautiful tea-colored eyes dimmed slightly, reflecting a hint of disappointment. I had hoped this outing would be enjoyable. Yet, here we are again. Li Qing too wore an expression of dismay. What? It has been booked. How did we manage to come in? However, in the next moment, a buzzing jet ski approached from afar, cutting through the water in a distinct fan shape while sending up a spray of droplets. Han Yi, clad in flamboyant pink beach shorts, rode the jet ski, waving enthusiastically as he navigated the S-curve toward Li Qing and Yan Qiao. Under the sunlight, Han Yi appeared to possess an added rugged charm. Upon spotting Li Qing, his beaming smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. Li Qing watched as Han Yi drew nearer on the jet ski. Her face suddenly flushed, whether from the sun or otherwise, she could not tell. Yan Qiao teased, so you really do have a situation. Huh? She nudged Li Qing's arm, her tea-colored eyes sparkling with playful mockery. You're blushing. Li Qing hurriedly raised her hand to cover her face. Do I? Perhaps it's just the sun. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Clearing her throat, she composed herself, deliberately avoiding Han Ye's gaze and feigning interest in the beach scenery. While her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile, Yan Qiao remarked, Sister, this is so obvious. Do you take me for blind? As Han Yi reached the shore, he executed a stylish maneuver with the jet ski, splashing cool seawater toward Li Qing and Yan Qiao. Removing his sunglasses, he first glanced at Li Qing before turning his gaze to Yan Qiao. His face alight with joy. This beach has been exclusively booked by our teacher Fu, so you are free to enjoy yourselves. Yan Qiao's brow flickered slightly, capturing the key phrase. How did Fu Tings know I was here? Han Ye's smile stiffened. Li Qing, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Yan Qiao. That you still claim you Haven Tea betrayed us? At this point, it seems like you're just a step away from surrendering. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes narrowed slightly as she cast a fleeting glance at Li Qing, allowing the sea breeze to touzle her cascading hair, which flowed behind her like a dark blossom. Li Qing, unsettled by Yan Qiao's gaze, eagerly linked her arm with Yan Qiao's and whispered, Little ancestor. I'm doing all this for you. Yan Qiao coldly lifted her eyes. Wasn't it you who said in the dressing room that he bullied me? Now you claim it's for my sake? Li Qing could only smile sheepishly. Well, I'm just trying to give him a chance to redeem himself. Yan Qiao shot a glance at Han Yi, then back at Li Qing before thinking. I'd be a fool to believe you. Han Yi quickly interjected, smiling as he tried to diffuse the tension. So ladies, have you chatted enough? There are others waiting on the boat. It was easy to guess that it must be Fu Ting's. Yan Qiao turned to observe a few remaining tourists who had yet to leave, their eyes still fixed longingly on the beach and the sea, but due to Fu Ting's presence, they were all sent away. Each person regarded Han Ye's jet ski with envious eyes. Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly. How do we get over to him? Han Yi, relieved by Yan Qiao's lack of objection, beamed even brighter, patting the jet ski beneath him, thumping his chest. I'll take you too. This thing is flashy, but you girls might end up in the sea if you can't handle it. Yan Qiao's beautiful tea-colored eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? I want one. Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, intrigued, and immediately spoke into the intercom. Bring a jet ski over to the beach right away. He was eager to see if the little girl his ancestor had taken a liking to could truly handle a jet ski. In less than 2 minutes, a brand new jet ski was delivered. Han Yi with a smile assessed Yan Qiao. Do you know how to get on? Yan Qiao cast a casual glance at Han Yi, flipped her sunglasses back, and replied with an air of arrogance, just watch and learn. As she leapt onto the pristine white jet ski, her long black hair billowed in the sea breeze, and her delicate, fair hand twisted the throttle. The engine roared to life, and with a whoosh, the sleek white jet ski darted towards the ocean. The azure waters parted in a fan shape, and the sudden surge sent splashes soaring a meter high. As she sped away, the splashes drenched Han Yi completely. Han Yi, wiping the droplets from his face, stared at Yan Qiao, who was already gliding confidently far ahead, and turned to Li Qing. How does she know how to do this? Li Qing proudly raised an eyebrow. What can't my Qiao Qiao do? That proud expression made it seem as though she herself could do anything. Han Yi, amused by Li Qing's exuberance, chuckled. All right, hop on. Today I'll consider it a competition with your Qiao Qiao. With a firm tug, Li Qing was pulled to the back to sit properly. Han Yi gazed at Yan Qiao's retreating figure, and in a swift motion, he too dashed forward. Oh my goodness, that was incredibly fast. The shore was soon filled with nothing but Li Qing's piercing screams echoing into the sky. Yan Qiao navigated the jet ski across the azure sea, undeterred by the relentless waves that crashed and surged around her. Her driving was as smooth as that of a seasoned mariner. As she beheld the ocean, which seemed to merge seamlessly with the sky, a contented smile adorned her delicate and soft features. What a thrill! The exhilarating sensation of speeding across the vast ocean was a privilege not easily afforded to everyone. Had it not been for Fu Ting's reserving the entire beach, it was likely that another jet ski could have unexpectedly emerged from behind a wave, leading to a disastrous collision. However, in this exclusive setting, with patrol boats surrounding the area, there was no cause for concern. As Yan Qiao sped away on the jet ski, she soon spotted a private yacht anchored on the water. Just from its sleek design, one could discern that it was worth several $100 million, if not more. Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly. A mere glance was enough for her to recognize the brand and model of the yacht. The reason for her familiarity was not coincidental. She owned an identical model herself. It currently lay abandoned in the storage of the Lord's mansion, a birthday gift from her uncle 2 years prior. However, her yacht was a custom-made version, unique in the world, adorned in pink with her name engraved on the deck, courtesy of her uncle Yan Xingda. In contrast, the yacht before her, while painted in the common pure white, was certainly of a value beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. It went without saying that the owner of this private yacht was undoubtedly Fu Ting's. Yan Qiao lifted her captivating brown eyes, narrowing them as she gazed at the man seated on the deck. Indeed, with a slight movement of her brow, she twisted the handlebar and steered the jet ski alongside the yacht, gripping the climbing ladder on the side of the yacht. She executed a graceful spin and landed deftly on the deck. As she stepped onto the damp surface, Yan Qiao flicked her water-splattered hair back and unceremoniously took a seat beside Fu Ting's. Why did you follow me to Zone S? She inquired. Fu Ting's had been engrossed in the book in his hands, but from the moment Yan Qiao appeared, his cool, almond-shaped eyes had not strayed from her. Once she settled beside him, the book became merely a prop, failing to capture his attention any longer. He gazed at Yan Qiao with a gentle, indulgent expression. The pristine white beach t-shirt he wore accentuated his striking features. With a slight smirk, his voice emerged, deep and alluring. Because I wanted to see you. Taken aback by these 6 words, Yan Qiao's delicate face unexpectedly flushed with warmth. She struggled to suppress the rapid beating of her heart, diverting her gaze from Fu Ting's penetrating stare. Grabbing a glass of lemon-infused ice water from the table, she took a sip to quell the heat on her cheeks. There are many who wish to see me. You'll need to up your offer, she replied. Initially, she had thought that such a statement would leave Fu Ting's momentarily speechless. Regardless of his thick skin, however, to her surprise, his cold eyes softened even further. Devoid of the usual icy demeanor, his eyes were gentle, as if they could weep, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I can give you anything you desire. Yan Qiao paused mid-sip of her water, instinctively lifting her gaze to meet Fu Ting's. Did this sound like a confession? Yan Qiao remained silent, taking a sip of the refreshing lemon-iced water. She was not the type to learn only after suffering a loss. In her previous life, she had lost far too much because of Feng Xiuqing. This time, she was determined not to plunge headlong into romance, nor to recklessly throw herself into someone else's arms. She vividly remembered the exhaustion of her past life, especially the haunting image of her parents weeping at her death, a pain more piercing than 1,000 arrows, and then there was Fu Ting's. Yan Qiao discreetly glanced up again, finding him still gazing at her, and quickly averted her eyes, lowering her gaze. Yet, perhaps she was merely being overly sentimental. She decided to pretend she hadn't understood. Maybe with time he would come to comprehend with this thought. Yan Qiao brushed her cascading black hair back and looked out at the endless expanse of the sea. The ocean is truly beautiful. Fu Ting's closed the book in his hands, his gaze still warm, his tone calm. Not as beautiful as you, Yan Qiao? The person seated beside her was indeed the rumored aloof and ethereal ice-cold giant. The international film emperor Fu Ting's, as she gazed at his face. For a fleeting moment it felt as though something long forgotten was on the verge of resurfacing, countless fragmented memories swirling in her mind like petals scattered by a divine maiden. Yet, she could grasp none of them, unable to recall even the embrace they had shared during their first encounter at the hotel. Why did she find herself inexplicably drawn to him, even feeling a subconscious urge to weep in his arms? Coupled with Fu Ting's occasionally baffling behavior, something was amiss. This was far too strange. Yan Qiao furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Ting's, her voice hesitant. Have I perhaps seen you a long time ago? How could she not have any recollection of Fu Ting's luminescence, regardless of when it appeared? Upon hearing Yan Qiao's question, a fleeting glimmer of joy sparked in his cool peach blossom eyes, only to be swiftly concealed, leaving behind an ocean of tenderness. Yes, we had indeed met long ago. Fu Ting's tone was exceptionally gentle, as though raising his voice slightly might cause Yan Qiao to vanish before him. He did not mind her ignorance, nor her failure to recognize him. Fu Ting's had lost count of how many times he had endured such moments in this cycle of rebirth. Yet, each time he approached Yan Qiao, she would look at him in astonishment, asking, "Have we met long ago?" Watching Yan Qiao lost in contemplation, a bittersweet curve formed on Fu Ting's lips. In his previous life, he had attempted to remain entirely absent from Yan Qiao's world, yet it had only led to her tragic demise at the hands of Feng Xiuqing. This time, he vowed to protect the girl he cherished. Fu Ting's was tormented, yet willingly embraced this suffering for the love he bore for Yan Qiao. The author has something to say. Fu Ting's is also a man of misfortune. While Yan Qiao has only been reborn once, he has experienced countless cycles of reincarnation, falling in love with Yan Qiao time and again, only to be forcibly separated and then drawn back to her. This exemplifies Fu Ting's profound love for Yan Qiao. One wonders if the dear one has been moved by Fu Ting's devotion. 109. Is there any semblance of pursuing a girl like this? Each time he begins anew from the same fatal loop, not a trace of Fu Ting's affection diminishes. Rather, it becomes even more deeply etched in his heart. As Fu Ting's gazes at the contemplative Yan Qiao, a slight smile dances upon his lips, his voice soft and tender. Do not dwell on it, perhaps it is fated. Yan Qiao lifts her gaze, her enchanting hazel eyes fixed intently on Fu Ting's. Fated? What exactly does he mean? Assuming he is hinting at something, Yan Qiao lowers her eyes, sipping her ice-cold lemon water to steady her nerves. As she notices her glass nearing emptiness, she hears Fu Ting's light laughter. That cup was used by me. Yan Qiao, why didn't you say so sooner? What's it to me if the movie king drank from it? Are you planning to sell it as merchandise? She touches her flushed cheeks and glances at the book lying on the table before deliberately changing the subject. Isn't it too hot to read under this blazing sun? Fu Ting's remains silent, turning to gaze at the endless expanse of the sea, softly chuckling. Then shall we take a ride? As Yan Qiao observes Fu Ting's just rising to his feet, a jet ski suddenly appears behind the yacht. With a raise of her brow, she feels a surge of excitement. Are you challenging me to a race? It must be said that Fu Ting's is indeed the kind of man whose every gesture can elicit squeals from any woman. The dazzling sunlight bathes him, revealing his athletic and statuesque figure in full glory. Some say that no matter how flawlessly one is adorned by makeup, the pure light of day will inevitably expose their flaws. Yet Fu Ting's seems to be an exception. However, it appears he is not boarding the newly arrived jet ski but rather the one that Yan Qiao has brought. Yan Qiao stands and leans against the deck railing, pointing at the extra jet ski. There's clearly another one. Fu Ting's lips curve into a playful smile as he extends his hand toward Yan Qiao with a tender expression. Come down. I shall take you. Yan Qiao, do you underestimate my skills? Frowning, she nimbly flips over the railing and lands securely on the seat of the other jet ski. Fu Ting's. Observing the competitive spark in Yan Qiao's hazel eyes, a look of astonishment and helplessness flickers in Fu Ting's gaze, and he can only shake his head. Well then, let us take it slow. The two jet skis roar to life almost simultaneously, splashing water as they dart across the sea, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Han Yi, who has just finished a round with Li Qing, arrives at the scene and spots the two jet skis racing side by side. Han Yi shields his eyes from the sun with one hand, squinting into the distance. What the dot, they're off already. Is this how one pursues a girl? In Han Ye's view, taking a jet ski to chase after a girl should be about exhilarating speed and showcasing masculine prowess to captivate her. Yet here with Fu Ting's it has turned into a competition of who can race faster and farther. Han Yi shakes his head. When it comes to flirting techniques, the movie king still has much to learn. Yan Zhao piloted the jet ski across the surface of the sea, gliding alongside Fu Ting's, and it seemed they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement of the cruise team. Beyond the perimeter established by the cruise team lay a gathering of tourists who had been driven away. The contrast was stark. One side was desolate, while the other buzzed with life. Yet, most importantly, Yan Zhao distinctly spotted a familiar figure in the throng. That I don't know her. I don't recognize her, and I advise against any unfounded accusations. She mused. As for how familiar she was, just the sight of her ostentatious demeanor was enough to reveal everything. Draped in a swimsuit and a sheer shawl, adorned with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, she appeared intent on concealing her identity. Moreover, she feigned nonchalance, periodically adjusting her glasses and smoothing her hat and shawl, revealing half of a face that seemed exquisitely crafted yet reeked of artifice, embodying a paradox of wishing to be both unnoticed and recognized. Yi Wan. What was she doing here? Yan Zhao furrowed her brow. What a coincidence. I must have stepped out without consulting the old almanac and encountered a jinx. Fu Ting's, noticing Yan Zhao's deceleration, slowed down and drew closer to her. What's the matter? Before Yan Zhao could respond, Yi Wan appeared to have already spotted them, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. Without a moment's hesitation, she attempted to paddle over to Fu Ting's, only to be ruthlessly intercepted by the cruise team. The waters ahead are off limits. You lack the privilege to enter. Yi Wan glared at him through gritted teeth, and as someone turned to look, she suppressed her anger and spoke in a soft tone. I understand, but I know the people over there. The cruise team was obliged to verify her claim. Fu Ting's cast a cold glance at Yi Wan, allowing her to pose as she pleased, and indifferently stated, I do not know her. Yi Wan. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. She was left with no choice but to muster a smile once more. I know the one beside him. Without even glancing in her direction, Yan Zhao averted her gaze. I don't know her, I don't recognize her, and I advise against any unfounded accusations. Yi Wan. The tension in the air escalated as the cruise team approached to usher her away. Yi Wan's face contorted in fury beneath her mask, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Yan Zhao, exclaiming, Yan Zhao, what are you pretending to be here for, you wretched woman? Upon hearing Yan Zhao's name, other tourists immediately flocked over. Who wouldn't want to witness the drama involving a celebrity up close? Fu Ting's expression darkened, his cool, peach blossom eyes turning as frigid as ice. Just as he was about to speak, he observed Yan Zhao elegantly smoothing her cascading hair, her delicate, soft visage revealing no hint of retreat. Who are you calling a wretched woman? Still in a fit of rage, Yi Wan thought it her right, as a newly minted Best Actress, to stand beside an international film emperor. Yan Zhao was nothing. How dare she impede her entrance? Seething with anger, she disregarded her image and pointed directly at Yan Zhao's nose, shouting, I'm calling you a wretched woman. Yan Zhao responded with a drawn-out "Oh," her voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for all the onlookers to hear. So it's a wretched woman calling me that. No wonder she looks quite presentable. But in reality, Yan Zhao's amber-hued eyes lifted slightly, her tone unperturbed. What's a toad doing pretending to be a military jeep? Pfft. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. The laughter of the tourists echoed from one to another, soon transforming into a collective chorus of mirth. Beneath her mask, Yi Wan's expression darkened to an extreme, her nails nearly piercing the flesh of her palms. That wretched woman, how dare she make a fool of me in public once again? The tumultuous rise and fall of her chest mirrored the turmoil within, as Yi Wan silently screamed, longing to pounce upon Yan Zhao and tear her to shreds. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She should have that audacious stand-in serve as her bodyguard, so that when Yan Zhao insulted her, she could simply deliver a swift kick to send her flying. Imagining this scenario allowed Yi Wan to suppress her fury, gritting her teeth as she let out a cold snort. Yan Zhao. Don't think that just because you're quick with your words, you're something special. Yet before she could finish her retort, Yan Zhao cut her off. I beg your pardon, but being sharp-tongued is indeed quite remarkable. Yi Wan clenched her jaw, her eyes darting venomously at Yan Zhao from behind her sunglasses. However, the laughter of the onlookers grew even louder. Could that be the star Yan Zhao? Her temper is astonishingly mild. She isn't even angry. What an intriguing personality. Such a girl is hard to come by, is so entertaining that even if she were simply sitting there, munching on seeds and chatting? I would gladly follow along. She looks far more beautiful in person than on television. In stark contrast, the tourists offered unreserved criticism of Yuan, which rendered her utterly mortified. Who is that woman? Her language is so foul that I don't know. She came out to play and is directly overshadowing us. Could she also be a celebrity? Wow, she certainly looks like one. Is that boy she is with here too? Yuan's face, concealed beneath her mask, shifted from green to pale, as she felt utterly humiliated, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Seeing many people pulling out their phones to take pictures, a singular thought raced through her mind. It's over. If it weren't for her impulsive moment, this wouldn't have escalated to such proportions. Yan Qiao, observing Yuan's embarrassing predicament, felt no sympathy and even chuckled lightly. Yuan, glancing at Yan Qiao's expression, felt a mix of urgency and fury. You just wait for me. She stomped her foot, urging the elderly boatman. Hurry up and row. Don't you think I'm embarrassed enough already? This time Yuan was genuinely on the verge of exploding with rage. The boat was on the sea, surrounded by other tourists enjoying the spectacle. She truly wished she could dive into the water and drown. Yan Qiao, watching Yuan flail about like a monkey, let out a tsk, turned the throttle and sped away. The spray from the jet ski splashed down upon Yuan, drenching her to the core. The hat, sunglasses and mask were washed away, revealing Yuan's heavily altered face, prompting the surrounding tourists to snap photos with glee. Oh, no pictures. Delete them immediately or else, do you believe I want to take you all to court? As Yan Qiao and Fu Ting sped away on the jet ski, the indignant cries of Yuan could still be heard thanks to the behind-the-scenes maneuvering of her benefactor, Mr. Lin. Yuan's predicament ultimately resulted in nothing more than a round of scorn from netizens, leaving her professional life unscathed. Yuan, feeling aggrieved, held her phone tightly as she listened to the reprimands from her benefactor, Mr. Lin. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her voice laced with a sob. It's all that wretched Yan Qiao's fault. She is the one who has brought this upon me, dear godfather. Wan is truly so wronged. Upon hearing such a tone from Yuan, Mr. Lin could not help but let out a sigh. Wan, could you please make things easier for me? With so many beautiful starlets in the entertainment industry, why do I continue to support you? It is because you are sensible that if you persist in causing me trouble without understanding your own limits, I will not hesitate to cast you aside. After all, there are plenty of women in this industry. You are not irreplaceable. With a sharp click, the call ended, and Yuan's tear-stained visage was quickly replaced by a mask of resentment. Just then, Yuan's manager entered, clutching a phone, and her expression was no better than Yuan's. Wan, I have some news for you. I have located the whereabouts of the double you are seeking. Yuan's eyes lit up. Where is she? She was eager to summon the girl and exact her revenge on that little wretch. The manager's face turned a shade darker. That she is with Li Qing. Yuan's excitement surged. Then hurry up and find this Li Qing. But then, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, Li Qing? I assent that the little wretch's manager. Observing the manager's expression, Yuan's countenance shifted from joy to shock and ultimately to fury. The phone in her hand was hurled violently to the floor. That insufferable wretch. She still dares to seek her help against Yan Qiao. She must have lost her mind. Yet who could have imagined they were the same person? The embarrassment and shame that dawned on her almost drove Yuan to madness, leaving her to unleash her frustration in a futile roar. While Yuan's manager watched her venting with a face full of fear, mentally calculating the potential costs. If Yuan were to lose her sanity, how much would the company have to spend on her treatment? How much profit would that mean they would forfeit? Meanwhile, on another side, Yan Qiao and Fu Tings were leisurely riding a jet ski over the ocean, taking in the scenic views. Fu Tings gazed at Yan Qiao, who was embracing the sea breeze with open arms, his eyes softening. Are you all right? He did not wish for their outing to be marred by such trivial matters. Yan Qiao, with her chestnut-colored eyes, looked at Fu Tings with a calm demeanor. Why wouldn't I be? Do you think I am the type to let someone like Yuan ruin my mood? Fu Ting smiled faintly. Indeed she was not. His Yan Qiao had always been a fearless and formidable girl, unyielding in the face of any challenge. Yan Qiao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone steady. Such matters are hardly worth my ire. If a dog bites you, would you then bite the dog in return? She paused, a thought striking her. Do you know why? Fu Tings looked at her with affectionate eyes. Because it is not worth it? Yan Qiao shook her head. Because a normal person would pick up a stick and give that biting dog a sound thrashing. I am no saint. I cannot repay malice with kindness, hence I usually settle scores on the spot. Fu Ting's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, he appreciated Yan Qiao's straightforward and decisive character. Yet at that moment, a sudden, ominous rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. Dark clouds began to gather with alarming speed as Yan Qiao merely acknowledged with a hum. She caught sight of a private yacht careening towards her and footings beneath the ominous clouds in the distance. On the deck, a figure was frantically waving their arms and shouting, "The yacht is broken! Get out of the way!" Just as Yan Qiao was about to twist the throttle of her jet ski, she unexpectedly recognized the individual on the deck, who also seemed to have recognized her, desperately calling out, "Qiao Qiao! Qiao Qiao! Is that you, Qiao Qiao?" Hearing that familiar, raspy voice, Yan Qiao finally identified the person, her cousin, Jun Jingbai, son of her Aunt Qi Xiaowan and Uncle Jun Lin. The author has something to say. Cousin is on the scene. Get ready for some hilarious high-energy moments ahead. Don't forget to check out Demiao's updates tomorrow. Love you all, moi. Shut your mouth. Upon clearly seeing Jun Jingbai's face, the first thought that sprang to Yan Qiao's mind was run. This cousin of hers, Jun Jingbai, possessed an extraordinary streak of misfortune. His very existence was the antithesis of the term lucky. His bad luck was simply outrageous. During her childhood stays at her aunt's house, Yan Qiao had witnessed Jun Jingbai's misfortunes firsthand. Since then, she had never spent another night there as Jun Jingbai stood on the deck. Noticing Yan Qiao's intention to flee, he shouted urgently, "Qiao Qiao, you can't leave me behind. Look, it's about to rain. Out at sea it could turn into a storm." Yan Qiao glanced up at the looming clouds trailing Jun Jingbai and the distant rumble of thunder hidden within their depths. She genuinely wished to deliver a punch to silence him. A storm was indeed imminent. Frowning, Yan Qiao twisted the handlebars, executing a graceful 90-degree drift across the waves, resolutely heading towards the now-defunct yacht. Seeing Yan Qiao approach, Jun Jingbai beamed with delight. "Qiao Qiao, are you going to let me jump? You must catch me, or the force of gravity from this height might damage your jet ski." The moment Yan Qiao heard this, her heart quivered. Adopting a serious expression, she furrowed her brows and shouted, "Shut up, jump!" Jun Jingbai promptly covered his mouth, glanced at the sky, then at the surging sea, took a deep breath, and leaped off the deck while calling Yan Qiao's name. "Qiao Qiao!" Then crack. The rear seat of Yan Qiao's jet ski collapsed under Jun Jingbai's weight. With a metallic clang, he fell into the water with a splash that soaked Yan Qiao completely. "Yan Qiao! You wretched jinx!" As she prepared to leap in to rescue him, she witnessed Fu Ting swiftly extend his hand, grasping Jun Jingbai by the collar and tossing him onto the back seat of his jet ski. Jun Jingbai, still shaken, wiped his face and exclaimed, "Thank goodness, that scared me to death." I thought, however, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yan Qiao's furious roar. "Shut your mouth, from now until we reach the shore. If you utter another word, I will knock out your teeth." Jun Jingbai could only sheepishly shrink his neck and hide behind Fu Ting's, while tightly embracing him that if he didn't speak, then so be it. Why be so fierce? Fu Ting's glanced at the two arms wrapped around his waist, nearly constricting him, and spoke in a cool, hoarse tone, "Brother, ease up." Jun Jingbai then sheepishly smiled, "My apologies, I'm a bit on edge." "Oh, you resemble an international film emperor." Fu Ting's. Whether to commend his nonchalance or criticize his insensitivity, it was remarkable that he could still smile at such a time. In truth, Jun Jingbai had grown accustomed to daily misfortunes, and coupled with his mother's optimistic disposition, he had never allowed a worry to linger for more than 2 seconds. "What a disaster! I'll knock all your teeth out once we reach shore." Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes flashed with determination, and accompanied by the rumbling thunder, she shouted, "Go!" 2 jet skis roared to life simultaneously, slicing through the churning waters of the tumultuous sea. Jun Jingbai looked up at the ominous clouds that seemed within reach and then at Yan Qiao's jet ski beside him. "Qiao Qiao, is the vehicle all right? I thought I had completely wrecked it. 114. Aunt, just get another one, Yan Qiao. I beg you to be quiet." As Yan Qiao was about to respond, the jet ski, merely damaged at the back, let out a mournful cry, as if in agreement. And then it stalled, and no matter how Yan Qiao twisted the throttle, it refused to budge. Yan Qiao's beautiful tea-colored eyes pierced into Jun Jingbai like daggers. At that moment, she had never wished to strangle her cousin more. The first thought that crossed her mind was, after all, aunt and uncle are still young. They could always have another. Just as Jun Jingbai's words fell, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, drenching the sea with relentless sheets of rain, accompanied by howling winds that whipped through the tumultuous waves, instantly soaking the 3 of them to the bone. Yan Qiao, now devoid of any inclination to scold Jun Jingbai, sat there resigned, letting the rain wash over her delicate face. "I'm done. Let it all end." Yet Fu Ting's looked at Jun Jingbai with a hint of admiration. In a sense, one could consider this a form of superpower, couldn't they? Fu Ting's allowed the rain to drench him, his wet clothes clinging to his form, revealing the faint contours of his muscles. He extended his hand towards Qiao, his gaze gentle yet his tone resolute. Qiao, give me your hand. Qiao remained silent, gazing at Fu Ting's as he reached out to her amidst the tumultuous sea. In that moment she smiled. Just as her slender, fair hand was about to touch Fu Ting's Jun Jingbai anxiously urged, "What are you two doing at a time like this?" Jun Jingbai was nearly jumping with urgency. "It's so dangerous right now. You might." Qiao's eyes narrowed. "Shut up." Jun Jingbai then realized he had almost blurted out again. Hastily covering his mouth, however, there was no longer any need for hand-holding. Qiao's expression darkened as she leaped towards Fu Ting's. Gently landing in Fu Ting's embrace, Qiao felt the coolness of his hold. She boldly positioned herself directly in front of him, gripping the handlebars of the jet ski with both hands. Her amber eyes, infused with an invigorating intensity, fixed upon the tumultuous waves ahead. "Hold on tight. This moment is even more exhilarating than surfing." Fu Ting's gazed at Qiao, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He trusted her unconditionally. His lean arms encircled her waist, and with a twist of the handlebars, the jet ski propelled forward, slicing through the waves with remarkable speed. Qiao, accompanied by the two men, darted across the ocean's surface like a streak of lightning, deftly dodging the towering waves while accelerating further. The rapid pace forced Jun Jingbai to cling desperately to Fu Ting's, his face contorted by the wind and spray, rendering him nearly unrecognizable to his own mother. As they neared the shore, Qiao exhaled a sigh of relief, and Fu Ting's mirrored her sentiment. Indeed, Qiao would not disappoint him. Jun Jingbai opened his eyes, catching sight of the beach in the distance, taking a deep breath while exclaiming that was far too thrilling. We were mere moments away from becoming the cast of Robinson Crusoe as the waves crashed down heavily. Fu Ting's enveloped Qiao tightly in his arms. Staring at the handsome face of Fu Ting's, still adorned with droplets of water, Qiao felt an undeniable surge of emotion, and the instant they were swept away by the waves, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. While Jun Jingbai could only cling desperately to Fu Ting's clothing, his screams swallowed by the roar of the ocean. After the tumult, the beach was left with only a jet ski washed ashore. When Qiao regained consciousness, she found herself nestled in Fu Ting's embrace. He seemed still asleep, yet his arms held her protectively, as if cradling a precious treasure. Gazing at his face still glistening with moisture, she felt an inexplicable softness in her heart. She reached out to brush his damp hair, but Fu Ting's remained unresponsive. Panic surged within her as she anxiously cupped his face, checking for signs of breath. Feeling for a pulse at his neck, he was still breathing. She must remain composed. His life rested in her hands. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing thoughts, her heart continued to pound furiously. She feared for Fu Ting's life. Even more so, she dreaded the thought of losing sight of him. Observing Fu Ting's with his eyes tightly shut, Qiao's beautiful amber gaze revealed no hesitation as she pinched his nose. Administering artificial respiration, the moment their lips met, her heart skipped a beat. Swiftly suppressing her emotions, she commenced urgent CPR. Perhaps it was the anxiety that led to her distraction. She failed to notice the slight curve of Fu Ting's lips. However, she did observe his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. Just as Fu Ting's opened his eyes, the two locked gazes, their lips still connected, sending an electric jolt through both of their hearts. The atmosphere turned palpable with tension. But it lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds before Jun Jingbai's raucous voice pierced through. "I just stepped away for a moment. What are you two up to?" With a hand raking through his damp hair at the back of his head, Jun Jingbai observed the two individuals springing into action with a scrutinizing gaze that seemed to appraise them frantically, ultimately culminating in a resigned lament before he could finish his sentence. He was sent flying by a kick from Qiao. "If it weren't for your ill-fated words, would we have been thrust into this godforsaken place?" Jun Jingbai glanced at Qiao's expression, then at the icy visage of Fu Ting's, and with a swift roll of his eyes, he hurriedly approached Qiao, rubbing his chest in a conciliatory manner. Qiao, please don't be angry. Everything will work out in the end." Qiao shot him a cold glance accompanied by a derisive laugh. "With you along, I fear the boat will merely crash and sink." Jun Jingbai, feeling a pang of guilt, averted his gaze and pointed to the coconut trees lining the desolate beach. "Aren't you too hungry? How about I fetch some coconuts for you? My skills in that regard are unparalleled." Qiao watched as Jun Jingbai scampered off through the sand like a gorilla, rubbing her arms as she surveyed the lonely landscape. It was indeed a scene reminiscent of Robinson Crusoe. But more importantly, Qiao covertly glanced at Fu Ting's, recalling the recent instance of artificial respiration. her delicate face flushing with a hint of crimson. Are you all right? Are you all right? Gazing into his clear, cold peach blossom eyes, which held a trace of warmth, Yan Qiao lowered her gaze. Of course, I have my concerns that if your fans were to discover that I monopolized your first kiss, they might very well devour me alive. You're here playing bowling, are you? Fu Ting's brow twitched slightly. That won't happen. Yan Qiao arched an eyebrow. Why not? Fu Ting's nearly blurted out because the first kiss has already. Realizing mid-sentence that, although he had only ever kissed Yan Qiao in each rebirth, the current Yan Qiao did not recall any of his previous lives. Pressing his lips together, Fu Ting's redirected his words. Whatever I have given is irrelevant to their thoughts. Yan Qiao observed Fu Ting's expression, keenly sensing something amiss. Typically, in such situations, he would likely be implying that his first kiss was no longer a concern, perhaps hinting at an ex-girlfriend. Oh men. Yan Qiao averted her gaze. Suppressing the inexplicable stirrings of her heart. No longer looking at Fu Ting's, she turned to Jun Jingbai, who, unbeknownst to her, had somehow managed to gather 3 sizable coconuts and was joyfully striding towards her. Qiao Qiao. We have food. Before he could reach her, however, Jun Jingbai suddenly slipped, releasing the 3 coconuts, which rolled swiftly towards Fu Ting's, causing him to stagger slightly. Yan Qiao's exquisitely delicate face bore no expression as she remarked, Are you here playing bowling? Jun Jingbai chuckled as he picked himself up and brushed the sand from his clothes. Qiao Qiao, don't be angry. Everything happens for the best. We will certainly be rescued. Let us consider this an outdoor survival training course. Yan Qiao shot him a frosty glance. Have you ever passed an outdoor survival training course? From childhood to adulthood, her mother, Yan Yu, had undoubtedly conducted countless outdoor survival training sessions for the two of them. Yet each time it had ended with Jun Jingbai getting lost, necessitating an emergency rescue to conclude the ordeal. As the frequency of their encounters increased, Yan Yu never again conducted wilderness survival training sessions with him. Whenever Jun Jingbai found himself in the wild, it invariably ended in misadventures, each time marked by a small knife and an unfortunate mishap. This time he pondered what unexpected events might unfold. Yan Qiao, running her fingers through her semi-dry hair, gazed at the azure sky that seemed almost to meld with the sea. The sky, following the tempest, was breathtakingly beautiful, yet no one had the heart to appreciate the scenery under such circumstances. Yan Qiao turned her gaze towards Jun Jingbai and said, Please gather a few large stones and arrange them conspicuously to form an SOS. Jun Jingbai complied without hesitation, offering a somewhat awkward salute to Yan Qiao. At your command. As he bent over to haul stones, Fu Ting's could no longer contain himself and remarked, Is he a relative of yours? Quite exceptional. After a moment's thought, Fu Ting settled on that descriptor. Yan Qiao watched Jun Jingbai cheerfully toiling away and replied with a faint hum. Expressing her wonder at how he had managed to remain so optimistic despite his constant misfortunes. He truly was not an ordinary individual. I admire him greatly, she added. Fu Ting's also turned his gaze towards Jun Jingbai, who lived life with an unmistakable cheerfulness. Though it appeared simple, it was something many aspired to but failed to achieve. Yet Jun Jingbai, the perennial unlucky one, succeeded. Fu Ting's glanced back at Yan Qiao, catching only her profile. Her delicate and soft features intently observing Jun Jingbai's labors. His gaze was filled with a tenderness that could almost evoke tears. Throughout his numerous rebirths, he had never heard Yan Qiao mention her family, nor had he encountered any of her relatives. It was as if she had always been guarded around him, never revealing anything despite his subtle inquiries. Consequently, Fu Ting's remained in the dark about the kind of family from which Yan Qiao hailed. She remained silent, and he refrained from asking. However, now observing Jun Jingbai, Fu Ting's was overwhelmed with curiosity. Author's note. 117. Invitation from the Wilderness Adventure Program. Under Fu Ting's watchful eye, Jun Jingbai completed his task, wiping the sweat from his brow as he ran over. Qiao Qiao. I've set it all up. Anyone passing by will surely notice. Jun Jingbai sat beside Yan Qiao and looked up at the cerulean sky. I just wonder if anyone else, like us, was unexpectedly washed up here. Yan Qiao exchanged a glance with Fu Ting's. If that's the case, as expected, a voice called out from nearby. Hey! Who are you? Without hesitation, Jun Jingbai attempted to spring up, only to be silenced and pushed back down by Yan Qiao's hand over his mouth. Yan Qiao glared at him. Be quiet. From now on, you are not to speak. Fu Ting's observed the pair and, taking the initiative, stood up and walked towards the group of people. Several individuals resembling photographers, upon recognizing Fu Ting's face, gasped in astonishment. Fu Ting's? Hey everyone, come quick! It's Fu Ting's! In an instant, a throng of people materialized, encircling Fu Ting's. Hello, Teacher Fu. Are you here on vacation or filming? The smiles on the photographers' faces were nearly bursting. Their eyes squinted to the point of invisibility. Fu Ting's raised a fist to his lips and coughed lightly. I've encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. Could I possibly borrow a phone? The photographer nodded repeatedly, as if pecking at rice, and said, no problem, no problem. After gesturing to the photographer, he skillfully dialed a string of numbers and moved aside to make the call. The moment the call connected, a furious voice from the other end erupted. Who is it? Fu Ting's replied in a steady voice, it's me. Han Yi, seemingly enraged at being unable to locate Fu Ting's, blurted out without recognizing his voice, how the hell would I know who you are? Fu Ting's fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere around him plunging to a frigid temperature. Listening to Han Ye's voice, which now sounded almost obsequious, Fu Ting's responded with a faint hum. Han Yi was on the verge of tears. Oh my gosh, finally found this ancestor. Han Ye's voice brimmed with mirth as he said, where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. However, just as Han Yi finished speaking, Fu Ting's heard Li Qing's enraged shout, our Qiao is missing and you still have the audacity to laugh. Laugh at your grandfather. A cacophony of noise followed, mingled with Li Qing's wrath and Han Ye's cautious apologies. Clearing his throat, Fu Ting's reassured, Qiao is with me and is quite safe, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Han Yi noticed that Li Qing had finally calmed down. Fu Ting's briefly described his location before ending the call and awaiting rescue. The photographer respectfully accepted the phone that Fu Ting's handed over. His face still adorned with a smile. Teacher Fu, we are the location scouts for the program Wilderness Adventure. Encountering you here is fate. This is our business card. Point 118. I am not mute. You two are the only on-screen couple. What do you think? The photographer's beaming expression elicited a faint smile from Fu Ting's, who tucked the business card into his pocket. Thank you for the suggestion. I will consider it. Yet, Jun Jingbai almost suffocated as Yan Qiao covered his mouth. Struggling to pry Yan Qiao's hand away, Jun Jingbai gasped for air on the beach. Qiao, I am your cousin after all. I have treated you so well. Yan Qiao cast a faint glance at Jun Jingbai. Well enough for 3 people to be stranded on a deserted island? Jun Jingbai fell silent, chuckling awkwardly, then pointed at a helicopter flying overhead, shouting, look, a helicopter. Someone must be coming to rescue us. Both Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's instinctively looked up at the sky. Jun Jingbai followed suit, mumbling to himself, do you think this helicopter might just? Yan Qiao swiftly covered Jun Jingbai's mouth, glancing up at the helicopter, which suddenly tilted sharply before regaining its normal flight path, heading towards their location. Not only did Yan Qiao breathe a sigh of relief, but Fu Ting's did as well, thank goodness. They had almost been thwarted by Jun Jingbai's ominous remarks. Yan Qiao shot Jun Jingbai a glare. From now on, you will be mute for me if you dare utter a single word. I will truly knock your teeth out. Jun Jingbai nodded vigorously, no longer daring to speak another word. The helicopter descended, and Han Yi and Li Qing jumped down together. The moment Li Qing laid eyes on Yan Qiao, she rushed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, Wu Qiao, you scared me to death. What if something happened to my little ancestor? How could I possibly explain it to the lord and lady? Yan Qiao gently patted Li Qing's back, reassuring her, but nothing has happened, right? Don't worry. In contrast to the emotional exchange between Li Qing and Yan Qiao, the interaction between Han Yi and Fu Ting's was markedly simpler. They exchanged a knowing glance and lightly bumped fists. An unspoken understanding passing between the brothers. It was only then that Li Qing noticed Jun Jingbai standing beside Yan Qiao. Rubbing her nose in surprise, she inquired, who is this? Just as Jun Jingbai was about to introduce himself, he recalled Yan Qiao's warning and clamped his mouth shut, resorting to gesturing frantically with his hands. Li Qing, perplexed, asked, what? Yan Qiao replied, he is my cousin Jun Jingbai. Li Qing understood and instinctively began to appraise Jun Jingbai's appearance and physique. He was quite handsome, radiating a sunny charm, and with proper guidance he certainly had the potential for stardom. Alas, he was mute. Sighing, Li Qing leaned closer to Yan Qiao and whispered, he looks quite good, but it's a pity he can't speak. Is there a way to remedy this? This time Jun Jingbai understood her clearly, yet he dared not speak. In a flurry of gestures, he pointed to his mouth, then at Yan Qiao, and frantically waved his hands. His intention was to convey that it was Yan Qiao who forbade him from speaking. But Li Qing did. Oh, I see. Qiao is already helping you find a way to treat it, right? Don't lose heart. There must be a solution. With a face full of compassion, she patted Jun Jingbai's shoulder. Under the amused gazes of Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's, Jun Jingbai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, whoever wants to be mute can be mute. I certainly am not. However, no sooner had Jun Jingbai spoken when Point 119 Jun Jingbai, you truly are something. At that moment Han Yi, who was wandering about on the beach, accidentally stepped on a rock hidden beneath the sand, tumbling headfirst into the grains as he rose, his hair filled with sand. 2 of his front teeth remained behind in the sand, along with 3 coconuts that hadn't yet been opened. The coconuts weren't cracked open but rather they had effectively knocked out Han Yi's teeth. Clutching his mouth in terror, he exclaimed, "Whoa, Qiao." Due to the absence of his front teeth, his words came out rather garbled, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth, refusing to utter another sound. Yan Qiao. Fu Ting's. Is this even possible? The astonished look in Fu Ting's cool, peach blossom eyes as he regarded Jun Jingbai hinted at disbelief. It was indeed a miracle he hadn't been captured by the Research Institute for Superpower Studies. Li Qing, initially taken aback, soon rallied her thoughts. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and leave. Han Yi, belatedly feeling the pain that brought tears to his eyes, sat down with half his face numb, clutching his teeth in a state of despair. Yan Qiao and Fu Ting sat opposite him, watching as he mournfully cradled his teeth like an elderly woman, struggling to suppress laughter. Clearing her throat, Yan Qiao, her tea-colored eyes sparkling with amusement, remarked, "Cough, it's all right, it's just 2 front teeth, right? Compel him to finance your dental restoration. Affixing the finest pure gold molars." Jun Jingbai initially intended to retort, yet a single glare from Yan Qiao rendered him sheepish, prompting a hesitant smile. I'll cover it. Han Yi scrutinized the unfamiliar Jun Jingbai, his first instinct being to assess his appearance and physique, and upon confirming that no one of his kind graced the ranks of the entertainment industry as newcomers, he relaxed his vigilance. I fell myself. No need for you to incur expenses. However, the absence of front teeth rendered his speech comically breezy, eliciting muffled laughter even from Li Qing. Han Yi, licking his gums, had no choice but to press his lips tightly together. Yet this only added to the hilarity. Jun Jingbai, unable to bear the sight of Han Yi being ridiculed due to his ill-fated words, hastily attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Well, this helicopter is quite impressive. I see it flies so steadily, surely it's unfazed by an 8-level typhoon. Li Qing and Han Yi remained impassive, yet Yan Qiao and Fu Ting's, having witnessed Jun Jingbai's prowess, wore expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated as an unknown object struck the helicopter's fuselage, causing it to jolt violently. Yan Qiao, seated beside Fu Ting's, was unceremoniously thrust into his embrace. Upon lifting her gaze, she found warmth in Fu Ting's cool, peach blossom eyes, her cheeks flushing as she quickly stood up. Just as she was about to scold Jun Jingbai, the pilot's panicked voice interrupted. This is bad. A sudden, extremely powerful typhoon has emerged in the waters ahead. Truly a stroke of misfortune. The weather forecast before departure had promised calm winds. In the next instant, the helicopter was rocked violently by strong turbulence. Jun Jingbai, you really are something. As Yan Qiao regained her balance, she glimpsed through the helicopter window the monstrous waves, whipped up by the wind, wreaking havoc upon the sea. This fierce wind was visibly surging towards their helicopter with a devastating force. Li Qing and Han Yi simultaneously erupted into screams. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes narrowed decisively, and she turned to the pilot. Lower the flying altitude. Quickly. The helicopter pilot, visibly troubled, protested. Lower the altitude? That's impossible. We'd be directly slammed into the sea by the waves. It's far too dangerous. Yan Qiao's brow furrowed, her tea-colored eyes resolute. It won tea. The pilot, baffled by her unshakable confidence, was nonetheless aware from years of flying experience that such a maneuver was indeed perilous and entirely unfeasible. Yan Qiao's determination did not waver. Disregarding the pilot's objections, she deftly maneuvered from the back row to the front, her delicate, fair hand seizing the control stick of the helicopter. The pilot was taken aback. What are you doing? Let go. He had witnessed bus drivers snatching the steering wheel but never someone attempting to commandeer a helicopter mid-air. Had she lost her mind? Yan Qiao shot him a glare. If I let go, everyone here will be in peril. Since elementary school, her mother, Yan Yu, had taught her how to operate a helicopter. If one were to be stringent about it, these individuals likely had less flying experience than she did. As the typhoon loomed ever closer, Yan Qiao swiftly seized the driver's collar and unceremoniously tossed him aside. Taking the driver's seat herself, with deft precision, she adjusted the instrument readings and thrust the control stick to its maximum. Yan Qiao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she accelerated the helicopter to its highest speed, plunging directly toward the eye of the storm. The sudden sensation of weightlessness elicited shrieks of surprise from Li Qing, Han Yi, and Jun Jingbai. Ah! Only Fu Ting's gazed intently at Yan Qiao, who was piloting the helicopter. His Qiao was bravely defying the tempest in stark contrast to the howling winds outside. The eye of the typhoon was eerily calm, surrounding them was a maelstrom of roiling winds, yet the center remained tranquil. With numerous seabirds circling as if seeking refuge from the ravaging storm. A hidden sanctuary indeed. The pilot was momentarily taken aback by the scene itself. The recent descent in altitude was intended to navigate into the eye to evade danger? This was not something he had been taught in flight school. The textbooks had never mentioned that helicopters could be maneuvered in such a manner. Staring blankly at the circling seabirds, the pilot found himself questioning his life choices. While everyone else exhaled in relief, Qiao remained serious, gripping the control stick tightly. It was far from over. The typhoon continued its relentless advance. They were effectively ensnared within the eye of the storm. Able to leave only when the winds naturally subsided. The way to expedite the depletion of the wind's energy was to increase friction to consume it. With her chestnut eyes narrowing thoughtfully, Qiao suddenly had an idea. After all, there was a formidable weapon at her disposal. Might as well put it to use. Clearing her throat, she steadied the helicopter's flight and spoke. Jun Jingbai, do you find this typhoon bothersome? Jun Jingbai, still shaken, patted his chest and nodded vigorously. Very bothersome. Qiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Would you like to curse at it a bit? Jun Jingbai looked utterly bewildered. Huh? Fu Ting's, having grasped Qiao's intent, pressed his lips together. You could certainly try to curse it. Only then did Jun Jingbai grasp her meaning. Stupid typhoon. Useless typhoon. Always picking on us humans. If you're so capable, why not encounter an even mightier typhoon to clash with? You two would undoubtedly be sent packing. Everyone listened in stunned silence as Jun Jingbai vented his frustrations at the typhoon. Yet inside the helicopter, only silence reigned. Only Qiao bore a hint of amusement in her eyes. I curse you to suffer a life of broken bones and utter helplessness. Li Qing and Han Yi gasped in unison. Wow. Unlike the others who were merely admiring the aerial views, Fu Ting's remained fixated on Qiao. His gaze imbued with gentle affection as Jun Jingbai leaped from the helicopter. His heart still racing, he patted his chest. This time he refrained from speaking, fearing another reprimand from Qiao. By the time they returned to the hotel for rest, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky. Qiao changed her clothes and collapsed onto the bed. After all the tumult, it hardly felt like a vacation. She rubbed her temples and was about to speak with Li Qing when she noticed her friend frowning intently at her phone. What's the matter? With her tea-colored eyes fixed intently on Li Qing, Qiao couldn't help but surmise that it was once again that Yuan stirring up trouble. Li Qing adjusted her glasses with a serious tone, stating, Qiao, Yuan is also set to shoot a military-themed film, sharing the same subject matter and character setup. Even the scheduling is remarkably similar. If I'm not mistaken, this production is aimed at competing directly with you. As she spoke, she handed her phone to Qiao, letting out a barely audible sigh. It was evident that Yuan could not remain tranquil for long. Upon receiving the phone, Qiao glanced at the notification from their company. Yuan's film project had already garnered significant attention on Weibo, and the entire company was taking it quite seriously. Not only did Yuan's film echo Qiao's in theme and setting, but the overall trajectory seemed to align perfectly as well. Whenever Qiao scheduled her filming, Yuan would do the same. Whenever Qiao commenced post-production, Yuan would follow suit. The most infuriating aspect was that the moment Qiao set her release date, Yuan would undoubtedly do the same. While it was not uncommon in the entertainment industry for female stars to look askance at one another and vie for supremacy, this blatant attempt to clash schedules was clearly a declaration of war against Qiao. Li Qing, visibly displeased, rubbed her throbbing temples and remarked, Qiao, Yuan is clearly intent on opposing you. Ignore her and proceed with your filming as planned. I firmly believe you will outshine her. Observing Qiao's calm demeanor, Li Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, with her inability to endure hardship, she is unlikely to produce anything of quality. With a slight droop of her beautiful tea-colored eyes, Qiao quietly took out her phone and messaged Jun Jingbai. Have you seen Weibo? What? Is that so? I must see which insignificant character dares to compete with our world's most invincible and stunning beauty, Qiao. Meanwhile, at a dental clinic where he accompanied Han Yi for a tooth filling, Jun Jingbai, after perusing Yuan's trending topic on Weibo, slammed the table and exclaimed, the most breathtaking action scenes in history. I see nothing but a fall that will leave you shattered and incapacitated. Bah! Lying on the treatment chair, Han Yi couldn't help but tilt his head at Jun Jingbai's outburst. Who are you talking about? The dentist, holding a pair of tweezers, was meticulously tending to his tooth. This was a delicate procedure where even the slightest mistake could lead to problems. However, as Han Yi tilted his head, the tweezers accidentally jabbed into his gum nerve, causing him excruciating pain that brought tears to his eyes. Ouch. Involuntarily twisting his body, he rolled off the treatment chair with a thud. Jun Jingbai jumped in surprise. Dude, what are you doing? With tears still in his eyes, Han Yi instinctively reached for his tooth. And then, trembling, he looked up at the dentist with a hint of despair. Doctor, could you please fill another one for me? The doctor, reflecting on his years of experience, found it astonishing to witness someone fall from the treatment chair and lose a tooth in the process. Meanwhile, Yin Qiao was diligently refreshing Yuan's profile page. With a sudden jolt, Yin Qiao noticed that Yuan's Weibo account had just posted an alarming update. Due to inadequate security measures during the audition preparations, Yuan's safety harness had malfunctioned, resulting in a broken right leg that necessitated a period of bed rest. Yuan's fans immediately flooded the comments section. I believe Yin Qiao has the strongest motive. She has always been at odds with our dear Wan Wan. Could it be she sabotaged Wan Wan's harness? I believe you should investigate this line of reasoning. Yin Qiao observed the fans' earnest analyses and deductions, nearly bursting into laughter. Surely, even a mystery novel wouldn't dare to concoct such absurdity. Li Qing seemed to have caught wind of the Weibo post as well, laughing uncontrollably. Serves her right. Let her stew in her own malice day in and day out. Qiao Qiao, did you see? Yuan has broken her leg. Yin Qiao merely responded with a nonchalant HM, casually clicking on the suddenly surging number of comments. Most were from Yuan's fans who had come specifically to berate her. Now that Wan Wan is in trouble, you scheming witch, are you happy? But you wake up laughing from your dreams. I really don't understand how you have so many fans. Am I the only one who thinks Yin Qiao is utterly hideous? Yin Qiao is such a drama queen. Always claiming to be a champion of justice. There are so many stray dogs on the street, yet I've never seen her adopt even one. As Yin Qiao retaliated, her own fans followed suit, jotting down quotes in their little notebooks. However, they weren't writing insults. It was a chorus of laughter. Some individuals even sparked the trending topic Yin Qiao confronts haters, which quickly climbed the charts. As more and more fans flocked to her page, Yin Qiao decided to retweet the promotional post for her military-themed film. Instantly, the number of likes surged past 10,000, and the comments skyrocketed. The film director's Weibo was inundated with notifications from these new updates. The promotional efforts were unparalleled, making it the most impressive among all concurrently filming projects, leaving other directors enviously watching. Meanwhile, Lin, the financier behind Yuan, furrowed his brow as he observed Yin Qiao's growing publicity. As this the girl who has constantly opposed Yuan? She may have a quick tongue, but she cannot establish herself in the entertainment industry. Lin took a drag from his cigarette, his mind racing. He had invested heavily in Yuan's film, and while his financial stake was substantial, so were his expected returns. Yuan's fate was of little concern to him. But if his financial avenues were obstructed, then regardless of who it was, there would only be one outcome. With a fierce scowl, Lin extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Yin Qiao was roused from her slumber by Li Qing's frantic shaking. Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao, wake up. Something has happened. Hearing the urgency in Li Qing's tone, Yin Qiao squinted her tea-colored eyes, stretching languidly like a cat. Her demeanor relaxed. What is it? Li Qing, still clad in her pajamas, adjusted her glasses with a serious expression and said, the director just called to inform me that our film's investors are planning to withdraw their funding. Yin Qiao merely responded with a soft "oh," turned over and closed her eyes again, intent on resuming her slumber. Seeing Yin Qiao's indifference to the situation, Li Qing's brows knitted in distress. Oh dear, how can you still be sleeping at a time like this? The investors are pulling out. Yin Qiao merely pulled the blanket over her head and mumbled, if they want to withdraw, so be it. What's the big deal? With a furrowed brow, Li Qing reached for the blanket covering Yin Qiao's head. They are withdrawing the entire investment. 300 million. The director is nearly frantic. I heard the mastermind behind the investors is Yuan's patron. At this, Yin Qiao finally opened one of her hazel eyes to regard Li Qing. Her voice soft and unbothered. So what? Li Qing, feeling utterly exasperated, plopped down on the edge of Yin Qiao's bed and let out a gentle sigh. She had fought tooth and nail to secure this film opportunity for Yin Qiao from the clutches of the company's cunning old foxes. If it fell through, Li Qing's head drooped in disappointment. Yin Qiao observed Li Qing's despondent figure and, stretching lazily, sat up in bed, allowing her long hair to cascade over her shoulders. It's just an investor, isn't it? When the old departs, the new shall come. Picking up her phone, Yin Qiao leisurely dialed Jun Jingbai. Hello. Would you be interested in becoming an investor? She inquired nonchalantly. I'll be the lead. With a loud thud, it sounded as if Jun Jingbai had fallen to the floor. How much are we talking about? He asked, slightly breathless. 600 million. Yin Qiao replied with unwavering calm. 300 million. She corrected herself. Jun Jingbai, taken aback, realized why she had called him so early in the morning. She wanted him to be her financial backer. Jojo, you have no idea that I accidentally ruined a cherished dress of my mother's. One she wore when she got engaged to my father. It's said to hold significant sentimental value. Now my mother has slashed my allowance by 2/3, leaving me with only 300 million. That if I give it to you, I'll be left with nothing. Is there any chance you could? Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow at this. Quickly Jun Jingbai changed his tone. Oh, it's nothing. 300 million, it would be my honor to witness our magnificent and beautiful Jojo in action. This investment is as good as mine. Anyone who tries to contest me will find themselves in a world of trouble. Yan Qiao merely rolled her eyes. Jun Jingbai continued to lament. I'm spending this money so freely. Anyone who stops me from spending is opposing me. I dream of showering my hard-earned pocket money on something worthwhile. Not wishing to entertain his rambling any further, Yan Qiao hung up the phone and sent him the funding account details for the production team that she had obtained from Li Qing. 300 million, just like that, it was transferred. Li Qing sat there, utterly dumbfounded by Yan Qiao's actions. Was this really how it was resolved? Though she knew her little ancestor came from a prestigious family with ample resources, this was beyond impressive. Simply pulling in someone and discussing an expenditure of 300 million felt like child's play. Truly remarkable. Li Qing was once again astounded by Yan Qiao's actions, readjusting her glasses as she glanced down to find her phone inundated with messages from the director. You wouldn't believe it. Just as the investment was withdrawn, a new investor emerged. How incredible is that? 300 million were transferred successively, totaling 600 million. Upon reading this news, Li Qing paused her typing. 600 million? Wasn't it just 300 million when Qiao found the investor? Where did this surplus come from? Meanwhile, in another room, Han Yi was marveling at Fu Ting's, holding his phone with a look of astonishment. I say, ancestor, are you resolute in this? 300 million just to pursue a little girl. Han Yi glanced at the transaction records displayed on his phone, clucking in admiration that if Yan Qiao found out, she would undoubtedly be moved to tears. 300 million is enough for even a top-tier star to film 5 or 6 movies, right? How generous of you. He added, not forgetting to touch his recently repaired tooth. Fu Ting's regarded Han Yi. His cool peach blossom eyes slightly lowered, his tone indifferent. What is there to be reluctant about? Observing Fu Ting's demeanor, Han Yi shook his head in exasperation. I meant to tell you yesterday. When pursuing a girl, you cannot just contribute silently. If she doesn't see it, it's all in vain, do you understand? While speaking, Han Yi moved closer and hooked his arm around Fu Ting's shoulder. Take my advice. You need to be more explicit. Even if you're too shy to say it outright, you must let her know. Fu Ting's disdainfully shrugged off Han Yi's hand. What do you know? Isn't he already obvious enough? He's just a step away from plastering posters all over the world shouting it out. Han Yi noticed Fu Ting's unwillingness to delve deeper into the matter, and could only pout as he picked up his phone to message Li Qing. 300 million just like that, showcasing the flamboyance of an international film emperor. Just as Han Yi was brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting Li Qing's praise, he glanced at his phone and fell into contemplation. You should have mentioned earlier that you could handle it. Our Qiao has already secured the funds. Han Yi silently turned off his phone. Fine, his pride stung a bit. Let us pretend he said nothing. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, Yiwan grimaced in pain, angrily pounding the mattress. Wasn't it said that without investment, her film would not proceed? How is that wretched girl like an indestructible cockroach? Still thriving? Yiwan gritted her teeth, her freshly fixed nose nearly askew again. Her manager, sitting beside her, glanced at Yiwan's leg with concern, speaking gently. Can you please behave? Healing from a serious injury takes time. Do you still wish to act? Yiwan's eyes burned with resentment. I simply refuse to accept it. How can that wretched girl still find an investor? What makes her so special? The manager sighed. In this entertainment industry, which female star doesn't have a benefactor behind her? She likely reached out to hers. Yiwan furrowed her brow, her voice suddenly rising an octave. Who could possibly be so remarkable behind her? Are they more formidable than my benefactor or my father? Yiwan's frustration grew with each passing moment, and her manager could only acquiesce to her sentiments. Certainly not think positively. Her current actions are merely a defiance against President Lin. You need not intervene. President Lin will handle her, won't he? Upon hearing this, Yiwan's expression visibly softened. Indeed, I want to see that little wretch spend her entire life with her head held low. As Yiwan and Li Qing stepped through the company's entrance, they were met with a barrage of glances from the staff, some filled with mockery, others brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. A slight furrow of her brow revealed to Yen Qiao that yet another trouble awaited her. With her gaze lowered, she thought, a trap laid for me. What could possibly be good about this? If I am not mistaken, it must be closely tied to Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of her colleagues, Yen Qiao strode confidently into the manager's office. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, who began to murmur among themselves. Quite arrogant, isn't she? Let us see how long that lasts once she emerges from the office. To provoke President Lin is sheer folly. No wonder he has set his sights on her. She deserves it. There are countless beautiful actresses in the industry. What is she so proud of? I doubt her new variety show will even air, considering how she has obstructed President Lin. Everyone eagerly anticipated the moment Yen Qiao would exit the office. Certain it would be a spectacle to behold. In truth, upon entering the office, Yen Qiao maintained her commanding presence, unceremoniously pulling out a chair and sitting down with poise, one long leg crossed over the other. Arms folded as she regarded the man before her with a cold gaze. Speak plainly, what is it? The man observed Yen Qiao's demeanor with irritation, yet he donned a professional smile, pouring her a cup of tea. Qiao. Did you enjoy your vacation? Yen Qiao did not accept the teacup. Instead, she coldly lifted her gaze to him. Get to the point. I have no patience for idle chatter. The leader's smile faltered momentarily as he cleared his throat, sitting opposite Yen Qiao. Ahem. Well, the situation is as follows. He glanced at Yen Qiao's expression while speaking. The company has appointed a new director, and according to the voting results from the meeting, your contract has been terminated. Yen Qiao's delicate and refined face remained devoid of expression as she regarded the leader, her fingertips lightly tapping the table. Test that all? I expected something far more significant. Finding no reaction from Yen Qiao as he had anticipated, the leader's eyes flashed with surprise. He quickly reasoned that perhaps she was merely putting on a brave front, fearing ridicule with this thought. He smiled and pushed the termination contract across the table. Qiao, don't force yourself. This is the termination contract. Please take a look. With a quick glance, he retrieved another document from a stack of folders. This is the contract that President Lin has personally prepared for you. You should review it as well. Yen Qiao's tea-colored eyes betrayed no emotion as she cast a cursory glance at the contract. He held. It stipulated that following her termination from the company, she would be prohibited from participating in any entertainment activities for 3 years, in exchange for a compensation of 500 million from President Lin. Yen Qiao lowered her gaze, disregarding the termination contract and instead directly accepting the contract from him. The leader's eyes sparkled with delight, yet his gaze towards Yen Qiao was tinged with a hint of disdain. It seemed he had indeed chosen the 500 million, feigning high-mindedness. How laughable! After all, who would opt for termination when there was wealth to be had? Only a fool would turn down money. The leader proactively placed the pen beside Yen Qiao. Qiao, do sign. It's 500 million. Yen Qiao glanced at his sycophantic smile, scoffed coldly, and tore the contract in her hands to shreds. Beauty is lacking, yet dreams are extravagant. With that, she flung the confetti of paper scraps at his face. Amidst the fluttering debris, the leader's expression was a mix of fury and astonishment as he observed Yen Qiao resolutely signing the termination contract. His face flushed with indignation. Yen Qiao, don't you dare act so brazenly. Upon hearing his furious outburst, Yen Qiao calmly capped the pen and tossed it into the trash bin. That only signifies you possess a face of audacity. You. What of it? Qiao? Li Qing, perplexed by the commotion within, could no longer contain her concern for her little ancestor. Upon entering, she was met with a scene of scattered paper and the leader's crimson face, her gaze darting between Yen Qiao and him. What was happening? The atmosphere was palpably tense. Yen Qiao's delicate, soft visage remained expressionless. We are leaving. Yet the leader sneered. I'm afraid you will have to leave on your own as per the termination contract. Li Qing remains our company's agent. With your termination, she is no longer your agent. Li Qing was momentarily stunned, incredulous as she turned to Yen Qiao. Had Qiao truly terminated her contract with the company? When Yen Qiao pivoted, she found the leader reclining in his chair. A smug grin plastered on his face as he looked at the two of them. Li Qing's labor contract has 2 years remaining. To leave, you must compensate the company 30 million in breach of contract fees. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers towards Yen Qiao. 30 million, mind you. This sum could cover the annual fees for an ordinary girl group. He was resolute, believing Yen Qiao could never be so foolish as to pay such a sum for an agent. He knew well her earnings. This amount would consume 80% of her income, making it utterly impossible for her to muster without sacrificing her very sustenance. Yet Yen Qiao's hazel eyes remained unperturbed, coldly fixed on him, laced with a subtle air of contempt. What of 30 million? As Yan Xiao's words faded, Li Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Though she understood that this sum might not faze Qiao, it was certainly not insignificant for her. Other staff members, who had initially gathered to observe the spectacle, began to crowd at the office door, peeking in to witness the unfolding drama. 30 million. And then what? The leader, failing to witness the scene of Yan Xiao pleading as he had envisioned, wore a rather grim expression. Let us see if you can actually produce it. Yan Xiao merely cast him a sidelong glance before turning to Li Qing. Are you willing to leave with me? Though it was but a simple inquiry, Li Qing's eyes brimmed with emotion. She has been in close association with Yan Xiao ever since the latter embarked on her journey in the entertainment industry, adeptly managing various affairs on her behalf. Even when Yan Xiao severed ties with the company, she did not abandon her. Rather, she would proactively seek her opinion. This exemplifies the trust she places in Qiao. Li Qing nodded without hesitation, asserting, you were her agent before, and you shall remain so henceforth. Yan Xiao responded with a subtle nod, her amber-hued eyes casting a fleeting glance at the leader. Then let us present Li Qing's contract termination papers. I shall cover the expenses. The declaration of I shall cover the expenses sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathered crowd. 30 million. Just like that, she was willing to compensate for Li Qing. Is Yan Xiao truly that affluent? Under the scrutinizing gaze of all present, Yan Xiao retrieved her phone, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. What was she up to? Surely she wasn't borrowing money. It seemed plausible, considering the staggering sum involved. Li Qing stood beside her, her expression a mixture of emotions. While she indeed wished to follow Qiao, the thought of Yan Xiao compensating 3 million for her was daunting. The leader, caught in a dilemma, darkened his countenance and commanded the HR department to produce the contract. The contract is here. But should the funds not materialize, I shall have to. Before he could complete his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the company building, abruptly interrupting him. What's all this commotion? The leader, exasperated, flung open the window and peered out, only to behold a sleek black helicopter approaching, its rotor blades stirring a tempestuous wind. Staring at the unexpected sight beyond the modest window, everyone was rendered speechless. At helicopter. Yan Xiao surveyed the surroundings, raised her delicate, fair hand and snapped her fingers decisively. 30 million in place. With the sharp crack of her fingers, a deluge of banknotes surged through the window, propelled by the wind. Like an unending geyser, the force of the influx sent the leader tumbling backward. Prostrate on the floor, he gazed in bewilderment at the hovering helicopter outside, along with the fluttering banknotes. Holy cow! Incredible! So much money! Hurry, grab it! The scene descended into chaos, with all the onlookers scrambling to scoop up the cash. Even the previously authoritative leader joining in the fray, shouting as he bent over to snatch bills. The office was left with only Yan Xiao and Li Qing standing upright, while others scrambled on the ground like dogs fighting over scraps. Li Qing, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. It was Yan Xiao who nudged her elbow, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Sign the contract." As they exited the company, both women instinctively glanced back at the towering building. Ruilu. This was the name of the company, a venerable establishment within the entertainment realm. When Yan Xiao initially signed here, it was due to its esteemed history and past glories, but now it appeared rather inconsequential. Clutching her contract termination papers, Li Qing gazed at the Ruilu sign with a conflicted expression. Qiao, after terminating the contract, will you withdraw from the entertainment industry? Yan Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance at the sign. Why should I withdraw? Li Qing cast her gaze downward, her fingertips grazing the termination contract. We no longer have a company. Qiao. Yan Xiao's chestnut-hued eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, appearing as clear as a tranquil lake under the sun. So what if we don't have a company? Before Li Qing could respond, Yan Xiao's lips curled into a smile. We can establish our own company and forge our own illustrious history, Li Qing exclaimed. What grand aspirations! I never even dared to dream of such things before. As she observed Yan Xiao's retreating figure, her eyes brimmed with a relaxed smile. Indeed, let us diligently pursue our endeavors alongside my little ancestor. We shall create an entertainment company even larger than Ruilu. That will certainly infuriate them. Simultaneously, the announcement of Yan Xiao's contract termination with Ruilu was disseminated through the company's official Weibo account. Aside from the sincere sorrow expressed by Yan Xiao's fans, others, particularly those of Yuan, emerged to revel in the misfortune. This is splendid news. The entertainment industry has long needed to rid itself of such individuals. Indeed, this woman with nothing to her name seems uncertain whether she is making a living in the entertainment circle or not. Besides being a nuisance, I see no benefit in her presence, a loyal fan of Yiwan proclaimed. What a relief. Finally, the air is clear, however. In the next moment, Yin Qiao's freshly updated Weibo post delivered a sharp retort to them. Termination does not equate to withdrawal from the industry. All performance activities will continue as usual. Thank you for your support. Yin Qiao's fans flooded the post with likes, comments, and shares, creating a lively atmosphere. In stark contrast, Rui Li's staff found themselves enveloped in a somber mood following the revelry. This was not due to anything else but rather the news they received from Han Yi. The esteemed manager, upon hearing of Yin Qiao's termination, we regret to inform you that we believe Rui Lu does not meet the conditions to collaborate with Teacher Fu. Therefore, we hereby notify you that all performance-related collaborations between Fu Tings and Rui Lu are hereby terminated. This news struck Rui Lu with the force of a comet colliding with Earth. The loss of collaboration with the international film emperor, along with the subsequent withdrawal of all commercial partnerships seeking him, resulted in an immediate financial deficit for the company. Recovery would take no less than half a year. The leadership, clutching 2 termination contracts, reported to General Manager Lin with an expression of despair. Given the current chaos, what do you suggest we do? After all, General Manager Lin had recently acquired Rui Lu, and had it not been for his insistence on targeting Yin Qiao, the situation might not have escalated to this extent. However, this was a thought he dared not voice aloud. Let her be a mascot, General Manager Lin lamented, already overwhelmed with frustration. The sight of those 2 termination contracts only added to his vexation. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, exhaling a plume of smoke in irritation. What should we do? Are you in charge or am I? If she wishes to leave, then let her go. His nostrils flared with anger. Furthermore, summon all the reputable media in the industry. We must hold a press conference regarding Yin Qiao's termination, ensuring she understands that without Rui Lu, she will receive no further offers. Yes. Preparations are underway immediately. The leader dared not contradict General Manager Lin, hastily turning to leave once outside. He couldn't help but let out a side eye in this instance concerning Yin Qiao. One cannot help but wonder what new developments may arise. Meanwhile, Li Qing was anxiously scrolling through her phone, her face etched with worry. Following their departure from Rui Lu, Qiao Qiao's work had come to a standstill, and everyone was merely observing Rui Li's maneuvers. Fearful of attracting any trouble, no one dared to collaborate with Qiao Qiao. Li Qing's expression was so troubled that it seemed as if her face might crumple in on itself. Yet, Yin Qiao appeared unfazed as she stretched languidly, asking, "What's the rush? Don't we still have a film to shoot?" Li Qing sighed. The investors are indeed on board, but if we sever ties with Rui Lu now, we will lack a production name to attach. The producer's name is tied to the president of Rui Lu. Only then did Yin Qiao recall that in her previous life, this film had been intended as Rui Li's stepping stone to penetrate the film market. Alas, due to Fang Xiucheng's interference, the film had not merely failed to serve as a stepping stone. It had sunk like a stone without even creating a ripple in the market. However, the circumstances were different now. Not only had she terminated her contract with Rui Lu, but Fang Xiucheng had also been replaced, and Fu Tingze had joined the endeavor. Yin Qiao's tea-colored eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't this fortuitous? This is our new company's first production. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that we attach our new company's name to it? But the approval process for the new company will take quite some time. We won't be able to get it on the credits before the film is completed. Yin Qiao raised her brow, her delicate and refined features radiating determination. If I say we can make it in time, then we certainly will. Under Li Qing's watchful gaze, Yin Qiao promptly dialed Jun Jingbai's number. Hello? Qiao Qiao. Well, I currently have not a single penny to spare. It's not that I don't wish to assist. I truly have nothing. Hearing Jun Jingbai's voice on the other end, Yin Qiao rubbed her temples. I didn't intend to ask you for money. Only then did Jun Jingbai cautiously inquire. Then what do you need? Yin Qiao's lips curled into a smile. I want you to serve as a mascot for my company. Jun Jingbai responded with surprise. In my lifetime, I never thought I would become a mascot. How peculiar that he cleared his throat. What sort of mascot do you envision? You don't mean for me to be the spokesperson for your company, do you? I know I'm quite handsome. Before he could finish, Yin Qiao interjected. Honorary chairman, the kind that comes with a salary, so what do you say? The mention of a salary instantly invigorated Jun Jingbai. Count me in. Who would refuse money? How much are we talking? Yin Qiao chuckled lightly. Then come over to sign the contract. I'll disclose the amount once it's signed. Jun Jingbai, filled with excitement, nearly bounced off the walls. I'll be there in a jiffy. Ever since his allowance had been curtailed, He found himself unable to pursue any endeavors. The prospect of a salary had him darting over faster than a rabbit. Li Qing adjusted her glasses. Qiao, why don't you simply become the chairman yourself? With a monthly salary of 6,000 as chairman. Yan Qiao mused, glancing at the clock on the wall with a smile. He'll arrive in no more than 2 minutes. Li Qing was momentarily bewildered. 2 minutes? Is he sprouting wings to fly over? Yan Qiao leisurely blew on the bubbles floating atop her tea, and just as she took a sip, a loud crash announced the entrance of the door being violently kicked open. Jun Jingbai rushed in breathless, leaning against the doorframe as he gazed at Yan Qiao. Qiao, come on, let's sign the contract. Having just finished her cup of tea, Yan Qiao set down her teacup and cast him a glance. It was clear he had come in a frenzy. She pulled a sheet of white paper from her bag and placed it on the table. Just write your name in the corner. Jun Jingbai looked at the pristine A4 paper devoid of any words. Where's the contract? Yan Qiao maintained her calm demeanor. You'll fill it in after you sign. You won't lose a single cent of your money. With a beaming smile, Jun Jingbai removed the cap from his pen and signed his name with enthusiasm. Under Li Qing's prompt, he even pressed his fingerprint as Jun Jingbai eagerly awaited. Yan Qiao completed the contract and solemnly handed it to him. Congratulations. You are now the chairman. A grin stretched across Jun Jingbai's face, nearly reaching his ears. Thank you. But upon glancing at the contents of the paper, his smile vanished instantly. Why is my monthly salary only 6,000? Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes remained unfazed, her tone steady. The chairman's salary is determined by the shareholders based on the company's profit margin. The new company has just been established and is not yet profitable. 6,000 is already generous considering you are my cousin. Jun Jingbai's expression darkened. What the heck? Qiao, you're scamming me. Yan Qiao regarded him calmly. Is it really a scam? You agreed of your own accord, and you signed the paper voluntarily. Did I not mention from the outset that you would be the honorary chairman with a salary? Did I specify the amount? Jun Jingbai. It seems I indeed did not. Then this is far too little. Add 4,000 so it rounds up nicely, alright? Jun Jingbai slumped down beside Yan Qiao, looking like a deflated balloon, his eyes wide and innocent like a beggar dog. Yan Qiao smirked. That's fine, but you must first agree to do something for me. Jun Jingbai nodded vigorously. You say it. Yan Qiao pulled out her phone and displayed the upcoming itinerary for Ruei Company, her delicate features tinged with a hint of mischief. The auction in the capital is about to commence. Having suffered significant losses, Ruei will undoubtedly go all in, hoping to turn their fortunes around with this nationally anticipated auction. As the honorary chairman, you must represent the company at the event. After hearing Yan Qiao's words, Jun Jingbai finally let out a breath of relief. You scared me. I thought it was something serious. It's just attending an auction on behalf of the company, right? No problem. He confidently patted his chest. Leave it to me. Li Qing, however, looked at Yan Qiao with confusion. Qiao, what about you? Yan Qiao crossed her arms, leaning back against the sofa, her tea-colored eyes sparkling with amusement. As for me, I naturally have other plans. Observing Yan Qiao's expression, Li Qing finally understood why she had claimed not to want to be the chairman. It was all part of a grander scheme. Although Li Qing was still puzzled, she felt a sense of reassurance just by looking at Yan Qiao. With Qiao around, what was there to worry about? In truth, there are many who share the same concerns as Yan Qiao. Yi Wan, with a look of anxiety, glanced at General Lin and then at Fang Xiucheng, cautiously tugging at General Lin's sleeve. Godfather, please take him along. He will certainly not cause you any trouble. Fang Xiucheng, not one to be underestimated, immediately smiled and offered a cup of tea to General Lin. If Yan Qiao obstructs your path, he obstructs mine as well. No one understands Ruei Company better than I do. His tenure at Ruei has not been insignificant. With mediocre acting skills, he has already ascended to his current position solely through flattery, especially now with Yi Wan and General Lin by his side. With a little effort, becoming the next film emperor of Ruei Company should pose no challenge. General Lin merely cast a glance at him, disdainfully snorting through his nose. Understand Ruei? Then why don't you enlighten me on your plans? Upon noticing that General Lin did not accept his tea, Fang Xiucheng remained unperturbed, maintaining his gracious demeanor. The auction in the capital will draw nationwide attention. With major media outlets present, no celebrity would dare miss such an opportunity to shine. Many would be willing to spend their life savings for a moment of fame. Thus, I suspect, Yan Qiao will surely attend. As he spoke, a glimmer of calculation flashed in Fang Xiucheng's eyes. Moreover, high-ranking officials from the Huaxia Empire will be present, and even members from the Lord's Mansion will attend. Fang Xiucheng and Yi Wan exchanged glances, and Yi Wan smiled, continuing his train of thought. Therefore Yan Qiao, who has just left Ruilu and is eager to make a name for himself, will undoubtedly seize this chance to showcase his talents. Fang Xiucheng nodded. Precisely, we can utilize the auction in the capital to ensure Yan Qiao never rises again. Upon hearing this, General Lin's expression softened considerably, and he regarded Fang Xiucheng with a newfound curiosity. Not bad for a mere star. Such a waste of potential with that. He reached out to accept the tea from Fang Xiucheng's hands. A flicker of joy crossed Fang Xiucheng's eyes, quickly replaced by a demeanor of respect and humility. Oh, no, I am aware that my qualifications are lacking. It is my fortune to contribute even a little to General Lin. Yuan also regarded Fang Xiucheng with increased admiration. The atmosphere among the three thawed, revealing a newfound camaraderie, though only they understood the underlying motives at play. The following day, at the site of the auction in the capital, the resplendent venue was already thronged with an uncountable array of luxury cars, each individual stepping out exuding an air of elite sophistication. The men were all impeccably suited, while the women donned exquisite gowns, each adorned in shimmering jewels, smiling as they navigated through the flashes of cameras surrounding the entrance. They produced either black or white invitations to gain entry. Among the attendees were numerous celebrities basking in fame and an assortment of socialites, akin to a grand spectacle. The auction, capturing national attention, was indeed a magnificent affair. Wow, that Yuan's car. Yuan is actually attending the auction with Fang Xiucheng. Quick, take a picture. Fang Xiucheng had just publicly declared his relationship with Bai Yuyu. And now he is seen with Yuan. What kind of man is he? A sea king or a gold digger? Amidst a chorus of whispered conversations, Yuan, adorned in a long black gown intricately embroidered with golden threads, confidently ascended the red carpet at the entrance of the venue, her arm linked with Fang Xiucheng's, reminiscent of a proud peacock displaying its plumage, with a delicate adjustment of her tousled hair. She declared, "Forgive me, I am here today representing Rule Company at the auction." With a proud smile gracing her features, she nonchalantly allowed the onlookers to admire her legs while she retrieved a pristine white invitation from her handbag to present it. Simultaneously, she subtly searched for Yan Qiao's presence. The color of the invitation denoted the status of the bearer. White signified a celebrity of considerable renown, while black indicated a distinguished intellectual who had made significant contributions to society. For Yuan, possessing the white invitation was a tremendous privilege. Moreover, with the public announcement of her signing with Rule Company, she was certain it would ignite a frenzy on Weibo, earning her the title of today's headline queen. She eagerly anticipated witnessing the envy and jealousy in Yan Qiao's eyes. Who would have thought that despite her leg injury, Yan Qiao could still overshadow her, concealing the invisible support brace beneath her gown. Yuan's expression radiated triumph, however. After scanning the vicinity and failing to spot Yan Qiao, she merely scoffed, leaning closer to Fang Xiucheng's ear. Surely Yan Qiao hasn't been reduced to lacking even an invitation? Before Fang Xiucheng could respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance as that the new chairman of Yan Qiao's company since leaving Rule. How can it be a man? Indeed, it was astonishing that she had bestowed her company's invitation upon a newcomer. Was Yan Qiao too intimidated to show up? Li Qing, upon noticing Yuan, silently adjusted her glasses and continued forward with Jun Jingbai without uttering a word. In that fleeting moment of passing, Li Qing caught sight of Yuan's features twisted in frustration. Serves her right, Li Qing mused inwardly. Once inside the venue, Jun Jingbai finally spoke. That woman was Yuan, wasn't it? I thought she was supposed to be recuperating from her injury. Having been an agent for so long, Li Qing understood the lengths to which female stars would go to maintain their public image. She probably has some sort of brace strapped to her leg. Otherwise, Fang Xiucheng wouldn't be acting as her crutch. Jun Jingbai then realized, that brace is bound to fail sooner or later. Just as Yuan, striving to appear unaffected while clinging to Fang Xiucheng's arm, heard a sudden crack emanating from her right leg, her complexion instantly paled. This was a disaster. The invisible brace had malfunctioned. Standing at the entrance before even entering the venue, her brace had broken, rendering her unable to walk, and she could not publicly lift her gown to readjust it. Panic washed over her as her face turned ghostly white. Before Fang Xiucheng could utter a word, the journalists outside erupted into a frenzy once more. The sound of flashing cameras resembling a torrential downpour as that the Lord's exclusive convoy. Could it be that the Lord himself is attending the auction? Oh my, I see the Lord's envoy. Surely the Lord is in that vehicle. The excitement was palpable as they exclaimed what incredible fortune this year's auction possesses. However, a moment later they realized, wait, that doesn't seem to be the Lord. As Yuan and Fang Xiucheng strained to glimpse the unfolding scene, they were taken aback to discover that emerging from the Lord's exclusive vehicle was none other than Yan Qiao. Dressed in a stark white t-shirt and faded jeans that clashed with those around her, she resembled an innocent university student, surrounded by a throng of journalists as she entered, drawing the envious and astonished gazes of all present. Qiao withdrew her invitation letter from her pocket and handed it over. A black card etched in gold, the very emblem of the Lord's invitation. The impact of this revelation left everyone gasping in disbelief. The implications were staggering. Found it, received it, hired it, what's the issue? Even Yuan and Fang Xiuqing widened their eyes in incredulity at the sight of the black gold invitation. What was the meaning of this? Did Qiao have a connection to the Lord? Under their scrutinizing gaze, Qiao merely lifted her eyes slightly to glance at them. Since when has it become fashionable to display wax figures at the entrance of an auction? As soon as she spoke, all eyes shifted to Yuan and Fang Xiuqing. Indeed, they had arrived long before. Why were they still lingering at the door? Under the collective scrutiny, Yuan felt unable to explain the malfunction of her leg brace, forcing a strained smile as she waved at Qiao. "Dahai? Qiao, it's been a while." Qiao's brow twitched slightly, her amber eyes revealing no trace of emotion. "Who said it's been a while?" A silent slap resounded in the air, striking Yuan's face. Yuan choked on her words, her hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Fang Xiuqing, quick to defuse the tension, exclaimed, Wan, you must have mistaken her for someone else. She holds the Lord's invitation, how could she possibly be Qiao? Ha ha ha, Yuan joined in the laughter. Right, my mind's all over the place, but honestly you bear an uncanny resemblance to a certain celebrity. The aides surrounding Qiao exchanged silent eye rolls. Even Qiao herself couldn't suppress the urge to roll her eyes. The little thing was quite adept at reading people and adapting accordingly. Yet, in this manner, it was rather entertaining, wasn't it? Qiao intercepted the handsome aide who was about to speak and stated expressionlessly, the invitation was found, the convoy was arranged, and these individuals were hired by me at 200 an hour. Is there a problem? Yuan? Fang Xiuqing? Aides? Media reporters? As puzzled expressions began to surface among the crowd, Qiao emitted a dismissive chuckle. I'm leaving with that. She strode away, the aides quickly rallying behind her. Exchanging bewildered glances amongst themselves, they were all elite individuals, accustomed to earning upwards of $1 million a month. How had they been reduced to mere hourly workers in the princess's eyes? Only the handsome aide, maintaining his standard smile, cast a nonchalant glance back at the two still standing at the entrance. Regardless, the princess speaks nothing but the truth. Whether they choose to believe it is their own concern. Indeed, Qiao's words were factual. She had found the invitation on her father Qimabai's desk. The convoy was arranged by her mother, and these aides were indeed recruited from home to assist her family. There was nothing amiss. As for how Yuan and Fang Xiuqing would interpret this, that was not her concern. A faint smile graced Qiao's delicate face as she ascended to the second floor and entered her exclusive private room. Leaving a crowd of stunned onlookers at the entrance, the reporters continued to repeatedly confirm the convoy at the entrance, to the point that even the arriving stars were no longer being photographed. Indeed, it was unmistakably the Lord's exclusive vehicle. What on earth was happening? Even Fang Xiuqing was left bewildered. It was undoubtedly Qiao, but could she truly arrange such a spectacle with such ease? He was unconvinced. Fang Xiuqing glanced at Yuan, who stood beside him, equally perplexed. Suddenly, scenes flashed in his mind of Qiao borrowing a tank on set, and the incident involving his major general relative being relieved of duty. In an instant, Fang Xiuqing felt a dawning realization simultaneously. He was tempted to slap himself twice. What a monumental fool he was. If he had considered Yuan a treasure and Qiao mere grass, now it was as if Yuan was a gem amidst a heap of rubbish, while Qiao was an ethereal herb from the heavens. Overwhelmed by this newfound clarity, Fang Xiuqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was utterly absurd. Regardless of whether others believed it, she certainly would not. With her prowess as a best actress, she had yet to gain access to the Lord. How could that insignificant little wretch, Qiao, possibly have such access? She refused to believe it. Yuan, infuriated, wanted to stamp her feet, but her legs were bound by a faulty brace that creaked with every movement of Yuan. Fang Xiuqing felt somewhat embarrassed being clung to by Yuan, and with his recent insights into Qiao's background, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to win Qiao's affections. He certainly did not believe that someone who could ride in the Lord's exclusive convoy would lack any sort of background. Fang Xiuqing's eyes darted. Wan, I need to use the restroom urgently. Please wait for me here. I will think of a plan for you in the meantime. Yuan watched as Fang Xiuqing hurried away, biting her lip in frustration. How dare he leave her all alone? Meanwhile, seated in the private room, Qiao lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, perusing the auction catalog. It provided a brief overview of the items up for bid today. The auction was indeed grand, with the private room itself being a lavish space, opulently furnished. The handsome envoy poured a cup of tea for Qiao, directing others according to their tasks, whether it was serving refreshments or raising paddles. Each person performed their duties while he alone merely stood beside Qiao with a welcoming smile. "Little princess, why do you attend the auction yet refuse to reveal your identity?" Qiao merely glanced at him. "Do you play your trump cards first when playing do di ju?" The handsome envoy. Her reasoning was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, it wasn't as if he had only bombs in his hand during a game of do di ju. The envoy fell silent while Qiao snapped the auction catalog shut with a decisive sound. "I wish to witness the spectacle of dogs biting dogs." Dogs biting dogs? The envoy recalled the two individuals he had encountered at the door, and a knowing smile spread across his face. "As the princess wishes, so shall we act." All the envoys within the Lord's mansion were aware that this little princess was a precious gem among gems, that if not for her insistence on forging her own path in the entertainment industry, she would likely have bang. A pair of cold peach blossom eyes were fixed on him with an icy stare. "I am looking for Qiao." The handsome envoy furrowed his brow, a sense of alarm ringing in his mind. Who are you to address his little princess with such familiarity? If the Lord were to discover a man seeking the young princess at the Lord's mansion, he would likely be kicked out without a second thought. Nevertheless, basic etiquette must be upheld. The envoy cast a brief glance at Fu Ting's, memorizing his appearance, and then offered a faint smile. "She is not here with that." He slammed the door of the private room shut without a hint of courtesy. Fu Ting's, taken aback by the abrupt rejection, stared at the closed door, his brow slightly furrowing. "Did I do something wrong to upset Qiao?" 135. Feng Xiuqing has once again faced a beating, regardless of whether she was truly present or not. The refusal of entry left him with no choice but to depart. The two locked eyes, each discerning a cold animosity reflected in the other's gaze. A chilling frost enveloped Fu Ting's eyes as his fists slowly clenched. In other words, he had chosen to refrain from appearing to ensure Qiao's happiness, yet the outcome remained unchanged, locked in the cycle of rebirth. Therefore, there was no need for him to yield. He would not spare anyone attempting to harm Qiao. Feng Xiuqing, bewildered by the murderous intent emanating from Fu Ting's, recalled their previous interactions with Qiao, and his displeasure reached a boiling point. "Have you seen enough?" Fu Ting's expression remained frosty. "The second floor is the VIP area." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuqing felt as though he had been stepped on, his fury igniting instantly. "What of the VIP area? Is it forbidden to seek someone there?" Fu Ting shot Feng Xiuqing a cold glance, as if to inscribe the words, "Do you even belong here?" Upon his handsome visage, Feng Xiuqing's pride was severely wounded. Igniting a furious embarrassment, "I am looking for Qiao. Step aside." Feng Xiuqing's face turned ashen as he reached out to push Fu Ting's aside. However, before his hand could make contact, Fu Ting's grasped his wrist midair. With a chilling glint in his eyes, Fu Ting's cast a fleeting cold glance at Feng Xiuqing. With a slight exertion. Crack. The sound of a bone fracturing echoed sharply, before Feng Xiuqing could even cry out in pain. Fu Ting seized him by the hair atop his head and yanked him downward, forcing him to bend over. In that fleeting moment, Fu Ting's knee collided forcefully with Feng Xiuqing's face. A dull thud resounded, leaving Feng Xiuqing no opportunity to utter a cry of pain. As he collapsed to the ground, dazed and disoriented, the entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and decisiveness. Fu Ting's frosty gaze swept over Feng Xiuqing, whose face was now bruised and bleeding profusely, and he leisurely withdrew a silk handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping his hands. Before casually tossing it into the trash. His voice was as frigid as the depths of winter. "Get lost." Feng Xiuqing, taken aback by Fu Ting's sudden violence, was both pained and astonished. Ignoring the blood streaming from his nose, he scrambled to his feet and fled. Fu Ting's watched Feng Xiuqing retreating in disarray, his handsome features still bearing traces of unspent fury, an icy demeanor lingering. This beating barely compensated for the interest owed from his past life. After all, that face, now swollen like a pig's head, was even more amusing than the previous punch, and although the blood had been cleaned up, the noticeably flattened nose was a sight that elicited suppressed laughter. Feng Xiuqing gingerly touched his severely painful nose bridge. Internally cursing Fu Ting's while his gaze searched for Yuan's silhouette, he longed to inquire about where she had previously undergone her nose surgery, and which doctor had wielded the scalpel. However, after scanning the crowd, he finally spotted Yuan in the center of the venue, adorned in an elegant gown, engaging in lively conversation with a well-dressed man beside her, playfully reaching out to touch his leg. Although Feng Xiuqing did not recognize the man, The intimate rapport between the two was unmistakable. He would soon become yet another benefactor for Yi Wan, that I still recognized the one my mother had. Fang Xiuqing's expression darkened completely. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment for Yi Wan, he could not simply stand by and watch her flirt with someone else in public, especially after failing to secure Yan Qiao's support. He strode over and seated himself assertively beside Yi Wan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Our Wan is truly quite popular. In just a short while she's already having such a delightful chat. Isn't she? Upon hearing this, Yi Wan shot him a glare, silently urging him to be quiet. Yet, the man beside her was not one to be easily provoked. A seemingly gentle smile graced his face as he addressed Fang Xiuqing. You must be Fang Xiuqing, right? I've seen your performances and there's a phrase that suits you perfectly. The man smirked, as bland as chewing wax. Fang Xiuqing's expression soured even further. The man, unfazed, boldly wrapped an arm around Yi Wan's shoulders. Rest assured, as long as you are at Rule Company, I guarantee it won't go under. Yi Wan quickly leaned against his shoulder with a smile. Thank you, brother Feng. She didn't even spare a glance for Fang Xiuqing, leaving him utterly humiliated. This scene did not escape Yan Qiao, who was perched in a private room on the second floor, her amber eyes glinting with mockery. Look, the biting has already begun. Yan Qiao picked up her phone to check a message from Jun Jingbai. The auction is about to commence. Have you found anything in the promotional brochure that catches your eye? Her delicate, charming face bore a smile as she leaned back on the sofa, observing the waiter by the floor-to-ceiling window, who held several bidding paddles and seemed to be thoroughly entertained by the happenings below. One could not deny that the treatment on the second floor was worlds apart from that in the grand hall below. Everything felt exquisitely precious as the auction began. The lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only a spotlight illuminating the circular podium simultaneously. The various private rooms on the second floor activated their bidding speakers, ensuring that the influential patrons could be heard by those on the ground floor when they placed their bids. Yan Qiao sipped her tea, watching as the first item was presented on stage, the crowning masterpiece of the world-renowned genius designer Shuangyu, a stunning evening gown named Cold Elegance, garnering a plethora of international awards. This brilliant designer had yet to claim any, remaining notoriously low-key. It was said that those who knew Shuangyu's true identity could be counted on one hand. As the magnificent gown was unveiled, the audience erupted in excitement, particularly the women, whose eyes sparkled with determination. Yet, Yan Qiao merely cast a glance at the dress. A replica. The voice of Yan Qiao resonated throughout the venue via the auction amplifier. Neither too loud nor too soft, abruptly silencing the previously bustling first floor. As eyes turned towards the second floor, expressions of discontent, skepticism and anticipation filled the air. After all, this was Frost Moon's magnum opus. How could the Imperial Capital Auction House possibly sell counterfeit goods? Was this a mere trinket market? Indeed, judging by the voice, it was a girl. Did she even comprehend design? Even the host responsible for the auction proceedings found it difficult to bear. Never before had anyone dared to be so disrespectful at the Imperial Capital Auction House, which had maintained its integrity since inception. When had they ever dealt in fakes? To declare the very first item as counterfeit was tantamount to sabotaging the event. With a restrained displeasure, the host looked up towards the private room on the second floor, inquiring, "Do you have any evidence to substantiate that this is a replica?" Yan Qiao rested her forehead on her hand, her tone nonchalant. "I may not be well versed in design, but I can certainly recognize my mother's creations." The calmness of her voice echoed through the auction amplifier, inciting another wave of astonishment among the audience. Her words were both commanding and boastful, leaving no room for criticism. Who was that prominent figure in the private room on the second floor? Frost Moon's daughter? My heavens! The host's face visibly darkened. How do you prove you are Frost Moon's daughter? Yan Qiao, still reclining with her legs crossed, replied coolly. And how do you prove you are human? The host tightened his grip on the microphone. You are being unreasonable. Before the host could escalate the situation, Yan Qiao continued to present concrete evidence. Referring to the exquisite original piece by Frost Moon, the inner and outer layers were two distinct dresses. As her words reverberated, the venue erupted in chaos. The gown displayed on the pedestal was unmistakably a seamless, one-piece-long dress, crafted according to the design depicted in the images. While the visual similarity was striking and the craftsmanship commendable, it could not deceive Yan Qiao's discerning eye. The reason Cold Elegance was deemed Frost Moon's masterpiece lay in its intricate design. Regrettably, this particular garment had only been showcased once and had never been seen again, remaining a mere name to many. For them it was a rare find. For Yan Qiao, however, having admired it since childhood, there was no way she could mistake it. The host's expression darkened as he hastily ordered the removal of the counterfeit item. We sincerely apologize for this oversight, and we are grateful to this young lady for her timely correction. We will conduct a thorough review. His words were nearly ground to dust between his teeth, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Yan Qiao chose silence, calmly sipping her tea. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Feng Xiucheng kept glancing up at Yan Qiao's private room, his hands and face aching painfully, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. How could he ever give up on Yan Qiao? The intensity of his obsession even twisted his expression into a somewhat grotesque semblance of madness, unsettling his companion Yuan, who wore a displeased countenance. What use was Feng Xiucheng really? She hoped he wouldn't squander her efforts. As the second item was brought forth, the audience gradually fell silent once more, their gazes fixated on the glass display case on the platform. Resting within is a somewhat antiquated folk guitar, its strings appearing somewhat rusted, clearly having lain unused for at least a decade. With a grandiose flourish of his hand, the host proclaimed, "This auction item is none other than the beloved instrument of our little princess from the Huaxia Empire. The opening bid is set at 1 million. Yan Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance before nearly sputtering her tea. She could hardly fathom that such a thing would grace an auction today, let alone fetch 1 million. Yet, in stark contrast to Yan Qiao's disdain, the crowd on the first floor, eager to connect with the small princess, eagerly raised their paddles to increase the bids. After all, it was an item belonging to the princess herself. Possessing it would be a fine talisman for one's home. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. I bid 10 million. As Yan Qiao observed the escalating price, her brow furrowed slightly, and she lowered her voice to converse with the handsome envoy beside her. It seems I have stumbled upon a path to wealth. The envoy's lips twitched in bemusement. Princess, do you truly require further wealth? Before he could utter another word, Yan Qiao's phone chimed. Upon checking, she found a message from Jun Jingbai. Qiao, let us refrain from bidding on this worthless trinket. Yan Qiao glanced toward the first floor, where Feng Xiucheng and Yuan were visibly conflicted, holding their paddles as if torn between raising them or not. Even if they were to win the bid, what use would it be? Little did Yan Qiao anticipate that this nationally renowned high-end auction would feature either replicas or mere refuse. Finally, Yan Qiao comprehended why her parents had been so reluctant to attend. Supporting her forehead with one hand, she surveyed the crowd engaged in bidding, beginning to feel somewhat drowsy. It wasn't until the auctioneer's hammer struck that she lifted her gaze to the screen displaying the final sale price, 36 million. Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes widened in astonishment. A dilapidated guitar commanded 36 million. Goodness, the ease of making money was astounding. Meanwhile, Feng Xiucheng's eyes glimmered green as he beheld the sale price on the screen. This is the worth of the little princess. If a mere unwanted guitar can sell for 36 million, what must her own value be? If only I could align myself with her, the entire Huaxia Empire would bow before me. Feng Xiucheng's mind brimmed with delightful fantasies, rendering him increasingly irked by the sight of Yuan beside him. Regardless of the means, he was determined to ascend. Enduring the pain of his bruised visage, his eyes gleamed with a ruthless determination. At this auction, both Feng Xiucheng and Yuan harbored ulterior motives as they awaited the next item on the block. The forthcoming auction piece promised to be truly formidable. I noticed that several entertainment companies had also sent representatives, but caution was warranted. The spotlight converged on the next exhibit being unveiled. It was a labor contract, the very contract awaiting the signature of the first party. All eyes fixated on the stage, and the host, visibly pleased, curled his lips into a smile. Here we present the industry's first super dark horse, who clinched a Screenwriter's Gold Award in her 20s. Her debut film has already garnered a prestigious grand prize, and her potential is immeasurable. This is also the most unique auction item of the day, the 10-year contract of screenwriter Ding Rong. The contract was now up for bid, and with a resounding thud of the gavel, the opening price was declared, 10 million. The entertainment companies in attendance erupted in excitement. This was indeed Ding Rong, a meteoric rise of an extraordinary newcomer, whose very first screenplay has garnered an international award, has led the media to herald them as the most promising screenwriter. Every film company is eagerly vying for this talent, unwilling to let such a gem slip away. In the realm of film and television, a compelling script is paramount. 15 million, 20 million, 24 million. As the bids escalate, seemingly without limit, Yuan and Feng Xiucheng exchanged glances and raised their paddle. 30 million. At this moment, Jun Jingbai had also absorbed Li Qing's explanation. Grasping the significance of this Ding Rong, upon seeing Yuan and Feng Xiucheng engage in bidding, without hesitation, he too raised his paddle. 40 million. Such a talent must undoubtedly be secured. Yet, as Jun Jingbai concluded his bid, another company swiftly raised their offer. 45 million. Just as Jun Jingbai was about to call out again, a deep, resonant voice emanated from the second floor's bidding microphone. 100 million. The bidding room fell into an abrupt silence, all heads turning towards the second floor box. Surely they hadn't misheard. Which affluent company possessed such wealth? 100 million. Fang Xiuqing and Yi Wan wore anxious expressions, while Ding Rong was indeed a burgeoning talent. Was it not a tad excessive to offer 100 million for her? Both turned their gazes towards the box. Even Yan Xiao and Fu Ting's cast sidelong glances at the opposite room. Yet the floor-to-ceiling windows, draped with curtains, obscured their view, leaving only a vague silhouette, just as the host, beaming with a smile, asked thrice if anyone wished to raise the bid and received no response. Yan Xiao witnessed a girl with a ponytail storming onto the stage, seizing the microphone from the host. I won't sign. He photographed me, I won't sign. Re-auction. She was likely Ding Rong. Yan Xiao propped her chin on her hand, observing the furious Ding Rong, whose pure and adorable appearance was accentuated under the spotlight, though her frown rendered her reminiscent of a gaming character and irate little bird. Perhaps there was a connection to the individual in the second floor box. Explaining her vehement reaction, the host, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found himself in a quandary. However, the auction rules for such unique items necessitate consideration of the auctioneer's wishes, so despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to initiate a re-auction. Ahem, this is Miss Ding Rong, our super newcomer screenwriter. Since you are unwilling, we shall commence the re-auction, starting at 10 million. The gavel struck down, yet this time, no one rushed to bid. What if they secured the bid, only for Ding Rong to refuse to sign afterward? They had come to participate in the auction, not to be toyed with. Fang Xiuqing noted that no one else was bidding and hurriedly raised his paddle, hoping to capitalize on the opportunity. 13 million. Jun Jingbai, recalling Yan Xiao's instructions, quickly followed suit. 15 million. Fang Xiuqing hesitated for a moment, then continued to raise his bid. 17 million. Jun Jingbai responded with another increase. 20 million. Around her, there were hardly any other bidders. Only Fang Xiuqing and Jun Jingbai seemed to be locked in a fierce duel, increasing the bid by 2 million each time, persisting until it reached 50 million without pause. Ding Rong stood on the stage like a small dog waiting to be chosen, her vacant gaze fixated on the two men below as they continued to raise their bids. It was as if she had become an object stripped of her humanity, valued solely for her market worth. Yan Xiao observed Ding Rong, her amber-hued eyes darkening. 200 million. When Yan Xiao's voice echoed through the bidding microphone, both Fang Xiuqing and Jun Jingbai were taken aback, particularly Jun Jingbai, who nearly leaped from his seat to confront Yan Xiao. How could it be that he, as a chairman earning only 6,000 a month, was outbid by this screenwriter who suddenly demanded 200 million? He was indignant. He was outraged, yet, his indignation was futile. Ding Rong lifted her hollow eyes towards Yan Xiao's private room, completely devoid of the earlier fury, resembling a puppet at the mercy of others. I have signed. The host decisively struck the gavel. Sold? Yan Xiao's amber eyes lowered slightly, betraying no hint of emotion. Money was merely a number to her, however. Securing Ding Rong was a foundational step for their newly established small company. Not to mention the media attention it would attract. Simply signing Ding Rong for a staggering 200 million was sufficient to launch their new company into the spotlight. Thus, this 200 million not only secured Ding Rong but also served as a publicity stunt. And considering it was a 10-year labor contract with an average of merely 20 million a year, it was undeniably a shrewd investment. Yuan's grip on her placard was so tight it threatened to break. Yan Xiao. Once again it was Yan Xiao wreaking havoc. Where did she acquire such dirty money to sign Ding Rong? Yuan's eyes burned with anger, and a casual glance might lead one to believe she was about to pounce. After an arduous auction concluded, all the media rushed to surround Yan Xiao for interviews. However, she had already exited through the VIP passage, leaving only Yuan and Fang Xiuqing besieged by a throng of reporters, fielding questions from all directions to Yan Xiao's villa. Ding Rong sat expressionless on the sofa, cradling the juice that Li Qing had just handed her, not uttering a single word. Jun Jingbai glanced left and right, then cupped his hands around his mouth and leaned close to Yan Xiao's ear. Are you certain she can really write an award-winning script? One might assume she had escaped from a mental institution. Yan Xiao furrowed her brow and stepped on Jun Jingbai's foot. Ouch! Jun Jingbai yelped, startling Li Qing, who nearly spilled the juice. Li Qing chuckled. Ding Rong. Our company has just been established, take your time to adjust. Ding Rong merely nodded, her ponytail swaying with emotion, undeniably cute, yet somehow resembling a soulless doll. Yan Xiao pulled out her phone and tapped a few times, casually reciting Ding Rong's resume. Ding Rong, once a renowned female writer on a certain website, had authored a wildly popular CEO romance, but 2 years ago, she abruptly announced her retirement from writing and transitioned into screenwriting. Yan Xiao's voice was soft, but it seemed to pluck at a taut string within Ding Rong, causing her to grip her cup tightly in vigilance. Observing Ding Rong's reaction, Yan Xiao could ascertain that Ding Rong had undoubtedly endured some extraordinary experiences. It is precisely such experiences that enable one to compose profoundly moving works. The money she spent was not in vain. Yan Xiao gazed at Ding Rong with a gentle demeanor, akin to soothing a frightened little rabbit. Why have you ceased writing novels? Ding Rong furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering the appropriate attitude to adopt in communicating with her new employer, and finally replied with a stiff tone, because my good results led to exclusion and targeting by other authors, making it impossible to continue writing. Yan Xiao raised an eyebrow. Do you prefer writing novels or scripts? Ding Rong tightened her grip around the cup, biting her lip as if faced with a difficult decision. Novels. Yan Xiao smiled faintly, lifting her cup. I will assist you. Ding Rong looked at Yan Xiao in bewilderment. What? Yan Xiao extended her cup for a gentle clink. I said I will help you. It is not your fault to be excluded and targeted. Even as time passes, those wounds remain unforgettable. Moreover, there is no genuine forgiveness in this world, only a resigned acceptance that comes with the passage of time. Yan Xiao took a sip of her juice, her tea-colored eyes twinkling with a hint of mirth. You are now my employee. Your matters are my matters, and I will support you. Ding Rong's hollow eyes flickered with a brief glimmer before dimming once more. With so many against me, what can you truly do to help? Yan Xiao placed her cup upon the table, producing a crisp sound that startled Ding Rong. Yan Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Finish the novel you have left unfinished. The rest, leave to me. Author's note. Yan, the guardian of justice, Qiao. I believe there are many lovely souls who, after suffering grievances, have had to come to terms with their experiences as time passes. Not true forgiveness, merely a sigh of helplessness. Please believe that you are the most remarkable existence. Big Meow loves you all. Moi. Ding Rong hesitated, gazing into Yan Xiao's tea-colored eyes, instinctively nodding. Those eyes held a compelling allure that was hard to refuse. After a brief exchange and exchanging contact information, they bid farewell to Ding Rong. Liqing, with a face full of skepticism, asked, Qiao, why? Yan Xiao merely reclined on the sofa, sipping her juice. It's simple. I want her to willingly remain with our company, working not solely for monetary gain, but with genuine dedication. Moreover, she needs my assistance. Hearing this, Liqing was momentarily taken aback. Yan Xiao cast her a calm glance. The art of employing others is best achieved by winning their hearts, a principle her mother had imparted to her, one that had proven effective time and again. Jun Jingbai leaned in curiously. Qiao, what about my salary? Yan Xiao did not even raise her eyelids. 6,000. Jun Jingbai replied. Fine, I concede you are ruthless. Where can one find a chairman earning 6,000 a month? Yan Xiao regarded Jun Jingbai with a slight smile. You are a bargain. You should feel fortunate. I thank you. Jun Jingbai languidly slumped on the sofa, vigorously gulping down juice as if he could impoverish Yan Xiao with just a few more sips. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Ding Rong opened her laptop and accessed the novel she had left untouched for 2 years. The website remained the same, yet the passage of 2 years had sufficed for countless new books to shine. And now the homepage bore no trace of Ding Rong, replaced instead by an array of new titles. Her novel instantly sprang forth. Although the various monthly votes, rewards, and comments revealed the past glory of her work, the 2-year absence of updates rendered her review section starkly desolate. Gazing at the story she had once painstakingly crafted, now left in obscurity, Ding Rong's eyes brimmed with melancholy. Yet, an unexpected memory of Yan Xiao's words surfaced in her mind. Complete the novel you left unfinished. The rest, leave to me. Ding Rong pressed her lips together, opened her original document, and with her fingertips poised over the keyboard, began to write earnestly. A mere half-hour later, news of her novel's revival spread like wildfire across the website. Fantastic! I can finally tell my classmates that the novel has been updated. Rongda, you won't abandon us again, will you? As Ding Rong observed the suddenly bustling review section, she could not help but feel tears prick at her eyes. So many people still remembered her. So many fans were still concerned for her. The authors group on the website, upon being opened, presented a stark contrast of lively chatter. Who was the fool that declared they would cease writing novels? Who had the audacity to speak so lightly, yet still sought to write? Hilarious. They just want to bask in the fading glow of their own fame, don't they? I bet she won't earn a dime even if she resumes writing this book. What if I could sell 1 million copies a day? Upon reading these mocking messages, Ding Rong's first instinct was to close the chat window. However, at this time, She merely wished to finish the story she longed to tell. With a furrowed brow, she shut the chat window and immersed herself in her writing. Little did she know that, after she had exited the chat, the author group erupted with excitement. Editor Tao Huajiu invites new author Yan Qiao to join the group. Although it was merely a simple notification, it left all the authors in the group in stunned silence. Yan Qiao? Which Yan Qiao? The one who signed Ding Rong for 2 billion at the auction? No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't it only newly signed authors who are allowed in? This Yan Qiao must be that female celebrity, right? How could she possibly join our author group? I don't know. Did she sign with our website? I found it. Here it is. Book title: Not All Forgiveness is Called Forgiveness. Author Yan Qiao. A screenshot was shared, and silence enveloped the group. As they gazed at this new book, which even lacked a cover, each author's first reaction after the silence was laughter. What a ridiculous title. If this book becomes popular, I'll eat dung while standing on my head. To be fair, this pen name is merely riding the coattails of popularity, isn't it? It's laughable. These days, authors have no bottom line. They're willing to sacrifice their integrity for fame. Let's first pass the test before discussing further. Haha. Yan Qiao sat with her legs crossed, observing the barrage of mockery in the group. Uttering not a single word, she merely curled her lips in disdain, only capable of gossiping behind one's back. No wonder they band together to bully Ding Rong. Opening her newly signed book, which had just begun its journey, she noted with dismay that it had garnered only a scant few collections, and the comment section was nearly devoid of messages. Yet, at this moment, Yan Qiao remained indifferent to such trivialities. Ding! Yan Qiao's editor Tao Huajiu sent a new message. Remember to save your manuscript now that your new book has just been signed. Start testing with 100,000 words. Recommendations will be given. Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow. Testing recommendations? With a better position for recommendations, she could potentially achieve higher daily sales, resulting in a more substantial income. Meanwhile, the derision within the group had reached a fever pitch. Oh, come on, I won't mince words. For a book like this, if it manages to sell 200 yuan on the first day of testing, that would be considered a miracle. 200. If this book sells 200 in a month, it would be a divine intervention. Honestly, I wouldn't even want to spend 2 yuan on it. Yan Qiao's delicate visage remained unperturbed as her fingertips tapped rhythmically on the screen. Finally, after joining the group, she sent forth her first message. What if I were to achieve daily sales of 1 million? As those words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the group for a fleeting moment, only to be shattered by an avalanche of messages. Ha ha ha, daily sales of 1 million? Are you joking? The legendary book on our site only sells 8,000 a day with a prime recommendation spot. You think you can achieve 1 million during testing? Ha ha ha. Stop drinking and maybe try some medicine. You're killing me with laughter. 1 million in daily sales. In this day and age, anyone can dream big, right? What a joke. No one believed that Yan Qiao's book could achieve daily sales of 1 million. That the mere combination of those words appeared as a farcical tale. Yet, Yan Qiao herself, observing their ridicule, merely curled her lips into a faint smile. They thought she wanted to become popular. Very well. Let us see her thrive and witness how she achieves 1 million in daily sales. How about this? Let's engage in the website's PK mode. Upon encountering these words, Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes sparkled. She had noticed in the signing guidelines that this website featured a unique PK mode, allowing authors to pit their books against others for sales figures. The author who emerged victorious could secure a month of top recommendations, while the loser would relinquish their upcoming month's recommendation slots to the winner. It was a thrilling and perilous mode of competition, and due to the stakes of a month's recommendation slots, no authors had dared to engage in PK mode for over half a year. The other authors in the group began to rally around, jeering, "Do you dare? Are you afraid to use Yan Qiao's name and step up for a PK? No way, really. You're backing down. If you're conceding, just come out and bow to me. Haha. You either dare or don't. Stop acting like a turtle." Just as the authors were hurling insults at Yan Qiao, someone suddenly shared a screenshot. System notification. Yan Qiao has applied for PK mode with her new book. Not All Forgiveness is Called Forgiveness. JPG. The group chat fell into an instant silence. However, the readers on the website erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness. A newly signed book is entering PK mode today. Not only is it entering PK mode, but have you noticed who has agreed to participate? They are all the great and minor deities of the website. Is this new book doomed? Right from the start, it is to be crushed by so many people. Suspended high in the PK area on one side is Yan Qiao's new book, while on the other there are already a dozen books, nearly 1 million words long, lined up. Moreover, more books are continuously being added to the other side, which appears quite overwhelming. This signifies that over a dozen authors will compete against Yan Qiao. One person against a dozen. This is a scene that has never occurred since the establishment of the website. The entire readership has instantly focused on this unprecedented PK event. Ding custom PK conditions. On the day of the test, the first to reach 1 million wins. The PK victory condition that popped up from the system left all the readers astounded. 1 million. What on earth is happening on the website today? This is nothing short of a death-defying challenge. Yan Qiao glanced at the reader betting bar provided by the website. Her current vote count was a stark 0. Not to mention the authors, even the readers did not believe her new book could sell 1 million copies in a day. Yan Qiao supported her forehead with one hand, her tea-colored eyes calmly observing the PK interface, until a new message popped up on her phone. You cannot win this PK. From the nuances of the text, Yan Qiao could discern Ding Rong's disapproval of her actions. Ding Rong remained silent. But the next moment, another book appeared beside Yan Qiao's new book. It was Ding Rong. This time, Ding Rong unhesitatingly chose to stand by Yan Qiao's side. Many people, upon seeing Ding Rong come forward, began voting for Yan Qiao, ensuring she was no longer at 0. Yet even so, Yan Qiao still only had a mere 2,000 votes, not even enough to match the other side's fraction. 144. Stop being stubborn. The eyes do not lie. Yan Qiao casually tossed her phone aside and stretched. Li Qing glanced at her phone screen, concern etched on her face as she handed her a glass of juice. Qiao Qiao. Are you sure this is feasible? I see these people are not exactly trustworthy. Yan Qiao accepted the juice and nodded. Of course it is feasible. Haven't you noticed that several works in Yuan's Weibo notifications are adaptations from novels on this website? Li Qing was well aware of this, but she had not anticipated how it related to Yan Qiao's insistence on writing this novel. Yan Qiao poked the phone screen. First, it can resolve Ding Rong's inner conflict, allowing her to willingly stay with our company, and second, it would be quite amusing to strike a blow against Yuan. Only then did Li Qing smile. Her little ancestor was indeed formidable. It seemed she had anticipated everything, so it was best to let her do as she pleased. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Li Qing set down her glass to go open the door. Yan Qiao remained oblivious, continuing to type on her computer. However, a commotion arose at the entrance. Let me in. I want to see Qiao Qiao. How dare you show your face to see Qiao Qiao? Go away. I'm here to find Qiao Qiao. Move aside. Fang Xiuqing pushed past the obstructive Li Qing and hurriedly rushed in, nearly collapsing before Yan Qiao. Observing Fang Xiuqing's battered visage, Yan Qiao maintained a composed expression on her exquisitely delicate face. Yet an air of curiosity stirred within her. Which gallant hero had intervened on behalf of justice and inflicted such punishment upon Fang Xiuqing for the sake of the people? Fang Xiuqing, misinterpreting Yan Qiao's gaze as one of sympathy, leaned closer, pitifully drooping his eyelids in an attempt to grasp her hand. Qiao Qiao, however, just as he drew near, Yan Qiao forcefully pushed him back with her foot, preventing him from advancing any further. Speak from a distance. Fang Xiuqing gazed down at Yan Qiao's toes, raising his hand to touch the back of her foot, only to be met with another swift kick that sent him stumbling. Get lost. Nearly losing his balance, Fang Xiuqing's face was a canvas of hurt, his eyes filled with a pleading glimmer. Qiao Qiao, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me, will you? As he spoke, he retrieved a large, red velvet ring box from his pocket and knelt on one knee before Yan Qiao. I understand I have wronged you in the past, but I have come to realize that you are my true love. Watching the seemingly distressed Fang Xiuqing, Li Qing displayed an expression that was hard to behold. While Yan Qiao furrowed her brow, she had anticipated that his heartfelt confession would sway her. Yet, Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes merely scrutinized the ring box he held. Fang Xiuqing, you truly are the pot calling the kettle black. Have you not taken a moment to reflect on your own appearance? Fang Xiuqing was momentarily taken aback, as Yan Qiao's gaze fixed intently upon him. You're like corn growing in a sorghum field. What a mixed breed you are. Dazed by Yan Qiao's sharp words, Fang Xiuqing instead wore a smile. Qiao Qiao, though your words are harsh, I know you still have feelings for me. Your eyes do not lie. Yet, Yan Qiao showed no signs of relenting, her expression remaining impassive as she continued her verbal onslaught. My grandmother told me that if one encounters something unclean, one should avoid looking directly at it. Fang Xiuqing maintained his cheerful demeanor. Qiao Qiao, stop being stubborn. I know you still desire me. Yan Qiao silently clenched her fist. Indeed, there is desire, of the sort that could lead to a conviction for intentional homicide. The author has something to say. What should one do when an ordinary yet overly confident individual attempts to flirt? Dear readers, how would you respond? Fang Xiuqing fell silent for a moment, letting out a barely audible sigh. You still refuse to forgive me? Li Qing interjected. What audacity do you possess to utter such words? Yan Qiao remained silent. If only his thick skin could be repurposed into a bulletproof vest. It would indeed be a contribution to the Huaxia Empire. With a sharp glint in her tea-colored eyes, Yan Qiao pointed towards the door. Leave before I expel you. Fang Xiuqing's eyes reflected hurt. Qiao Qiao. I will not give up on you with that. He turned to leave, striking a pose reminiscent of a romantic drama's male lead, tilting his head. I will prove my intentions through actions. Li Qing and Yan Qiao were rendered speechless. Yan Qiao, in a fit of exasperation, seized an empty water bottle from the trash and hurled it at him. Seeing this, Fang Xiuqing hastily fled. Li Qing furrowed her brows. Qiao Qiao, is that Fang Xiuqing unwell? Like a fickle relative, always changing their tune. Yan Qiao suppressed her nausea and patted her chest. I don't know, perhaps it's that time of the month for girls, and he's the uncle who comes to visit. How utterly revolting. Yan Qiao gazed at the manuscript displayed on her laptop screen, stifling her queasiness as she resumed typing. She had not forgotten about the ongoing PK. Her delicate, fair fingers danced across the keyboard. Perhaps it was because the entire plot had already been conceived, and coupled with her intention to keep the length concise, she had nestled on the sofa for an entire afternoon and night. In the end, she completed a novel of 400,000 words. At 9:30 in the evening, her editor, Tao Huajiu, deliberately sent her a message. How is the preparation for the 100,000-word manuscript coming along? Entering the PK mode can indeed enhance one's reputation, but this approach does not seem particularly wise. Moreover, losing is not an option. The PK is set to commence at midnight, correct? Just look at the current betting ratio among readers. If she can win, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while eating excrement. Please spare me the horror. If she wins, I shall announce my retirement from the internet and vow never to write again. Ha 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 ha. That I'll join in as well. If she triumphs, I will declare my withdrawal from the online world. You are all so wicked, fully aware that she stands no chance yet still bullying her. It's truly cruel, but I can't help but love your wickedness, ha ha ha. Count me in. Yan Qiao merely remained silent, diligently capturing screenshots one by one, then she sent a message in the group. This is what you all said. Yet, what awaited her was merely more ridicule. Yan Qiao lowered her chestnut-hued eyes, opening the PK page on the website to check the current betting section. The combined votes for her and Ding Rong barely exceeded 10,000, while the opposing book had already surpassed 800,000 votes. As the seconds ticked by, the votes for the opposing book surged dramatically, while Yan Qiao's side remained stagnant. A glance at the back end revealed a dismal daily revenue of merely 385 yuan. Given the current standing, it was evident that Yan Qiao and Ding Rong were bound to lose. However, she was Yan Qiao. As the minute hand approached midnight, Yan Qiao swiftly uploaded all 40,000 words she had written. Simultaneously, she opened the group chat for the capital's secret stability maintenance team. Yan Qiao tagged all members. Are we ready? 146. Not all forgiveness is true forgiveness. Ready. I'm also prepared, just awaiting Sister Qiao's command. All set. We can start any time. Sister Qiao, give the order. In that fleeting moment, Yan Qiao's novel surged to the trending topics on Weibo. You might believe that your kindness has allowed you to forgive those who have harmed you. But in truth, it is merely a reluctant surrender to the unchangeable past. Not all forget it equates to forgiveness. Those who have caused you pain ought to bear the weight of guilt and remorse, rather than forcing you into acceptance. You possess the right to demand an apology from those who have wronged you. Yan Qiao's promotional blurb for her book shone brightly on Weibo's trending topics, and almost instantaneously likes, comments and shares surged into the thousands. Wow! Sister Qiao has written a novel. Although I have yet to delve into the book, merely reading the blurb has moved me to tears. Since childhood, I have endured bullying from my younger brother, as my family favored males over females. Even when he inflicted harm upon me, I was compelled to forgive him. However, upon reflection, I realized that I truly had no choice but to let it go. Why is it that those who inflict pain on others can do so without remorse and continue their lives unscathed, while the ones who suffer must bear the burden of their wounds? Is it merely because these individuals possess a kind heart? As more and more people resonate with this sentiment on Weibo, the trending topics escalate in popularity. Those who rush to read Yan Qiao's novel due to its trending status find themselves weeping in the solitude of their blankets, overwhelmed by genuine emotion. It touches upon the scars buried deep within, grievances that after years find gentle acknowledgement. Particularly for Ding Rong, every word penned by Yan Qiao resonates like a heartbeat against her chest. This novel.it is as if it were written exclusively for her. Consequently, Yan Qiao's book has ignited a fervent discussion among readers. Even within the Beijing Stability Maintenance Team group, the discourse surrounding Yan Qiao's work flourishes. Sister Qiao writes so poignantly, I was bullied in school because my family was poor, and my shabby clothes made me a target. They would stuff trash in my desk and tear my textbooks apart. When they eventually apologized, they wore smirks, but with the teacher present, I could only mutter it's all right. Though I harbored no desire to forgive them. I am not a saint. My heart aches for you, but I am not in school. I am in the workplace. The leader at my company has taken a disliking to me, constantly undermining and ostracizing me, even withholding my entire month's salary that I could not afford rent and was evicted. But fortunately, I crossed paths with Sister Qiao. Me too. During that time I felt like giving up on life, but thankfully Sister Qiao pulled me back. Now as I read this book I find myself weeping once more. 147. She has succeeded. Do you feel the sting of shame? These individuals have all faced challenges, yet they possess unique skills that Qiao has recognized and nurtured. She provides them with financial support, employment and dignity as human beings. Thus, they revere Qiao from the depths of their hearts. To them, she is an angel who extends her hand to guide them towards the light in their darkest hours. Meanwhile, those who resonate with Qiao's novel have begun to promote it of their own volition. Though brief, this book truly strikes a chord within me. Read it. At just 400,000 words. Upon finishing, one cannot shake the feeling of wistfulness. Sister Qiao's work is nothing short of extraordinary. Simultaneously, the real-time sales displayed on the PK page have begun to surge explosively. Qiao's book is experiencing a nearly terrifying increase in sales. The daily sales have skyrocketed from 380 to 530,000. This figure is several times greater than that of the website's previous masterpiece. The authors who once mocked Qiao are now taken aback. It has been scarcely 2 hours since midnight. With over 20 hours remaining, at this rate of sales increase, a daily total exceeding 1 million is not a mere fantasy, but an impending reality. The authors watch the ever-rising sales figures with bated breath. How has she achieved this? Is her writing truly that remarkable? Are we not doomed to lose now? Is there even a need to ask? It's undoubtedly a loss. The emergence of these two messages starkly contrasts with the previous blatant mockery within the author group, striking like a series of silent slaps across their faces, leaving them stinging with pain. I just glanced at that book. The protagonist is indeed Ding Rong, isn't she? So it was Ding Rong who conspired with others to deliberately set us up. Now, only a handful of people are speaking in the group, but in the next moment, several screenshots are swiftly shared. The PK is set to commence at midnight tonight, right? Just look at the current betting ratio among readers. If she wins, I'll go live and eat excrement while standing on my head. Don't gross me out. If she manages to win, I'll announce my retirement from the internet and vow never to write novels again. I'll add my own condition. If she wins, I'll declare my withdrawal from the online world as well. You are all so wicked, fully aware that she stands no chance yet deliberately bullying her. How cruel, but I can't help but adore your wickedness. Count me in. Qiao smirks slightly. When will the live broadcast be? Share a link. The authors in the group felt as though their faces had been thoroughly bruised. However, another message from Qiao popped up. Alternatively, a public apology to Ding Rong would suffice, even without a live broadcast. As soon as this message was sent, the entire group fell into a profound silence. Yet, in the next moment, Ding Rong, who had not spoken in 2 years, surprisingly chimed in. No need, I don't wish to forgive them. Qiao lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips, her fingers dancing across the screen. You may choose not to forgive, but they ought to apologize for their past actions. Ding Rong gazed at the words through tear-filled eyes, and as the flood of apologies filled the group chat, she felt something heavy on her chest slowly dissipating. I'm sorry, Ding Rong, we were immature before and I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. Ding Rong, we were wrong to gang up and ostracize you. Please forgive us, I'm sorry. Even the editor Tao Huazhou rarely made an appearance in the group. 148. Are you still alive? Although she is an editor, she usually only reviews manuscripts and does not concern herself with these authors. As long as they create value for her, she permits them to act freely. However, upon witnessing an explosive surge in daily sales, Tao Huazhou made a point to read Qiao's novel from beginning to end. The character Rong Rong in the book was clearly modeled after Ding Rong. The injustice expressed through the words in the book resonated with her deeply, and she realized that her previous indifference had also been a form of complicity. Tao Huazhou's apology, though brief, was particularly sincere. Ding Rong, you are the best author I have ever had the privilege to work with, bar none, but I must also say I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Qiao observed the messages in the group, stretching slightly. Although such apologies could at best be considered a case of too little, too late, it is fortunate that it is not too late after all. Ding Rong gazed at the messages in the group chat, wiping away her tears with a tissue. The grievances she had harbored deep within her heart for the past 2 years were instantaneously soothed. The relief she felt was ineffable, beyond the confines of mere words. Yen Qiao that if it were not for Yen Qiao, she might have been ridiculed by these people for a lifetime. As a celebrated screenwriter, Ding Rong found herself at a loss for words to adequately express the gratitude and emotion swelling within her. Yet one thing was certain, she was determined to remain at Yen Qiao's company for life. Where else could she find a boss like this? Suddenly, a man's silhouette flashed through Ding Rong's mind, his gaze momentarily flickering with solitude before settling into calmness. That it was all right. Following Yen Qiao marked a new beginning. The past could indeed be left behind. As she wept and laughed simultaneously, she typed, Yen Qiao. Thank you. Upon reading those simple 4 words, a glimmer of amusement danced in Yen Qiao's amber eyes. You're welcome. The two shared an unspoken understanding that a novel capable of igniting a firestorm on Weibo was certainly not lacking in attention. Major film and television companies had their eyes firmly set on this substantial opportunity. In this day and age, adapting a novel could yield far more profit than crafting scripts and filming. Thus, any film company of repute was clamoring to contact the author of Not All Forgiveness Is Called Forgiveness, Yen Qiao, regarding the rights for adaptation. Furthermore, given that Yen Qiao was also an actress, many companies sought to leverage the allure of her self-written and self-performed project for promotional purposes. By midday, Li Qing's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. Hello? I'm sorry, but we haven't decided to sell the rights just yet. Goodbye. After hanging up the 46th call, Li Qing collapsed onto the sofa, gazing at Yen Qiao. Qiao, what exactly do you plan to do with this novel? These companies are offering up to 10 million for the rights, but I feel you might not be interested. Yen Qiao, nestled comfortably on the sofa, nodded knowingly. Indeed, Jun Jingbai interjected. That if you don't want it, just give it to me. His salary is only 6,000. And who knows when it might increase. However, in the next moment, Li Qing's phone rang again. With a look of utter despondency, Li Qing answered, activating the speakerphone. Hello? Good day. On the other end, a familiar sycophantic voice chimed in. Is this Li Qing? We are old acquaintances, and collaboration is easier that way. I must say, Qiao's book is truly remarkable. This was the very leader who had once sought to terminate Yen Qiao's contract. Yen Qiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's the old leader? I see you're still alive. 149. In a large company, one learns continually. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end hesitated noticeably. Yen Qiao, unfazed, reclined lazily on the sofa, her fingers toying with her hair. Are you here to lecture me again? Or what? If you have something to say, don't hold back. That if you have any grievances, voice them. I want tea change, just don't let it fester into a problem for you. After Yen Qiao finished speaking, the leader on the other end remained silent, prompting Jun Jingbai to chuckle. This is quintessential Yen Qiao. Even Li Qing's hand trembled slightly as she held the phone. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a voice finally managed to utter, Jojo, given the length of your collaboration with Ruela Company, you are well aware of our company's capabilities. Even if you are signing a modification, shouldn't you consider partnering with a larger company? Yen Qiao responded nonchalantly with an What is so impressive about big companies? They can terminate contracts at will. What does it mean to be an international super company? Terminating a contract costs 30 million. The leader on the other end found his retort stifled by Yen Qiao's words. After a lengthy pause, he squeezed out, how about we renew the cooperation contract? Yen Qiao scoffed with disdain just moments after terminating the contract. And now you want to renew it? Is this how big companies operate? Learning as they go. Clearly irritated by Yen Qiao's sarcastic remarks, the leader's tone had turned noticeably more humble, though she could easily envision his flustered expression. Listening to the almost condescending tone, Yen Qiao barely suppressed an eye rolled. Is your thick skin a matter of circumstance? Yen Qiao's brow slightly furrowed. And do you realize you're calling Li Qing? It was undeniable that the instant Jun Jingbai's voice emerged, the other party promptly hung up. Li Qing glanced at his phone and silently blocked the number. By the way, Jojo, how do you plan to arrange this novel? Yen Qiao lifted her gaze to meet Li Qing's inquiry, her hazel eyes calm and unperturbed. We'll make a movie. The rights are ours, we'll handle it ourselves. Li Qing adjusted his glasses. Will you play the female lead? It's perfect since you're an actress, we just need to find a male lead, and the rest of the supporting roles will be easy. While Jun Jingbai remained silent, his unwavering gaze was fixed on Yen Qiao. Surely not. He had just invested 300 million in Yen Qiao, and now they were making a movie. Was he expected to foot the bill again? Yen Qiao's delicate, exquisite face merely broke into a gentle smile. If someone else is better suited to play the lead, why should I? Jun Jingbai quickly responded, you wouldn't be thinking of having Ding Rong adapt your novel into a script and then play it herself, would you? Yan Qiao snapped her fingers, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Precisely. Li Qing was equally quick to react, his face lighting up with a smile as he leaned closer to Yan Qiao. That's perfect. Why not take this opportunity to scout new talent for our new company? I happen to have several particularly promising announcements that just came in. You can take your pick. 150. Yan Qiao participates in an idol selection show. Li Qing, filled with excitement, picked up his tablet and opened the announcements for Yan Qiao to see. Jojo, I'm certain you'll have no issue with this. Even Jun Jingbai leaned in to squeeze into the view. Nodding as he spoke. Jojo, I agree, you should give it a try. Our company can't consist solely of the few of us. We need artists who can sing, dance, and act. After saying this, Li Qing and Jun Jingbai turned their eager gazes towards Yan Qiao. She took the tablet from Li Qing, her slender, fair fingers gliding left and right across the announcements. Finally, she closed her eyes and nodded decisively. The announcement on the tablet displays in bold red letters, Extreme Idol. Crucially, out of 30 contestants, only 5 will ultimately form a group. Even more significantly, this variety show has shattered viewership ratings, soaring past 5, and has even propelled a girl group into the national spotlight, recognized throughout the realm of the Huaxia Empire. Major entertainment companies are fiercely competing behind the scenes for a coveted spot, with the difficulty of the auditions escalated to an unprecedented level. The notice in Li Qing's hands was acquired through her previous connections. Thus far, it stands as the most popular talent show. Yan Qiao cast her gaze downwards at the tablet displaying the audition location. D-Capital television station. Time, tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Given the challenge, she resolved to see it for herself. Yan Qiao stretched languidly, non-committally. The next day, 9 o'clock. D-Capital television station. The usually bustling station was even more vibrant today. Everywhere, one could observe alluring beauties clad in revealing attire and makeup artists touching up their looks on the spot, leading one to momentarily question whether they had stumbled into a realm of daughters. Yan Qiao stood in line, clutching her application form, and gazed at the throngs outside the audition classroom, unable to suppress a pinch to her brow. These flamboyantly dressed young women were, without exception, students from various dance or film academies, all yearning to achieve fame through this show. Among them were a few familiar faces wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance, artists like Yan Qiao already signed with agencies, seeking to reignite their stardom through this program. Each contestant appeared eager and ready, a stark contrast to Yan Qiao, who stood with her arms crossed, yawning through the inadequately closed doors of the audition classroom. She could see the girls inside earnestly showcasing their singing and dancing talents, sweat glistening on their brows. TSK, how shameless to compete for spots when they are already stars. Yan Qiao lifted her gaze, her warm brown eyes casting a chilling glance at the few girls, reminiscent of winter's frost, leaving them momentarily speechless. Little did they anticipate that. Yan Qiao, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, caught the attention of the audition director collecting application forms. What are you testing for? Spinning around, the audition director observed the exquisite beauty before him, her brown eyes radiating an icy demeanor. His interest was piqued. The previous contestants had all been of the sweet variety. Though commendable, they lacked diversity. Becoming monotonous over time, however, this one exuded an entirely different aura. The audition director appraised Yan Qiao with satisfaction, extending his hand towards her. Where is your application form? Under the envious and resentful gazes of the other girls, Yan Qiao handed her application form directly to him. Then the audition director nodded. Come in. Yan Qiao, amidst the collective attention of all the girls, audaciously cut in line, pushing open the door to the audition classroom without even shedding her coat. At the director's behest, she turned around twice in place, the entire process taking less than 5 seconds. Yan Qiao. Is this considered passing? With a slight furrow in her brow, she remained rooted in her spot. The audition director glanced up, noticing Yan Qiao still standing there, a hint of amusement gracing his plump face. What's wrong? After passing the preliminary selection, are you still not satisfied? How many people outside would envy your position but can only dream of it? Yan Qiao's expression remained stoic. Is that all? The director of the audition gazed at Yan Qiao with admiration and awe. Indeed, that is all that I know you, Yan Qiao. With your beauty and current popularity, you are undoubtedly capable of advancing to the finals. Yan Qiao. As she lifted her gaze, she encountered the slightly sinister yet charming face of a handsome man, dressed in a pure black woolen coat. He possessed a tall and slender figure, a quintessential model's physique, yet what captivated the eye were his striking azure eyes, not enhanced by colored contacts, but a natural hue. His eyes, reminiscent of serene lakes, lent him a youthful exuberance, though at that moment they appeared as frigid as ice, concealing any emotions as they silently observed Yan Qiao. He raised an eyebrow. his voice resonating like the melodious tone of a finely crafted violin. Did you just take the exam? Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly. Why is that, as he from the entertainment industry? Why can't she recall him? However, before the audition director could introduce Yan Qiao, he was abruptly interrupted by Maxim. What did you test for? His gaze brimmed with intense curiosity, unabashedly appraising Yan Qiao, akin to a leopard scrutinizing a white rabbit. Yet, Yan Qiao met his gaze without flinching, merely raising her brow. That just a little spin upon hearing this response. The playful glint in Maxim's eyes intensified, and he snatched the registration form from Yan Qiao, pulling out a chair to sit, crossing his legs as he tapped the table lightly, retaking the exam. Since I am responsible for the auditions and evaluations, if you consider this your talent, you might as well leave. Maxim's tone was rather brusque, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the girls peering in from outside, who lamented their misfortune at not encountering him, feeling relieved that it was Yan Qiao who first faced this evidently formidable mentor. The author has something to say. Here comes the second male lead. 152. The effect is explosive. An impromptu dance, her forte. Under the bewildered gaze of the audition director, Yan Qiao tossed aside her coat. Just play any song. A mischievous smile danced in Maxim's azure eyes as he refrained from using the prepared sound system, instead retrieving his phone from his pocket, connecting it to the speakers to play the song. The moment the prelude began, the expressions of the audition director and the anxious girls outside mirrored one another. Yan Qiao stood in the center of the audition room, head bowed in silence, giving the impression that she was despondent and uncommunicative. The audition director couldn't help but sigh at the sight of her. What a beautiful face, so carelessly relinquished. What a pity. However, as the first beat struck after the prelude, Yan Qiao sprang into motion. The audition director was taken aback. Though the audition room was empty save for Yan Qiao's solitary dance, her movements transformed the space into a platform rivaling any grand stage. Captivating the audience, it was as if a hurricane had swept through, leaving no room for contemplation, only a breathtaking spectacle. Even the girls peering in from outside were left in a daze, their registration forms slipping from their hands unnoticed as the final heavy drumbeat resonated. Yan Qiao elegantly executed her last move, plunging the entire audition room into a profound silence. The director of the audition was visibly pleased, casting a smug glance at Maxim. Well done, truly remarkable. Initially, it was presumed that she could secure a spot based on her looks alone, even if it meant merely serving as a figurehead. However, witnessing her dance performance now, it seemed entirely plausible for her to take on the role of a lead dancer should the group form. Maxim shared this sentiment with the audition director. Given Yan Qiao's showcase dancing prowess, she would undoubtedly excel as a dancer if the group came to fruition. Leaning back in his chair, Maxim slowly raised his hands and began to applaud Yan Qiao. His expression tinged with amusement. Congratulations, you've made it. Yan Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. The intensity of his gaze resembled that of a leopard poised to unleash its energy, seemingly languid and casual. Yet his eyes exuded an unexpectedly honest and aggressive curiosity, as if he had already identified his prey and was waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yan Qiao's brow furrowed slightly as she picked up her jacket, shook it out and donned it, reaching for her registration form. Thank you. However, Maxim's large hand grasped hers firmly, pinning it to the table, causing their bodies to lean toward one another, their faces so close that they could almost count each other's eyelashes. Yan Qiao coolly lifted her gaze, yet Maxim's eyes danced with a subtle smile, as though he had just confirmed something extraordinary and was thoroughly satisfied. Releasing her hand, he gazed at Yan Qiao with a smile. Wishing you smooth sailing with the group. Yan Qiao replied. You're unwell. Leaving behind a group of envious and jealous girls who bit their lips as they watched her depart. Is he the lead dancer or a thug? Who exactly is this Maxim? Until the screen displayed his profile information. Maxim. Male. 24 years old. A resident of the Art district under the Xia Empire. His father perished during the war between the Xia Empire and our country, now part of the Xia Empire's Art district. Raised solely by his mother, he began learning popping at a young age and was once the lead dancer of a male idol group, which disbanded, leaving him with few entertainment activities thereafter. Upon discovering this information with just a few clicks, Yan Qiao's brow furrowed. She hadn't anticipated that Maxim had such a background. Yet, that piercing gaze was truly unforgettable. Li Qing leaned in to glance at the photo displayed on the screen. Suddenly enlightened, Qiao, did you encounter him today? Yan Qiao nodded. Li Qing couldn't help but exclaim. I've heard this person has a particularly strange temperament and is rather fierce. When his boy band disbanded, it even led to a lawsuit, quite a frightening affair. Yan Qiao inquired. Is he a lead dancer or a social thug? Is there really such a thing? Her amber eyes sparkled with curiosity. A lawsuit? What kind of lawsuit? Yan Qiao mused. That is indeed ruthless. No wonder he's from the art district. One can only wonder what deep-seated enmity could provoke such violence. However, one thing is certain. This Maxim is certainly not to be trifled with. As she closed her laptop, she casually asked, what was the reason for the violence? Li Qing shook her head. I don't know. This matter was suppressed by his company and never escalated. They probably settled with money and then disbanded. Are you really curious about this? Yan Qiao slightly lowered her gaze. I wouldn't say I'm curious. I just feel that his family must be quite wealthy. Li Qing responded, little ancestor, whose family has more wealth than yours? Why ponder over this? With a worried expression, she adjusted her glasses and watched Yan Qiao ascend the stairs, unable to suppress a gasp. Judging by Qiao Qiao's description, could it be that Maxim has taken a liking to her? Instinctively, Li Qing reached for her phone, preparing to message Han Yi, but was startled by the sudden voice of Jun Jingbai. Jun Jingbai, who had been eavesdropping at the door for quite a while, wore an expression that screamed he had uncovered a juicy secret. I believe that the one named Maxim is fond of Qiao Qiao. This is the quintessential first encounter of the protagonist in a drama. Li Qing frowned. What are you talking about? If Maxim is the male lead, then what about Futings? Jun Jingbai, with a dreamy expression, mused. Oh, it's like an idol drama come to life. The charming rogue deliberately making things difficult for the female star because he falls for her at first sight. How sweet. If they don't end up married. It would be quite the disappointment, Li Qing retorted. But isn't it even sweeter when the aloof international film emperor and the female star develop feelings over time? As she sent a message, she countered Jun Jingbai. In any case, I cast my vote for Futings. I believe he is a better match for Qiao Qiao. Are you his rival in love? I support Maxim. Li Qing frowned. Futings arrived on the scene first. Can we not consider the order of appearances? Jun Jingbai also frowned. In matters of the heart, is there really a concept of first come, first served? The childhood sweetheart can't compete with the unexpected arrival. What does it matter if Futings appeared first? Futings. Maxim. Futings. Maxim. Li Qing and Jun Jingbai began to bicker loudly like elementary school children. Their voices reached Yan Qiao, who couldn't help but peek from the staircase. What are you two arguing about? If you keep it up, the residents in the surrounding villas will need hearing aids. Li Qing awkwardly turned to find another spot to message Han Yi, while Jun Jingbai, feeling embarrassed, sat on the sofa with a magazine, pretending to flip through it, oblivious to the fact that he dropped it. Yan Qiao remarked, aren't their ages combined under 20? For a moment the room fell silent save for the sound of Yan Qiao typing on her keyboard. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing Li Qing's text, Han Yi almost let out a monkey-like shriek. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Han Yi exclaimed 3 times, drawing the attention of Futings, who had been reading, his brows furrowed together, and with a cold glance from his piercing peach blossom eyes, he shot Han Yi a look. What's going on? With Futings' attention now captured, Han Yi scooted closer, phone in hand. Something big has happened. You have a rival in love. Futings initially gave a dismissive glance, then crossed his legs and continued reading. What rival? Qiao Qiao is so exceptional. There are many who like her, but not everyone has the means to approach her as I do. This much confidence was something Futings still possessed. Under the unwavering gaze of Han Yi, the frigid chill in Futings' cold peach blossom eyes became palpably more pronounced. And then Qiao Qiao passed by, having reportedly danced according to Li Qing. But consider this. What man isn't a wolf in disguise? Witnessing Qiao Qiao dance, could he possibly remain composed? Han Yi, exasperated, patted Futings' thigh, exclaiming, a wolf! A wolf in love with a sheep! You must seize the moment. Han Yi continued, Ancestor, can you please stop this nonsense? In Extreme Idol, selecting a girl group, surely you wouldn't go so far as to undergo gender reassignment just to pursue a girl. Would you end up casually draping your arm around her shoulders and calling her sister? That's hardly worth it. As Han Yi spoke, he persisted in patting Futings' thigh, only to notice Futings' expression had turned entirely frigid. Already wincing in pain, Han Yi cried out, Ancestor, it hurts. Let go, and I'll arrange everything for you, alright? Futings released his grip and turned away, leaving Han Yi in place, rubbing his wrist as he massaged it. He frowned and muttered, not the least bit amusing. With such a lack of humor, it's no wonder you're still single. In matters of professionalism, let the professionals handle it. Han Yi diligently contacted and arranged the itinerary for Futings' participation. However, the response was not the usual eager agreement, but rather a rejection. We regret to inform you that as a talent show, our program simply does not provide a platform for teacher Fu to showcase his brilliance. We believe our mentor team is already sufficiently outstanding and saturated. Thus there is no necessity to add another member at this time. We hope to cross paths again in the future. This variety show may be popular, but surely it hasn't reached the point of disregarding Fu Ting's influence? Yet, having been turned down, Han Yi found himself at a loss for words and could only relay the situation to Fu Ting's. The chief director was infuriated, slamming the table, his eyes wide with fury, nearly spitting fire. Meanwhile, Maxim lounged in his chair, adopting a slouched posture, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. What loss could there possibly be? He's merely an actor. What's the big deal? Maxim shook his head earnestly, his cerulean eyes radiating sincerity. I never considered it. The chief director was momentarily speechless, clutching his chest. If he continued this conversation with that insufferable brat, he might very well suffer a heart attack on the spot. Maxim pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking in a languid tone. What do social media followers matter? They might very well be purchased bot accounts. I've never cared about that. I only value true talent on the stage. Observing Maxim's infuriating yet undeniably competent demeanor, the chief director took a deep breath to steady his nerves. In any case, go and explain to Teacher Fu that there was a misunderstanding earlier. And now we would like to invite him to be our special mentor. However, Maxim seemed oblivious, stretching languidly in his chair. The sun is quite strong tonight. The chief director, one hand gripping the table while the other trembled against his chest, lamented internally. How did I end up with such a character? Maxim observed the chief director with a visage full of discomfort. With a swift motion of his long legs, he slid across the chair towards the director, his azure eyes scrutinizing the director's expression with utmost seriousness. Just when the director assumed Maxim had experienced a moment of clarity, he unexpectedly blurted out, "Have you taken your medication?" The director, taken aback, raised a hand to his forehead, now utterly reluctant to cast another glance in Maxim's direction. Rising to adjust his coat, Maxim remarked, "If we invite him, we will not only incur a substantial additional expense but also shoulder the corresponding public relations costs. Our project already garners significant attention. There is no need to ride the coattails of his status as an esteemed actor. It would only serve to undermine our professionalism." With his hands shoved into his pockets, he kicked open the door, a languid smile gracing his handsome face. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to professionals. 156. If you dare to act, then just get lost. Fu Ting's, it would be best for him to stay where it is cool. At the thought of Fu Ting's, a sharp glint momentarily flickered in Maxim's azure eyes, only to be replaced by his usual seemingly languid demeanor. He absent-mindedly rubbed the tip of his nose and sauntered out of the office. The following day at 8 in the morning, the venue was filled with girls dressed in their new team uniforms, eagerly awaiting the initial stage evaluation. Familiar faces gathered together, engaging in lively conversation, while strangers exchanged friendly banter. Yet, when Yen Qiao appeared in her delicate pink uniform dress, all the girls simultaneously turned their backs to her, as if she were invisible, continuing their discussions unabated. Some, bolder than others, even cast her a disdainful eye. Wasn't she the starlet who had secured her spot in the audition solely based on her looks? Who knew what sort of underhanded dealings had facilitated her rise? How shameless! Every word spoken by these girls reached Yen Qiao's ears with crystal clarity, as it was still a waiting period before the official proceedings commenced. The surroundings were bustling with hurried staff members, none of whom seemed to pay the slightest attention to the girls. Yen Qiao surveyed the scene with her tea-colored eyes, remaining silent. Yet they seemed to misinterpret her silence as fear. Their voices grew louder. Even after achieving fame, she dares to compete with us trainees for opportunities. How utterly brazen! It's all about riding the wave of popularity, isn't it? Who can stop someone in the entertainment industry from seeking attention? But they could hardly match her audacity. She was the only legitimate artist present. The rest were merely trainees from dance academies or various companies. If it were up to me, rather than embarrassing herself here, she should learn how to cater to those prominent directors. Who knows, she might land the role of a leading lady one day. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her scalp, and she instinctively fell backward. Yen Qiao cast a cold glance at her. If you wish to serve the director, you ought to consider whether he would even take notice of you. With a slight tug on the ponytail, the girl found herself tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. A shriek escaped her lips, capturing the attention of all the other girls. The girl who had fallen was both anxious and furious. She swiftly rose to confront Yen Qiao. Yen Qiao's brow twitched slightly as she lowered her hand, which had been poised to roll up her sleeves, and cast a sidelong glance at Maxim, who stood nearby. This fellow. Does he truly intend to strike a girl? Although the girl had provoked her deservedly, It would be quite inappropriate for a man of Maxim's stature to render her incapacitated. Yan Qiao scrutinized Maxim with a composed demeanor, wary of him potentially retrieving a bottle or some other weapon from behind. Maxim, with his cerulean eyes, regarded Yan Qiao with a hint of amusement before shifting his gaze to the blushing girl, his eyes glinting with a fierce warning. Dare to make a move, and you shall face the consequences. The author remarks, today's update is here. I wonder if everyone enjoys our dashing Maxim. 157. I am your little fan. I must say this version of Maxim exudes a certain nonchalance, brimming with masculinity. The girl who had been seized was so frightened that her eyes turned red. The moment Maxim released her, she crumpled to the ground, and after being assisted by a few friends, she scurried away to a safe distance. Yan Qiao glanced up, confirming that he bore no concealed weapon such as a bottle, before she calmly uttered, "Thank you." Maxim's azure gaze met Yan Qiao's, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do not merely utter it," Yan Qiao replied. "What more do you desire?" She intended to convey that her words were merely a formality, yet this man had audaciously taken it further. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts openly, maintaining a serene gaze locked with his. "How would you prefer I show my gratitude?" Maxim adjusted his collar. "Treat me to hot pot." Yan Qiao retorted, "You are rather forward." Averting her tea-colored eyes, she subtly took 2 steps back. "I'm afraid I have prior engagements." Yet, Maxim appeared oblivious to her attempt to retreat, unceremoniously closing the distance by 2 steps, maintaining an insistent proximity. "I never specified when. How do you know you have plans?" Yan Qiao frowned. "I am busy every day." Upon hearing Yan Qiao directly dismantle his argument, Maxim responded nonchalantly, "Then we shall wait until you are free to treat me." Which is equally acceptable. As the gazes of onlookers began to converge upon them, Maxim seemed aware that continuing this conversation would surely draw unwarranted attention. He flashed Yan Qiao a charmingly mischievous smile before turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. Alone, Yan Qiao observed Maxim's departing figure, reaffirming the impression he had left upon her during their first encounter. "He is quite peculiar." Shaking her head, she collected a sticker bearing her name from the assistant, meticulously affixing it to the hem of her garment. Perhaps due to Maxim's sudden appearance, other girls, despite their disdain for Yan Qiao, dared not voice any disparaging remarks. Only one girl, possessing a slender pointed face, timidly approached, her large eyes gazing at Yan Qiao with a gentle tone. "Are you all right?" Yan Qiao raised her gaze and found herself meeting the girl's astonishingly large eyes. "Before me stands a girl whose visage epitomizes the quintessential image of innocence. So pure she resembles an ungraduated student. She radiates a refreshing aura unique to youth, imbued with sunlight and cleanliness. Particularly striking are her large eyes, which lend her face an innate air of innocence, reminiscent of a lost little rabbit, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion." Gazing at this girl, the sharpness in Yan Qiao's eyes softened slightly, and she nodded gently. "I am fine." The girl smiled, her eyes crescenting with joy as she extended her right hand towards Yan Qiao, brimming with vitality. "I am your fan. My name is Lin Lu, a student at the Imperial Capital Dance Academy." Upon witnessing her pure and radiant smile, Yan Qiao's tea-colored eyes lowered slightly as she reached out her hand in return. "Hello." To her surprise, Lin Lu grasped Yan Qiao's hand firmly, refusing to let go. "Sister Qiao, can I call you that from now on? I wanted to speak up for you when I heard them discussing you. But I too am someone who has been bullied." Lin Lu began to pour out her grievances, leaving Yan Qiao somewhat at a loss. Lin Lu, with an eager expression, continued to gaze at Yan Qiao. "Sister Qiao, you are truly amazing, both beautiful and talented. I really envy you. Oh, by the way, you can call me Lulu." Her enthusiasm was irresistibly overwhelming. Yan Qiao looked at Lin Lu's sunlit smile and felt a sensation of being utterly unprepared for such warmth. Confrontation and physical altercations were trivial matters for her. Yet this exceedingly friendly and exuberant little girl left her utterly at a loss. "That's all right, Lulu. Isn't the initial stage for the ratings about to begin?" In an effort to pry her tightly grasped hand free, Yan Qiao hastily redirected the conversation. "What have you prepared? Singing or dancing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Lu eagerly clung to Yan Qiao's arm, nearly pressing her entire being against her. "Speaking of ratings, I heard that today's evaluation stage will only feature 10 edited performances, while the rest will be cut entirely." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yan Qiao's ear and whispered, "Sister Qiao, I heard that someone pulled out all their tricks just to achieve an A grade on the initial stage." Yan Qiao. Observing Lin Lu clinging to her like a koala, a singular thought crossed Yan Qiao's mind. "You should not be called Lin Lu. You ought to be named Lin Super Clingy Chatterbox Koala." A polite yet awkward smile adorned her delicate face as she stood upright. Enduring Lin Lu's incessant chatter in that moment, Yen Qiao felt akin to the Monkey King, understanding the plight of hearing Tang Song chant scriptures. Her temples throbbed relentlessly. Had it not been for her previous life as training in the military district against auditory bombardment, she might have succumbed to Lin Lu's relentless barrage of words. Sister Qiao, look at those people over there. They also belong to the dance academy, but they specialize in classical dance. Their secret weapon this time is likely something in the Chinese style. And over there, those individuals are not from the dance academy. They study street dance and have performed at our school before. Their style is quite explosive. Moreover, Yen Qiao, observing Lin Lu, who appeared to be infused with an exuberance akin to that of a wind-up toy, Yen Qiao momentarily wondered if the very blood coursing through her veins resembled the vitality of chicken blood. For a fleeting instant, she instinctively shielded herself from Lin Lu's incessant chatter, merely watching her lips move with such rapidity that they seemed to blur into a mosaic of motion. It was not until the lights dimmed across the venue, leaving only the stage and the spectator area illuminated, that Lin Lu gasped in awe and finally fell silent, gazing at the brilliant beam of light at the center of the stage. Yen Qiao felt as though it represented a halo of rebirth, with a resigned glance towards Lin Lu, who, despite her amiable appearance, exuded an overwhelming familiarity that left Yen Qiao feeling somewhat disarmed. Very well, the evaluation has officially commenced. Please take your seats in the spectator area and prepare to showcase your talents in the order that the mentors call your names. With the director's command, others appeared tense, while Yen Qiao felt as if she had heard celestial music. Escaping the clutches of Lin Lu, she deliberately chose a corner seat in the front row, distant from her, and let out a long sigh of relief. Her ears were finally liberated, however. In the next moment, as Yen Qiao lifted her gaze, she spotted Maxim seated directly in front of her to the left. Seemingly sensing her stare, Maxim's cerulean eyes sparkled with amusement as he waved at her, mouthing, "Don't forget to treat me to hot pot." Yen Qiao. 159, she is not a contestant, she is the boss. Fine, let it be her misfortune. Yen Qiao discreetly averted her gaze. Clearly Jun Jingbai had not arrived. Yet it felt as if his bad luck shadowed her. The first girl called upon had already taken the stage, adorned in a soft pink pleated skirt that exuded gentleness and intellect. She bowed to the mentors, stating, "Greetings, mentors. My name is Lena, and I am a singing and dancing trainee with 3 years of experience." However, before she could complete her introduction, Maxim unceremoniously interrupted, "All right, this singing and dancing trainee? Unless your performance involves eliciting sympathy, you may begin." As Maxim's words echoed, the audience erupted in suppressed laughter. Yet, it was evident that Maxim was not swayed by such theatrics, dismissing the notion of pity from the very first contestant. Lena bit her lip and commenced her song. Yen Qiao, propping her forehead with her hand, focused intently on her performance. The girl possessed commendable vocal talent, and had circumstances permitted, Yen Qiao genuinely wished to recruit her. She paid no heed to whether Lena had previously spoken ill of her during the waiting period. As time passed, one by one girls showcased their prepared talents at the center of the stage. Each mentor diligently provided critiques and noted observations. Only Yen Qiao, seated in the spectator area, rested her delicate chin on her palm, contemplating the strengths and weaknesses of each performer, pondering whom she could sign, and how to present them effectively. In that moment, she was neither a contestant nor a mentor. She was merely a discerning proprietor selecting the finest produce, until the director, clutching the roster, called out Yen Qiao's name. Next, Yen Qiao, please come to the stage. Yen Qiao paid no heed to Maxim and directly rose to the stage. The very moment she stood, all the girls seated in the audience began to whisper amongst themselves. It was her turn. It was her turn. What talent could she possibly showcase this time? If she fails to achieve an A rating, regardless of whether she lands a B, C, or D, she would undoubtedly be excluded from the group, which would be utterly embarrassing for her. Who knows, perhaps she could also be someone who relies on her looks to ascend. Accompanied by the hushed murmurs that had noticeably subdued, Yen Qiao merely cast a fleeting glance at them with her tea-colored eyes. Yet, in the next instant, a sudden applause erupted from the audience. Lin Lu, dancing with exuberance, clapped her hands and shouted, "Go, Sister Qiao, Sister Qiao! Go! Go! Yen Qiao!" Amidst the whispers of the audience, Lin Lu's fervent support was impossible to overlook. Even the chief director had to use his intercom to remind the cameraman, "Do not cut to the audience. Keep the focus on the stage." As the cameras turned, Yen Qiao gracefully and confidently walked to the center of the stage. With the lenses following her, Yen Qiao slightly lifted her tea-colored gaze, her beautiful eyes radiating a chilling aura that set her apart from the other girls. If the other girls were vibrant roses, At that moment, Yan Qiao was the hibiscus blooming atop a snow-capped peak. She was the fiery fragrance amidst the ice and snow, a brilliant hue that captivated all who beheld her. Observing such a Yan Qiao, Maxim retracted his playful scrutiny and couldn't help but sit up straight, ready to appreciate her debut performance. 160. Yan Qiao, initial rating S. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yan Qiao addressed the live band beside the stage. May I borrow a guitar? The guitar instructor paused for a moment, then upon seeing the chief director nodding at him from a distance, reluctantly handed over his electric guitar to Yan Qiao, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. That electric guitar was his livelihood, worth several tens of thousands. Heaven forbid it gets damaged while being borrowed. Yan Qiao accepted the electric guitar and stood before the microphone stand, her slender, fair fingers gently strumming the guitar strings, producing magnetic and electrifying notes that reverberated throughout the venue via the sound system. Though it was merely a simple strumming motion, it was evident. Yan Qiao was no novice. Among all instruments, the guitar is the most accessible to learn, and it happens to be the one she plays most frequently. Moreover, the reason her folk guitar ended up appearing at an auction in the capital was that, compared to the round and clear tones of a folk guitar, she favored the free-spirited and bold essence of the electric guitar. My debut stage will be spontaneous. Though Yan Qiao's tone remained calm, the wild chords her fingertips danced across the guitar strings erupted like a powerful detonator, igniting the entire venue. Impromptu arrangement, spontaneous performance. Rap. Each line exploded with intensity. Every word pierced the heart. Every lyric that emerged made one question whether she had been hiding a meticulously crafted piece disguised as an impromptu performance. Lin Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leapt from her seat, exclaiming, "Sister Qiao, you are amazing. Ah, go Qiao Jia." Not only Lin Lu but all the girls who were stirred by Yan Qiao's melody could not help but rise. Though reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge the undeniable truth. Yan Qiao was extraordinarily talented, so remarkable that it sent shivers down their spines. Never had there been a more electrifying and explosive atmosphere. Yet, the chief director and the cameraman were taken aback. It felt as though the rating scene had transformed into a lively dance floor. How could they possibly film this? The director's gaze turned towards Yan Qiao, who was performing center stage, his eyes brimming with admiration and a fervent sense of having discovered a treasure. This was the very sensation of radiance he sought on stage. The director beamed at Yan Qiao, his smile almost reaching the heavens. Meanwhile, seated in the judging panel, Maxim's azure eyes were fixated on Yan Qiao, the mirth within them deepening by the moment. It was only when Yan Qiao concluded her final note that Maxim slowly raised her rating result. On the white handwritten board, his signature was boldly inscribed at a colossal S. With a languid tone, Maxim declared, "Yan Qiao, initial rating S, advancing directly to the semifinals." Instantly, the audience erupted in astonishment. Aren't the ratings supposed to be only B, C, and D? How could an S emerge? And straight into the semifinals at that. While Yan Qiao was undoubtedly impressive, shouldn't she have received an A instead? How could it possibly be an S? The girls in the audience were nearly beside themselves with excitement. The author has something to say. Today's update is even better, and I hope everyone can give Demiao a 5-star review. That was how he trended on social media again on the first day of ratings. With someone like Yan Qiao showcasing her caliber, the performances of others seemed significantly inferior. Yan Qiao pretended not to notice, shifting her gaze elsewhere in an attempt to find a different place to sit, only to discover that Lin Lu was fervently waving at her from a short distance away. Well, perhaps it would be best to stay here after all. On the first day of ratings, most participants received Bs and Cs, with only a few attaining As. The remainder, Maxim lost interest in watching entirely, stopping midway to assign it. They persevered until the end, and Lin Lu, like a little cannonball, dashed straight to Yan Qiao's side. Her innocent face was flushed with excitement, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yan Qiao. "Sister Qiao, you were absolutely incredible. So impressive. Unlike me, who only got a C." As she spoke, Lin Lu sighed. She had slipped on stage due to nerves and ended with a C. Otherwise, she believed she could have at least achieved a B. Yan Qiao, observing Lin Lu's dejected demeanor, gently patted her shoulder. "You can do even better next time." And the next moment, Lin Lu, as if infused with newfound energy, nodded vigorously, "Yes. With Sister Qiao's encouragement, I believe I can do it." Just as Lin Lu was about to pull Yan Qiao out, they were intercepted by Maxim, who casually draped his coat over his arm. With a detached yet languid glance at Lin Lu, he inquired, "Do you have something else to attend to?" His demeanor suggested a level of intimacy with Yan Qiao that implied they were on familiar terms. Yan Qiao's brow twitched slightly, just as she was about to speak, but Lin Lu, sensing something amiss, had already slipped away. "Sister Qiao, see you tomorrow." As Yan Qiao watched Lin Lu disappear into the distance, she turned her gaze towards Maxim. Did you seek me for something? Maxim narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement gleaming in his cerulean irises. Indeed, you owe me a hot pot meal. Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow. You really have some nerve. With her eyes cast down, her tone remained frosty. I'm sorry, I'm busy. Having said that, she prepared to turn and leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Maxim swiftly blocked her path once more. I'm not a bad person. Is it really necessary to be so wary of me? Yan Qiao scrutinized his strikingly aggressive visage. Whether you're a bad person is of no concern to me. She had no desire to engage in a prolonged exchange with him. That as her words fell, she took a step forward, offering Maxim no opportunity to respond. Observing Yan Qiao's retreating figure, Maxim's hands found their way into his pockets, amusement dancing in his eyes before he too departed in the opposite direction. Qiao Qiao. Yan Qiao was jolted by Li Qing's high-pitched exclamation, her ears ringing as she rubbed them, frowning. What is it? Li Qing rushed over, clutching a tablet. Feng Xiuqing just announced his breakup with Bai Yuyu. Yan Qiao frowned. So what? What does that have to do with me? Li Qing adjusted her glasses, her eyes brimming with indignation. Feng Xiuqing publicly declared that the person he loves is you. Yan Qiao replied incredulously, is Feng Xiuqing out of his mind? Taking the tablet from Li Qing, she discovered that Weibo had indeed erupted with fervor, her name once again trending as the third party disrupting a couple's relationship. With an expressionless face, she nearly crushed Li Qing's tablet in her grip. Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of Rueli Company, Yi Wan, with her leg in a cast, sat on the sofa, her face radiating smug satisfaction as she regarded Feng Xiuqing. That was quite a move. I can't believe she won't get criticized this time. General Manager Lin, seated behind the desk, scrutinized the Weibo comments on the screen with a grave expression, showing no signs of amusement. Feng Xiuqing clenched his fists. This time I didn't intend to drag her into this publicity stunt. Yi Wan's expression stiffened, her brow arching in disdain. What do you mean? You can't actually be falling for Yan Qiao? General Manager Lin also turned his gaze towards Feng Xiuqing upon hearing this. However, Feng Xiuqing's demeanor remained resolute. Yes, I truly like her. Silence enveloped the meeting room. Yi Wan regarded Feng Xiuqing as though he were a fool. You like Yan Qiao? Back when you both were bound for the production, weren't you the one who came to curry favor with me? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Isn't your affection rather cheap? Although Yi Wan harbored disdain for Yan Qiao as a fellow woman, she couldn't help but feel repulsed by Feng Xiuqing's demeanor, especially recalling his behavior during the auction. The level of distaste he inspired was truly something only he could achieve. In response to Yi Wan's mockery, Feng Xiuqing merely smirked. I believe Qiao Qiao will understand me. She loves me, I can see. Yi Wan furrowed her brow, her expression one of incredulity. What do you mean by that? If you like Yan Qiao, then just get lost, leave now. Upon hearing Yi Wan's furious roar, Feng Xiuqing rose without hesitation, bowed to Mr. Lin, and then turned to exit the office. He indeed favored Yan Qiao, and no one was to impede him. Considering himself the protagonist of a romantic drama, Feng Xiuqing strode out of the Rueli Company's entrance, heading towards the underground parking lot to retrieve his car and seek out Yan Qiao. However, to Yan Qiao's villa, she was simultaneously perusing messages while listening to Jun Jingbai and Li Qing discuss countermeasures. Li Qing's face was etched with concern. I believe we should take the initiative to retaliate as we did previously. Jun Jingbai shook his head. Then why not find someone to publicly declare their relationship with Qiao Qiao, allowing the rumors to dissipate on their own? Maxim would be quite suitable. Li Qing glanced at Yan Qiao, who was absorbed in her messages, and adjusted his glasses. Qiao Qiao, what do you think we should do? Yan Qiao's phone was vibrating incessantly. The Beijing's undercover stabilization squad chat was akin to a boiling pot, inundated with messages. This Feng Xiuqing is truly insufferable. I could hurl hundreds of insults at him and still feel unsatisfied. As anyone still working over on Weibo? I think he needs to be taught a lesson to remember his name. Disgusting. I also believe someone is deliberately trying to tarnish Sister Qiao's reputation, throwing all sorts of filth at her. It's utterly revolting. Why don't we just give him another beating? As Yan Qiao perused the messages, it wasn't long before she noticed a new headline trending. Feng Xiuqing severely injured by mysterious man, now in ICU intensive care unit, condition under further observation. 163. You still haven't seen the world. Just as Li Qing was asking, Yan Qiao spoke while looking at the trending details. Feng Xiuqing is seriously injured and has been admitted to the ICU. Jun Jingbai clicked his tongue. Qiao Qiao? Your methods are rather ruthless. If you've sent him to the ICU, will he ever recover? He might end up paralyzed for life. Yan Qiao then lifted her gaze to Jun Jingbai. I meant Fang Xiucheng has been beaten severely and is in the ICU. Li Qing gasped, quickly grabbing his tablet to follow along. Fang Xiucheng was truly assaulted. And they had no idea who did it. Li Qing stared in shock at the trending news. Which celestial being had come down to assist? Yan Qiao rested her forehead on one hand, scrutinizing the comments on the trending topic. My brother Cheng is suffering. This is truly an undeserved calamity. Pity my foot. To break up with Yan Xiao for Bai Yu? What does that mean? That's simply being ungrateful, a scoundrel. Just living off others' S&T it. Whoever shows up, he leeches off their popularity, utterly shameless. He deserves the beating. If it were me, I'd throw a brick at him. A mere bystander just curious about who Fang Xiucheng is actually with. How did I get so bewildered? The person above is clearly not just a bystander, right? True bystanders are instead curious about who took action. After beating someone, they leave no evidence behind, while the police are currently sealing off the street to gather evidence. What good is that? The street outside Ruwei Le Company has such heavy foot traffic. The surveillance can capture thousands of people in a day, and any evidence is likely destroyed. Fang Xiucheng has brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Yan Qiao, observing the ongoing discussions, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Surveillance? If the police are unable to identify the assailant through the available footage, then it is highly likely. As anticipated, within moments, the group chat of the Beijing Undercover Stability Maintenance Team burst into activity. To be honest, this person is avenging our sister Qiao. I'm rather reluctant to take on this task. Then don't take it. After all, he is indeed ridding society of a menace. But how am I supposed to explain this to the director? Yan Xiao's brow furrowed slightly as her fingers swiftly tapped on the screen. Just say it was my directive. Though her message was concise, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Who is Yan Qiao? With her involvement, what is there to fear? All right, with Sister Qiao's word, we can rest easy. Yan Qiao turned her attention away from the chat and opened her laptop, placing it on her lap. Her slender, fair fingers danced across the keyboard, and green code scrolled rapidly across the screen. Moments later, a notification appeared. Central control of the Beijing Investigation Bureau has been seized. Yan Qiao's amber eyes remained fixed on the screen as she continued her operations. Meanwhile, every computer within the bureau abruptly ceased functioning. The screens went black, leaving only a swirling ornate letter Q at the center. Upon seeing this letter, most of the bureau's personnel were unfazed, even relieved. Only the newcomers gasped in horror. The core of the bureau has been breached. Why is there no reaction from you all? A more seasoned staff member chuckled reassuringly. You're still inexperienced. This is our little princess of the Huaxia Empire. When she intervenes, it unfolds like this. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. 164. Lin Lu is actually his daughter. Yan Qiao lowered her gaze at the screen, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Before long, the surveillance footage surrounding Ruwei Le Company was summoned and neatly arranged on the display. Ultimately, Yan Qiao managed to extract a clue from the vast array of video feeds. The fleeting corner of a black wool coat at the entrance of the Ruwei Le Company's underground parking lot caught her attention. Though it was merely a fragment of fabric, when considering the fact that he previously incapacitated his own teammate's vocal capability, Yan Qiao's gaze darkened. It seemed there was no need to pursue further leads. It must be Maxim. But why did he target Fang Xiucheng? Could it be that he harbored a grudge against him as well? Was he deliberately approaching her in such a manner? Yan Qiao closed her laptop, her delicate face betraying no emotion. Regardless of Maxim's true intentions, he was undoubtedly not a benevolent character. It would be best to keep a safe distance. Yan Qiao picked up her phone and messaged the investigation bureau, plainly informing them that there was no need to search further. There were no leads. Simultaneously, in the high-level conference room of Ruwei Lu, Yuan was still reveling in Fang Xiucheng's unexpected misfortune. Godfather? This Fang Xiucheng truly deserves it. I initially thought he possessed some intellect, but who knew he was merely mediocre? President Lin remained silent, seated behind his desk with his eyes closed in contemplation, until the door swung open. Lin Lu, with a radiant smile, directly leaped in. Dad, did you call for me? Her innocent little face was originally adorned with a sunny smile, but upon seeing Yuan, her expression instantly dimmed, and her eyes registered a hint of hostility. Yuan observed Lin Lu, whose face was practically inscribed with the question, "What are you doing here?" Ignoring her slight animosity, she merely smiled. Lu is here. Please take a seat. Of course, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Lu looked at Yuan with disdain, deliberately choosing a spot far from her, her tone considerably colder. What is it? Lin Lu nodded. The Extreme Idol competition has just concluded its evaluations, and the public voting on Weibo is about to commence. Lin's father took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. That's perfect. Getting rid of Yan Qiao would clear the path for you. Wouldn't it? Lin Lu's expression stiffened. Her first instinct was to shoot Yuan a glare. Surely this vile woman had whispered something into her father's ear. It was evident that she, Lin Lu, was the biological daughter. Yet this wretched woman paraded around under the title of goddaughter, engaging in despicable acts that made Lin Lu feel nauseated just by looking at her. If her father was urging her to target Yan Qiao, it was undoubtedly this wretched woman's scheme. Lin Lu clenched her teeth in silence that if it were someone else, she might consider complying to please her father, but if it was this detestable woman's suggestion, then she would never entertain the thought. Lin Lu stood up, ready to leave. If you sought me for this, then find someone else. I refused to partake. Lin's father could not tolerate his daughter opposing him. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, strode forward and seized Lin Lu's arm, his expression darkening. Try saying that again. Smack! Lin's father's slap landed squarely on Lin Lu's face though Yiwan sat on the sofa, coldly laughing at Lin Lu's aggrieved expression post-slapping. After rolling her eyes discreetly, she feigned a conciliatory demeanor. Oh dear, Dad, it's only natural for Lulu to be a bit immature and not fully comprehend. Let us talk this over calmly. The author has something to say. If it weren't for the constraints of not spoiling the plot, Demiao would love to share Lin Lu's future with you all. Alas, for now I can only urge all you lovely readers to continue following along. Thank you for your unwavering support. Love you all. Ma. 165. Do you know what hospital food tastes like? Lin Lu covered her cheek, glaring at Yiwan. What business is it of yours? Vile woman, you smack. Before Lin Lu could finish her words, Lin's father struck her again, sending her sprawling onto the sofa with red-rimmed eyes. Lin Lu looked up at him, her lips trembling. Dad. Lin's father furrowed his brows tightly, pointing at Lin Lu and shouting, recognize your own identity. You are my daughter. I raised you not to oppose me. Yiwan chimed in from the side. Oh dear. Dad, please don't lose your temper so. Lulu is still young and may not understand certain things. Allow me to guide her. After saying this, she moved closer to Lin Lu, disregarding her resistance, and clasped her wrist firmly. Her expression seemed gentle, yet her gaze was venomous. Lulu, the entertainment industry is far deeper than you imagine. It's a matter of either stepping on others or being stepped on yourself. As she spoke, she deepened her grip, regarding Lin Lu with a smile that seemed to mock her. Even if you despise me, you must understand this principle. Do you wish to be a stepping stone for others? Or is it more fitting to ascend by treading upon others? Initially, Lin Lu intended to push Yiwan aside, but upon meeting Yiwan's gaze, she hesitated for a moment. Indeed, from the day she resolved to enter the entertainment industry and achieve great fame, had she not prepared herself to either step on others or be trampled upon in her ascent. Yan Qiao's prowess was evident to all. She was undoubtedly Lin Lu's strongest rival. If Yan Qiao were to be undermined, Lin Lu's opportunities would surely multiply. Yet why must it be Yan Qiao? Yiwan seemed to perceive Lin Lu's fleeting moment of doubt and pressed on. Lulu, think carefully, you have no familial ties with her. Why sacrifice yourself to elevate her? You are the beloved daughter of President Qiao. Put it bluntly, you are the unparalleled princess of Ruela Company. What is Yan Qiao in comparison? It would be her honor to sacrifice for your future. Lin Lu acknowledged that despite her disdain for Yiwan, every word she uttered resonated deeply within Lin Lu's heart. That is my own affair. It is none of your business. Without even sparing a glance at President Lin, Lin Lu turned and fled in a hasty retreat. President Lin's face darkened with anger, while Yiwan appeared self-assured, observing him. Rest assured, President Lin Lu will not hold out for long. I have ways to make her come to her senses. President Lin regarded Yiwan for a moment before nodding in agreement. The following day, at the Imperial Capital television station, Yan Qiao made her timely appearance, perhaps due to the incident involving Fang Xiucheng. As soon as Yan Qiao arrived, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Isn't she the mistress? Previously entangled with Fang Xiucheng, who would have thought her glamorous life was so chaotic? Who knows? Furthermore, with Fang Xiucheng now hospitalized, she hasn't shown any concern. Such women are the most terrifying. Do you think her attendance at this event is due to some clandestine dealings with a high-ranking official? Yan Qiao's amber-hued eyes lifted slightly, fixing her gaze on the most vociferous gossipers, her tone icy. Do you know who will end up in the hospital tonight? Didn't he bring an umbrella? I can lend you one. All the girls instinctively took a step back, gazing at Yan Qiao with fear etched upon their faces. What do you intend to do? Yan Qiao's delicate, doll-like visage bore no expression. I intend to strike you. The bluntness of her words left them speechless. Aware that Yan Qiao could be quite formidable, the girls quickly fell silent and shifted their focus. It was only after Yan Qiao entered the dressing room that they collectively exhaled in relief. That scared me. I thought she was about to hit us. Look, Lin Lu has arrived. As the girls turned, they spotted Lin Lu entering with her head down. They exchanged knowing smiles and promptly surrounded her. "Isn't this our beloved Lulu? What's wrong? Why aren't you energetically chasing after Sister Qiao? Who is Sister Qiao? So high and mighty, how could she ever acknowledge us mere supporting roles? It is not I who speaks, but rather the audacity of Lin Lu is truly astonishing. You aspire to ascend to someone of a higher status, yet that person does not even regard you. I recall an old saying, a warm face pressed against a cold rear. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha." A few girls exchanged sarcastic remarks about Lin Lu, entirely oblivious to the pallor that had descended upon her countenance. A flicker of resentment flashed across her seemingly pure and innocent visage, while her hands, hanging by her sides, silently clenched into fists. Just as she was on the verge of an outburst, Maxim's languid voice resonated from a distance. "You girls have nothing better to do than gossip, do you?" Maxim, clad once again in his black woolen coat, stood there with one hand tucked into his pocket, his gaze imbued with a hint of warning, which caused the girls to scatter immediately. This left Lin Lu standing in place, staring blankly at Maxim. Observing her solitude, Maxim approached and lightly patted her shoulder in a gesture of consolation before turning to depart. His striking azure eyes, however, left an indelible mark in Lin Lu's mind. She glanced at the shoulder he had touched, and an unusual glimmer sparkled in her large eyes. Just a couple of days prior, when she had encountered Maxim, she had not perceived him as particularly handsome. Yet now Lin Lu gazed vacantly at Maxim's retreating figure, biting her lip and stifling a smile. "He is rather charming. Indeed, yesterday marked the initial stage rating, and today all the D-level girls were gathered into groups, leaving girls of other tiers merely to occupy the spectator seats and vie for the camera's attention." Lin Lu did not cast a single glance at the performances of others. Instead, she focused intently on Maxim's figure until the very end, even refraining from engaging with Yan Qiao. It was only after the recording concluded that Yan Qiao turned and found Lin Lu propping her chin in her hands, grinning foolishly. Yan Qiao thought another one has lost her mind. A low rumble echoed through the sky, lightning streaked across the dark clouds, and soon, the rain began to pour down in torrents. At the entrance of the Imperial Capital television station, cars traversed back and forth. Those with umbrellas hurried away, while the umbrella-less dashed through the deluge. Clutching their bags tightly, Yan Qiao stood on the steps at the entrance, extending her hand to catch the icy raindrops. "This rain is rather heavy. Did you forget your umbrella?" Before Yan Qiao could speak, she noticed a black luxury car approaching in the distance, eventually coming to a halt at the television station's entrance. "What's going on? A battlefield?" The car door swung open. Fu Ting's emerged, holding an umbrella, his cool, peach blossom eyes gazing at Yan Qiao with warmth and affection. He strode over, his long legs cutting through the rain, and positioned himself at Yan Qiao's left side. "I have come to fetch you, Yan Qiao." Fortunately, there were not many people lingering at the entrance of the television station. Otherwise, Fu Ting standing there would surely attract a crowd. Upon seeing Fu Ting's, a flicker of sharpness crossed Maxim's eyes but was swiftly concealed. Before Yan Qiao could utter a word, Maxim had already extended his hand toward her, his azure gaze earnest, his handsome face suddenly appearing much more serious. "I will escort you." Fu Ting's raised his brows slightly, casting a frosty glance at Maxim's outstretched hand, and without yielding, he too extended his hand toward Yan Qiao. "I will take you home." Yan Qiao? Gazing at the two hands before her, Yan Qiao's amber eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. What was happening? A battlefield of emotions. Her delicate and soft visage bore no expression, and although her slender, fair hands rose amidst the scrutiny of the two men, they did not reach out to either. Instead, she deftly slipped her hand into her backpack and retrieved a petite pink umbrella, which Li Qing had thoughtfully packed for her after checking the weather forecast. With a swift motion, she unfurled the umbrella, raising it above her head. The two men did not cast her a second glance. She strode confidently into the curtain of rain, leaving the two men frozen in silence, their hands still suspended in the air. It was akin to a scene from a battlefield. "Who hasn't he brought an umbrella?" Upon hearing those words, Fu Ting's furrowed his brow, casting a frosty glare at Maxim. "You are not the only one who finds her charming." Maxim turned his head, and their eyes locked. In that fleeting moment, a palpable tension crackled between the two men. Ultimately, they silently and tacitly averted their gazes, turning away in opposite directions. Once Fu Ting settled into the car, he was greeted by a barrage of chatter from Han Yi. "Brother, I told you your skills in pursuing women are lacking, didn't I? It's pouring rain and you still made a special trip to pick her up, yet she didn't even get in your car. Moreover, I noticed that guy seemed rather hostile towards you." Han Yi seated in the driver's seat, continued to ramble, eventually clicking his tongue. I heard he has a history of violence. My dear ancestor. If you're worried about him, I can help you out. Our PR team is top-notch. A few scandals thrown his way would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. He wouldn't just be competing with you for her affections. It could very well ruin his career. What do you think? Han Ye's tone was clearly jesting, and he couldn't resist teasing. I know you're probably not keen on that. Are you preparing for a fair competition? I just knew it. Silence. Fu Ting's leaned back in his seat, his voice icy enough to send shivers down Han Ye's spine. The latter quickly shut his mouth, driving away with a forced smile that if he had to say. Fu Ting's had a considerable chance of winning Yan Qiao's heart, especially since they had Li Qing as an all-around ally. Moreover, the two had ample opportunities to interact, which was certainly more advantageous than Maxim. This was what one might call the early bird catching the worm. Meanwhile, Maxim's car had already departed from the television station, leaving Lin Lu standing at the entrance, watching the fading tail lights. She had witnessed everything. Biting her lip, she rubbed her cold arms. Having forgotten her umbrella, she could only helplessly gaze at the overcast, drizzling sky from the steps, recollecting the scene she had just observed. Lin Lu felt as though her teeth might pierce her lips. Both men had simultaneously reached out to Yan Qiao. Most importantly, one of them was Maxim. Lin Lu knew she shouldn't indulge in such thoughts, yet witnessing her aspirations become inconsequential in someone else's hands was more humiliating than being ridiculed. Gazing up at the pouring rain, Lin Lu furrowed her brow, steeling herself before dashing headlong into the downpour. Hands shielding her head, soaked to the bone by the frigid rain, Lin Lu felt her hands and feet as cold as ice. Who is Sister Qiao, perched high above, and what does she amount to? Pressing one's warm face against another's icy rear. How deserving! The visage of Yan Qiao, serene and beautiful, flashed repeatedly before her eyes, ultimately freezing on the image of her retreating figure, umbrella in hand. With damp hair clinging to her face, Lin Lu halted at the red light, her hands clenched tightly at her sides into fists. Yet, her innocent and pristine countenance was marred by jealousy and resentment. Indeed, Yan Qiao had already achieved fame, cultivated a career, and even attracted the favor of the best actor. Why then must she compete with her for this debut position in the group? She certainly did not lack for it. Lin Lu tightened her fists, overwhelmed by bitterness and envy in that fleeting moment. Although she despised Yuan, she had to admit she was right. Gritting her teeth, Lin Lu hailed a taxi, heading straight for Rueli Company. Jun Jingbai, holding a chess piece, scrutinized the board while chattering away. Today's weather is just like that typical scenario in a drama where the villain makes their entrance. Li Qing adjusted his glasses. Villainous entrance? Jun Jingbai nodded as he made his move. Indeed, haven't you ever watched a drama? When the indecisive antagonist finally resolves to sabotage the protagonist, it always rains. The heavier the rain, the more nefarious the villain. Li Qing. That I didn't expect you to be a drama aficionado of the highest order. He swiftly captured the piece Jun Jingbai had just placed, ignoring the latter's frustrated exclamations. Li Qing glanced at Yan Qiao, who was silently munching on an apple. Qiao, what are you pondering? Yan Qiao, her chestnut-hued eyes slightly raised, crossed her legs and shook her head. I was thinking. Both Jun Jingbai and Li Qing instinctively focused on her, awaiting her continuation. Yan Qiao took a bite of her apple, her expression earnest. When will Ding Rong submit the script, Li Qing? Jun Jingbai? Is that all? I thought you were contemplating something significant. After making another chess move, Jun Jingbai glanced out the window at the incessantly pouring rain. TSK, who knows how long this will last. He sighed, adding, with such torrential rain, let us hope our capital's drainage system holds up. I'd hate to see it flooded in the end. Yan Qiao, the author has something to say. Today is also a day when Jun Jingbai needs his mouth sewn shut. 169. You must be a reincarnation of a lucky one, right? Are you serious? Upon hearing Jun Jingbai's words, Yan Qiao's immediate reaction was to pull out her phone and notify the investigation bureau in preparation for the storm and flooding. However, the rain suddenly ceased. The sky was gradually clearing. Yan Qiao? What is happening? Having grown accustomed to Jun Jingbai's uncanny ability to foresee the good and the bad, she gazed outside at the brightening sky, momentarily in disbelief. There was no flooding, no apocalyptic scenes of the capital submerged in water, only a beautiful day filled with sunshine and breeze. The following day, at the capital television station, as soon as Yan Qiao stepped inside, she spotted a girl not clad in the pink uniform skirt being surrounded by a throng of people. Wow! Huan, how is your luck so extraordinary? Another bottle, really? I don't believe it. Try twisting this bottle for me. The girl with twin tails, surrounded by her peers, wore a sweet smile as she confidently twisted open a bottle of drink, raising the cap triumphantly. See? I'll have another one. I've never drawn a thank you for your patronage in my life. Xiaohuan, you are truly remarkable. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a lucky star? The girl named Xiaohuan merely smiled lightly. It's nothing special. Indeed, and you even trained as a trainee in H country. If you come to challenge us, we stand no chance of victory. Xiaohuan playfully curled a strand of her ponytail, her cherubic face radiating delight. I'm not as impressive as you all say. Her expression, a blend of pride and joy, made her resemble a delightful doll freshly emerged from a display case. Yin Qiao observed Xiaohuan from a distance, pondering if she was the challenger. Given her background as a trainee in H country, her skills would likely surpass those of the current students from the film academy, hence her confidence in challenging them. Yin Qiao's brows slightly furrowed, her chestnut eyes glimmering with amusement. This Xiaohuan, she was determined. Huan, let me tell you something you may not know. We have a mentor for stage ratings here, and he's quite fearsome that I heard from an assistant that he once even struck someone, leaving a fellow vocalist partially paralyzed. Quite terrifying, isn't it? Exactly. I've heard he has a rather peculiar temperament, we all fear him. Xiaohuan continued to smile sweetly. It's all right, maybe he has something to attend to today, and we won't even encounter him. Just as Xiaohuan finished speaking, the chief director hurried in, phone and microphone in hand. I have an announcement. Mentor Maxim is on leave today. There will be no challenges, and we will record the group's daily activities instead. Please prepare yourselves. Yin Qiao. Is that even allowed? She gazed incredulously at the crowd surrounding the radiant Xiaohuan, her chestnut eyes brimming with disbelief. She had assumed that Jun Jingbai's infamous bad luck was a formidable power. Little did she know it seems that good fortune is also a form of superpower. At that moment, Yin Qiao genuinely wished to introduce Jun Jingbai to Xiaohuan, curious to see what spectacle would unfold when the worst met the best. As Yin Qiao turned her head, she was startled by Lin Lu, who leapt out from behind her, hands clasped behind her back, accompanied by a loud exclamation. Sister Qiao, did I scare you? Yin Qiao. Yes, you certainly did. How frightening. Looking at Lin Lu's innocent little face, Yin Qiao merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, feigning a hand over her heart. Lin Lu pouted, what a fib. Then, quite familiarly, she looped her arm through Yin Qiao's. Sister Qiao, we're recording the group's daily activities today. It seems like we'll just be playing games or something. Right. Although Lin Lu's tone was lighthearted, her gaze toward Yin Qiao held a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. She had stayed late at the Rue Le Company yesterday, listening to her father analyze various arrangements. Though she had mentally prepared herself to confront Yin Qiao, when she met Yin Qiao's chestnut eyes, she found herself wavering. Lin Lu was uncertain about her own thoughts. At this moment, she simply wished to act as if nothing had transpired. In her heart, Lin Lu was constantly constructing a narrative to deceive her into trusting her, believing that it would facilitate her ulterior motives. Later on, Yin Qiao, observing her seemingly carefree facade despite the heavy burden on her mind, raised an eyebrow. Are you all right? Despite Lin Lu's chatterbox tendencies and clinginess, Yin Qiao recalled that Lin Lu had once confided in her about being a frequent target of bullying among their peers. Initially taken aback, Lin Lu instinctively released her grip on Yin Qiao's arm. Oh, I'm fine. I just need to check out the situation for a bit. I'll be off now. Yin Qiao watched Lin Lu flee in a panic, her brows knitting slightly. Lin Lu seemed a bit off. In truth, after darting away from Yin Qiao, Lin Lu slipped into the ladies' restroom, gazing at her own reflection. She couldn't help but bite her lip in frustration. Why was she so weak? Why did she falter at Yin Qiao's words? Wasn't she supposed to be her most troublesome rival? Leaning against the sink, Lin Lu felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Rubbing her eyes, she lowered her head and stepped outside, only to collide with a group of girls who had come to use the restroom. Well, if it isn't our dear Lin Lu, the one who always seeks warmth from those who turn cold. Looks like Yin Qiao has abandoned you, huh? What's your plan now, going solo? One of the girls mocked, her tone dripping with disdain. Come on, don't embarrass yourself. If you bark like a dog for us now, we might consider letting you join our group as a backup dancer or something. The girls laughed cruelly, arms crossed as they scrutinized the silent Lin Lu. After a few moments of silence, the ringleader furrowed her brow and shoved Lin Lu. Are you mute or something? We're talking to you. Staggered by the push, Lin Lu clenched her fists, and when she raised her eyes again, they were ablaze with resentment. The girls were evidently startled by the intensity of her gaze. What are you staring at? One of them retorted. Do you intend to fight us? You think you're special now that you've latched onto Yin Qiao? At those words, a flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Lu's eyes, and she lunged at the ringleader, pushing her to the ground. Let me show you what I truly am. The girls were taken aback by Lin Lu's sudden aggression. In a chaotic flurry, they tried to pull her away, but Lin Lu, blinded by rage, tightened her grip around the ringleader's neck, as if determined to take them both down. The restroom descended into chaos. The girl being choked began to roll her eyes back, desperately gasping for breath. Help! Help! Lin Lu's gaze was filled with venom. Do you understand what I am now? Huh? The other girls, paralyzed with fear, realized they couldn't budge Lin Lu and, fearing repercussions, turned to flee. Fortunately, one among them had the presence of mind to alert the head director. By the time the director and security stormed into the ladies' restroom, Lin Lu had already reduced her victim to a near unconscious state. What are you doing? Stop immediately! The security guard restrained Lin Lu, while the director hastily knelt down to check the girl's breath. Fortunately, although she was on the brink of death, she was still alive. The director, exasperated, pointed at the furious Lin Lu. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill someone? Lin Lu clenched her fists. Remaining silent, the director, infuriated by her demeanor, declared, Let me make this clear. Regardless of how popular or experienced you are, if you engage in such despicable bullying, I will promptly have you removed. Upon hearing the words removed, Lin Lu's fury intensified. She started it. The security guard forcefully escorted Lin Lu to the director's office, standing guard at the door to prevent her escape, while Lin Lu sat inside, sobbing inconsolably, completely ignored. Was Lin Lu out of her mind? She nearly strangled someone. I suspect she might be suffering from mania. Even if it's not mania, she must certainly be mentally unstable. You should have seen the look in her eyes. TSK. Now she can't record the group variety show and we can't either. It's all her fault. Exactly. Now she's waiting for news in the director's office. This time she is definitely doomed. Yan Qiao, who was sitting to the side studying the score, raised her eyebrows upon hearing the girl's gossip. Who did Lin Lu nearly strangle? Putting down her score, Yan Qiao headed straight to the director's office, only to be stopped at the door by the security guard. You can't go in right now. Yan Qiao glanced at Lin Lu, who was sobbing in the office, and from the earlier gossip and Lin Lu's reaction, she surmised that Lin Lu had retaliated when she was bullied, but perhaps with too much force, nearly causing a tragedy. Thankfully, the situation wasn't overly complicated. Yan Qiao did not press the security guard, simply inquiring, Do you know which hospital the director sent her to? The guards exchanged glances and truthfully replied. Yan Qiao nodded, pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this Director Li from the Imperial Capital Hospital? Yes, it's Qiao. Did I need to trouble you with something? It's not about looking after a patient. The situation is a bit special. Let me explain in detail. As Yan Qiao walked away while on the phone, the security guard stood there, bewildered. She knew which hospital she was calling to inform the director of? The guards were left in awe. Lin Lu sat alone in the office, lost and desolate. Yan Qiao chose not to disturb her, leaning against the wall outside the office with her arms crossed. Firstly, no one wishes to be seen in such a disheveled state. She was preserving Lin Lu's dignity. Secondly, her presence acted as a barrier, shielding Lin Lu from those who wished to take advantage of her misfortune. Despite her belief that Lin Lu was overly clingy and talkative, offering help in times of need was a principle Yan Qiao upheld, just as she had once assisted Ding Rong, doing what little she could for Lin Lu. The chief director gazed at Yan Qiao, who was standing at the doorway, momentarily taken aback before striding past her directly into the office. Lin Lu, the examination results have been released. Severe soft tissue damage, coupled with oxygen deprivation to the brain due to asphyxiation. After reviewing the report, the doctor warned that if there are issues with the spinal cord, it could result in paralysis or even death in the latter part of one's life. Upon entering the office, the chief director bluntly relayed the situation to Lin Lu. Her delicate, pointed face turned pale, her lips trembling. She merely lost her temper. She never intended for it to lead to a life-threatening situation. Chief Director, which parallel universe's examination report are you looking at? Why does it differ so drastically from the results provided to me by the president of the hospital in the capital? Yan Qiao, entering with her phone in hand, promptly handed the initial examination report issued by the president to the chief director. It clearly stated in black and white, minor soft tissue damage, recovery possible with care, all bodily functions normal. In other words, apart from the bruise on the person's neck, there was nothing amiss. This was the hospital's official report, handled by the president himself, leaving no room for forgery. Observing the chief director's expression, Yan Qiao maintained a composed demeanor on her exquisitely delicate face. She had called the president to guard against that individual seizing the opportunity to extort Lin Lu, deliberately keeping a backup of the initial examination report. Though she was still uncertain how that false report had come into existence, however, one thing was certain. The chief director looked at Yan Qiao in disbelief. Lin Lu clenched her fists, her large eyes unblinkingly fixed on the resolute Yan Qiao. So, she was actually helping her? In an instant Lin Lu felt a surge of guilt, not daring to meet Yan Qiao's gaze. She lowered her eyes in shame. Lin Lu was momentarily stunned, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Yet before she could utter a word, Yan Qiao stepped in front of her. Chief Director. This is inappropriate as far as I know. A group of girls bullied Lin Lu in the women's restroom. To put it bluntly, this constitutes an act of bullying. Lin Lu retaliated out of frustration after being provoked. Both parties share some blame, and it would be unjust to place the entire burden of apology on her, wouldn't it? Yan Qiao spoke with conviction, causing the chief director to furrow his brow. How could this girl be so articulate? Lin Lu, biting her lip, gazed at the figure shielding her, tears welling in her eyes from the touch of gratitude. A twinge of guilt washed over her as she softly tugged on Yan Qiao's sleeve. Whispering, "Qiao Jetta, thank you." Yan Qiao remained silent, her beautiful hazel eyes still fixed on the chief director. What do you think? The chief director, feeling the weight of Yan Qiao's gaze, could only exhale in resignation. Very well. Let us do this. Lin Lu should go to the hospital to reconcile. After all, it is a fact that she caused harm. Yan Qiao nodded in agreement. Lin Lu's eyes brimmed with gratitude. The chief director, observing Lin Lu's expression, shook his head helplessly. Yan Qiao, why don't you accompany Lin Lu? It just so happens that Maxim is in that hospital. You could help check on him as well. Lin Lu paused, biting her lip tightly. Yan Qiao, oblivious to Lin Lu's expression, simply nodded that it was merely a routine visit. Nothing to fret about. Once they exited the office, Yan Qiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go. We'll head there now. Lin Lu kept her head bowed, remaining silent. Only after Yan Qiao had walked a considerable distance did she lift her head, gazing at Yan Qiao's retreating figure, her expression intricate. Half an hour later, Yan Qiao and Lin Lu entered the Imperial Capital Hospital, each carrying a fruit basket. The moment Yan Qiao stepped through the hospital's entrance, the director, clad in a white coat and thick glasses, appeared at the doorway. He looked at Yan Qiao with a kind and amiable smile. Qiao has arrived? Here to visit that patient, I presume? Come, let me escort you. Yan Qiao's delicate and charming visage bore only a hint of a smile as she replied. Thank you. The director glanced at the fruit basket in Yan Qiao's hand and smiling reached out to take it. Allow me to carry this for you. Lin Lu thought to herself. Even if she were blind, she could see the director's name tag indicating his position. The director of the Imperial Capital Hospital was treating Yan Qiao with such courtesy. Moreover, it was not just the director. Every doctor and nurse in the hospital nodded and smiled respectfully upon seeing Yan Qiao, their demeanor more reverent than even that shown to the director. Lin Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, trailing behind Yan Qiao like a marionette. Ultimately, Yan Qiao carried the fruit basket herself, following the director to the observation area on the second floor. The individual in the room, despite having no significant issues, stubbornly occupied a bed like a mangy dog, refusing to vacate even before they entered. Yan Qiao and Lin Lu could hear the loud shouts from within. I won't leave. You can't force me out, my neck still hurts. If you can't cure me, you're all quacks. Quacks? I will hold a press conference to expose you unscrupulous doctors. You want me to leave before I'm healed? What sort of hospital is this? Can't you see the bruises on my neck? Treat me. Quickly. I'm destined to be a star. If I have scars, who will take responsibility? Listening to the unreasonable and raucous complaints from within, Yan Qiao noticed the deep-seated helplessness in the director's eyes. With her tea-colored, beautiful eyes slightly lowered, she said nothing, merely retrieving her phone from her pocket. And began recording right at the doorway. It was only when the exhausted girl inside noticed Yan Qiao filming that she erupted in a furious shout, as if someone had stepped on her tail. What are you doing? Yan Qiao's gaze finally shifted from the phone screen to the girl, her calm tea-colored eyes unfazed. I am preparing video material for your press conference exposure. No need to thank me. The girl's face turned crimson with indignation. Yan Qiao cast a faint glance at her. With the way you were just spewing energy, one might mistake you for a pea shooter. At this point, the nurse, who had been trying to persuade the girl for quite some time, could no longer contain herself and stifled a laugh. The girl began, but was interrupted by Yan Qiao, who lifted the fruit basket and prepared to leave, not even sparing a glance at the girl clinging to the bed. The girl, frustrated and gritting her teeth, could only glare at Yan Qiao's departing figure. Lin Lu watched Yan Qiao leave, hesitating with her lips bitten in contemplation. She too wished to see, but she could not allow Yan Qiao to remain here. Ultimately, Lin Lu summoned her courage and stepped forward, fruit basket in hand, to engage in conversation with the girl. Meanwhile, Yan Qiao was searching for Maxim's hospital room. Just a couple of days prior, this fellow had sent Feng Xiuqing into the ICU. So how was it that he himself ended up in the hospital today? Yan Qiao found it perplexing, but she knew that only by meeting him could she uncover the specifics. After wandering through a floor, Yan Qiao finally located Maxim's room. Just as she was about to push the door open, she overheard him talking on the phone inside. What could possibly be the matter? It's nothing serious, just a few cuts. 4 or 5 at most. Acting heroically, it's a prerequisite for a good citizen of the Huaxia Empire, you know? Yan Qiao, 4 or 5 cuts, you say? With a slight turn of her wrist, she grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. Maxim, clad in a hospital gown and leaning against the bed while on the phone, froze momentarily. He hastily ended the call, his azure eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement as they landed on the fruit basket in Yan Qiao's hands. Did you come specifically to see me? A smirk of self-satisfaction graced his handsome face as he gestured towards the chair beside his bed. Come, sit. Yan Qiao's chestnut-hued eyes displayed no emotion as she quickly assessed Maxim. There were no bandages on his head or face, suggesting he was uninjured. Dressed in a hospital gown, he appeared to have no visible wounds based on his movements. The blanket covering his legs concealed any potential injuries, though the likelihood of those 4 or 5 cuts landing there was not entirely out of the question. Yan Qiao slightly lowered her gaze and placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. The director sent me to deliver some warmth. Maxim reclined on the bed, lazily pointing at the apples in the fruit basket. Perfect timing, I was just thinking about having an apple. Peel one for me. Yan Qiao, you certainly know how to delegate tasks. A subtle frown crossed her brow. Yet she remained still, merely observing Maxim. Her gaze flickered to the fruit knife nestled in the cluttered basket on the bedside table. With her delicate, fair hand, she retrieved the knife, its blade glinting ominously in the sterile white room. Holding the knife in one hand and its sheath in the other, her expression remained impassive. The scene appeared far less about peeling fruit and more akin to a threat. With a cold gaze and an indifferent tone, Yan Qiao inquired, "How many would you like?" Maxim, averting his eyes awkwardly, replied, "Well, I suddenly feel that one shouldn't eat too many apples." Yan Qiao furrowed her brows. "So, are you going to eat them or not?" Maxim raised his gaze, his eyes filled with affection. "But if it's peeled by your own hand, I would eat it regardless of any poison." Yan Qiao, that you are truly insufferable. Were it not for the fact that you've already endured a few cuts, I would gladly give you a few more. Selecting an apple from the basket, she pulled the trash bin closer with her long legs, and seated herself in the chair to begin peeling the fruit. In that instant, Maxim's gaze softened. Yan Qiao continued peeling the apple without looking up. "Who did you incapacitate this time?" Maxim leaned back on the bed, casually brushing aside the tousled hair from his forehead, a playful glint in his eyes. "Why do you say again?" Yan Qiao had no intention of evading the topic, her apple peel coming off in even continuous strips. "You previously left a member of your own team's vocal incapacitated. That is hardly a secret. Moreover, you have also sent Feng Xiuqing into the ICU. May I inquire why?" Maxim set aside his hand that had been toying with his hair, his smile deepening. "Do you truly perceive me as the sort of hot-headed rogue who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, ceaselessly until someone is gravely harmed?" Yan Qiao's motion of peeling the apple momentarily halted, her amber-hued eyes lifting slightly. "Is that not the case? With these 2 incidents alone, who would not entertain such thoughts? What reasonable person would directly reduce another to a state of paralysis?" Maxim's azure eyes lazily narrowed. "But what if I were to tell you that the individual I struck initially had abandoned his wife and child, engaged in infidelity, and even sought to have his wife and daughter killed?" Yan Qiao's brows knitted slightly. "Such a thing occurred. However, this narrative does sound somewhat familiar, yet I cannot seem to recall it." Maxim observed the expression on Yan Qiao's face and chuckled softly. "I was merely jesting. This is the tale of Qian Shimi and Panjilian or Qin Xianglian." "Yan Qiao, do you find this fruit knife in my hand sharp? It is even sharper when used to stab someone." Maxim regarded the chill in Yan Qiao's gaze, clearing his throat with a single fist raised to his lips, adopting a more serious demeanor. "Ahem. Although that scoundrel is not Qian Shimi, his actions are indeed more despicable." Yan Qiao raised an eyebrow. "How despicable, pray tell?" Maxim fixed his gaze upon Yan Qiao, his azure eyes taking on a more earnest demeanor. "He assaulted the female assistant in my team at the time, resulting in her pregnancy. He promised to marry her, yet it was all a web of lies. On the day she gave birth, she experienced severe hemorrhaging, and it was I who rushed her to the hospital, leaving me drenched in blood, the hospital floor stained with it as well. She did not survive, nor did the child she carried at this juncture." Maxim's expression grew somber, his azure eyes reflecting a weighty gravity. Have you ever seen a newborn infant? Maxim gestured with his hand to indicate size. An infant of this size, scarcely larger than a cat, entirely covered in blood, cold to the touch. Qiao, who had been expertly peeling the apple, found her motion abruptly interrupted. She had not anticipated the truth to be so gruesomely vivid. Maxim inhaled deeply, leaning back against the hospital bed, closing his eyes. I was once an infant who narrowly escaped death. My mother told me that had the imperial marshal not arrived in time, I would have been cast into the snow to perish. The author has a word to say. 176. At worst, I shall regard you as a sister. Although Maxim's past indeed evokes sympathy, Qiao astutely seized upon a crucial keyword. Imperial marshal. Qiao's brow twitched slightly. Which imperial marshal? Maxim's eyes flickered with surprise. Which other imperial marshal could it be? Naturally, it is our Huaxia Empire's valiant goddess of war. You must be aware of her, no? Qiao. Did I know why, mother? Qiao fell silent, continuing to peel the apple. Maxim observed Qiao's reaction. A hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Qiao, he began. When I was born, the Our district was not yet a subordinate area of the Huaxia Empire. It was still our country. Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao interrupted him directly. I know, my mother fought in that war. Maxim's demeanor shifted. The languor faded, replaced by a newfound respect. So your mother was also a warrior? Truly admirable. Qiao replied, not just a warrior, but also a marshal of the empire. Do you see her pride? After finishing peeling the apple in her hand, Maxim reached out to take it, but the apple took a turn mid-air and landed directly in Qiao's mouth. With a crisp crunch, it was both sweet and refreshing. Qiao sat cross-legged on the chair, casually enjoying the apple, oblivious to the smile frozen on Maxim's face. She glanced at him and remarked, I peeled it myself. Is there a problem? Maxim, reclining on the hospital bed, could only watch helplessly as Qiao munched on her apple. Observing the handsome face of Maxim adorned with a look of helplessness, a smile flickered in her eyes, possibly due to the revelation of his past actions or perhaps the peculiar connection with her mother. Suddenly, she felt that Maxim appeared significantly more agreeable. While savoring her apple, she scrutinized him and finally inquired, where did you get cut? Maxim, nearly slumped in his bed, smirked slightly. Cut? Do I look like someone who would be easily wounded? Qiao raised an eyebrow, her tone calm. Did you not say on the phone that you were stabbed 4 or 5 times? Maxim chuckled. That was just to the director. Otherwise, how could I secure the work-related injury compensation for my act of bravery? Qiao tossed the remaining apple core into the trash can and shot him a glance. Then where are your injuries? Maxim shook his head. A man's wounds are not something a girl should pry into. Qiao frowned slightly. A man's wounds? Surely it can't be so severe that you can no longer be a man. Seeing the gravity in Maxim's gaze, Qiao realized she was likely close to the truth. Clearing her throat, she took the initiative to comfort him. It's all right. If it comes to it, I can treat you like a sister. It's all the same, Maxim replied. I appreciate it. You're quite the comforter. The atmosphere in the hospital room seemed harmonious, but outside, Lin Lu stood at the door, watching the two engaged in cheerful conversation through the glass. Biting her lip in frustration with a complex expression, she glanced at the beautifully wrapped white bouquet in her arms. After rushing out, she had specially bought a bunch of carnations, intending to visit Maxim, hoping that a bouquet would capture his attention. However, witnessing the camaraderie inside, Lin Lu stood at the entrance for a while before decisively tossing the elegantly packaged carnations into the trash can around the corner. 177. Forward this lucky koi. Lin Lu found herself at a loss for words regarding her feelings as she observed the two individuals in the hospital room engaged in lively conversation. She felt that her bouquet mirrored her own sentiment, delicate and beautiful in appearance, yet profoundly out of place, unworthy of such an environment. Lin Lu could only turn away, her heart heavy with sorrow. It wasn't until Qiao emerged that she began to search for Lin Lu. But to no avail. Concerned that Lin Lu might have encountered further troubles, Qiao even took the initiative to review the surveillance footage, discovering that Lin Lu had discarded her flowers and left. A flicker of realization crossed Qiao's brow as she watched Lin Lu's dejected expression on the screen, as if she understood something profound. The following day marked the filming of the limited variety show for Extreme Idols. With Maxim's absence, all the girls appeared notably more relaxed. Moreover, the news of Lin Lu nearly choking someone the previous day had spread like wildfire among them, making the girls seem considerably more docile. It must be said that luck was almost excessive. Xiaohuan sat in the center, waiting alongside others for the recording to commence. Before the filming began, the chief director emerged with a walkie-talkie to announce to everyone, "Today, we officially commence voting on Weibo. You may now post on Weibo to rally support, And there will also be corresponding voting portals on the app. Think of catchy personal support slogans. They will be beneficial for you. To the chief director, this was merely procedural. After the announcement, he would allow them to exercise their creativity. However, he did not anticipate that the support slogans from this batch of contestants would be uniquely absurd. Particularly, Xia Huan's and Yan Xiao's fans were the loudest in their cheers. Beneath Yan Xiao's Weibo post, a legion of her fans meticulously copied and pasted the slogan, creating a spectacular and formidable display. In stark contrast, Xia Huan's Weibo was filled predominantly with retweets. Retweet this lucky fish Huan, and may all misfortunes be exchanged today. Xia Huan, everyone loves you. You are our most adorable lucky fish angel. To be honest, ever since I became a fan of Xia Huan, I have found money countless times. The entertainment industry's strongest lucky fish. Today I join in on the retweet. There were those who expressed admiration, those who made wishes, those who fulfilled promises, and even those who sought to ride on her good fortune. Xia Huan's Weibo suddenly became the liveliest among all the contestants, with only Yan Xiao able to rival its popularity. Yan Xiao casually grabbed a drink from the cooler and sat down beside Xia Huan, greeting her as she handed it over. Xia Huan. Accepting the drink from Yan Xiao, Xia Huan flashed a sweet smile. Thank you. Upon twisting off the cap and peering inside, she exclaimed, "One more bottle." Yan Xiao raised an eyebrow, her previous words taking a different turn as she directly inquired, "Are you interested in signing with the company?" Regardless of whether they formed a group or not, this stroke of luck was enough to solidify Yan Xiao's resolve to sign her. Xia Huan blinked in surprise, pointing at herself, her eyes still gleaming with amusement. Me? Yan Xiao nodded concurrently. Nearly all the girls turned their heads in unison to gaze at the two. They were all contestants. Why were these two discussing signing with a company? Voting had only just begun, and the prospects of forming a group were still uncertain. Amidst the questioning gazes of all the girls, Yan Xiao's tranquil, amber-hued eyes fixated on Xia Huan, her tone nonchalant. "I own an entertainment company. My company is my domain. As long as you are willing to sign, we can negotiate favorable terms." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All the girls exclaimed, "Yan Xiao has her own company? Does that mean there's a possibility that we could be signed by her in the end?" In other words, the disparaging remarks we initially made might have been directed at our future boss? A sharp intake of breath echoed among the girls, the revelation proving to be utterly exhilarating. Simultaneously, they cast envious glances at Xia Huan. What extraordinary luck, to have a company pursuing her even before debuting? Xia Huan, without needing to exert effort, had already garnered attention. How could they not feel envy? Pondering for a moment, Xia Huan beamed sweetly at Yan Xiao. "Let me think it over before I respond." Yan Xiao's amber eyes sparkled with amusement as she nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, a girl named Lina observed the interaction between Yan Xiao and Xia Huan, her eyes turning red with envy. "All right. Everyone gather here, we're starting the recording." With the director's commanding voice, the group variety show officially commenced. However, it was not the scene Yan Xiao had envisioned. Though labeled as a variety show, it merely entailed a group of girls sitting together to play games. The first game was a well-worn classic. Who is the undercover? Each participant received a card inscribed with a word, while the undercover's word was a similar term. The undercover had to deduce their identity during each round of descriptions, and at the end of each round, everyone would vote to identify the undercover. If the undercover remained until the end, they would be deemed victorious. This game was a staple at gatherings, and now it was being presented as an appetizer for the variety show. Yan Xiao casually selected a card from the pile, her delicate, fair fingers gripping the card as she glanced at the word. Urine. Yan Xiao. Is this the kind of flavor we are starting with? Casting a sidelong glance at the various expressions of the girls around her, Yan Xiao's amber eyes lowered slightly as she became the first to describe. A yellow liquid sitting beside Yan Xiao. Lina rubbed her nose, seemingly lost in thought. It's a beverage that I absolutely adore. Yan Xiao, Xia Huan, Lin Lu, everyone, the entire room fell into a sudden silence. Even the camera operator couldn't help but chuckle. It was only then that Lina realized she might have misspoken, her expression flustered as she defended herself. "Why are you looking at me? I refuse to believe you've never had a drink." With a suppressed laugh, Xia Huan couldn't hold back any longer, prompting a wave of laughter from everyone. "Sorry Lina, but we truly have never had it." There was no need for voting. Lina's identity as the undercover was already blatantly exposed. Everyone revealed their cards, all displaying urine except for Lina's, which was Lina. Glaring at her card, Lina shot a disgruntled look at Yan Xiao. "You misled me." Yan Xiao raised an eyebrow playfully. "Did I say anything incorrect?" The room erupted in laughter once more. A yellow liquid and au fault there. Lena could only consider herself unfortunate and the first round of Who is the Undercover. She never anticipated that the beginning would also signify the end. Yen Qiao was clearly taken aback by how swiftly the conclusion arrived. In the second round, they drew cards anew. Yen Qiao raised an eyebrow as she gazed at the words inscribed on the card in her hand.